lived in her mother's small two-room apartment in Riviera Beach with her two younger brothers and John Zile, her stepfather. John was indifferent to Christina, creating a tense family atmosphere. 4 months later, Christina's mother, Pauline, reported to the police that her daughter had been kidnapped. While in a crowded store, 7-year-old Christina went into the women's restroom and did not return. Pauline searched everywhere but could not find her. The police took her report seriously and began searching for Christina. During a television appearance, Pauline became emotional, begging for her daughter's safe return, but no one suspected that her feelings might not be sincere. As the police investigated, Pauline's family, friends, and acquaintances revealed that the couple often argued. The tension in the family was not only due to Christina's presence, but also to Pauline's marriage to her second husband, John. They argued daily, and he was very controlling. He did not hesitate to resort to violence if things went wrong. Neighbors often heard their arguments, and he was also known to have abused Christina. The police speculated that Christina may have run away, feeling resentment toward her mother and stepfather, and sought comfort from her grandmother, where she had a happier childhood. They began to follow up on this line of investigation. The grandmother stated that she had not seen Christina since she returned her to her mother, although she missed her very much. Interviews with witnesses at a nearby store yielded no useful information. No one had seen a girl matching Christina's description that day, and there were no security cameras in the area. Despite a thorough search of the store, they found no trace of Christina. Then the police discovered a crucial clue: Pauline had sold her bicycle and a videotape. When asked about these items at Christina's school, her mother dismissed them, saying they were no longer needed. At the time, everyone was still hopeful that Christina was alive, but this new information was very disturbing. The police began to question whether Christina had actually been in the store that day and considered the possibility that Pauline's story was a lie intended to mislead the investigation. 2 weeks after Christina's disappearance, the police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched the home where Christina lived with her mother. Unfortunately, these searches did not yield any useful information. They could not find any clues at the time. Pauline, the girl's mother and the last person to see her alive, became the prime suspect. However, the situation changed dramatically a few days later when Pauline went to the police in tears and confessed. She claimed that her husband, John, had beaten their daughter to death, but insisted it was an accident. Pauline provided a detailed account of Christina's final moments. A victim of domestic violence, she admitted to fabricating the kidnapping story to mislead the police. Her efforts to cover up the crime ultimately contributed to her long prison sentence. John Zile lived with his wife, Pauline, and their sons in a cramped apartment. They struggled financially, and the difficult living conditions may have contributed to negative feelings towards their daughter, Christina. On September 16, 1994, John lost control and beat Christina because she was dirty and had problems with urinary incontinence. Neighbors heard noises, including John's screams and Christina's cries, which sounded different from the typical cries of a child. They could hear muffled thumping, followed by Christina screaming louder. Eventually, the noise died down, but the mother begged John to stop. During the incident, Christina lost consciousness and began to convulse. John hit her hard enough to silence her and covered her mouth with his hand, causing her to choke. When things finally quieted down, neighbors could hear John's panicked voice. John and Pauline hid Christina's body in a closet for a week before moving it to a vacant lot behind a shopping center to bury it. Pauline agreed to reveal Christina's burial location. On October 27th, Christina's body was found. She had multiple stab wounds. Forensic experts confirmed that the cause of death was strangulation, the child had suffocated while trying to cover her face with her hands. Police discovered that while the body was in the closet, the couple had prepared for the burial by purchasing items such as shovels, tarps, cleaning supplies, and other necessary tools. Pauline had acted cautiously. She took Christina's belongings, such as her bicycle and videotapes, to a pawn shop. She later admitted that she had done so to erase the memory of her daughter. However, the reality was simpler. She had used the money from the pawn to pay for the burial and clean the house. Pauline blamed her husband for their daughter's death, claiming that he was responsible for killing her. But later revelations changed the story. John claimed that Pauline never intervened when he was beating Christina. On the day he lost control and attacked Christina, he asked Pauline to call for help to save the girl while she was still alive, but Pauline refused to help their daughter. During questioning, Pauline admitted this. She believed that the girl could still be saved, but she was too afraid of facing the consequences of her actions to take her to the hospital. The police discovered that Christina had been abused many times before. Despite this, Pauline never intervened to stop the abuse. Even when Christina begged Pauline for help during John's attack, Pauline showed no interest. Pauline Zile and John Zile were later arrested and charged with child abuse and concealing evidence. Pauline, who has 2 sons, faced losing her parental rights. Realizing this during the first hearing, she voluntarily relinquished her rights to her sons through their attorney. A foster family took in the children. Pauline Zile's trial began, during which she denied her guilt and blamed John for what had happened. Her lawyer argued that Christina's death was accidental, but the prosecution countered effectively, highlighting clear evidence of violence. The defense claimed there were many mitigating circumstances, stating that Pauline was a loving mother and that her colleagues respected her. The lawyers attempted to argue that Pauline was controlled by John, an abusive husband who kept her in a constant state of fear, which prevented her from fighting back. However, the prosecution pointed out that Pauline herself admitted she could have saved her daughter but chose not to. Relatives from Christina's biological father's side, including her grandmother, who had cared for Christina for many years, claimed that from the moment Christina was born, her mother had considered her unwanted and did not want to care for her. They expressed remorse for returning Christina to her mother, Pauline. The prosecution argued that John played a key role in Christina's murder. They claimed that Pauline's actions were completely contrary to her maternal instincts, as she failed to protect her child and did not call for help. Pauline's lawyers disputed this view. However, there was no doubt that both parents were responsible for her death. After an hour and a half of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict. They agreed with the prosecution and found Pauline Zile guilty of first-degree murder because she was with John when he harmed her and actively participated in covering up the crime, including burying the child in a vacant lot. As a result, she was sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 13 years for concealing evidence and child abuse, rendering her ineligible for parole. When Pauline's sentence was announced, she cried tears of joy, relieved to avoid the death penalty in the electric chair. Although her lawyers planned to appeal the verdict, claiming it was unjust, their efforts were rejected. The prosecutor stated that the verdict should serve as a warning to abusive parents, emphasizing that such individuals would face serious legal consequences. The case provoked a strong emotional response from the public. As a result, the jury had to be changed to ensure their decision was fair. Many were shocked that Pauline did not intervene to save her daughter, did not call for help, and actively participated in the cover-up of the horrific crime. The public reaction led to a wave of protests. Experts noted that many children are often victims of violence at the hands of their own parents. This situation has been exacerbated by a series of similar crimes in recent years. In California, a woman killed her 3 children, the youngest being 4 years old and the others being 8 and 9. She attempted to blame her husband, who lived far away from the children. The husband fought for custody of the children but had a solid alibi, as he was hundreds of miles away when the tragic events occurred. In 1998, the woman was sentenced to death and is still awaiting execution. There have been many similar cases reported in the media, most notably the 1983 case of Elizabeth Diane Downs. Elizabeth claimed that a stranger shot her 3 children after she picked him up on a deserted road. However, it was revealed that she had shot them herself. Her 7-year-old daughter died as a result, and her 2 other children were left disabled. Elizabeth is currently serving a life sentence for first-degree murder and attempted murder, with the possibility of parole after 25 years, but she has been denied parole several times. A common theme in these cases is that mothers often try to blame their husbands for their actions. Police have become increasingly skeptical of these attempts at blame. This skepticism is evident in Pauline's statements, as police note that her case is not an isolated one. There are many cases of postpartum depression and similar issues affecting mothers. A psychiatrist points out that many tragic child deaths could have been prevented if mothers had received proper support. However, in Pauline's case, there was no indication of any mental health issues, which is why she is facing serious charges. Everyone involved in the case knew the details and believed that Pauline could have prevented her daughter's death. Not only did she fail to stop her husband, but she also missed the opportunity to seek help. When she called for assistance, she could have received guidance that might have saved Christina. However, Pauline deliberately chose not to pursue this option. It was also revealed that Pauline had worked as a nurse. She had a medical degree and was educated and trained in emergency care. Despite this, she made no attempt to help her daughter. John Zile's trial then began. The prosecutor aimed for the harshest punishment, seeking the death penalty by electric chair. John admitted to beating Christina but denied any responsibility for her death. He claimed it was an accident and that he had no intention of killing her. He had simply misjudged his own strength. His first trial ended in a mistrial due to the jury's inability to reach a unanimous decision. His second trial took place in another city in November 1996, where he was convicted of first-degree murder, concealing evidence, and aggravated child abuse. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus 30 years for child abuse and concealing evidence. John listened to the verdict with an impassive expression. The judge ruled that the case was not serious enough to warrant the death penalty, so he overturned that aspect of the sentence. Lindley Rennick. Ben Rennick was born on August 4, 1987, in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. He was the second and youngest child in his family. His older brother, Sam, considered Ben a precious gift from the moment he was born. From a young age, Ben developed a fascination with snakes. While attending Montgomery County High School, he immersed himself in learning about them and dreamed of starting a snake breeding business. Although this hobby was uncommon, he found it incredibly interesting. As a child, Ben met Lindley, a girl 4 years his senior. She was beautiful, with long, light hair and delicate features, but Ben was too young to pursue a relationship, so nothing happened between them. After graduating high school, Ben continued to focus on his passion for snakes, expanding his knowledge and gaining respect from other experts in the field. 2 years later, Ben's mother passed away from a serious illness. While this was a painful experience, he decided to move forward, possibly to ease the shock. He focused all his efforts on turning his hobby into a source of income, and eventually, his hard work paid off. By 2010, Ben Rennick had become a successful breeder and established a national business called Rennick Reptiles, which specialized in the selective breeding of designer pythons. The business quickly thrived, and soon, reptiles were being sold to customers worldwide, from the UK to Japan. Although Sam and Ben had separate homes, they continued to live on the family farm with their father, honoring their mother's wish not to abandon it after her passing. The 28-acre property provided ample space, allowing the brothers to maintain a close relationship. They often spent weekends fishing together and enjoyed a strong brotherhood. As the business grew, the facility became home to over 3,000 reptiles, some valued at $1,000 each. Ben enjoyed success and often traveled to conventions across the United States, earning a reputation as a prominent figure in the reptile community, even being referred to as the rock star of snakes. In interviews, he attributed his success to his careful attention to his pets and his commitment to his clients. In 2011, he felt particularly fortunate when he reconnected with Lindley, a girl he had had a crush on during his youth. Before reconnecting with Ben, Lindley had been in several relationships. She was initially involved with a man named Michael Humphrey, who was later imprisoned for banned substance possession. After another unsuccessful relationship, Lindley became a mother to a son. By the time she reached out to Ben again, she was single, and Ben had matured, making their communication smooth and comfortable. Ben confidently pursued Lindley, and their relationship quickly became serious. Ben quickly became overwhelmed by the success he achieved at a young age. He was a respected professional, admired by many. Ben was not only business-minded but also kind and mature for his age, which allowed him to take on a fatherly role for Lindley's son, whom he embraced as his own. Eventually, Lindley, her son, and Ben began living together. Tragedy struck the family in 2012 when Frank, the father of Ben and Sam, was involved in a stock scheme that caused significant financial losses for many people. Then, Ben discovered that his father had taken his own life. This devastating event forced the brothers to inherit the family property and confront their loss once again, now complicated by the shame surrounding the incident. Ben found comfort in his personal professional project and in a long-awaited moment with Lindley. In 2014, she accepted his marriage proposal, and that year, they celebrated a wedding. Soon after, they welcomed a daughter named Emma. In his free time, Ben enjoyed playing the drums and watching horror films, but his main focus was on his family. He valued the time spent with his wife and children. To keep the romance alive, he organized weekly date nights with Lindley, just as they had done when they were engaged. This was also his way of showing appreciation for Lindley's hard work, as she dedicated herself to helping him manage their snakes, which involved cleaning and sorting. In 2016, they launched a second business, this time in the personal hygiene sector. They opened a spa in a shopping center in Columbia, Missouri, something Lindley had always dreamed of, given her background as an experienced massage therapist. She invited her longtime friend, Ashley Shaw, to join the salon. Their success continued into 2017, when Ben made a $1 million deal selling some of his pythons and anacondas. The agreement included quarterly payments of $200,000, starting with the first payment in February. However, Lindley's business was facing serious financial problems. In early 2017, she had credit debt, and two companies sued her for over $88,000 in unpaid bills for work done in previous years. Additionally, Lindley was hiding more than just her financial troubles. She created a profile on a dating app and began an affair with a man named Brandon Blackwell, meeting him a few times each month. For reasons that could include her financial struggles, ambition, or feelings of betrayal, Lindley started to contemplate how to rid herself of her husband, Ben, although she never openly expressed this desire. Lindley confided in Ashley, who worked at the spa, claiming that she was a victim of violence and abuse from Ben. Taking advantage of this situation, she persuaded her friend to help her escape. Ashley agreed and provided Lindley with banned substance. On one night in 2017, Lindley secretly drugged Ben by spiking his protein shake with a nearly lethal dose of illegal substances. Miraculously, Ben survived the ordeal, although he became very ill and took a long time to recover. Throughout this process, he never suspected that his wife was involved. The bank that Lindley was in debt to informed Ben of the situation. Aware of the crisis at the spa and his wife's deception, Ben spoke up and shared his feelings with her. This led to a tense atmosphere between them that lasted for several weeks. In mid-May 2017, Lindley decided to contact her ex-boyfriend Michael, who had just been released from prison. She and Ashley visited him at his home. During their conversation, which seemed casual as they reminisced about their past relationship, Lindley claimed to be a victim of an abusive husband. She even confessed to Michael about her failed attempt to use a protein drink to escape her situation. Lindley expressed that she felt trapped and was determined to file for divorce, but she was also afraid of how Ben would react, fearing that his response could threaten her life and the lives of her children. While continuing her affair with Brandon, Lindley made the mistake of sharing every detail of her plans to remove Ben from her life. On June 8, 2017, Lindley and her ex-boyfriend Michael went to the farm, equipped with gloves, a gun, and a plan. Lindley intended to introduce Michael as an old friend interested in Ben's business. However, when Michael saw Ben busy cleaning the breeding facilities, he felt uneasy. He asked Lindley to go back to the car, where he handed her the gun and suggested that she take charge of the plan. Without hesitation or fear, Lindley returned to the scene and, seeing that Ben was focused on his work, she attacked him multiple times. Michael picked up most of the shell casings he found, but he missed a few that were left behind. Afterward, he and Lindley went to the spa, where Lindley removed her clothes. Ashley was there, and Lindley asked her to help wash her body and arms thoroughly. During this time, Lindley explained to Ashley what had happened. Later, Lindley returned to the snake nursery and pretended to be surprised and upset. She called Sam to inform him about Ben's situation. Sam rushed to the scene, upon arrival, thought Ben had been bitten by an anaconda because his skull looked crushed and there were 2 puncture wounds on his arm that resembled bite marks. Sam immediately called emergency services. Montgomery County Coroner Dave Colbert had described the scene as one of the strangest and most dangerous he had encountered in his 20-year career. Investigators searched the nursery, which housed 10-foot pythons and anacondas weighing over 90 kilograms. They were unsure where the anaconda might be hiding. As they carefully examined the area, Colbert made a shocking discovery: Ben's body, lying face down, concealed the actual cause of death. It wasn't an anaconda bite that killed him. He had been attacked with a weapon 8 times at close range. Investigators initially considered the possibility of a botched robbery but dismissed it since none of the snakes were missing. The evidence at the crime scene suggested that Ben was familiar with his killer. The agents decided to closely monitor those who were closest to Ben, ensuring that no potential suspects were overlooked. The day after the murder, detectives questioned Sam and then Lindley. A surprising moment occurred when Lindley tried to blame Sam for the crime, but this theory was never pursued. Sam, who had no gunpowder residue on his hands and fully cooperated with the investigation, was released. While the detectives continued their work, the community of reptile breeders came together to support Ben's wife and children by organizing an online auction for snakes. However, just 11 days after Ben's murder, Lindley, who everyone thought was grieving, made a shocking confession during another interrogation of her. She revealed that at the time of the murder, she had an alibi: she was with Brandon, her affair partner. Detectives investigated the alibis of Lindley and Brandon, confirming they were not involved. Next, they questioned Ashley. At the same time, they examined Lindley and Ben's Facebook accounts, discovered that the spa was facing financial difficulties, which had made Ben very angry. For months after the incident, Lindley returned to the police station and agreed to take a polygraph test. However, the test was unsuccessful when she was asked about her relationship with her ex-boyfriend Michael and the messages they had exchanged in the hours surrounding Ben's death. Lindley stated that Michael had visited the snake farm as a client. Lindley faced a lot of circumstantial evidence that seemed to implicate her, and investigators made this clear to her. However, her gunshot residue test came back negative. Without any witnesses, a murder weapon, or direct evidence tying her to the crime, the officers had no option but to let her go free from the interrogation room. A few weeks later, claiming financial difficulties, Lindley closed the spa and quickly left town. Before leaving, she put the family property up for sale. In February 2018, she applied for 2 types of property payments from the family allowance, totaling $15,000, along with monthly family benefits. That summer, she sold Ben's property to a married couple for over $740,000, unaware that the police were suspicious of her. Sam remained oblivious to her connection to his brother's murder. Months passed with no arrests made. Snake enthusiasts confused and reached out to each other for any information about the case. Sam and others in Ben's close circle wanted to support Lindley as much as they could. However, as time passed, they noticed something was wrong when she refused to talk to them, wouldn't let Sam see the children, and prevented him from taking Ben's belongings. A year and a half after Ben's murder, Lindley and Brandon had a child together, but Lindley soon claimed that Brandon had become aggressive, leading her to break up with him. She also secured a restraining order against him and accused him of violence. Brandon denied these claims but ended up in jail because of them. Meanwhile, speculation grew about the murder, with many people suspecting that Lindley might have been involved or even orchestrated it through someone else. This question lingered for nearly 3 years without any answers, leaving authorities with little progress in the investigation. In January 2020, the case took an unexpected, welcome turn. Brandon, who was in jail, decided to make a deal. He contacted the police to share what he knew about Ben's unsolved murder case, claiming he was closely involved. This prompted a renewed investigation. On January 16, 2020, the police arrested Lindley and Michael for murder, shocking their close friends. Sam felt relieved to finally learn the truth. However, investigators needed more evidence. They sought a witness who could provide crucial details. The detectives then arrested Ashley and explained her potential legal consequences. She could either align with Lindley and face severe charges as an accomplice or cooperate with the investigation, which could lead to Lindley being charged with first-degree murder. The authorities promised Ashley leniency if she agreed to cooperate. She ultimately revealed everything, from the harmful ingredients in the lethal cocktail to the details of the murder. Nonetheless, the murder weapon was still missing. By the end of 2021, Sam was preparing for the trials against the alleged murderers of his brother. He was mainly focused on staying composed throughout the process. Lindley's defense team was working hard to prevent Brandon's testimony from being included in the trial. The prosecution argued that Lindley had fired the gun and that Michael Humphrey was also part of the plan. The defense countered by claiming that Lindley had tricked Michael into coming to a snake farm by telling him she needed protection for a divorce discussion with Ben. They stated that Michael was caught off guard when Lindley suddenly pulled out a weapon and attacked Ben. Ultimately, the jury did not see Michael as an innocent witness and found him guilty of first-degree murder after several hours of deliberation. Facing a life sentence, Michael changed his account, claiming he had supplied the gun used by Lindley. He agreed to cooperate with the investigation in hopes of being released on parole. He guided the investigators to the murder weapon, which had been hidden in the attic of Lindley's mother's house. With the weapon recovered, the jury now had to address the lingering question: who actually pulled the trigger? The prosecution painted Lindley as a woman as cold-blooded as one of Ben's snakes, portraying her as a killer who attacked Ben and then continued her day as if nothing had happened. As the trial neared its conclusion, the defense made a bold move by allowing Lindley to recount the troubled and violent marriage she claimed she was escaping. However, she had no evidence to support her story, and there were no police reports documenting any physical abuse. Nearly 5 years had passed since Ben's murder, and a weary Sam awaited the jury's decision regarding Lindley. After 12 hours of deliberation, the judge delivered the verdict. Lindley Rennick was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Sam's disappointment with the sentence seemed to resonate with the judge, but Missouri state laws prevented any increase in the sentence. Lindley would become eligible for parole in 2035, and the charges against Brandon were dismissed. Ben's close friends still remember him as if he were alive. A new species of snake, called the rennet ghost, was named in his honor. This snake is distinct for having fewer black spots, which gives it a ghostly appearance, a strong symbol of how much he meant to the community. They continue to miss him deeply, and at every event his friends attend, there is always an empty spot that can never be filled. The case of Lauren Hugelmayer. Lauren Hugelmayer was born on June 9, 1988, in Los Angeles County, California. She was one of 3 daughters of Dale and Lori. Lauren grew up in a close-knit religious family that regularly attended their local church and was well loved in the community. She developed a reputation for being exceptionally kind, caring, known for her bright smile and vibrant personality. Lauren had a close bond with her older sister Beth, but she was even closer to her father, with whom she shared a trusting relationship. While in high school, Lauren met a classmate named Matthew Phelps, who would later play an important role in her life. At that time, it was unclear whether they were just acquaintances or had a closer relationship. After Lauren's family moved to North Carolina, Matthew transferred to another school, which interrupted their connection. After graduating from high school, Lauren chose to attend Appalachian State University, where she earned a degree in business administration and management in 2011. In 2014, Lauren received a direct message on Instagram from Matthew. While Lauren had a stable life, Matthew lived in Kent and faced significant challenges. His father was completely absent, and his mother had remarried several times. Matthew struggled to connect with any of his stepfathers. This lack of parental attention contributed to behavioral problems in his life. During high school, Matthew fell in with a bad crowd, began abusing alcohol and banned substance, particularly cough syrup, which is often misused for its psychoactive effects. His substance abuse became increasingly obvious, and his grades suffered as a result. In response, his grandparents decided to transfer him from public high school to a private Christian academy, hoping this change would help him turn his life around. Eventually, this decision paid off. Matthew improved his academic performance and distanced himself from negative influences. After graduating, he chose to enroll in a Baptist university with the goal of becoming a pastor. Although he later abandoned this ambition. Let's return to his online reunion with Lauren. Matthew and Lauren started talking to learn more about each other. They quickly discovered they had many shared interests, including being big fans of Star Wars and Harry Potter. They also connected through their strong Christian faith and then their desire to build a family together. As their conversations continued, they transitioned from chatting online to nearly daily phone calls. A few months later, they decided to enter a long-distance relationship. Their bond grew stronger, and Matthew made an effort to visit Lauren whenever possible. Eventually, he chose to move to North Carolina to be closer to her to deepen their relationship. Lauren was thrilled by this decision because she had always dreamed of finding someone with whom she could create a strong family. Most of Lauren's family welcomed Matthew, particularly her mother, who treated him like another son and tried to introduce him to the family. However, things were not as easy with Lauren's father, Dale. He seemed reluctant to accept Matthew as part of the family and often avoided him, though the reasons for this were unclear. It might have just been a feeling. Despite this, Lauren's family made efforts to help Matthew feel more comfortable, and they eventually invited him to a family dinner. That night, while playing games and talking, Matthew surprised everyone by confessing that he was married before he got into a relationship with Lauren, but his marriage had ended. He did not provide any reasons for his divorce, which raised concerns for Dale. Dale felt that Matthew's refusal to explain might indicate that he had done something wrong, making Dale worry about his daughter's future. However, Lauren and the rest of the family seemed unconcerned about this issue. It was puzzling because despite their strong traditional values, none of them questioned Matthew's honesty or character. Lauren and Matthew continued their relationship. In 2015, they decided to get engaged. On November 11th, 2016, they finally got married and hosted a big celebration. The wedding was a success, and since they were both fans of Star Wars, they chose this theme for the celebration. However, there was one unpleasant incident. Matthew's mother wore white to the wedding, despite being told that it was inappropriate. This suggested that she did not approve of Lauren. Additionally, Lauren's family found Matthew's mother rude and unpleasant. Dale expressed his discontent with the wedding due to lingering doubts about his son-in-law. He tried to suppress these feelings to avoid ruining his daughter's special day. After the wedding, Lauren and Matthew appeared very happy, with Lauren frequently posting pictures of herself and Matthew on social media, suggesting they had a perfect relationship. However, behind the scenes, their situation was more complicated. Matthew's coldness and contradictions began to show, revealing his true character. Their different childhood experiences turned them into different individuals. They both had what could be said to be different views on life, so problems began to arise. Additionally, Matthew's mother's rude behavior toward Lauren worsened the situation. For reasons unknown, she excluded Lauren from the family and often made her feel unwelcome. At that time, Lauren was independent and responsible, she even juggling 3 jobs because of her love for children. She volunteered at a children's Sunday school, worked as an auditor for a pharmaceutical company, and sold scented candles, which she enjoyed. Lauren also formed strong friendships with her colleagues, who appreciated her kindness and empathy. Lauren's dreams and plans were tragically shattered in the early hours of September 1st, 2017. At midnight, emergency services received a distressing call from a man who sounded confused and embarrassed. He reported, "I turned on the light and saw her lying dead on the floor, and I have blood on me. There's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it. I can't believe it. I'm right next to her." This man was Lauren's husband, Matthew. Matthew claimed he couldn't remember anything. He explained that before going to bed, he had taken a lot of cough syrup, which he believed caused him to commit this terrible act. When the police arrived, they found that Lauren was still alive. They rushed her to the hospital. However, despite their efforts, she sadly succumbed to her injuries and blood loss before reaching the hospital. When investigators examined the scene, they noticed it appeared too orderly, almost as if it had been staged. The knife was neatly placed on the bed, and the syrup was prominently displayed on the table, matching the details provided in the emergency call. However, they were surprised to find very little blood on Matthew, only a few drops on his shirt and shoes. This led them to suspect that an attempt had been made to clean up the scene before the emergency was reported, indicating that something more complicated was happening. Police believe it was not an accident. Additionally, the police noted Matthew's unusual behavior. He appeared calm despite expressing sadness over his wife's death. This made Matthew the prime suspect in the case, and he was eventually arrested. Authorities confiscated mobile phones, computers, documents, and journals containing Matthew's notes for investigation. A blood sample was also taken for toxicology tests. Investigators faced the difficult task of informing Lauren's family about these developments, leaving them devastated. An autopsy revealed that Lauren had suffered 123 stab and cut wounds. This raised the question, could an over-the-counter cough syrup turn a loving husband into a murderer? The syrup contains 2 active ingredients. Some believe that taking it in high doses can lead to euphoria, agitation, psychosis, and destructive behavior. To address these concerns, the product's manufacturer issued a statement expressing condolences to Lauren's family while also confirming that there was no evidence linking the syrup to violent behavior. Additionally, toxicology tests on Matthew showed that, although the syrup was detected in his blood, the dosage was not high enough to impact his mental state. Therefore, his claim that he was intoxicated by syrup when he attacked his wife was dismissed. The investigators aimed to understand what led Matthew to commit this act, so they conducted a detailed investigation, gathering information from family and friends. They discovered that Lauren and Matthew's relationship was not as ideal as it appeared in photos. Shortly after their wedding, they began experiencing various issues. Lauren was very independent and hardworking. In contrast, Matthew had a different attitude toward work. He was not motivated to work and often struggled to find or keep a job. Whenever he started a new job, he would quickly quit without explanation. Additionally, Matthew had a problem with overspending, particularly on unnecessary items like game consoles, video games, and online gaming subscriptions. Lauren and Matthew had a savings account for a trip to Disney. However, Matthew spent all the money without Lauren's consent or knowledge, even taking money from her purse, which amounted to stealing. This behavior caused frequent arguments between them. His excessive spending led to financial problems, which the Hugelmayer family recognized. Their relationship became increasingly strained, so Lauren expressed to family and friends that she might leave if things didn't improve. When asked why she hadn't taken that step, she cited her religious belief that everyone can be redeemed if they have faith. This belief motivated her to give her marriage a chance, but in reality, she found it difficult to tolerate her husband's behavior. Friends of Lauren reported that Matthew was controlling and jealous. He wrongly accused Lauren of having an affair with a church friend, despite there being no evidence to back this claim. Matthew had an irrational fear that Lauren would leave him, which stemmed from his previous marriage. He revealed to her that he divorced his first wife because she had been unfaithful, cheating on him with a church staff member. This experience left him in constant fear of abandonment. However, Matthew's behavior was inconsistent. He became very close to a neighbor and spent a lot of time with her. Even though he denied any romantic involvement, Lauren was convinced he was cheating on her with this neighbor. Despite her accusations, Matthew continued to see the woman. During police questioning, the neighbor claimed that their relationship was purely platonic. She explained that they connected because both were dealing with depression and anxiety. However, she noticed that Matthew had begun to discuss painful subjects, mostly related to death, prompting her to limit their interactions. At one point, Matthew claimed he had decided to return to college to pursue his dream of becoming a pastor, in an effort to win back Lauren's trust and save their relationship. Lauren reacted positively to this news. However, as time went on, their situation did not improve. Lauren's relatives observed that she had been in a very bad state and was no longer as happy as she used to be. They felt guilty for not intervening sooner. Lauren's older sister, Beth, made a significant statement. She recounted a phone call with Lauren the night before, during which Lauren was cooking dinner. During that call, the neighbor knocked on the door looking for Matthew. Without hesitation, Matthew left with the neighbor, leaving Lauren's dinner untouched. Beth expressed her frustration, saying she could no longer accept the situation and was convinced Matthew was cheating on Lauren, leading Lauren to decide to leave him. As the police gathered more evidence, the motive behind Lauren's death became clearer. The authorities conducted a detailed investigation of the apartment and confirmed their initial suspicions. Matthew had cleaned up before calling emergency services. Detectives also found what appeared to be an intimate diary of Matthew. This diary contained notes about his arguments with Lauren, his struggles with low self-esteem, and his feelings of insecurity in their marriage, especially since he knew her family had never accepted him. When experts examined Matthew's mobile phone, they discovered troubling search queries in his history. These included questions about the dangers of cough syrup and its effects on consciousness. This strongly suggested two things. First, that the attack was premeditated, and second, that Matthew was trying to mislead the authorities into thinking he was unaware of killing his wife while under the influence of the syrup. An important detail uncovered through Matthew's mobile phone revealed that just hours before he killed his wife, they had a heated argument through text messages and calls. Matthew claimed that Lauren accused him of cheating and expressed her desire to end their marriage, sufficient reason for a troubled mind to decide to kill his wife. Additionally, police discovered a secret Instagram account belonging to Matthew Under. The profile picture featured a character from the movie American Psycho, which is about a serial killer. His posts were filled with screenshots from the movie, and he even shared photos of himself dressed as one of its characters. Moreover, his posts contained themes that were completely contrary to Christian values, despite his self-identification as a believer. The last post was made just days before Lauren's murder and included disturbing photos of himself with a caption that read, "Everyone thinks I'm a serial killer," along with the hashtag "I found an angel that needs to be killed." Matthew's friend shared that he once expressed a fascination with killing, suggesting that taking a life would be a true joy. This troubling revelation paints a stark picture of Matthew, especially in light of statements made by his first wife concerning their separation. She revealed that their relationship, initially filled with common interests, deteriorated after marriage. Matthew began to overspend and failed to contribute financially. More alarmingly, he became abusive, often pulling her out of bed, throwing her to the floor, and assaulting her during his rages. This behavior left she terrified, leading her to seek a divorce. Her experience closely mirrors that of Lauren. During the trial, the defense argued that Matthew was not in his right mind during the crime and was likely suffering from instability and depression, worsened by substance use. They presented letters from Matthew's friends and colleagues to the court, claiming that his actions were out of character and that he was not a violent person. The trial occurred in October 2018. Although Matthew initially pleaded not guilty, he later accepted a plea agreement. On October 5th, the judge found him guilty of first-degree involuntary manslaughter and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lauren's family is still deeply affected by her absence and feels guilty for not stopping her relationship. To honor her memory, they created a foundation focused on raising awareness about abusive relationships and domestic violence. Matthew Phelps was a manipulative person who only cared about his own needs, disguising himself as someone harmless. Sadly, Lauren's compassion blinded her to his true nature, and it may have only been in her final moments that she understood his true character. Unfortunately, there are many individuals like him who can deceive others with ease. The case of Alexandra Kogut. Alexandra Kogut, 18, was a freshman at the State University of New York at Brockport. She was outgoing and fun-loving. Alexandra had been in a relationship with her boyfriend, Clayton Whitmore, for about 2 years. The couple had met in high school in New Hartford, New York, where they began dating. Despite attending different schools after graduation, they had maintained a close relationship. Although their schools were 3 hours apart, they kept in touch through phone calls, social media messages, and frequent visits. Clayton was a great guy who played hockey at Utica College in New York while studying to become an accountant. He was a skilled athlete and a promising hockey player, and many believed he had a bright future ahead of him. Alexandra's family and friends liked Clayton and considered him a promising young man. They hoped that their relationship would develop into something serious over time. In high school, Alexandra had participated in track and field as well as swimming. She also represented her university in competitions. On Friday, September 28, 2012, Alexandra was excited because her boyfriend, Clayton, was coming to visit her for the weekend. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Alexandra missed him. Around 3 p.m., she asked her friend and neighbor if she could borrow some clothes. The two often shared outfits, and her friend agreed. Together, they picked out a nice dress. After trying on dresses, Alexandra went to a swim team meeting. She was running late, so Clayton, who had arrived earlier, had to wait for her. Alexandra called him to let him know she would be late. When Alexandra returned from the swim team meeting, she met Clayton, and together they went to visit a friend of his for dinner. They didn't return to campus until after midnight. Alexandra had assured her mother that she would call or text when she got back to avoid causing concern, but she didn't. This was unusual because Alexandra was always reliable in such matters. Her mother became increasingly worried, sensing that something was wrong. At 2:42 a.m., her mother decided to contact university security and requested a welfare check on her daughter. University security responded quickly and went to Alexandra's dormitory to check. They knocked on the door, which was unlocked, and entered the room. Inside, they found a horrific scene. The dormitory room, which Alexandra and her roommate shared, was covered in blood. In the middle of the room lay a young girl, face down and dead. The victim had multiple injuries, and it was immediately clear that this was not an accident but a brutal murder. Alarmed, they quickly called the police to report the incident. When the police arrived, they found a photo of Alexandra and Clayton together, and they recognized Clayton. That night, the police saw him walking down the street with a girl. He was holding an open can of beer, which attracted the attention of a patrol officer. Clayton was ticketed for the open can of beer but remained calm and cooperative. He then threw the can away and crossed the street, disappearing from sight. As the investigation progressed, it was revealed that Alexandra and her boyfriend, Clayton, had gone to her dorm room together. It was later discovered that Clayton had planned to flee to Canada after the incident. Police began interviewing dorm residents to identify witnesses and gather more evidence. However, most students were not in their rooms at the time. Many had gone home for the weekend, while others were partying or visiting friends. Some residents reported hearing screams and sounds of fighting in the distance but paid little attention, as such noises were common. At around 3 a.m., Clayton's father called 911 and informed the police that his son had confessed to the murder. He explained that Clayton had called him, sounding very agitated, and admitted to doing something terrible. However, Clayton's father had no further details to provide and suggested that the police contact Clayton directly. He also mentioned that he did not know his son's exact location. Police attempted to contact Clayton and trace his phone but were unsuccessful. When they called Clayton's father back, he mentioned that Clayton's girlfriend was in Brockport and that Clayton might still be with her. At this point, police determined that Clayton was still near the crime scene. A patrol car was dispatched to the scene approximately 45 minutes after Clayton's father's initial call. Shortly thereafter, Clayton himself called 911, stating that he wanted to surrender because he had committed a terrible crime. Police located and arrested Clayton Whitmore at approximately 4 a.m. at a rest stop on the New York State Thruway. At this point, police confirmed that the murdered woman was Alexandra Kogut. They discovered that she had used her key card to enter the dormitory building just before she was killed. At the police station, Clayton was questioned to determine what had happened that night and why Alexandra had been killed. Clayton insisted that his relationship with Alexandra had been normal and respectful. However, he said things had taken a turn for the worse on the evening of the incident. According to him, Alexandra had yelled at him in public for no apparent reason. Although she was sweet and cheerful with others, he felt that she had disrespected him. Clayton believed that her behavior was unreasonable and unacceptable. Clayton admitted that he had been holding back resentment toward Alexandra but finally lost control after being fined while walking down the street. He returned to her room feeling tense. Alexandra told him that she wanted to have a serious talk. She revealed that she suspected Clayton of cheating because, some time ago, a photo of an unfamiliar girl had appeared on his phone. When he failed to provide a clear explanation, Alexandra began provoking him by shouting and acting disrespectfully and aggressively. She then began to push him. Finally, Clayton could not take the pressure anymore. In a fit of rage, he attacked Alexandra, throwing her against the wall. He then began hitting her and was unable to stop. He only realized the severity of his actions when he saw Alexandra lying unconscious on the floor, showing no signs of life. Clayton admitted that, during the attack, he had not thought to stop or try to help her. He told police he had been angry and claimed that it was not intentional and that he had no plan or desire to harm her. Clayton initially fled the scene of the crime. After realizing the severity of his actions, he called his father and confessed. His father urged him to surrender to the police, which he eventually did. Although he expressed remorse, Clayton avoided confirming whether a weapon had been used in the murder. He later revealed more details, stating that after punching Alexandra several times, he noticed her breathing had become labored, and she was making wheezing sounds. In response, he took a curling iron and struck her on the head until the noises stopped. Clayton claimed he was fully conscious at the time. Alexandra's autopsy supported his claim, confirming blunt force trauma to the head as the cause of death. Police found blood on the curling iron, along with other evidence indicating that Alexandra's head injury had also been caused by hitting the wall. Clayton was charged with murder and held without bail pending trial. However, he later recanted his confession and denied his guilt. The investigation continued for a long time as police interviewed people who had been involved with Clayton. It was highly likely that he had intentionally harmed Alexandra. Their suspicions were reinforced by the testimony of Clayton's ex-girlfriend, who revealed that she had been subjected to constant violence from him. She decided to end their relationship after he tried to strangle her during an argument. At one point, it seemed as though he might actually kill her, but he ultimately held back. Out of fear, she fled to another city to escape him. Several of Clayton's friends also confirmed his aggressive and erratic behavior. They described him as short-tempered and hostile. One friend recalled an incident at a bar where Clayton wielded a knife and threatened a group of strangers. By the spring of 2014, the case went to trial. The prosecution presented a recording of Clayton confessing to the murder, along with various pieces of physical evidence collected by forensic experts. His fingerprints and DNA were found at the crime scene. The defense acknowledged that Clayton had committed the murder but argued that it was unintentional. Their goal was to secure a reduced sentence. Clayton's attorneys made it clear to the jury and the court that Clayton had been extremely distressed that evening due to being insulted by Alexandra, being fined by the police, and being pressured by Alexandra during a conversation about his betrayal. They argued that these factors had caused Clayton to become emotionally unstable. They claimed that he had lost control and directed his anger at Alexandra. The lawyers stressed that Alexandra had provoked Clayton and that the murder should be considered to have occurred in a state of emotional distress. Clayton blamed his aggressive and emotionally unstable behavior on his father. He explained that his aggression stemmed from years of abuse at the hands of his father, who had treated him and other family members cruelly. According to Clayton, he had suffered years of pressure, moral degradation, and physical abuse from his father. Clayton recounted incidents such as his father beating his brother with a baseball bat, breaking his sister's nose, and kicking his mother. Once, when his father found the children's fingerprints in the car, he tried to force the children to eat the TV remote. Clayton expressed remorse for not being able to resist his father's abusive influence, admitting that he had become a mirror image of his father, whom he despised. Clayton admitted that this led him to humiliate and abuse his girlfriend, act aggressively, and harbor hatred for the world. He apologized to Alexandra's family, expressing genuine remorse for his inability to change his behavior. The prosecution pointed out that there were almost no photographs of Clayton smiling. He appeared cold and distant in all of them. Was this behavior part of his nature? While prosecutors did not dispute Clayton's allegations of abuse by his father, they argued that this did not excuse his actions. The trial lasted about 3 weeks, during which dozens of witnesses testified. The jury deliberated and eventually returned a verdict, finding Clayton Whitmore guilty. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Clayton showed no emotion throughout the trial, but after the verdict was announced, he broke down and cried. Notably, Alexandra's family was shocked to learn about the alleged abuse she endured during the relationship. They were unaware of any problems between Alexandra and Clayton, as she had never mentioned any cruelty or aggression toward her. However, when police examined Alexandra's phone, they uncovered at least 30 threatening voice messages from Clayton. It is believed there may have been more, but these recordings were not thoroughly analyzed. Police dismissed this evidence, citing the need for voice analysis, which could have further delayed the case. As a result, none of these threats were presented in court. This evidence could have led to the case being reclassified as first-degree murder, which carries a harsher sentence than manslaughter. About an hour before Alexandra was fatally beaten, she posted a final message on her social media page. It is unclear what was on her mind at the time, but she may have sensed impending danger. Following Alexandra's tragic death, her relatives established a charity to support women who have endured domestic violence, encouraging them to report their experiences and raising public awareness of the issue. Supporters of the charity identify themselves by painting their pinkies purple, a tribute to Alexandra's favorite color. The case of Ashley Dale. On a summer night in 2022, an innocent woman fell victim in Liverpool's Old Swan district, just a few miles from the city centre. At 12:41 a.m. on August 21, 2022, police received a call from a neighbor reporting a violent situation taking place next door. When the police arrived, the house was eerily quiet, with the front door clearly broken open, suggesting that a violent incident had occurred. The back door leading to the garden was left ajar. As the police cautiously entered the garden, they discovered the body of a woman. Just a few meters away, her mobile phone appeared to have slipped from her hand in her final moments. They quickly understood the gravity of the situation when they found a number of spent bullet casings scattered around the house. While one officer was investigating the crime scene, other officers arrived, waking several neighbors with the noise. Neighbors reported hearing gunshots coming from the house, while others said they heard screeching tires and car alarms going off hours before the incident. The tragic event left everyone in the area shocked. Neighbors helped the police identify the victim as 28-year-old Ashley Dale. Ashley grew up in a close-knit family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. In 2015, her younger brother was mistakenly murdered by a gang at the age of 16. Ashley was deeply affected by the death of her younger brother, which changed her outlook on life. However, she persevered, using her grief as motivation to study and eventually earn a degree in environmental conservation. This achievement led to a fulfilling career as an environmental conservationist, where she thrived and earned the respect of her colleagues. They admired not only her dedication to her work, but also her genuine compassion for those around her. In her role, Ashley focused on various projects to improve living conditions and public health in the city, establishing herself as a hardworking, intelligent, and goal-oriented person. In her personal life, Ashley Dale cherished time with her family, friends, and dog. Her loved ones described her as intelligent, kind, and caring. Despite her difficult past and the pain of losing a loved one, she moved forward with determination and succeeded in her path. However, things became more complicated when she started dating Lee Harrison, a man with deep ties to the criminal world. His connections to gangs caused serious concerns for Ashley's family, who feared for her safety. Although Ashley believed that Lee was gradually changing, she still trusted him. Lee Harrison, a 28-year-old man from Liverpool, was deeply involved with many gangs and banned substance trafficking. He was particularly close to Neil Berry, a local banned substance dealer. However, their friendship began to decline in 2018 due to issues related to banned substance and trust. That year, Neil was robbed of $50,000 worth of banned substance hidden in his home in an incident orchestrated by a rival gang. Neil suspected that Lee Harrison may have informed his rivals about the incident. Although Lee denied any wrongdoing, their relationship soured, turning them into enemies. In June 2022, Lee Harrison and Ashley Dale bumped into each other at the Glastonbury Festival, rekindling old feelings. However, they also encountered a member of Neil's gang, leading to a violent brawl due to their rivalry. Neil, who was at the festival, threatened to stab Lee the next time they encountered each other. The following day, police arrested Neil and his friends for his threatening behavior. Luckily for Neil, a friend of his took the blame when a knife was found next to Neil's passport, claiming it was his. The friend, James Witham, was later arrested on suspicion of carrying a weapon, but despite the police involvement, tensions remained high following the Glastonbury incident. Ashley's life changed dramatically after that. The encounter with the gang left her feeling paranoid and fearful. Over the following weeks, her concerns about physical threats from Neil Barry grew. Not only had he threatened them during the festival, but he had also warned that he would show up at their home address. This terrifying prospect had a profound effect on Ashley, and she confided in her best friend. She expressed her anxiety in a text message, saying she can't stop thinking that something is wrong. As her anxiety grew, Ashley reached out to several friends for support. In another message, she described how distressing the situation had become and how it was affecting her mental health. Despite her efforts to calm herself, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling that something worse was ahead. Unfortunately, her intuition was correct. On the evening of August 20th, 2022, Ashley posted a photo of herself relaxing on the couch, completely unaware of what would happen after dark. Then, her car alarm suddenly went off. It was her car, but she ignored it. Frustrated, she continued to enjoy the evening and texted a friend about the siren going off again, assuming it was because of the rain. The message seemed normal, but there was a paranoid undertone. That night, she sent another message saying, "She don't know, but it looks like someone is outside." Over time, Ashley's anxiety increased, and her car alarm went off again, reinforcing her belief that someone was outside and that something was seriously wrong. On the morning of August 21st, the doorbell rang, and Ashley sensed that it was bad news. The sound echoed through the quiet house, and suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an armed man standing in the doorway. He acted quickly, opening fire without giving her a chance to react. In a panic, Ashley grabbed her phone and ran out the back door. The attacker then moved throughout the house, shooting into several rooms in an attempt to find her, hoping she was hiding in the backyard. Ashley faced her final moments with extreme fear. She could not escape the violence or her fatal injuries, and the final text messages she sent just before the attack served as a haunting reminder of her awareness of the danger. Tragically, Ashley Dale was murdered, and many suspect that Lee Harrison's connection to gang activity contributed to her death. Police discovered that all of Ashley's tires had been slashed, likely due to the attacker's actions, which had set off her car alarm. Police believe this was a deliberate attempt to lure Ashley and Lee Harrison away from their home. When her family heard her last text message, they were devastated to realize that she had sensed something was seriously wrong. Fortunately, Ashley's text message contained vital information that would help solve her murder. Police now need to piece together the evidence. However, the investigation remains tense and complicated, especially because of her boyfriend, Lee Harrison. He happened to be absent during the shooting and was very unwilling to cooperate with the police, even refusing to testify. When he was brought in for questioning, he chose to remain silent, which hampered the investigation. He changed his mobile phone number and shunned Ashley's entire family, leaving them devastated. Lee's lack of empathy only increased concerns about his possible involvement in her death. Police were surprised to discover that shortly after Ashley's death, he had gone on holiday and left the country. This raised suspicions among the police, who wondered if he had done this to avoid prosecution. While he was on holiday, they focused on the events that took place on the night of August 20th, 2022. Surveillance camera footage showed them entering a store. After making a purchase, they left and got into a gray Hyundai i3. This car later became key evidence, as another surveillance camera recorded it near Ashley's home earlier that day. Surveillance camera footage captured a car approaching Ashley's home, showing the driver surveying the area before the attack that evening. James Witham and Joseph Piers approached Ashley's Volkswagen parked outside the family home and punctured the tires in order to set off the alarm. They attempted to lure Lee or Ashley out, but neither responded. Frustrated, they decided to retreat and come up with a new plan, which went badly wrong. An hour later, both men returned to Ashley's home, but this time one of them was armed, indicating their violent intentions. They broke into the house by forcing down the front door and saw Ashley running toward the back door. When she reached the garden door, James fired 8 shots from his pistol, hitting her in the back. After watching her fall, he went upstairs and fired 5 more shots into an empty bedroom, possibly as a threat. After a quick survey of the house and finding no one else inside, James quickly ran downstairs. Both James and Joseph then fled the scene. Fortunately, a neighbor's surveillance camera recorded the events that followed the attack. James and Joseph checked into a hotel in St. Helens to avoid detection. However, the police were able to track their movements and quickly located their car, leading to their arrest. Meanwhile, Neil Berry, who played a key role in organizing the attack, was spotted at a local golf club. Intelligence reports also indicated that he had been seen at a golf resort. The police worked together effectively to arrest him, and soon a fourth accomplice, Sean Zeiss, was arrested in connection with Ashley's murder. After the arrest and indictment of James Witham, Neil Berry, Sean Zeiss, and Joseph Pierce, the police gathered evidence, leading to the start of the trial. James Witham, who shot Ashley, initially claimed he did not intend to kill her. He argued that he intended to shoot her as a warning but accidentally hit her, asserting that her death was accidental. However, this defense was difficult to believe in court due to the overwhelming evidence, including previous threats, text messages, extensive surveillance camera footage, and numerous witness statements. When Ashley discovered that 2 armed men had broken into her home, she screamed in fear and tried to escape through the back door. James, who was armed, had time to aim. He fired 2 shots at Ashley, hitting her in the back as she tried to run away. It was clear that he had shot her intentionally. In November 2023, at Liverpool Crown Court, the judge sentenced James Witham, 41, Neil Berry, 26, Sean Zeiss, 28, and Joseph Pierce, 29, for murder, conspiracy to murder, and unlawful possession of a firearm. The 4 were sentenced to a total of 173 years in prison. James was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 43 years, Neil to life with the possibility of parole after 47 years, Joseph to life with the possibility of parole after 41 years, and Sean to life with the possibility of parole after 42 years. The sentencing of Ashley Dales for killers has left her family with mixed emotions. Although they feel that justice has been served, it can never replace the profound loss they have experienced. Ashley Dale's tragic death has left her family in a state of grief. Ashley's mother described the loss as life-changing. Adding to their grief, Ashley's younger brother was killed by the same gang. Her father lamented, "Ashley, the eldest of my 3 children, and my son are now both gone." Despite the loss, the family has become advocates against gang violence, working to unite the community and provide support through memorials for Ashley. Meanwhile, Ashley's boyfriend, Lee Harrison, has faced no consequences and remains at large. Even after his girlfriend was murdered, he continued to sell banned substance for profit. Gun violence in the UK is low, with one of the lowest gun-related homicide rates in the world. Despite a population increase since 2011, the average number of gun homicides in the UK remains at 29 per year. The level of gang violence in the UK has only increased in recent years, possibly due to poverty and lack of education. The situation in the gang world is not improving. The case of Mindy Berenyi. Mindy Berenyi grew up in a small farming town in Antwerp, Ohio, in a middle-class family. Her mother, Shirley, met her future husband, Andy, while she was still in school. At the time, Andy was 18 and had completed his auto mechanic training, while Shirley was 17 and still in high school. Their relationship progressed quickly, and they married just a few months after meeting. Shortly after their marriage, Shirley discovered that she was pregnant by another man she had dated before meeting Andy. She had not been unfaithful to Andy, it was simply the result of a previous relationship. Shirley hesitated for a long time, but eventually, Andy accepted both her and the baby as his family. The couple stayed together for 15 years and had 3 children during their marriage. 2 of the children were Andy's, while the eldest was from Shirley's previous relationship. However, after 15 years of marriage, they decided to divorce. Shirley, feeling she could no longer cope as a single mother, gave up custody of all 3 children. The children went to live with Andy, their father. Mindy always loved her father. However, disturbing changes began to disrupt her life. When Mindy was about 9 years old, her father called her into his bedroom and asked her to give him a massage. Years later, Mindy realized this was the beginning of the abuse. At the time, she did not fully understand what was happening and complied, even though she felt something was wrong. She later recalled that it did not feel like a normal massage. Eventually, Mindy refused to go to her father's bedroom. From that point on, Andy's treatment of her became much harsher. Andy began to manipulate his children emotionally, insulting them and even resorting to physical violence. This caused Mindy's brothers to leave the house. Andy eventually remarried, which seemed to improve the strained family relationships, but nothing truly changed. He continued to exert tight control over Mindy, especially as she grew older. Like any teenager, Mindy wanted to spend time with her friends, but her father would not allow it. His behavior became increasingly controlling and manipulative. When Mindy got a job at a nearby McDonald's, Andy kept a close eye on her. He tracked the mileage on his car when she drove, frequently searched her room, and even recorded and listened to Mindy's phone conversations. When Andy was away from home, he turned off his phone to prevent his daughter from communicating with anyone without his supervision. She wanted to stay in touch with her friends and live like a normal teenager, but this angered her father. He would eavesdrop on Mindy's conversations and immediately disconnect her phone from the network if he heard something he disliked. He demanded complete obedience from her, but Mindy refused to comply. When Mindy turned 16, Andy's behavior became increasingly dangerous. He would grab and strangle her when she resisted his control. He would throw her around and beat her while trying to avoid leaving any evidence. The situation worsened when Andy discovered she was pregnant, although the identity of the father was unknown. Mindy was devastated, unable to imagine raising a child in such a hostile environment. Her father's abusive behavior had become unbearable, and she feared for her life and well-being. That same day, Mindy stormed into Andy's upstairs bedroom and grabbed a shotgun hanging on the wall. She then ran into the bathroom, intending to take her own life. Andy was not home at the time, but by the time Mindy changed her mind and decided to put the shotgun away to avoid her father's detection, it was too late. When Andy walked in and saw his daughter holding the gun, he immediately flew into a rage. Mindy later said she was terrified and thought she was in serious trouble. Andy turned away to close the door, saying he would deal with her right away. Moments later, a gunshot rang out. At approximately 4:16 p.m. on September 27th, Joni, Andy's second wife, called the police. When police arrived at the scene, they found Andy lying on the floor. Mindy claimed that she had acted in self-defense. According to Mindy, she had endured years of abuse, along with constant psychological pressure and total control from her abusive father, Andy, who would punish her for even the smallest mistakes. In an attempt to defend herself, she accidentally shot and killed her father. Lawyers accepted her testimony and planned to fight for her acquittal. However, a significant challenge was that Mindy rarely spoke about her struggles or the abuse she endured. Her father, Andy, had restricted her interactions with others, only allowing her to communicate with others when he was supervised. As a result, she had no opportunity to confide in her friends or anyone else about her situation. Additionally, there were no bruises or injuries on her body. This lack of evidence created serious obstacles to convincing the jury that this was indeed a case of self-defense. Shirley, Mindy's mother, supported her daughter's testimony. Mindy had repeatedly complained about her father's abusive behavior, but Shirley had dismissed each time as isolated incidents. Mindy would then reassure her mother that everything was fine, leading her to believe that her daughter was exaggerating. Now, Mindy claimed that her father had threatened her, and Shirley admitted that Andy had behaved similarly throughout their marriage. While at the police station, Shirley revealed that she had also suffered abusive behavior from her husband, which was the main reason for their divorce. However, she did not expect that Andy would use the same tactics on their daughter. The situation became even more complicated when Mindy faced information isolation. She was unable to socialize comfortably with others and could only occasionally spend a few minutes on the phone without Andy's supervision. Despite everything, Shirley supported her daughter. Andy's second wife, Joni, who had been married to him for 8 years, defended him. She described Andy as a loving husband and devoted father, raising 2 sons and doing his best for his ungrateful daughter, Mindy. She saw him as a decent man who was unfairly labeled a tyrant to justify the murder. According to Joni, Andy spent much of his free time with his children, often taking them to the nearby river to fish and boat. This account was supported by all of Andy's neighbors. Joni described her husband as a hard-working man who devoted his life to his family. Andy's relatives were steadfast in their support of him, insisting that he was never cruel or manipulative. From the beginning, they described Mindy as an insecure and disobedient child whose negative traits worsened as she grew older. They portrayed her as a pathological liar and a rebellious individual who frequently tried to run away from home and even stole her father's car several times. Andy also suspects that she may be using illegal substances. Concerned about her behavior, he believes that strict rules need to be put in place to deal with the situation. Andy's relatives claim that this was not an act of self-defense, but rather a brutal and calculated murder by Mindy. They allege that she killed her father, a man who did everything in his power to keep his daughter out of trouble. Joni reported that Andy had blocked Mindy's phone. This was because Mindy had been calling her friends frequently, often planning to run away. He later discovered that Mindy had been skipping work, which led him to periodically check her car's mileage to ensure she did not lose her job at McDonald's. Andy also began searching her room after suspecting that she was smoking. Based on these actions, Andy's behavior appeared consistent with that of a controlling yet concerned parent. In the months leading up to the murder, Joni kept a diary documenting many of Mindy's disturbing behaviors. Mindy was described as a rule breaker. Joni's diary recorded every attempt Mindy made to run away, which had happened 3 times in the past 2 months. The diary also described how Mindy spent days lying in bed, drinking, and being dishonest. Because of this behavior, her loved ones found it impossible to trust her. According to Joni, Mindy's behavior was so out of control that Joni feared for her own safety. She overheard Mindy say things to her father that made her feel extremely insecure. This behavior continued for years. According to Joni, Andy only lost his temper once. On that occasion, he grabbed Mindy by the neck and pushed her against a wall. However, it was clear that he had no intention of harming her. Joni categorically denied that there was any abuse toward Mindy. She also stated that she never heard Andy insult his daughter, call her worthless, emotionally pressure her, or humiliate her, as Mindy had described. Joni was home when Andy died. She noticed that Mindy was acting strangely throughout the day but did not think much of it. Everything changed when Joni heard a loud bang. She immediately ran downstairs and saw Mindy pointing a gun at her. Joni quickly retrieved the gun, and no one was hurt. At first, she thought Mindy was just trying to get attention. However, when she went into the kitchen, Joni saw Andy lying on the floor near the entrance through the open door. She called out to him, but he did not respond. When she got closer, she realized he was dead. Mindy killed her father, whom she had hated for years, seemingly without any particular reason. Joni claimed that Andy had always tried to support and protect Mindy from the hardships of life. When the police arrived at the scene, they arrested Mindy and took her to the sheriff's office, where she tearfully confessed to the murder. At the police station, Joni stated that the act was intentional. She believed Mindy was manipulative and untrustworthy. The lawyers sought to damage Andy's reputation, as it was the only way to prove Mindy's innocence. From the beginning, Joni believed that Mindy was trying to deceive everyone to avoid responsibility for her terrible crime. However, the lawyers argued that Mindy had suffered years of emotional and physical abuse and only acted in self-defense when she felt her life and the life of her unborn child was in danger. Mindy, who had recently found out she was pregnant, was terrified, believing that her father would kill her if he found out. Mindy's strongest supporter remained her mother, Shirley. The prosecution presented a wealth of evidence, including a poem found in Mindy's notebook, which had been discovered in her nightstand. The poem described the murder and was accompanied by a small drawing of a bleeding heart being stabbed with a knife. According to the prosecution, this suggested that Mindy had carefully planned the crime. The prosecution argued that when Mindy took the weapon from her father's room, she did not intend to kill herself. Instead, they claimed that she had taken the weapon and ambushed her father. Forensic scientists determined that Andy had been shot in the back with a shotgun, refuting the claim that he had attacked first. He could not have attacked with his back turned. A neighbor testified on behalf of the prosecution, stating that he was about 40 yards from the house when Andy opened the door. The neighbor said everything was quiet, and he did not hear Andy swearing or making threats, contrary to Mindy's claim. According to the neighbor, Andy simply walked into the house, and 10 seconds later, gunshots rang out. The defense attorneys argued that Mindy had been overwhelmed and scared for her life, and that she had acted in self-defense as she prepared to become a mother at a young age. The defense presented a key witness, Mindy's mother, Shirley, who described Andy as a cruel and abusive manipulator who had mistreated her and her older sons. Shirley explained that Andy would force the family to sit at the kitchen table for hours, humiliating and insulting them while clearly enjoying their discomfort. She noted that throughout their marriage, Mindy had been spared from these attacks only because she was so young at the time. However, after Shirley left, Andy's anger turned toward his daughter. Things changed when Mindy turned 15 and called Shirley for the first time, saying she could no longer tolerate Andy's bullying behavior. During this time, Mindy's mental state became extremely concerning. She was admitted to a clinic, where she was diagnosed with depression and had attempted suicide. She stayed there for 9 days, was given medication, and was discharged after her condition was deemed stable. However, her father's pressure and abuse continued. According to Mindy, this caused her to develop paranoia. She felt trapped, like a prisoner in her own home, unable to escape her overbearing father. To cope with her fear and pain, she began drinking and smoking marijuana. This behavior eventually attracted the attention of social services. However, it was Andy who contacted them, hoping to address what he described as Mindy's disturbing behavior. Andy was surprised when Laura Alvarado, a child abuse investigator, sided with Mindy after speaking with her. Laura believed that Mindy was not being defiant or out of control. Instead, it appeared that the teenager was feeling anxious and threatened at home. Mindy had pleaded for help, even expressing a desire to move into a foster home to escape her father. She also revealed that her mother had refused to take her in, unwilling to intervene because of the custody agreement. To Laura, this seemed less like the behavior of a rebellious teenager and more like a child who felt trapped and hopeless. Laura had several conversations with Mindy, but during their last meeting, something seemed different and more troubling. Mindy appeared closed off and unwilling to open up. Laura suspected that Andy had threatened her, but further investigation revealed no solid evidence. The most anticipated part of the hearing was Mindy's testimony in her own defense. This was a high-risk strategy, as it could either persuade the jury to sympathize with her or push them in the opposite direction. The outcome depended entirely on whether the jury believed her. Initially, Mindy's attorney decided to take the gamble, arguing that only Mindy could prove who was telling the truth and who was lying. However, the odds were clearly against her. Ultimately, the defense counsel advised taking a safer route. Mindy agreed to a plea bargain, which resulted in a reduced sentence of 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Soon after, the situation changed. At age 20, Mindy had already served 4 years in prison and was now focused on seeking justice and regaining her freedom. During this time, the legal system had recognized mental distress as a valid defense, even in murder cases. This change provided a new perspective for Mindy's attorney. An appeal was filed and eventually accepted. However, the appeal came with significant risks. If the jury rejected Mindy's testimony, she could face life in prison, with a minimum of 33 years before she could apply for early release. Despite the high stakes, Mindy was determined to fight to clear her name. Both the prosecution and defense returned to present their cases, as they had during the first trial. Andy's wife, Joni, continued to grieve the loss of her husband and remained determined to prove that Mindy was responsible. At trial, Mindy recounted her traumatic experiences of enduring years of physical abuse at the hands of Andy. She described how he threatened her daily, constantly demeaning and humiliating her for seemingly trivial reasons. Desperate to avoid her father, she tried to limit contact, but living in the same house made that nearly impossible. Even brief encounters often escalated into conflicts and confrontations. The prosecutor's office repeated the arguments they had made during the first hearing. Mindy explained that she had chosen the bathroom to end her life, but she hesitated and was unable to go through with it. She discovered she was pregnant and felt a sense of responsibility for her unborn child. For an hour, she struggled with whether to live or die until she heard her father return home. At that moment, she realized she had lost the chance to return the gun to his room without being discovered. Mindy knew her father would be furious if he found out about her plan. Overcome with fear and emotional distress, she decided to protect herself and her child at all costs. Mindy also explained why she shot her father in the back. She said she had told him to check his answering machine, hoping to distract him while she quietly returned the gun to his room. But as she walked into the kitchen, she saw him begin to turn around and noticed the shotgun. Panicked and believing he was about to lunge at her, she pulled the trigger. The jury heard conflicting accounts. Andy's wife, Joni, and a nearby neighbor claimed there were no signs of a struggle or any screams for help, further suggesting that the killing was premeditated rather than an act of self-defense. At the hearing, an anonymous source revealed that a juror was biased. The juror had traveled from another state, motivated by Mindy's story. As a result, a new hearing was scheduled with a different jury. This time, the defense presented a new witness, Mindy's treating physician, during her first hospitalization for depression and end-life thoughts. The physician confirmed that Mindy was severely depressed and exhibited clear signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. She would flinch at the sound of any noise or footsteps. The psychiatrist supported Mindy's testimony that she had been humiliated and tortured by her father. Under the circumstances, her actions in self-defense seemed understandable, especially as she feared for her life and the safety of her child. Both sides presented strong arguments. However, the prosecutor's office held back a critical move. They introduced their own psychiatrist, who strongly disagreed with the conclusions of Mindy's treating doctor. Mindy faced a significant setback when her brother disputed claims of domestic violence in the home, allegations often made by both her mother and Mindy. Ultimately, after 24 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mindy Bereniite guilty of murdering her father. She was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. Mindy's lawyers were shocked by the outcome, as they had not anticipated such a harsh sentence. The fate of Mindy's child remains unknown. In an earlier interview, Mindy admitted she knew her actions were wrong but insisted that desperation and fear drove her to kill her father, whom she described as a tyrant. The case of John Sweeney. John Sweeney was born on October 13, 1956. He grew up with an older brother and an older sister. People familiar with John's family described his father as a cruel and controlling man. From an early age, John was subjected to his father's strictness and was often the target of physical punishment. Psychologists later identified these harsh experiences as a major factor contributing to John's challenges as an adult. Despite their difficult living environment, John's family was close-knit and working class. His father instilled values of assertiveness and resilience in his sons. However, his methods were harsh, and he may have passed on his authoritarian attitude toward women to John, teaching him that women should always be submissive. Despite these hardships, John developed a strong passion for painting from an early age. At 15, he dreamed of attending art school, but his family did not support his aspirations. Instead, he studied carpentry and specialized in woodworking. This career path left John with a lingering sense of frustration, as he was unable to pursue his true ambitions and was forced to follow a different path in life. John had problems with the police from an early age. As a teenager, he displayed extremely violent tendencies, which led to a number of disturbing incidents. He frequently exhibited aggressive and violent behavior, often targeting his friends. One reported incident involved John getting into a dangerous fight while in high school at a nearby store where he was buying chips. Despite still being a minor, he picked up an axe and swung it aggressively. Witnesses said that, fortunately, no one was injured in the incident. The reckless teenager faced no serious consequences and was only given a warning by the police. By 1974, John had decided to marry. His wife, Ann Bramley, was his neighbor. Together, John and Ann had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Despite Ann's hopes that marriage and family life would calm him down, John remained ruthless, and nothing seemed to change his erratic nature. John's violent outbursts were especially severe when he was drunk, and revealed that he often harmed her pets to intimidate her and escalated conflicts by throwing bricks through windows, causing significant property damage. He repeatedly accused her of infidelity, even though she was faithful, and gave him no reason to suspect her. Ironically, John himself had no qualms about pursuing romantic relationships with other women. According to family acquaintances, John treated his girlfriends as if they were his property. His first wife, Ann, experienced this firsthand. She described John Sweeney as sweet and charming until his mood changed. When this happened, he would focus on small issues, becoming aggressive and cruel. In these moments, he would easily explode and seem to invent reasons to justify his anger when none existed. After enduring this behavior for 5 years, and decided to file for divorce in 1979. However, like many manipulators, John tried everything to convince her to reconcile. Surprisingly, his efforts worked, and the couple remarried in 1981. During this time, John was able to control his behavior, leading Anne to believe that he had truly changed. Unfortunately, this did not last. Soon after they remarried, John's aggressive and uncontrollable behavior returned, and domestic violence once again became a regular occurrence. Before their relationship ended, they experienced another violent incident. One evening, John got drunk and attacked Anne. This event led her to make a firm decision to leave him and not attempt to mend the relationship. However, true to the behavior of a manipulator, John did not let go easily. Viewing his wife as his possession, John began stalking her. After Anne moved into a new house, an incident occurred while she was visiting a neighbor in the apartment next door. Through the wall, Anne heard suspicious noises coming from her apartment. She suspected it could either be John with malicious intentions or a burglar breaking in. Both possibilities seemed dangerous. Not wanting to take any chances, Anne called the police. When they arrived, the officers escorted her back to her apartment and searched the premises for any threats. Suddenly, John emerged from the closet, holding clothes in one hand and an axe and a knife in the other. He appeared startled to see the police and claimed he had planned to surprise his ex-wife. However, Anne believed he had brought the weapons with the intent to harm her, possibly even to kill her, as she had finally escaped his control. Unsurprisingly, the police did not believe John's story about the surprise and arrested him. However, he was later released without charges because he had not harmed anyone and was technically in his own apartment. The police only secured a verbal promise from him to stay away from Anne. After the divorce was finalized, Anne left with her children, moved away, and went into hiding to escape her dangerous ex-husband. Eventually, John gave up pursuing her. He decided it was time to change his life, leaving the city and embarking on a tour around Europe in hopes of forgetting his troubled past. He began searching for work abroad, believing he could find better opportunities and earn more money. Finding temporary jobs abroad was not difficult for John, but he never stayed in one place for long. He traveled to Germany and France before eventually settling in the Netherlands. Further investigations did not uncover any evidence of assaults on women during these trips. While abroad, John returned to his old habits, searching for a woman he could marry. However, his efforts were unsuccessful, and he was eventually forced to return to his homeland. Interestingly, upon his return, John rediscovered his passion for painting. Experts later analyzed his artwork and attributed its themes to his criminal nature. His paintings were gruesome, often violent and bloody, depicting brutal scenes. However, at the time, they were dismissed as mere works of art. Later, John made a living as a carpenter, taking on repair and construction jobs. He eventually settled in London, where he met Melissa Halstead, a model and photographer. She had hired him to do repairs on a film set. Melissa was an incredibly beautiful woman, and John seemed to take an immediate interest in her. Originally from Ohio, USA, Melissa had moved to another country in Europe, where she felt lonely and had few social connections. She was unaware of John's violent past. John quickly regained his charm, and after visiting her on set a few times, he suggested they meet. This marked the beginning of their romantic relationship. At first, Melissa described their relationship as warm and loving, reflecting John's manipulative behavior. Over time, they began living together. Less than a year later, John attacked her for the first time. Before this, He had repeatedly broken her self-esteem and cheated on her, leaving her feeling completely hopeless. Her career began to suffer, and her family back in Ohio recognized the toxicity of the relationship. Both her mother and sister urged Melissa to leave John as soon as possible. About a year after they met, Melissa's sister visited her in England. While staying at Melissa and John's apartment, she discovered banned substance and some disturbing artwork that John had created. She was shocked by what she saw. Before leaving, Melissa's sister begged her to end the relationship immediately. Despite this, Melissa chose to stay with John. In 1987, John committed his first violent attack on Melissa, which led to legal trouble. He was cautioned twice for his violent behavior. On one occasion, John threw a chair at Melissa, injuring both her legs. On another occasion, he punched her in the face. However, both times he only received verbal warnings and small fines. At the time, British authorities had a lenient attitude towards domestic violence. In the summer of 1988, John decided to move to Austria, and Melissa went with him. Initially, the move seemed to benefit their relationship. They reconnected and experienced a period without violence. During this time, things went well. They both made good money, and Melissa's modeling career began to take off again. She traveled frequently for work, and they could now afford to rent an apartment in central Vienna. However, their relationship soon fell apart. One evening, John's violent nature resurfaced, and he attacked Melissa with a hammer. She was taken to the hospital with a fractured skull. It seems that John harbored resentment towards her and became increasingly obsessed with his art. Psychologists later analyzed his artwork and concluded that it reflected his inner turmoil and violent worldview. Unfortunately, at the time these drawings appeared, no one paid much attention to John who recognized the warning signs. The haunting images clearly showed his desire to kill. While John was in prison, Melissa was recovering from the attack. Despite everything, she no longer resented John and even began to miss him. In February 1989, she appealed to the Austrian legal system, asking the court to pardon John. Under Austrian law, she had the right to do so. Her appeal was successful. Melissa withdrew her statement about the attack, and John was released after serving only 6 months. However, the police ordered John to leave Austria. Despite this, Melissa chose to follow him. They settled in Amsterdam together. In Amsterdam, John and Melissa rented an apartment in the city center, worked, and used a rental car. Their home was located near the train station. In November 1989, Melissa called her family. Since no one was home, she left a voicemail wishing her loved ones well, expressing her love, and saying that she hoped to see them again soon. After the call, she went on a business trip. In the following months, her family tried to contact her, but they were unable to reach her. At that time, cell phones were not available, making communication even more difficult. John also ignored all calls from Melissa's family. After a while, Melissa, exhausted by the constant conflicts and abuse from John, decided to end their relationship. She confided in her colleagues at work, telling them that if anything happened to her, it would be because of John. Soon after, she disappeared and was never seen alive again. On May 3, 1990, a passerby in Rotterdam noticed a suspicious bag floating in a canal. Upon inspection, the bag was found to contain body parts, although the head and hands were missing. The witness immediately alerted the police. The brutal nature of the crime became evident when the body was examined. What shocked the police most was that the victim's spine had been broken in half, and evidence suggested she had been subjected to prolonged torture designed to inflict extreme pain. After the murder, the perpetrator placed the body in a large black bag, which was then dumped in a canal. At the same time, Melissa's family grew increasingly worried, as they had not heard from her for months. A missing person report had been filed in Amsterdam, but since the Rotterdam police did not have access to it, they were unable to identify the victim. With no leads, the investigation was eventually closed. The unidentified remains were buried in a public cemetery in Rotterdam in an unmarked grave, and the police remained unaware of the victim's identity. John, the killer, escaped justice. By 1991, John had returned to London alone. He never told anyone about what had happened to Melissa. Her family suspected that John was involved in her disappearance, but there was no evidence to prove it. As a result, John continued his life without facing any consequences. At a local pub, John met Delia Balmer, a 40-year-old nurse. Their meeting was initially accidental, but John quickly used his charm to make her fall in love with him. Delia, feeling lonely, invited him to move into her house. John seized the opportunity, helping her with the housework and earning her trust. During this time, he worked as a carpenter, earning a good income by creating furniture and home furnishings. However, over time, John's true nature began to reveal itself. After nearly 2 years together, in December 1993, Delia realized the extent of John's temper and cruelty. She finally asked him to leave. Surprisingly, he did not argue and agreed to move out. However, he did not truly leave her life. John continued to frequent the same shops and bars as Delia, making sure they crossed paths often. Wherever she went, John seemed to appear, controlling and pursuing her relentlessly. He even attempted to re-enter her apartment. In May 1994, Delia went on a short trip around Europe with a friend. When she returned, John was furious that he had temporarily lost control of her. He tracked her down, tied her to the bed, and threatened her with a weapon, intensifying her fear. To further intimidate her, John told her a disturbing story about his previous girlfriend, Melissa. He confessed to killing Melissa, sitting with her body in his apartment for 3 days, and then disposing of her remains by dumping them in a canal in another city. Delia realized she was now trapped with a crazed killer. John demanded her complete obedience, warning her that if she did not comply, she would suffer the same fate as Melissa. Delia endured a week of abuse. During this time, she was repeatedly beaten, assaulted, and threatened with a weapon before finally being released in the summer of 1994. In July, Delia sought refuge at a shelter and reported the abuse to the police. She even showed them John Sweeney's disturbing drawings. However, the police dismissed her concerns, calling them a joke and accusing her of exaggeration. In early November, John left the apartment, and Delia took the opportunity to change the locks. When he returned on November 11th and discovered what she had done, he became furious. Despite locking the door, he managed to break in and attack Delia. The next day, Delia fled to the police station again. The officers escorted her back home, but John had disappeared. However, another attack occurred the following day. This time, Delia's neighbors and friends called the police. The officers arrived just in time, as John was inside the apartment with Delia. She ran out to meet the police, crying and terrified. During a search of the apartment, the police discovered a bag in the bathroom that John had brought with him. Inside the bag were rubber gloves, a mask, some rope, and surgical instruments, items that could be used by a murderer. Despite this alarming discovery, the police dismissed its significance. John was arrested and held for a week before being released on the condition that he return to his parents' home, 300 kilometers away from Delia. This distance was considered safe. But on December 22nd, John violated the terms of his bail by going to Delia's house in the evening. That night, Delia, feeling nervous, used a brick to block the basement door before going downstairs to put her bike away. She kept glancing around cautiously, afraid that John might be nearby. When she turned around, she saw John's familiar face staring at her. Suddenly, he pulled out an axe and swung it at her. She tried to defend herself with a knife, trying to cut his palm. Enraged, John grabbed the knife and attacked her. Delia screamed in pain and desperately used her bike as a shield against his repeated attacks. The commotion attracted the attention of neighbors. A man rushed to help, wielding a baseball bat and confronting John to protect Delia. John struck the neighbor several times before fleeing the scene. Delia was then taken to the hospital in critical condition, where she underwent several emergency operations that ultimately saved her life. The police began pursuing John Sweeney, who had fled. Despite their efforts, he evaded capture and escaped the UK. He remained in hiding for the next 6 years until he returned to the UK in 2000. To avoid detection, he used a false identity. John was highly skilled at altering his appearance, which made it easy for him to avoid detection. He quickly found work on construction sites and often used different fake names to remain unnoticed. After returning to his hometown, he met Paula Fields. Like John's other victims, Paula was lonely and vulnerable. Since they both came from the same area, John was able to establish a relationship with her quickly. Paula had spent most of her life on the streets. It was surprising that John managed to deceive her, as people like Paula, hardened by street life, were often very adept at reading others and recognizing manipulators or abusers. However, John Sweeney was such a skilled manipulator that he succeeded in fooling even someone like her. At first, their relationship seemed calm and romantic, but over time, John began to show signs of dissatisfaction. His frustration escalated into aggression and hostility. In December, John Sweeney committed a brutal crime. He killed Paula, and after handling the body, he placed the parts in separate bags. He disposed of the bags in the London Canal. On February 19, 2001, boys fishing in the canal discovered one of the bags containing Paula's body parts. They immediately contacted the police, who later recovered 5 more bags containing other parts of her remains. Advances in DNA technology helped identify the victim as Paula Fields and revealed a suspicious boyfriend. At the time, John was using an alias. However, further investigation by the police uncovered that her boyfriend's real name was John Sweeney. He was also linked to the murder of Melissa Halstead and was wanted for an attack on Delia Balmer. John became one of Britain's most wanted men. The police eventually tracked John down at a construction site in central London, where he was working. A specialist armed team was deployed to arrest him, as he was known to carry weapons. When apprehended, John did not resist, likely overwhelmed by the presence of heavily armed officers. A subsequent search of his flat uncovered over 300 gruesome works of art and poetry. Some of these artworks contained references to Paula and other victims. John Sweeney was later convicted of the attempted murder of Delia Balmer. On March 5, 2002, he was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after only 9 years. With good behavior, he could have been released even earlier. Delia was deeply unhappy with this outcome. As the police continued to investigate Paula Fields' death, they faced numerous challenges. It took another 6 years. In 2008, they were finally able to match DNA from an unidentified victim found in a Rotterdam canal to Melissa Halstead. This discovery linked John Sweeney to another murder. Delia's testimony, which included his confession, along with the presence of his DNA on Melissa's remains, played a key role in connecting him to this brutal crime. Melissa's murder had taken place more than 20 years earlier. Her family finally learned the truth and sought justice. Despite the evidentiary challenges, the police decided to use John's artwork as admissible evidence. Several of his drawings referenced Melissa's death long before her body was identified. One drawing even depicted a headstone bearing her name, details that only the killer could have known. Nearly 21 years after Melissa's death and 6 years after Paula's murder, the trial for these cases was held on April 4, 2011. John Sweeney was convicted of murder and sentenced to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. This ensures that John will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case of Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso. The main character of this story is Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso, an attractive and athletic Mexican woman. She maintained her fitness and took pride in her appearance. Maria Alejandra spent a lot of time at the gym and enjoyed sunny days at the beach. She preferred a tan, disapproved of light-colored hair. She also had a negative view of deep-set eyes, believing her own looks represented the ideal of beauty. Her father's was a psychologist and a well-known psychiatrist. She greatly admired him, which inspired her interest in the sciences. Maria opened a private psychology practice in Mexico City. Her clients were primarily young people dealing with issues such as depression, anxiety, behavioral problems, and relationship challenges. Maria Alejandra's marriage ended in divorce, and she has 2 children with her ex-husband. Despite this, she focused all her efforts on finding a new love. In 2011, Maria committed a shocking crime against her ex-husband. A source revealed that the man went to visit their children at Maria's house. She welcomed him, suggested they sit in a living room, explaining that their daughter had a surprise for him and would join them shortly. He sat down on a sofa. Maria blindfolded him to prevent him from seeing the surprise before it was revealed. As minutes passed without their daughter appearing, an uneasy silence hung in the air, causing he to sense that something was amiss. At that moment, he was struck hard on the head with a fireplace poker. He removed his blindfold and asked Maria to calm down, but she continued to attack him. He tried to escape, but the door was locked. Once Maria felt she had control over him, she took a knife, stabbed him in the stomach and back. Trapped, he attempted to wrestle the knife away, but she bit his hand. She then tried to inject him with a syringe, but he fought back, managed to break free and escape. Their daughter, who had witnessed her parents' violent quarrels several times before, saw the incident unfold before her eyes. Despite experiencing multiple incidents of violence, they had never reported anything to the authorities before. However, this time, the ex-husband took action, believing that Maria had gone too far, and he reported the incident to the police. Maria was charged with attempted murder and taken to jail, where a judge ordered her detention. Later, the charge was changed to aggravated assault. On June 2012, Maria was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison. Her skilled lawyers worked hard to secure various benefits for her. They successfully replaced her prison sentence with probation and a fine for damages. Maria Alejandra has paid her ex-husband $1,836, but her lawyers are still not satisfied. They argued that she had acted in self-defense since her ex-husband had hit her. An appeal was filed against the verdict, and the judges of the criminal chamber had to review their decision. Ultimately, they cleared Maria Alejandra of any criminal responsibility. After her release, she continued her psychological consultations as if nothing had happened. She crafted an image of a victim of domestic violence who fought back and ultimately prevailed, which made her more appealing to potential clients. Soon, Maria met Alan Carrera Cuellar, a Mexican businessman. Alan, a tall man aged 41. He was the manager in charge of the tile production business. This role provided Alan with a good income and plenty of free time. Alan was married and had a daughter. However, in 2011, their relationship deteriorated, leading to their separation. Alan's daughter struggled with the new life and fell into a deep depression. Maria Alejandra's father, a well-known psychologist, encouraged Alan's daughter to seek therapy. He recommended his daughter, Maria Alejandra, to the girl. After 3 therapy sessions, Maria expressed a desire to meet Alan, claiming that it would enhance the therapy. However, her true intention was to pursue a romantic relationship with him. It didn't take long for her to begin a romantic relationship with Alan. When Alan's daughter learned about the situation, she became upset and stopped attending her therapy sessions. Ultimately, Alan chose to marry Maria, unaware of the real reasons behind her divorce from her previous husband. In April 2014, Alan visited his parents for the weekend, shared the news about his fiancée. He mentioning that their wedding would be happening soon and that Maria might be pregnant. They got married the following Monday, but no members of the Casso family attended the ceremony, as they had not received an invitation and were told that the wedding would be very small. Alan's sister later shared that the bride's family, her father, mother, and siblings, attended the wedding celebration. The new bride appeared to be perfect, but her true nature became evident only after the wedding. The relationship between Alan and Maria began to change significantly. Alan was a reserved person, leaving many details about their family life unknown. Alan's family noticed that Maria grew increasingly anxious and prone to fits of anger, prompting them to keep their distance and limit communication with her. One day, Maria decided to check Alan's phone and found disturbing messages that indicated he had a mistress. According to her arguments, this became the last straw because she was tired of the cruel treatment and had no desire to reconcile with Alan's changes. Believing there was no way to save their failing marriage, she chose not to seek therapy or consider divorce. Instead, she fixated on one solution: eliminating her husband. With a cold and calculated mindset, she carefully planned her next move. Meanwhile, Alan lived a normal life, unaware of the serious family conflict. He stuck to his routine, working and spending time with his loved ones. Even though his family disapproved of Maria Alejandra, they maintained regular contact with him through WhatsApp. They felt his marriage was rushed, but they respected his choice and supported him. Suddenly, their communication ceased. October 31st, 2014, was the last day he sent messages to his family. He stopped going to work, didn't visit his parents, and didn't see his daughter from his first marriage. He also ignored phone calls and stopped leaving voice messages. However, he continued to send text messages, although they were somewhat strange. Maria Alejandra executed her plan thoughtfully and coldly. She waited for her husband to come home from work and then gave him a drink laced with a psychoactive substance often used to treat depression and other conditions. This substance had a sedative effect. If taking it in large quantities could cause numbness and impaired movement, which was exactly what happened. Maria Alejandra ensured her husband felt no pain before she stabbed him in the abdomen and watched him die. Her immediate priority was to dispose of his body quickly. She laid him on the bedroom floor and used an electric saw to cut his large body into manageable pieces, which she placed in plastic garbage bags. She put the torso in one bag and the arms and legs in another, then packed these bags into a red suitcase for easier transport. The more identifiable body parts, like the head, hands, and feet, were placed in a different bag, hidden in the kitchen freezer. By around 12:45 a.m., Maria Alejandra called the staff of their residential complex for help loading items into her van, as noted in their log. Security personnel observed her looking around nervously and appearing distressed. Her behavior raised suspicion, and rumors circulated that she had discarded bags containing body parts in two different parts of the city. After the suitcase was loaded, she drove away and did not return until after 4 a.m., not leaving the house again. Upon her return, she changed the locks on the doors and informed the security guard that she was going on a trip with her husband. After that, there were no further updates about her. A few days later, on November 7, 2014, city police found a human torso in a neighborhood at the intersection of two streets. In the afternoon, agents from the Federal Ministry of Public Security reported that various human remains had also been found, including arms and legs without hands and feet, all of which were contained in black plastic bags. The locations of the bags were quite far apart. The remains were sent to a forensic laboratory, where anthropologists confirmed they belonged to one person, but they lacked the means to identify the individual at that time. To mislead Alan's relatives and prevent them from contacting the police, Maria Alejandra used her husband's phone to respond to incoming messages. This tactic allowed her to temporarily prevent anyone from suspecting Alan's tragic fate. She needed time to come up with a plan to evade responsibility, similar to how she had acted after attacking her first husband. Alan's siblings and daughter received WhatsApp messages that seemed to express his regret about the marriage. He claimed he was struggling with problems but had recently met a wonderful woman and was now dating her. In other messages, which contradicted each other, he mentioned that he enjoyed being alone, while in others, he talked about traveling. At the same time, Maria Alejandra's father began calling Alan's father's home to ask if they knew the whereabouts of his daughter. He had been searching for several days without receiving any news from her. Later, he called Alan's parents again and informed them that Maria Alejandra was supposedly at the National Institute, where she was being treated for depression caused by Alan's alleged infidelity. Maria's father also noted that his daughter was suffering from paranoia, thinking that the police were hunting her, and this became another reason for her hospitalization. The confusion and deception lasted for months until December, a time when families gather and spend time together for the holidays. Therefore, Alan's family and close friends decided to visit him, but once again, Maria Alejandra got ahead of them. She warned that she and her husband would not be home because they had decided to take a spontaneous vacation, which alarmed Alan's relatives, especially since Maria's father had recently reported that his daughter was in a psychiatric clinic. It was then that the relatives contacted the police and filed a report. Authorities needed several days to make the necessary inquiries and analyze the situation. Prosecutors exchanged information with staff from the Missing Persons Assistance Center, and their collaboration helped significantly advance the investigation. Experts compared the characteristics of the human remains found with the descriptions of various missing persons. It became clear that the dismembered body belonged to Alan. Later, he was identified, and the relatives decided to search the couple's home. Upon arrival, officers encountered Maria Alejandra, who was taken to the station where a search warrant was issued. Once all the formalities were settled, the police searched the house for evidence and found Alan's head, hands stored in the freezer, along with an electric saw. During the inspection of the rooms, experts used luminol tests and discovered traces of blood in one of the rooms, in the bathroom. They also noticed that there was a cut-out hole in the surface of the mattress and a piece of carpet was missing. All of this was done to conceal traces of fluids. Later, it was established that parts of Alan's body were found on these items. Initially, Maria Alejandra gave testimony as a witness, but when the contradictions became too obvious, she was reclassified as a suspect. It was revealed that she had sent a message from her husband's mobile phone to make his family believe that he was alive and did not report his disappearance. Maria Alejandra claimed she had not seen him for several days and had not even communicated with him by phone, using her position as a psychologist to try to prove her innocence. She showed a registration card from the psychiatric clinic dated to coincide with the date of Alan's presumed death. Maria Alejandra denied any involvement in the murder, but Alan's body spoke for itself, and forensic experts were able to fully reconstruct the timeline of the events. The analyses and investigations recorded in the autopsy report showed that there was a wound on the body inflicted by a sharp object that penetrated the abdominal cavity, which became fatal. The body was then dismembered with a sharp object with pointed edges. After the relevant study results were obtained, it became known that Alan had died between the last hours of November 5, 2014, and the early morning of the following day. The collected evidence allowed investigators to establish a direct link between Maria and the brutal death of her husband. It was also discovered where she was on that fateful day, aided by a surveillance log of the building, which recorded the specific time she left the house and her return. There was also an incident involving a heavy suitcase that someone helped her put into the car. From statements made by Alan's daughter and his sister, it was revealed that Maria had threatened Alan's daughter, saying that she would took her own life if Alan's daughter opposed Maria's relationship with Alan. Although Maria tried to pretend she was undergoing treatment in a psychiatric clinic to avoid responsibility, the specialists found no evidence of her mental illness. Cornered by irrefutable evidence, Maria Alejandra had no choice but to confess to attacking her husband, but she immediately justified herself by saying she was tired of the violence from his side. On December 2014, the judge issued a detention order on charges of murder with aggravating circumstances. After her arrest, Maria Alejandra was taken to the Women's Social Rehabilitation Center in Mexico City. Later, new information emerged that allegedly indicated Maria Alejandra's involvement in other violent acts resulting in death. Her ex-husband managed to escape from her, and there is also an unidentified victim who may have been killed by her in 2012. These incidents have led to suspicions that her father aided in these crimes, helping to cover them up and divert public attention. In Alan's case, it is believed that Maria's father was not only involved in concealing the acts but also in planning the attack. The motive behind these events is believed to be purely economic. However, justice could not fully substantiate this claim. After 8 years, on September 2022, the Attorney General's Office of the Capital announced the final verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso was sentenced to 46 years and 6 months in prison for the murder of her husband, Alan Carrera Cuellar. Following the verdict, she was not allowed to appeal or receive any alternative or leniency measures. Additionally, she was required to cover damages and funeral costs. She lost her political rights. Maria Alejandra used her father's influence and protection to commit crimes against the men in her life without remorse. After evading punishment for attacking her first husband, she successfully portrayed herself as a victim, showcasing her manipulative skills. Just 3 years later, she killed her second husband with chilling composure. She meticulously planned this crime and even feigned mental illness to avoid accountability again, but this time, her actions caught up with her. The law delivered a fair and severe sentence that she could not escape. The case of Sungnam Kwan Lisowski. Our story today focuses on the Lisowski family. John and his wife Sungnam, along with their 2 daughters, Victoria and Christine, live in a town called Aurora in the United States. John's job requires frequent international travel, including trips to Korea, as the company's headquarters are in the United States while some factories are located in other countries. During one of these trips to Korea, John met Sungnam Kwan. He quickly fell in love with her and asked her out. After several dates, they decided to get married. They married in 1983 and moved to the United States. Their first daughter, Victoria, was born in 1988, followed by Christine a few years later. Although the family seemed perfect, some people found Sungnam too strict with the children. For a long time, John reassured himself that the strict nature of Asian parenting was normal, attributing it to his wife's cultural background. However, as tensions mounted, he began to realize that something was wrong. Sungnam's expectations of the children were too high, too strict, and sometimes even harsh. John's displeasure did not affect Sungnam much. She continued to impose more rules and insisted on their strict enforcement. Notably, the children were forbidden to discuss their family with anyone outside, even their friends. Meanwhile, Victoria and Christine socialized with friends and occasionally visited their homes. During these visits, they found that their friends' parents treated them much more kindly and warmly than the constant criticism they faced at home. While their friends' mothers would bake with them on the weekends, Victoria and Christine's mother decided on their interests without ever consulting them. Every weekend, she woke Victoria and Christine up at 6 a.m. and forced them to practice the piano, scolding them even if they made the slightest mistake. If they messed up, she would hit their hands. Victoria and Christine were never praised. Even if they played perfectly, there was no encouragement. Eventually, Sungnam had to use a wooden stick to discipline them. If they relaxed for a moment or hunched over, they would be beaten by her. John disagreed with this method of education. However, Sungnam achieved results. Victoria and Christine quickly mastered the piano, began to participate in competitions, and even won awards. However, deep down, they did not find joy in their achievements. Sun Nam convinced John that her goal was to raise gifted children and that this harsh approach was necessary. Sun Nam had a hot temper and would quickly lose control, leading to dangerous behavior. This created a tense atmosphere in the family, where even John felt uncomfortable around her. Sun Nam firmly established her dominance in the family and made all the decisions. She often intervened in conflicts, even when she was not directly involved, relishing the role of judge. This situation took place during a conflict between Christine and Victoria. The two children were arguing about something trivial. Christine quickly apologized, but Victoria, the older sister, did not accept it. This made Sun Nam unable to bear it. Ignoring Victoria and Christine's feelings, Sun Nam became angry. She stood up, walked past Victoria, and began to punish Christine. Christine was confused and did not understand why she was being beaten. Sun Nam hit her so violently that Christine's face was left bloody as she slid down the wall, unable to get up. Victoria watched in horror and began to scream an apology, begging her mother to stop. The beating only ceased when Victoria screamed. Sun Nam then turned to Victoria and warned her that if she disobeyed again, Christine would be punished. She made it clear that she would hurt little Christine every time Victoria defied Sun Nam, ensuring that Victoria would feel guilty about it. Many may wonder why John, the father of the children, did not step in to stop his wife and help his daughters. The truth is that John could not influence his wife. He was also the target of her anger. At the time of this incident, John was working late at the office, trying to avoid the increasingly tense atmosphere at home. This distance made it difficult for him to be involved in his children's lives. By the time John realized that the situation had escalated beyond normal limits, it was too late to intervene. While he was at work, his children were suffering from constant abuse at the hands of their mother. She often assaulted them. John was also involved in a number of disturbing incidents. On one occasion, Victoria went to a friend's house after school. There were obvious injuries on her body, and many suspected that something was wrong in her family, but Victoria remained silent. While she was at her friend's house, the phone rang, and Victoria was called home because something had happened. Victoria braced herself and returned to her house. As she approached, she saw her father standing at the door, talking to the police. He had a large, fresh bruise and a cut on his cheek that looked quite frightening. Victoria overheard her father's conversation with the police. He was making excuses, insisting that he had just fallen and that there was nothing to worry about. However, Victoria understood the truth of the situation. It was clear that after the initial violence, her father had tried to confront his wife to protect the children. Unfortunately, he was severely beaten, and Sun Nam even threatened him with a knife. Since then, she had completely dominated the family. John was too afraid to speak up because he feared for his own safety. Sun Nam's violent outbursts were terrifying. All the family members tried to keep their distance from her. John spent more time at work, trying to stay away from home as much as possible. He built a successful career, becoming the director of a telecommunications equipment company, and often traveled for work. Victoria and Christine followed suit, spending more time at school or with friends to avoid being at home. This situation continued until Victoria and Christine entered high school. During this time, the distance between John and Sun Nam grew. He began working longer hours, taking extra shifts, and often left the house before everyone else woke up. He would wake up early and come home later than everyone else. Unfortunately, Victoria and Christine could not escape this situation. They were still stuck in a stressful environment with their demanding mother. During this time, the cruelty towards Victoria and Christine escalated significantly. One day, an argument broke out between the two sisters. Their mother, Sun Nam, intervened by locking her daughters in a stuffy, dark garage. She forced them to sit with their hands raised for hours. When she finally opened the door, she found Victoria and Christine exhausted from the heat, but Sun Nam chose not to let them out. Instead, she refused to give them water and simply closed the door again. It was later revealed that she had gone to the store, leaving her children in that miserable situation. Victoria and Christine sat for hours in the sweltering heat, feeling miserable but too afraid to go outside, knowing that it would only make their mother angrier. One day, while driving down the street, she lost control of the car, causing Victoria and Christine to bang on the door from the inside. They were confused by their mother's actions. Passers-by noticed her driving erratically, and when they approached, she claimed that the children were late for the bus, justifying her reckless speed. Witnesses described her as unstable, with wild eyes. In addition, Sun Nam flaunted her wealth to make those around her jealous, even though she did not work. All her spending was done with John's money and credit. Sun Nam lost control of her finances to the point that John's steady salary was no longer sufficient. The situation became serious when they faced eviction due to unpaid utility bills and mortgage payments. Despite this threat, Sun Nam had no intention of stopping her spending habits. She continued to buy expensive items and frequented the city's posh clubs. John was unaware of the accumulated debts until it was too late. Sun Nam adopted a reckless lifestyle, spending her evenings at clubs while neglecting her children. When the threat of eviction became a reality, John could no longer bear the situation and made accusations against his wife. This caused her to react violently, leading to heated arguments that eventually escalated into physical violence. She hit John several times, forcing him to retreat to avoid hurting her. Despite his efforts to calm her down, she continued to attack him. In response, he grabbed her arm to restrain her until she calmed down, leaving marks on her wrist. Seeing the situation, Sun Nam decided to call the police. She claimed that her husband was abusing her. She misrepresented the facts, insisting that John had attacked her and that she had to endure constant verbal abuse and violence from him. Sun Nam continued to portray John as abusive and threatening. Finally, Victoria could no longer remain silent and informed the police that her mother had lied. She gave a truthful account of what had happened, as she had witnessed the entire conflict. Victoria explained that her mother had thrown the first punch, and even when John tried to calm her down, Sun Nam continued to act aggressively and threateningly. Faced with these conflicting stories, the police could only leave, suggesting that the family resolve the matter themselves. After the incident, nothing changed. Sun Nam continued to spend the money her husband earned. When John found out about this, he was furious and decided to confront her over the phone. Before the call, he had blocked her access to their accounts. During the conversation, Sun Nam lied and argued. He did not realize the potential consequences of his actions. When Sun Nam discovered that John had blocked her access to all of their accounts, she stormed into his office with a knife, threatened him, and cornered him. Faced with the threat of violence and with his children witnessing the chaos, John felt compelled to unlock the card. After this incident, John threw himself into work, taking more business trips to avoid his wife. To manage the expenses for the children and household bills, he was often away from home. In the fall of 2002, John went on a short business trip to China. During this trip, he met another woman and fell in love with her. John began looking for every opportunity to return to China to be with her and intended to divorce Sun Nam. On September 5, 2002, he emailed Sun Nam to inform her that he wanted a divorce. Although he had been struggling to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, he now wanted to take their children to China to be with his new girlfriend. He had a clear advantage over Sun Nam in that he had a stable income, while she did not. As a result, the ideal life she had tried to portray began to crumble. Sun Nam called John to discuss their personal problems. She was furious after receiving his message, and the news of his decision to divorce shocked her. He confirmed that he intended to initiate divorce proceedings as soon as he returned from his business trip. Sun Nam angrily threw the phone at Victoria, saying that their father wanted to take her and her sister to China. Victoria remained calm, picked up the phone, and told her father that this was a great plan, as living with their mother was unbearable. She expressed her eagerness to leave home and waited for her father to return. Sun Nam was acutely aware of the difficult situation around her. During the Christmas holiday of 2002, John returned from a business trip. At that time, Victoria was 14 years old, and her sister Christine was 12. John was 46 years old, and Sun Nam was 41. While everything seemed to be falling apart, Sun Nam noticed that everyone else was in a good mood. Despite being very angry, Sun Nam did not create any conflicts, which made Victoria and Christine feel uneasy. On the contrary, John appreciated the quiet atmosphere. When John returned from China, Sun Nam had completely changed. She prepared gifts for the whole family, dressed neatly, and decorated the house. She began serving drinks, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Sun Nam placed glasses for everyone and then stepped away to continue washing dishes. Victoria and Christine noticed something white at the bottom of their drinks but did not have time to warn their father before he finished drinking. Realizing that something was wrong, Victoria and Christine pretended to drink but secretly discarded their drinks. When Sun Nam left the room, they noticed that John seemed sluggish after drinking. He said he felt tired and went upstairs to sleep. Although Victoria and Christine had only taken a few sips, they also felt weak. They fell asleep until 8 a.m. the next day, December 25, 2002. Christine and Victoria woke up feeling unwell, not remembering how they had gotten to bed, but at first, there was nothing alarming. Victoria suspected that her mother had put sleeping pills in their drinks, although the reason was unclear. She felt relieved to wake up and find herself alive. Victoria and Christine decided to go downstairs to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. However, before they could leave the room, they heard a loud noise from the first floor that sounded like a gunshot. Earlier that morning, Sun Nam had sneaked into John's office, where he was working. She shot him once in the head from behind and then shot him 3 times in the back. Afterward, she went upstairs and stopped at the door. Victoria and Christine were horrified to see her reloading the gun. Sun Nam begged for forgiveness, saying that she had to do it, then pointed the gun at Victoria. There were 7 bullets left in the magazine. Christine, who had been frozen in shock, suddenly regained her composure. Seizing the moment, she grabbed the phone and called the police. Christine could wait for the operator to answer while Sun Nam reloaded. Christine tried to tell the police that there was a shooting in the house and provided the address. Soon, the police heard a series of gunshots as the call continued. Christine had to run away to escape her mother, who was about to shoot her. She ran into Victoria's bedroom just seconds before her mother opened fire. Christine was injured, but against all odds, both she and Victoria survived. She locked the door and waited for rescue, praying that her mother could not get in. Meanwhile, the patrol officers arrived at the house in emergency mode. Within minutes, they parked outside and heard several gunshots from inside, followed by silence. Unsure of what was happening, the officers cautiously entered the house with their weapons drawn. Inside, they first found John, who had been shot multiple times. Sun Nam shot himself behind a locked door, and she is unconscious. They also discovered Victoria and Christine, wounded but fortunately still alive. All 3 of them were rushed to the hospital. They were seriously injured and needed immediate medical attention. As they began to recover, the police interviewed them to gather information about the shooting. Sun Nam was in worse condition, but Victoria and Christine seemed to have little concern for her. On September 5, 2002, Sung-nam applied for a gun license. It took some time, but by December 17th, she had legally obtained a pistol. Over the next week, she practiced target shooting diligently. This preparation suggested that the crime had been planned in advance. Sung-nam confided in her friends about her hatred for her husband and even mentioned her intention to buy a weapon to kill him. However, her friends considered Sung-nam's comments to be expressions of anger and did not believe that she would actually carry out her threat. The attack and Sung-nam's parenting made her friends key witnesses for the prosecution. Their testimony shocked both the jury and the experienced police officers. Sung-nam was sent for a psychiatric evaluation, which determined that she was fit to stand trial. The prosecution argued that Sung-nam had carefully planned the murder and attempted to kill her entire family, proving that she had intent and was of sound mind. Ultimately, Sung-nam Kwan Lisowski was convicted of premeditated murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 45 years. Victoria and Christine were sent to live with their aunt and uncle. Throughout her incarceration, Sung-nam continued to misbehave and denied all charges against her. In 2008, Sung-nam confessed to her actions, saying that she could not accept the idea of divorce and was desperate to keep her husband, who had chosen to be with another woman. She admitted that she had tried to harm her children because she could not bear the thought of a stepmother caring for them. Sadly, in 2008, Sung-nam took her own life while in prison. Victoria and Christine wrote to her, hoping for a future reunion, but that day never came.
The case of April Holt. By the summer of 2023, April Holt, a mother of two and a positive thinking coach, had gained over 200,000 followers on TikTok. She building her online reputation on optimism and stories of overcoming adversity. She often encouraged her followers with the mantra, "Keep growing, keep manifesting, and you will succeed." Tragically, at the end of July, April was discovered unconscious in her bathroom and passed away a few days later. While the police classified it as either an accident or self-harm, April's mother, Jamie, held a different belief and began advocating for justice. In early July 2023, April celebrated her 29th birthday, reflecting on her accomplishments at such a young age. As an independent eyelash extension technician, she had left her previous job to start her own business and work for herself. On her birthday, she expressed gratitude, stating, "Happy 29th birthday to me. I am so grateful for the opportunity to live another year, for 10,585 days of life." Among her many achievements, April cherished her family the most, especially her children. She was a devoted and loving mother, sharing snippets of their family life on TikTok. Her videos emphasized positivity, spiritual growth. She inspired her followers by saying, "Sending good energy to everyone who sees this. I wish you a productive day. Be goal-oriented and grow." Occasionally, her videos were simply light-hearted and entertaining. Over the years, April shared personal experiences, including her time as a homeschool child, which left her with painful memories of social isolation that she eventually overcame. She and her husband, Donovan Holt, who was 33 years old, openly discussed the highs and lows of their marriage. They started as friends, then became best friends, lovers, and ultimately husband and wife, welcoming their daughter and son. Their relationship faced several challenges, such as a period of separation, financial struggles, depression, and serious health issues. Despite these obstacles, April always focused on the positives, portraying their journey as one of resilience and triumph through love. On the morning of July 28th, April called her mother to confirm plans for a trip to see a movie, but the plans changed, and she suggested they meet at church the following day. Later that day, however, her mother received a call from Donovan, who reported that his son had found April unconscious in the bathroom. She had a plastic bag tightly wrapped around her head. April's mother, Jamie, noticed that Donovan was behaving oddly, He seemed to lack the deep sorrow and confusion expected from someone who had just lost a spouse. He allowed April's mother to make all decisions regarding her treatment while doctors worked to save her life. Meanwhile, Donovan sat with his head in his hands, rocking back and forth. After 3 days of fighting for her life, April did not regain consciousness and was declared dead by doctors on July 31st. An autopsy report released in November identified suffocation as the cause of death. However, the Nashville police found no evidence of foul play and classified her death as an accident. They informed Jamie that the case was closed, but Jamie refused to accept this conclusion. She vowed to continue investigating to uncover the truth. 2 weeks before her death, April had filed for divorce. This was not the first crisis in their marriage. The couple had previously faced difficulties and lived apart for several years. Although they had separated, they had not finalized their divorce. They maintained a friendly and warm image on social media, which may have been partly genuine, or perhaps they were caught in an unhealthy cycle, as they decided to give their relationship another chance after a long break. In their videos, they often spoke about the importance of forgiveness, open communication, and mutual support. However, the struggles in their marriage were never shared on their TikTok pages. After many years together, April was determined to leave Donovan this time and told her mother that she would not return to him. Donovan seemed to grasp the situation, as Jamie later discovered that a week before April's death, he pawned his wedding ring. There had been a fight between April and Donovan, but the specifics of the argument were unclear. Later, April's son told his grandmother about that tragic day, July 29th. He recalled that April woke up as usual, had coffee, wrote in her journal, enjoyed the calm of the morning, played with him, kissed both him and his father, and then went into the bathroom. He heard the argument escalate and pressed his ear to the bathroom door, noticing their feet beneath it. He tried to make sense of their words but couldn't hear anything, so he ran back to his room. After a while, his father came to him, dressed him, fed him, and told him to come when they called for the ambulance. April was taken to the hospital, but she was no longer breathing. The doctors informed the family that there was no blood circulation in her brain and that her brain was not functioning. On July 31st, 2023, April was declared dead, prompting Jamie to fight for justice and bring attention to the case from the Nashville Police and Prosecutor's Office. She launched her own campaign, reaching out to local news stations and celebrities while actively sharing updates on social media. This journey was challenging since the case had already been closed, making it difficult to attract media coverage. Despite major news outlets halting their reporting, Jamie persevered with her online campaign. Jamie obtained full access to the case and initiated her own investigation by filing a formal complaint with the Nashville Community Oversight Board. As a result, April's case was reviewed, and 4 months later, the Nashville police conducted a second investigation. Although this re-investigation did not alter the case classification or the official cause of April's death, it provided Jamie with valuable details to analyze. She meticulously studied the report day and night, searching for any clues. During this time, Jamie also focused on creating a stable and supportive environment for her grandchildren. Jamie openly discussed her pain and authored a book about her healing journey. Jamie became a strong advocate against domestic violence, highlighting how aggression can manifest in unexpected ways. After his wife's death, Donovan Holt moved to Texas and wanted his son to live with him. However, his son pleaded with his grandmother to allow him to stay, promising to do everything he could to remain by his grandmother's side. Jamie stressed that she does not influence her children's feelings and always aims to give them the freedom to choose where they want to be happy. She also wanted her grandchildren to stay together. Unfortunately, Jamie's relationship with her ex-son-in-law quickly deteriorated. In April 2024, she stopped posting about the case, explaining that she had been placed under a gag order. Despite this pause in her online advocacy, Jamie continued to seek justice for her daughter. Investigators initially stated that April had no visible injuries suggesting violence. However, Jamie observed significant bruises and marks on April's body while in the hospital, indicating otherwise. The autopsy report revealed marks on her neck, thighs, and ankles, along with a deep cut on the inner side of her thigh. Crucially, there was only one set of fingerprints found on the bag that was placed over April's head and on the tape that secured it. These fingerprints did not belong to April. They were identified as belonging to Donovan Holt. In September, Jamie confronted Donovan with the findings from her investigation. He admitted to committing the crime. Jamie wasn't shocked. She had known the truth. Following his confession, she took a recording of their conversation to the police, which led to the reopening of April's case. The previous conclusion was re-evaluated, and April's death was officially reclassified. On September 19, 2024, the police announced that Donovan Holt was arrested in San Antonio after confessing to a detective that he killed April Holt. A grand jury charged him with manslaughter, tampering with evidence, and perjury. He was moved from Texas to Nashville, where he was held on a $75,000 bond awaiting a hearing set for October 23rd. After discussions with the cold case investigation team in Nashville, all uncertainties regarding the case were clarified. Donovan Holt, 33, repeated to the police the same story he had told Jamie. During an argument, he choked April out of anger. To hide what he had done, he moved her to the shower, put a bag over her head, and secured it with tape. Then he went to make lunch for his son. It was only after his son finished eating that he asked their son to check on April and call for an ambulance. April's children are currently living with their grandmother, who reports that they are managing as best as they can, experiencing both difficult days and some slightly better ones. Jamie has expressed her gratitude to her social media followers for their support during this challenging time. Her struggle is far from over, as she is now working to upgrade the charges against Donovan from manslaughter to first-degree murder. With Donovan Holt awaiting trial, Jamie remains committed to seeking justice for her daughter. She insists that this case receives the attention it deserves until all facts and evidence are thoroughly examined. The crime against her daughter is fully understood. Her strength and relentless determination inspire those around her. Each day, more people are rallying to support Jamie, her grandchildren, including friends, acquaintances, and even strangers. On social media, in the news, and at public events, there is a growing conversation about the importance of speaking out and protecting loved ones. Jamie frequently shares her thoughts with her followers, emphasizing that her fight is not just for her daughter, but for everyone who has suffered from cruelty and injustice. She hopes her story will resonate with other families who have experienced loss, highlight the importance of perseverance. April, Jamie believes, lives on in the hearts of her children and everyone she inspired with her positivity. Now, Jamie embodies this fight and shines as a light that cannot be dimmed. The day will come when Jamie, knowing that justice has prevailed. With deep sorrow for her child, Jamie will say, "You are not only my beloved daughter, you are a symbol of strength, resilience, and love. Your memory will continue to inspire others."
The case of Nicole Adamando. Christopher Grover and Nicole Adamando met in 2008 when he was 21 and she was 19. They both worked as gymnastics trainers at a fitness center and began dating in 2012. After Nicole became pregnant with their first child, they moved in together in Salt Point, New York. However, they were not in a hurry to get married. Their son Ben was born in 2013, and 2 years later, in 2015, they welcomed their second child, a daughter named Faye. Christopher took great pride in being a father of two. But this seemingly perfect family life changed suddenly. At 2 a.m. on September 28, 2017, near Nicole's house, police officer Richard Sicily spotted a car stopped at a red light. When the light turned green, the car did not move. To get the driver's attention, he honked his horn. What happened next shocked him. The driver was Nicole, and her children were in the back seat. Seeing the police, Nicole got out of the car and told him that something terrible had happened in her apartment. She looked very worried and stressed. He later asked her to take deep breaths and exhale several times to calm down. Nicole reported that her husband, Christopher Grover, was lying on the couch in their apartment. She claimed that he had insulted and threatened her, prompting her to try to escape. Christopher was also in possession of a weapon. In a moment of panic, she grabbed the weapon and aimed it at him. He then threatened her, saying he would harm their children and himself. Desperate, she pleaded with him to let her go, promising to leave without telling anyone. However, he refused, insisting that she lie down next to him. Fearing for her life, she attacked him on the head. He fell back onto the couch and died. She then gathered the children, put them in the car, and drove away until she encountered a police officer at a traffic light. After speaking with the officer, Nicole called her friend Elizabeth and asked her to come over. When Elizabeth arrived, she was blocked from approaching Nicole. In a nearby parking lot, she saw ambulances and police cars rushing to the scene of the incident at Christopher and Nicole's apartment. The police entered the apartment and discovered Christopher lying on the couch with a bullet in his head. A weapon lay on the floor nearby and the rug shifted slightly. The shower was running, and in the bathroom, a broken laptop lay submerged in water. The police took Nicole to the station for questioning. Meanwhile, Christopher's mother, Gail Grover, was informed of the devastating news. She expressed disbelief, saying she had never suspected her son was facing any problems. Christopher was a kind and cheerful person who loved sports, held a black belt in Taekwondo, and worked as a gymnastics coach. One of his students, Bad Wellen, shared that Christopher was always upbeat and full of energy, constantly encouraging his students and never allowing them to feel discouraged. Nicole's friend Elizabeth provided a very different perspective. Elizabeth taught music at the school where Nicole's son, Ben, attended. One day, Elizabeth noticed that Nicole had a black eye. At that time, she was dressed in jeans, a long-sleeved blouse, and a scarf. Throughout the previous summer, she consistently covered herself in thick clothing. Other acquaintances had also observed bruises on her body, but chose not to ask her about them. Nicole often claimed that her injuries occurred during games, attributing them to an accidental hit by a woman from her gym. Concerns about Christopher's behavior were growing. Some people noticed he was becoming increasingly angry with his gymnasts, and there were rumors that he was abusing his wife, Nicole. During police questioning, Nicole claimed that she attacked Christopher in self-defense. She was subsequently arrested and charged with a second-degree crime, which could result in a 20-year prison sentence. A few weeks after the tragedy, Christopher's friends, family, and former students came together to release balloons in his memory. A friend of Nicole's, Elizabeth, had started organizing rallies and fundraisers to support her. Elizabeth shared that in April 2016, Nicole finally confided that Christopher was verbally abusive and that they frequently argued. Nicole explained that they had no issues at the start of their relationship, but after the birth of their son, their conflicts intensified. He began pressuring her to engage in intimate relations more often. On one occasion, Christopher violently pushed Nicole against a doorframe and assaulted her. 2 years later, when she was pregnant again, a similar incident occurred. After that, she sought help at a hospital. The doctor examined her and sent her home. A few days later, while Nicole was preparing breakfast for her son, Christopher entered the kitchen and demanded that she do something for him. Nicole sarcastically replied that she would do it, sir. He got angry and knocked her to the floor. Then he heated a spoon on the gas stove and burned her with it. Nicole sought medical assistance again, and the examination report confirmed that Christopher had burned her in several places with the heated spoon. Nicole said there were times when Christopher tied her up, abused her, and left her lying on the floor for hours. He eventually untied her, leaving her with red marks on her arms and neck. When Nicole confided in her friend Elizabeth about her situation, Elizabeth encouraged her to file charges against Christopher. However, whenever she thought about reporting him to the police, she hesitated. afraid that no one would believe her. Some were worried that taking action might worsen her circumstances. In the summer of 2016, Nicole decided to leave Christopher. She packed her things and took the children to Elizabeth's house. She saw Nicole's car drive by her house many times. Finally, she called Nicole, encouraging her to come in. Nicole agreed, but ultimately did not have the courage to do so and returned home. In the months before Christopher's death, Nicole visited a doctor 3 times who noted several injuries on her body. In May 2017, the doctor noted burns on Nicole's skin. In June 2017, the doctor observed that Nicole's vulva was severely swollen and appeared to be turned inside out. By August 2017, there were more bruises on her body, along with her account of abuse by Christopher. In September 2017, the Protection Service received an anonymous tip to check on a family. Nicole said they had been informed that someone was coming to check the apartment. Concerned, Christopher packed a large bag with items he had used to abuse Nicole. He took this bag with him to work, then returned without it, and in a good mood. That evening, he called Nicole into the bedroom, handed her a weapon, and asked her to load it, holding up a bullet for her to see. Nicole did as he asked, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. Christopher then entered the bathroom, threw his laptop at her, and asked her to have intimate relations on the couch. They moved from the bathroom to the living room. He was unusually gentle with her while they were intimate. Afterward, as Nicole rested in a chair, she thought Christopher had fallen asleep. Trying to get up quietly, she was startled when he pulled a weapon from under the pillow. In a panic, Nicole grabbed the weapon and aimed it at Christopher. He laughed and mocked her, saying that this would happen. He demanded that she hand the weapon over to him, threatening to kill her, their son, their daughter, and even himself. No one would survive. In response to his threats, Nicole attacked him on the head. In March 2019, Nicole faced trial for the death of her husband, Christopher Grover. Supporters, wearing purple to represent victims of domestic violence, stood by her side. Christopher's mother, Gail, argued that her son could not have harmed Nicole and believed someone was trying to draw attention by lying. She also recalled witnessing her grandson, Ben, hit Nicole with a guitar during a game. The prosecutor's office stated that Nicole was pretending to be a victim and insisted her claims of abuse were false. A forensic expert noted that the weapon was held to Christopher's head when it went off. At the time of his death, his head was resting on a pillow, and the bullet that killed him was found inside the pillow. Therefore, the prosecutor asserted that he was sleeping when Nicole attacked him. However, Nicole's lawyer accused Christopher of damaging the laptop and dunking it in water to erase the evidence. Although the laptop was found in the bathtub and examined, no information was recovered from it. Nicole reported that he had removed the hard drive from the laptop and disposed of it the day before the incident. However, prosecutors believe Nicole may have damaged her laptop to make others think Christopher was trying to hide evidence of a crime. Furthermore, the prosecution claimed that Nicole texted Christopher a few days before his death, in which she criticized him, called him a jerk, and said he was really stupid. They also revealed that 6 weeks before the tragedy, Nicole had messaged a friend, saying that she didn't know how to kill him without getting caught, and she ended the message with a laughing emoji. A lawyer argued that the situation was merely a joke, and that Nicole sent aggressive messages to Christopher for self-protection. Their apartment included a sewing room, where police discovered a video camera on the floor. Nicole alleged that he had thrown the camera down, but prosecutors believed that Nicole placed it there herself to suggest that Christopher was trying to destroy evidence of his abuse. The video camera contained no incriminating evidence. The prosecutor noted that Nicole had experienced trauma at the age of 5, having been abused during a sleepover at a friend's house, which led her to avoid spending the night at others' homes. As an adult, when she met Christopher, she confessed to having difficulties with intimacy. They didn't become physically close until a year into their relationship. during which he was caring and understanding. Prosecutors also argued that Nicole made up her story of abuse to get away from Christopher. She allegedly lied to her friends, doctors, and did not report the incidents to the police. A doctor testified that Nicole claimed she was abused by a worker who was renovating her mother's apartment building about 5 years ago. However, during the trial, a witness admitted she could not clearly remember the incident or identify the perpetrator, whether it was the worker or Christopher. Around the same time, Nicole met a married police officer who offered her a job as a live-in nanny. Christopher was familiar with this officer through work. It was revealed that Nicole had been in a relationship with this officer for several years, both before and after the birth of her son, Ben, and she stated that he also forced her into intimacy. During the trial, Nicole's lawyers presented photographs of injuries she sustained during her time with Christopher, claiming he was responsible for them. However, the prosecutor maintained that the injuries could have been caused by someone else, and it was unclear who had inflicted them. The prosecutor pointed out inconsistencies in the medical records from when Nicole was pregnant for the second time and went to the hospital. When answering many questions, she replied no, denying that Christopher had abused or burned her. The prosecutor argued that Nicole changed her story and returned to the hospital a few days later to assert that Christopher had burned her. The prosecutor argued that Nicole's primary motive was her fear of being exposed during an upcoming inspection by security services at their apartment. She feared they wouldn't find any evidence of abuse, which could lead to accusations of lying and loss of her rights as a mother. In contrast, Nicole's lawyer contended that she acted in self-defense to protect her children and had no other options. During the trial, friends, psychologists, doctors, and nurses testified on Nicole's behalf, expressing their support for her situation. A photo of Nicole clearly shows her injuries, including a large blister on her face and burns on her chest. Other images reveal bite marks on her shoulder blades and neck, which would be impossible for her to inflict on herself. A forensic expert also confirmed that there was no evidence to suggest Christopher was actually asleep at the time of the attack. Nicole spoke in court and maintained her version of the incident. She appeared emotional and anxious while testifying. She described Christopher as a good and kind father and coach, but stated that he behaved very differently in private. She claimed that after the birth of their daughter, he developed an addiction to adult films, watching them frequently and encouraging her to act out scenarios from those videos. She alleged that he recorded and posted other videos online without her consent, in which he insulted her and behaved abusively. However, these videos were not presented at trial. Elizabeth, a friend and music teacher, testified in defense of Nicole. She recalled an incident in 2016 when Nicole confided in her about having a miscarriage. Nicole's clothes were covered in blood, and she didn't want to go to the hospital because she was afraid of Christopher. Elizabeth mentioned a card that Nicole had made for Christopher when she first became pregnant, listing 25 reasons why he would be a wonderful father. The prosecutor argued that if Christopher was truly abusive, Nicole would not have given him such a heartfelt gift. However, Nicole argued that she had created the card before their relationship fell apart. After 14 days of testimony, the jury had to decide whether Nicole was a victim of abuse or a real criminal. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury dismissed Nicole's self-defense claim and found her guilty of second-degree murder. After the verdict, Christopher's mother felt relieved that her son's reputation, which had been unfairly tarnished, had now been restored. In February 2020, Nicole Adamando was sentenced to 19 years in prison. However, the case was not finished. Under the revised New York State Domestic Violence Justice Act, Nicole was entitled to another court appearance to present her claim of domestic violence for the possibility of a reduced sentence. Later, an appeals court decided that Nicole could be considered for a lighter sentence, reducing it to 7.5 years. While incarcerated, Nicole drew a picture of herself with Ben, holding on to hope that she would soon be released and reunited with her son and daughter. Supporters of Nicole continue to raise funds to help with her legal expenses. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Benjamin and Jennifer, both from Wisconsin, didn't meet until many years later. Benjamin served in the U.S. Marine Corps, while Jennifer was a recent addition to the police department. A video recorded 2 years ago features her husband, Benjamin, sharing how they met while he was stationed in Iraq. In February 2005, Benjamin and several fellow Marines were struck by a mortar shell during the war. One Marine lost his life, and several others, including Benjamin, were injured by shrapnel. He sustained serious injuries to his leg near the knee, his left arm, chest, and head. Fortunately, he survived the attack. While receiving treatment in Germany, he kept in touch with Jennifer by writing to her every day. Eventually, Benjamin returned to his home base in California. Throughout that time, he continued to email Jennifer frequently, and their relationship gradually developed. After leaving the Army, his muscles began to heal, his kneecap recovered, and he started walking and using his arm again. He was even able to begin running. He moved back to Wisconsin and spent more time with Jennifer, and their love grew deeper. One day, he asked her if she would be happy to spend the rest of her life with him, and she said yes. Benjamin was honorably discharged in 2005. After that, he married Jennifer, and they actively participated in church activities. There, Benjamin worked to overcome the psychological issues he experienced during the war. He also helped others in his church who were going through mental and emotional struggles. On December 24, 2012, Officer Jennifer Sabina was working the night shift. During her duty, she maintained contact with her husband, Benjamin, through text messages. The last message she received was around 3 a.m. At 4:24 a.m., the dispatcher on duty tried to reach her but received no response. Concerned for her safety, a colleague, Stahl, used GPS tracking to locate her police car. He discovered it was likely parked at the Wauwatosa fire station on Underwood Avenue, a common spot for officers to take breaks, grab food, or write reports. Stahl arrived at the scene in under 5 minutes. He found the police car and discovered Jennifer lying on the cold sidewalk in front of the fire station. She had suffered multiple head injuries from a weapon. The investigation into Jennifer's death has been ongoing since her body was found. In her 30s, she worked as a police officer in Wauwatosa for 2 years. She is described as intelligent, energetic, always willing to help, and wants to become a good police officer. State investigators began looking into the crime scene. They found shell casings from 2 different weapons, matching the type of ammunition typically used by the police department in that area. However, Jennifer's service weapon was missing and was not found at the scene. Surveillance cameras in the area were examined for clues about the suspect. Traffic camera footage was also collected to track vehicles entering and leaving the crime scene. Additionally, the snowy ground conditions helped investigators clearly identify tracks leading to and from the scene. If these tracks belonged to the killer, he would be the man Jennifer encountered as she walked out the back door of the fire department. When Benjamin arrived at the Wauwatosa police station that morning, he was promptly questioned about his activities the previous night, which is standard procedure. Benjamin stated that Jennifer left for her night shift around 5:15 p.m. on December 23rd. He did not leave the house until 10 p.m., and the only reason for leaving was to purchase a new video game. After returning home, he did not go out again until the police sergeant called him in the morning, after which he went directly to the station. Benjamin had not received any information about Jennifer over the phone and did not inquire about her condition. However, once at the station and during his questioning by detectives, he eventually asked about her after a few minutes. The police officer faced a difficult task in delivering him the tragic news. After a moment of silence, when Benjamin calmed down, he shared that his wife was the one who supported him a lot in overcoming his post-war trauma. She was his strong support throughout his psychological struggles, always caring and present by his side. The situation was perplexing. The nature of the case suggests this was a personal attack, as there was no evidence of a criminal incident or altercation. Everything suggested that it was an ambush targeting her specifically. Jennifer had no enemies, and her colleagues knew it. Detectives then asked about Jennifer's mental state the day before she left for work, and requested permission to search their home for any clues related to her murder. Benjamin claimed that he and his wife were very happy, and that the night before she left for work, they had hugged and kissed. Later that day, investigators searched their home with Benjamin's permission. During the examination, they discovered 2 holes with bloodstains on the drywall, showing signs consistent with having been caused by a punch. At that moment, the detectives understood that Benjamin was experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder since returning from abroad. They also observed him trying to control his emotions at the police station. Another important discovery at Benjamin's home was a bullet casing. However, no matching bullets were found. Only several corresponding shell casings were present, which raised suspicions. On the same day, Benjamin Sabina was arrested, and his interrogation continued. The investigator pressed him, claiming that something significant had happened that morning, and only he knew the truth. However, he denied any wrongdoing, insisting that his feelings for Jennifer were genuine and that he was not angry with her. He stated that he would never harm her because his love for her was so deep. Furthermore, he stated that if he were present, he would save her and do everything possible to prevent the tragedy from happening on Christmas Day. Detectives from the Wauwatosa Police Department began reviewing video footage from traffic cameras. They concentrated on the area around the fire station at the time of the murder, which occurred at approximately 4 a.m. on December 24. Surveillance footage from the fire station, located east of Benjamin's home, showed a black Toyota with tinted windows heading towards the fire station at 1:35 a.m. Later, at 3:45 a.m., the same black Toyota was seen returning west on Burley Street. The timing of this second sighting coincided with the time the car left the scene immediately after the incident, and its route matched the route it would have taken to return to his home. When detectives reviewed the video, they checked the parking lot at the police station and confirmed their suspicions. In the parking lot, they discovered a 2012 black Toyota Prius with dark tinted windows. This was the car Benjamin had parked there before he rushed to the station to ask about his wife. A match between the bullet casings found in his home and CCTV footage led to an official search warrant being issued at his home. During the inspection, agents discovered hair that had been washed down the bathtub drain and noted that the shower curtain had been taken down. A trash can was found in the garage, along with dark clothing hidden in the attic. They also discovered a weapon registered to Jennifer and another weapon in the kitchen. As evidence against Benjamin grew, his demeanor shifted from that of a loving husband to that of a ruthless killer. Eventually, he confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had stalked his wife for several days and waited for her outside a fire station for hours. When he spotted her patrol car, he approached and began to attack her. He claimed that she appeared to reach for his weapon, but he was faster. He pulled out the weapon and killed her again when she tried to stand up. When a detective asked if Jennifer recognized her attacker, Benjamin replied that he didn't think she did. He also admitted to punching her in the face multiple times to ensure she was dead. He then shared his disturbing thoughts, revealing that he had contemplated ending his life. He claimed that his loving wife had told him that if he died, she would do the same. Therefore, he rationalized that killing Jennifer was an act of mercy, believing he was sparing her from the pain of having to take her own life after his death. The investigators did not believe Benjamin's story or his complicated reasoning. They found no evidence to support his claim that the murder was motivated by compassion. However, they admitted that he was very jealous, He was upset about the attention Jennifer received from other men, or at least he thought so. Additionally, Benjamin had a known short temper. Just weeks before her death, Jennifer shared with a co-worker an episode from Benjamin's life that involved post-traumatic stress disorder. She explained that he experienced flashbacks, especially at night, which could lead to aggressive behavior. She felt anxious about working the night shift because it meant her husband would be home alone in a potentially dangerous situation. There was a serious incident when Benjamin pointed a weapon at Jennifer's head while he was having a nightmare. She shared with her colleagues that Benjamin seemed haunted by horrific memories from his time serving in Iraq. His time in Iraq had deeply affected him. He killed 68 people and lost over 50 friends, constantly witnessing the deaths of those close to him. As a Marine, he had been trained to kill, which led to his own internal struggles. During Benjamin's trial, he was brought into court in a wheelchair, handcuffed and wearing a special vest designed to prevent self-injury. He faced charges of first-degree murder for the death of his wife, Jennifer Sabina. The state of Wisconsin alleges that Benjamin killed his wife out of jealousy. He was jealous of her career, while he himself was unable to continue serving in the military or working in law enforcement due to his injuries. He was also described as possessive and prone to angry outbursts. However, his defense attorney, Michael Steeney, pointed out that he had a troubled military past and had suffered a traumatic brain injury, severe post-traumatic stress disorder. Psychiatrists also noted that Benjamin's condition was one of the worst they had ever seen. Eventually, Benjamin officially changed his plea to not guilty. Although he had previously admitted his guilt, he now cited mental illness and defects, thereby shifting the focus to psychological evaluations of him. The judge appointed a psychiatrist to assess his mental condition. The prosecution needed to show that Benjamin was aware of his actions. He admitted to stalking his wife in the days leading up to her murder, suggesting that his actions were premeditated. Furthermore, he took steps to cover up his tracks, such as showering extensively to remove evidence. He also hid both weapons in his home and spent several hours denying his guilt to the police, initially reacting with shock and anger. As the trial progressed, the evidence against him grew, and it became clear that he was guilty of the premeditated murder of his wife. Proving Benjamin's innocence due to mental illness or defect is challenging. In his case, 2 psychiatrists testified in court, both agreeing that he had mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder. However, they also concluded that he was still capable of understanding right from wrong, and did not find him not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, it was clearly established from a medical perspective that Benjamin Sabina was mentally ill, but still conscious of his actions. After 6 months, Benjamin changed his plea and pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. The plea agreement gave him the opportunity to receive a sentence that would make him eligible for parole. He admitted causing Jennifer's death and intending to kill her, which is a violation of Wisconsin law. Jennifer's family supported the plea bargain and expressed their gratitude for it. During the sentencing, Benjamin's mother read a statement to the court, reflecting on how her son had changed after returning from war. She shared that the once joyful and playful Benjamin had become consumed by the emotional scars from his experiences. She mentioned that he suffered from severe PTSD, experienced flashbacks, insomnia, hypervigilance, anxiety, and had even attempted to end his life due to the trauma of the deaths he witnessed while serving. She noted that she wore her son's dog tags as a reminder that the son they had sent to war was not the same person who had come home. Jennifer's mother also testified at Benjamin's sentencing hearing. She recounted that after a sleepless night, she received a call from the funeral home on Christmas Day. She had asked to see her daughter, but they told her that her face was so badly damaged that she shouldn't look at her. She was overwhelmed with panic and tears. Then, on December 26th, Benjamin, whom she considered her second son, admitted to killing Jennifer. She forgave him and left his future in the hands of God and the justice system. In Wisconsin, the minimum sentence for first-degree murder is 20 years, while the maximum sentence is life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Prosecutor Mark Williams recommended a sentence of 40 to 60 years. In his final statement, Benjamin expressed remorse, saying he did not mean to do this to Jennifer Sabina and that he was sorry for taking her life. He added that if he could trade his life for hers right now, he would do it without hesitation. The judge considered Benjamin's confession and acceptance of responsibility as positive factors. The key issue for the judge was to determine how long Benjamin would have to wait before he could apply for early release. It's important to note that a petition for parole does not guarantee it will be granted. Ultimately, the parole term was set at 35 years. If Benjamin Sabina is ever approved for parole, he will be 65 years old at that time. The story of Jennifer Sabina is a heartbreaking tragedy that reflects the impact of war and the terrible consequences of being unable to control emotions. She dedicated her entire life to the community and always supported her husband. However, it all ended tragically in an act of violence, leaving her family and friends in deep sorrow. The case of Robin Doan. This story takes place on a remote farm in a small town called Pampa in Texas, USA. 10-year-old Robin Doan was the daughter of Michelle Conrad. She lived with Michelle, her stepfather, Brian Conrad, and her older brother Zach. The family owned a farmhouse in the area where Brian successfully managed a farming business. The children were raised in a peaceful rural environment. After divorcing the children's biological father, Michelle met Brian, a kind and pleasant man who quickly formed a strong bond with her children. Life improved for Michelle, and she eventually married Brian. The family had been living happily together for several years. By September 2005, Michelle was 6 months pregnant, and the whole family was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the baby. Brian, in particular, was thrilled at the thought of becoming a father. Meanwhile, Robin, a determined and resourceful 10-year-old, was living the typical life of a schoolgirl. She shared close relationships with her mother, brother, stepfather, and even her biological father, who occasionally visited her. Robin also spent some summers with her biological dad. On the evening of September 30, 2005, Robin went to bed as usual, but was suddenly awakened in the middle of the night. At first, she thought she was trapped in a nightmare when she heard her mother screaming and the explosion. It quickly became clear that this was no dream. Something terrible was happening downstairs. Overcome with fear but driven by curiosity, Robin got out of bed and moved to her bedroom door to listen. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway, stopping right outside her room. The door creaked open, and Robin quickly leapt back into her bed, her heart racing. She lay perfectly still, trying to suppress her rising fear. Suddenly, the explosion shattered the silence. 2 bullets narrowly missed her, one passing just inches from her left leg and another near the left arm. The 3rd bullet hit a nearby piece of furniture. In the darkness, the attacker didn't realize they had missed her. They then moved to the next room, where Robin's brother, Zach, was asleep. Moments later, more explosions echoed through the house, followed by a faint, heartbreaking cry from Zach. Then, everything fell eerily silent as the attacker left. Robin was frozen with fear, her body paralyzed. She pretended to be dead, using every ounce of willpower to stay perfectly still, too terrified even to breathe deeply, terrified that the attacker might return, notice her alive. In 2.5 hours of panic, she remained in that state, unable to process what had just happened. When she finally managed to summon the courage to move, there were no signs of the intruder. Summoning her strength, Robin cautiously got up. She grabbed her phone and called 911. though every step and movement was filled with dread that the assailant might still be nearby. Her voice trembling, Robin identified herself as a scared 10-year-old girl seeking help. Through tears, she told the operator she was cold and frightened. Between sobs, she explained that she had heard her mother screaming an explosion, but had been too afraid to leave her room to check on her family. She feared the worst, knowing hours had passed without any sound or sign of life from her loved ones. Robin eventually went to the kitchen and gazed out the window, anxiously waiting for the police to arrive. As soon as she saw the flashing lights of the patrol cars, she rushed outside to meet the officers. The little girl, visibly shaken and distressed, was escorted to one of the patrol cars for her safety. Meanwhile, several officers prepared to investigate the house, anticipating the possibility that the attacker might still be inside and ready to confront them. Inside the house, the police discovered a horrifying crime scene. The entire family had been brutally murdered. Brian had been attacked 3 times, Michelle 6 times, and even the family dog had been attacked twice. Robin's brother Zach was killed in his sleep, and one of the bullets struck him directly in the head. Michelle, who was just 2 months away from giving birth, was also tragically killed, and her unborn baby did not survive. Shell casings found at the scene matched a rifle, which was typically purchased through special orders or produced in limited quantities. Throughout this time, Robin remained in the patrol car, waiting for news about her family. She held onto a thin hope that someone had survived. When an officer returned and confirmed that the perpetrator had fled the scene, Robin felt a brief moment of relief. However, the devastating truth about her family's fate was soon revealed to her. Robin began crying again as she fully grasped that her loved ones had been killed. The police informed her that she needed to go to the station to speak with detectives. However, before leaving, Robin asked the officers to help her feed the animals so she could try to calm herself. During this time, she appeared detached from reality. While feeding her goats in the barn, she spoke as though nothing had happened, reminiscing about how she and her brother had won prizes in a competition. But then, she suddenly broke down again, crying as she grabbed one of the officers by the shoulder and desperately asked when her loved ones would come out of the house. The officer had to gently remind her once more that she was the only survivor of the tragedy. Robin was first taken to a nearby medical center for care. The psychologists were assigned to work with her, but this would take time. Doctors examined Robin and confirmed that she was physically unharmed. As a result, the police brought her to the station both to speak with her and to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, detectives understood they were dealing with a dangerous criminal and needed to act quickly to prevent another attack. Robin cooperated with the detectives and provided information to the best of her ability. However, Robin did not witness the events firsthand. Detectives initially suspected that her stepfather or mother might have had a serious conflict with someone shortly before the incident, but this theory was ruled out. Robin denied any such conflicts. Another possibility emerged, that someone in her family might have been involved with dangerous individuals or illegal substances. But Robin dismissed this as well. She couldn't think of anyone who might hate her family enough to attack them with a weapon. Although she described what she heard in great detail, she couldn't identify the attacker. She hadn't gotten a clear look, only catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette. As a result, she was unable to provide any useful description. The only thing she was certain of was that the attacker had light skin. One critical piece of information did stand out. Robin distinctly remembered hearing 15 explosions and confidently reported this number. She later revised her statement slightly, noting that there were clearly more than 10 explosions. When the crime scene was examined, investigators found shell casings confirming that exactly 15 explosions were fired. It seemed surprising that a 10-year-old girl, especially under such terrifying circumstances, could recall this detail so accurately. The situation remained unclear. No motive for the attack had been established, nor had the perpetrator's intentions. It was possible the attacker wanted to eliminate everyone in the household and leave no loose ends. There was even a risk that they might return to target Robin, the sole witness, to complete their plan. For Robin's safety, she will be placed in a specialized center for victims of violence. There, Robin was under the care of her biological father, stepmother, and stepsister, with police officers also stationed at the facility. Now, her father was the only person able to support and help her. He arrived in the middle of the night to pick Robin up, and after her interrogation was completed, they were immediately escorted to the center. Robin was informed that these precautions were necessary for her protection, and she was not allowed to leave the facility. She understood this, as she also herself feared another attack. Despite the restriction on leaving, Robin had to attend her family's funeral. She was allowed to go, but only under police escort. The funeral drew a large crowd from the nearby town, as many people knew the family and spoke about them fondly. In this small agricultural town in Texas, everyone was deeply saddened by the tragedy. For Robin and the mourners, the sight of the 3 coffins at the memorial was unbearable. No one could have imagined that these kind people could die so tragically. Detectives saw the funeral as an opportunity. The time and location of the service were not kept secret. In fact, the police hoped the attacker might show up. If the perpetrator planned to strike again, the funeral would have been the perfect moment. Law enforcement was fully prepared to act, closely monitoring the crowd while keeping a watchful eye on Robin, who was accompanied by her father, stepmother, and stepsister. But the event passed without any suspicious activity. By this point, forensic experts had finished examining the crime scene. They uncovered evidence that might assist in identifying the perpetrator, but no solid leads pointed directly to the murderer. Still, the findings were notable. Inside the house, they found shoe prints, and outside, near the house, they discovered tire tracks. The experts collected all the prints and carefully analyzed the tire tread patterns. Unfortunately, no fingerprints or DNA belonging to the attacker were recovered. The lack of fingerprints led investigators to believe the attacker had worn gloves. The only blood found at the scene was that of the victims, suggesting the perpetrator was uninjured. It seemed the family was caught off guard and had no opportunity to resist or fight back. The back door of the house had been forced open, indicating a break-in. However, despite the presence of valuable items, including a wallet with cash, nothing was stolen from the home. Detectives determined that robbery was not the motive behind the attack. The assailant's behavior didn't match that of someone acting impulsively or under the influence of banned substances or alcohol. Instead, the killer acted with intention and precision, methodically eliminating the family members one by one. The police thoroughly investigated of Brian, Michelle, and Zach, but found no suspicions. No one had a motive, and everyone appeared to be kind, peaceful, and conflict-averse. Robin's biological father had been with his family in a nearby town, and his wife confirmed he was home asleep that night. Eventually, all leads came to a standstill, as no one in the family's circle seemed to fit the profile of a suspect. However, such a violent act targeting both adults and children suggested the possibility of a strong motive, such as jealousy, revenge, or resentment. The day before Robin's family was murdered, in the small town of Pineville, Missouri, relatives of the McCool family have attempted to contact them without success. By evening, worried relatives had arrived at the McCool family home. To their shock, the house was empty and surrounded by police tape. A neighbor informed them that a terrible crime had occurred. The night before, Orly McCool and Dawn McCool were killed by an unidentified attacker. At that time, forensic investigators were still processing the scene. They also questioned the relatives who arrived, but no one could provide any helpful information about a possible suspect. Inside the house, investigators found some unusual shell casings of an uncommon caliber, rare and difficult to obtain in the U.S. The following day, another incident in the same area provided a key lead. A local resident, Mr. King, returned to his home after being away for several days on a work trip. He discovered that his house had been broken into, his weapon safes had been forced open and emptied. Among the stolen items was a rare firearm in the U.S. along with ammunition. This strongly suggested a connection between the burglary and the murder of the McCool family. The assailant had likely stolen the weapon from King before committing the crime. Mr. King was thoroughly investigated, but he had a solid alibi. He was out of town at the time of the attack. However, several members of his family could have had access to the weapon. Among them, one person stood out: Levi King, the son of King. Levi was on the run, and family members suspected he was connected to the McCool murders. Thanks to Mr. King's report, detectives had a photo of the suspected killer. At just 20 years old, Levi was already well known to authorities due to his criminal history, which included serving time for burglary. A few years earlier, Levi had broken into a neighbor's house, stolen valuables, and set the property on fire. For this crime, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Just weeks earlier, Levi had been scheduled for transfer to another correctional facility. Desperate for freedom, he escaped during the transfer. Authorities in Missouri were certain Levi was extremely dangerous, armed, and ready to use his weapons at any time. Citizens were alerted through the media, and people were advised not to approach Levi if they encountered him, but to immediately contact law enforcement. Meanwhile, relatives of the McCool family reported several items stolen, including their Dodge Dakota pickup truck. The truck's details were entered into a police database, and a warrant was issued for Levi King's arrest in connection with the crime at the McCool residence. Although Levi King did not know any of the victims personally, he was on the run and needed resources, particularly a vehicle, to leave the state. Eventually, a suspicious young man was stopped by Border Patrol in El Paso, Texas, near the Mexican border, likely attempting to flee the country. During the stop, the young man calmly admitted to having a weapon in his trunk. This led to a more detailed search. During the investigation, they discovered that the pickup truck he was driving was the McCool family's stolen vehicle. Levi was taken to the police station for further investigation. Law enforcement officers decided to question Levi further, and from the start, his behavior seemed odd. Within just 15 minutes of talking to detectives, Levi confessed to the double murder of Orly and Dawn McCool. Levi admitted he couldn't explain why he committed the murders. He said he broke into a random house on the outskirts of town to steal a car, driven only by an overwhelming and uncontrollable desire to kill. When Levi entered the house, he was unexpectedly noticed. A door opened, and a woman appeared, politely asking what he wanted. Levi claimed he was startled and panicked, so he grabbed his weapon and attacked her. Hearing the noise, a man came to investigate, and Levi, paralyzed by fear, also attacked him. After the killings, Levi fled in the pickup truck. Levi was soon extradited to Missouri, where local law enforcement questioned him further. During the interrogation, Levi once again confessed to the murders. Levi made an even more shocking confession. He admitted to murdering the Robin family in Texas. His confession matched evidence from the crime scene of the Robin family's triple murder, including matching shell casings found at both crime scenes. Levi described how he had attacked defenseless members of the Robin family, and upon hearing noises upstairs, discovered others in the house. Among them was Robin, who awoke to the explosion. Driven by uncontrollable bloodlust, the killer showed no regard for the victims' ages. Levi went upstairs, entered the bedrooms, and attacked the occupants in their beds to eliminate any witnesses. After committing these horrific acts, Levi fled the scene. After Levi confessed to the crimes, The police quickly contacted their colleagues in Texas to verify the details he had provided. Once again, his account aligned with the evidence. With this confirmation, Robin was finally able to feel some relief. She had been under immense stress for days, unable to sleep. The next day, investigators from Texas arrived to take Levi into custody. During the transfer, showing no remorse, Levi openly described his emotional state before, during, and after the murders. He admitted that the feelings he experienced during the murders were more intense and pleasurable than any banned substance. Even hours after committing the killings, he claimed he could still smell gunpowder, which gave him a sense of euphoria. In a formal, video-recorded statement, he detailed his actions, starting with the murder of the McCool family. Levi explained that his urge to kill coincided with his need for a vehicle to escape toward the Mexican border. Along the way, he felt another uncontrollable desire to kill and randomly chose the isolated home of the Robin family as his next target. Levi admitted that he did not know any of his victims, including the McCools or the Robins. Realizing the severity of his crimes, he understood he was now facing the death penalty. In an attempt to avoid this, he fled toward Mexico, hoping to disappear. In Missouri, Levi was charged with the double murder of the McCool family. Following his lawyer's advice, he accepted a plea deal to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. At the same time, hearings for the triple murder and attempted murder in Texas were approaching. Unlike in Missouri, Texas prosecutors took a firmer stance, refusing to rule out the death penalty or consider any plea agreements from the defense. The prosecutor was confident in securing a conviction that would ensure Levi could no longer pose a threat to society. However, death penalty cases often involve lengthy trials and require extensive preparation. Levi spent several years in jail without bail while awaiting trial in Texas. By the time the trial began, Robin, the sole survivor of the Texas attack, was over 14 years old. The hearings took place just before her birthday. On the eve of her 15th birthday, Robin was furious as she realized how senseless and brutal Levi's attack on her family had been. He had no motive and acted purely out of a desire to kill. Understandably, she strongly advocated for him to receive the death penalty. However, Levi's lawyer fought to save his client from execution. Opinions were divided. Some believed Levi did not deserve to live, while others argued that life imprisonment without parole was a harsher and more fitting punishment for his crimes. The defense attorney sought to present Levi King as a more sympathetic figure to influence the jury's decision. He emphasized that Levi had struggled with bipolar disorder since adolescence. Over the years, he had also been diagnosed with depression, psychosis, and schizophrenia. Levi was one of 7 children in a family where he reportedly received little to no love or care. His antisocial behavior was linked to an abusive, alcoholic father and a neglectful, indifferent mother. From as early as elementary school, Levi engaged in troubling acts, including arson, substance abuse, and killing animals for amusement. These behaviors seemed to reflect the dysfunctional environment he grew up in. Levi's abusive father was the first to frequently harm him and expose him to alcohol and banned substances. When police visited Levi's home, they were shocked by what they found. One wall was covered with ceremonial knives, swords, and weapons. Strangely, despite often struggling to afford food, Levi always managed to buy ammunition and weapons. Levi's obsession with violence contradicted the defense's claim that he was a good person, shaped by an adverse childhood and environment. The prosecution painted a different picture, portraying Levi King as a predator waiting for his chance to strike. They described him as someone who took pleasure in the smell of blood and gunpowder. The prosecution's main witness was Robin, the sole survivor of Levi's attack. The trial was a deeply traumatic experience for her. She was determined to confront the man who had destroyed her family. Up until that moment, she had been filled with anger and wished for his death. Later, Robin shared her story with journalists. She explained that when she first looked into Levi's eyes in court, she was struck by how empty and cold he seemed. As she saw his lifeless eyes, she forgave him. Robin realized it was pointless to waste energy on someone so devoid of humanity. She understood that Levi could not have become any other kind of person. After about 8 hours of deliberation, the jury decided that the death penalty was too harsh for someone as mentally handicapped as he was. They sentenced Levi to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Levi was eventually extradited to Missouri to serve his life sentence there. For a long time after the attack on her family, Robin struggled with severe psychological trauma. She frequently had nightmares, couldn't sleep well, and was unable to go outside alone. Even years later, the effects of her trauma would resurface. However, thanks to the support of her loved ones, she was able to overcome them. The case of Robin Doan raises many questions about the influence of psychology and deviant behavior. Gaming addiction and the use of high doses of antidepressants may be closely related to a number of factors that cause the psychology of people facing stress or psychological disorders to become unstable, leading to violent behavior. The case of Emily Murray. Emily Murray is a college student. She was born on February 19, 1980, in Sleepy Hollow, New York. Emily lives with her parents and 3 siblings, 2 sisters and a brother. They are very close and are in constant contact with each other. Emily's father works as the director of a science center. Thanks to his job, her family lives comfortably and can afford everything they need. Emily is a gifted student with a great passion for science, especially medicine and philosophy. In addition, she is a devout Christian, like her family. Since she was a child, she has helped her parents and found ways to earn money. But she often donates what she earns to charity, leaving very little for herself. After graduating from high school, Emily enrolled in Kenyon College to continue her studies. She focuses on philosophy and hopes to work for the church and participate in various missionary activities. During this time, she also traveled to Italy, New Zealand, and Japan, with each trip related to her church charity work. In 2000, Emily entered her 3rd year of college, where she studied hard and got closer to her dream. She was actively involved in church activities and participated in youth ministry. She also envisioned a large family, imagining herself with her future husband and their children. Tragically, no one expected her life to end so suddenly. On November 3, 2000, at the college Emily attended, her roommates woke up to find that she had disappeared. The girls remembered that Emily could sometimes get caught up in her work, as there were times when she stayed late to finish an important project with a friend. Emily had worked a shift at a restaurant the night before, leading to speculation that she might have stayed late and then gone straight to college to study. Her roommates, therefore, continued their normal routine, going to work and continuing their studies, expecting to see Emily later. However, she did not return that night, and they became increasingly concerned when she failed to show up at the planned party. A few days earlier, Emily had gone to the local supermarket and bought all the necessary items, indicating that she intended to attend. Emily's friends were worried and contacted Emily's sister to check if Emily had returned to her family. However, Emily's sister said that she had not returned home either. Her sister called her parents to report that Emily was missing. It had been nearly 24 hours since Emily had gone missing, and her parents were distraught when they learned of the situation. Despite their efforts, Emily's friends were unable to find any useful information. Just a few hours after her sister's call, Emily's parents got in their car and drove to her school. At that time, a group of volunteers, including dozens of students, had searched the area for Emily, but found no trace. It was also confirmed that Emily's car was missing along with her. Emily's parents went to the university security office to report their daughter's disappearance. However, They were disappointed to find that the staff did not care. The staff assumed she was just out for the night and said that their daughter would be back soon. The family believed that this was not Emily's normal behavior, as she always informed them of her plans. Not a day went by without her contacting family and friends. Now, she was unusually quiet and ignored all attempts to reach her. Emily's roommates accompanied the family to the security office, and all three emphasized that this behavior was unusual for Emily. All of Emily's belongings were still in her room, including her bank checks and a wallet full of documents and cards. This suggested that she had no intention of leaving for a long time. All of her textbooks were also left behind. Finally, the security staff agreed that a search was necessary. They decided to start by thoroughly searching Emily's room. However, they found nothing suspicious. As a result, they created a missing persons notice and began distributing flyers to students on campus. Meanwhile, Emily's family contacted the sheriff's office to report their daughter missing. The police carefully reviewed all the details surrounding Emily's disappearance and checked her room, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They began tracking her down from the evening she went missing. Emily worked at a restaurant near her school. Its proximity to the school and diverse menu made it a popular hangout for students. The restaurant was open until 2 a.m. every night, attracting a large crowd of young people. However, the police quickly realized that the late-night schedule could attract potentially dangerous individuals. Local girls knew that it was unsafe to go to the restaurant alone at night because of the many drunk and rowdy. On November 1, Emily was working her last shift at the establishment. She was well liked by everyone for her positive attitude and friendly demeanor. The police compiled a list of everyone present, as these people were likely the last witnesses to see Emily. They could provide information for the search or report any suspicious activity that night. The restaurant closed at 2 a.m., as usual. Most of the customers had left, but Emily and a few other employees stayed behind to finish their work and clean up. Among the employees was Emily's friend, a waitress who worked with her at the restaurant. Emily's time card showed that she finished her shift at 3:07 a.m. and left the restaurant. This was confirmed by Gregory McKnight, a chef who had left earlier that night as scheduled by the staff. The staff working in the store said that at around 3 a.m., they all finished their work and started to go home. Emily's parents were frustrated by the slow pace of the investigation. Despite the collection of valuable evidence suggesting many leads to follow, some believed that Emily might have left on her own. When the police inquired about her mental health, they discovered that although she had been depressed in recent years, she did not have any serious mental health issues. This depression may have been related to her heavy responsibilities at school and work, as well as her recent breakup with her boyfriend, which further affected Emily's emotional state. After gathering all the information, the police searched Emily's dorm room. They found notes from her that contained some contradictory statements, leading them to question whether she might have taken her own life due to her depression. Emily could have made such a decision because of her mental condition. However, her family and friends dismissed this idea. They explained that during her bouts of depression, she behaved quite differently. Specifically, during those difficult times, she would cut off contact with her family and become very withdrawn, and this withdrawal increased over time. But now, things were different. Before her disappearance, she showed no signs of distress. She was still sociable, full of energy, and maintained relationships with others. In fact, she seemed fine and felt inspired by her work. The police spoke to Emily's friends, who confirmed that she had been doing well recently. She was no longer troubled by her breakup with her ex-boyfriend, and had even stopped taking the antidepressants prescribed by her doctor. Her life had improved, and she felt no need to continue the medication. During the investigation, the police found no useful information or leads. They decided to contact the FBI for assistance. The police suspected that if Emily had been kidnapped, she might have been taken across state lines. But this investigation also yielded no results. The police then spoke with Emily's ex-boyfriend. Friends described their relationship as loving, but often filled with conflict. Eventually, the couple realized they were not compatible and decided to break up. The police discovered that her ex had attended a party on the night of her disappearance. Multiple witnesses confirmed that he and Emily had been seen together. He was one of the last people to leave the restaurant in the early morning, along with other partygoers. While he may have watched over Emily's friend, there was no evidence that he intended to harm her. Throughout the evening, he spent time with Emily as a friend. During police questioning, her ex provided a verified alibi. He had left with friends and traveled to another city, quickly eliminating him from the suspect list. The police then focused on Emily's co-workers at the restaurant. Several employees noted that one co-worker had feelings for Emily and wanted to pursue a relationship with her, but she had rejected him. He was summoned to the police station for questioning, where he denied any wrongdoing, insisting that he was only friends with Emily. He mentioned that they had talked a lot the night before she went missing, as he rarely saw her compared to the other employees. Before leaving the restaurant at 11 p.m., he wished Emily well and rushed to a concert for which he had tickets. His alibi was confirmed, and he was no longer considered a suspect. The next suspect was Dave. Several girls reported that he had difficulty communicating with women. He often tried to pursue a relationship with a coworker but was rude, making many people feel uncomfortable. Dave was eventually fired from the restaurant because of his aggressive behavior. The restaurant manager, Gregory McKnight, mentioned that he had heard about Dave making inappropriate comments to other employees. Gregory found Dave's behavior suspicious and reported it to the police, thinking it might be related to Emily's disappearance. However, witnesses stated that no one had seen Dave at the restaurant the night Emily went missing. Due to his suspicious behavior, the police decided to continue investigating him. They suspected that he may have been following Emily, possibly waiting for her after her shift while hiding on the street. He was taken to the police station for questioning, where he provided an alibi that was corroborated by several witnesses, leading to his removal from the suspect list. The investigation was then suspended due to a lack of solid evidence, as all avenues of investigation had proven fruitless. Each suspect had a credible alibi. Police believe that Emily may have either escaped or taken her own life. However, they require more evidence to support this theory. In the meantime, some of Emily's close friends disagree with these possibilities. As time went on, days passed without any sign of Emily. The university campus was covered with missing person flyers featuring her picture. While everyone believed she was missing, the police realized that the crucial 48-hour window to find her alive had passed. However, the investigation was still ongoing. The family did not receive any demands from the kidnappers. There were no calls or ransom demands, so the possibility of her being kidnapped was dismissed. Due to the uncertain safety conditions at the school, students were asked to walk in pairs. To address the dangerous situation, security forces were assigned to accompany students on campus. For Emily's family, this was the most difficult period, filled with constant fear and anxiety. Her parents could not eat or sleep. They desperately searched for information about their daughter's whereabouts, but all their efforts were unsuccessful. An important discovery redirected the investigation. A month before Emily went missing, Ronald had a minor traffic accident. After the accident, the other driver got out of the car to check the damage and assist Ronald. During this time, Ronald discovered that the driver who caused the accident had several guns in the trunk of his car, which had been opened by the collision. Concerned, Ronald decided to call the police and report the incident. 2 months passed, and on December 9, 2000, officers from the sheriff's office were dispatched to a trailer park. They were supposed to inform the driver of the accident from October that he was being charged with complicity in a burglary. Thanks to Ronald's testimony, they were able to solve a series of crimes. The officers went to the address where the car's owner was registered, but found no one there. The trailer appeared to be abandoned, and next to it, they found several cars in poor condition. However, before leaving, the officers noticed another car behind the man's house that stood out from the others because it was new. The car was checked against the database, and the police discovered that it was a green car that belonged to another vehicle that was also listed as missing. Officers passed this information on to the police investigating Emily's disappearance. The most surprising aspect for the police was the identity of the owner of the trailer where Emily's car was discovered. The trailer belonged to Gregory McKnight, a chef at the restaurant where Emily worked, who had previously tried to blame his co-workers for her disappearance. The police then obtained a search warrant for the trailer. An officer entered through a window and immediately noticed a terrible smell of decay. Inside, they found bloodstains, and upon further investigation, discovered Emily Murray's body wrapped in a rug. An autopsy confirmed that she had died from a gunshot wound to the right side of her head. More than a month had passed since Emily's disappearance, and now the investigation had to inform her family of the tragic outcome. Gregory McKnight, the prime suspect, was quickly arrested and questioned. He answered briefly and vaguely and appeared very guarded, as if he were closely monitoring what he said. When the police informed Gregory that they had discovered a body in a missing car, he stopped cooperating and requested a lawyer. The situation was made easier by the fact that Gregory was already wanted for burglary, which meant he could not evade arrest and could be held while the details of Emily's death were investigated. The trailer was thoroughly examined, revealing bloodstains and a bullet hole in the bodywork, which a forensic scientist identified as the scene of the murder. By this point, there was enough evidence to conclude that Emily had been murdered in Gregory's trailer. The forensic expert would need to provide a detailed report after the autopsy. The investigation continued, and after 2 days, a major discovery was made. Forensic scientists searched the area around the trailer for a murder weapon and decided to examine a nearby well. Instead of finding a murder weapon, they discovered a human skeleton. This skeleton appeared to belong to an older person, probably a male. The identity of this second victim remains unknown. Prior to these events, a young man named Gregory Julios had gone missing in the area. A forensic expert verified this connection. The details of his disappearance matched those of Emily's case. He had been reported missing about 6 months earlier in a nearby town. According to his girlfriend, Gregory Julius had left home to attend a college party with a friend named Gregory McKnight. He was the last person known to have seen Gregory Julius alive, and Gregory McKnight was called to the station for questioning. During questioning, Gregory McKnight stated that he did not know where his friend was. At this point, a search was underway for the missing man. He said that he had attended a party with his friend, Gregory Julius. However, he claimed that they had parted ways after the party and that he had not seen Gregory Julius since then. The police found no evidence that Gregory McKnight was involved in his friend's disappearance, so he was released. Gregory Julius's girlfriend recognized the clothing found on the body as belonging to him, and the medical examiner confirmed the identity of the body as indeed being Gregory Julius. Due to these new developments, Gregory McKnight was questioned again. He gave brief answers, carefully choosing his words, and avoided providing any substantial information. The police suspected that he was lying and hiding something, apparently trying to buy time. However, the police had strong evidence against him, as they discovered not only a body but also several bags of Gregory Julius's belongings in his trailer. Gregory McKnight was born into a dysfunctional family and grew up in Quincy, New York. At the age of 15, he was convicted of murdering a resident during a robbery and was sent to a juvenile detention facility. After his release, he married his wife, a former employee of the correctional facility where he had been held. The couple initially lived in his wife's mother's house before purchasing a trailer in Ray, Ohio. His wife said she suspected he was involved in Emily's kidnapping because he had become anxious and exhibited unusual behavior after Emily's disappearance. Despite her concerns, she tried to hold on to hope that her husband was not involved in the case. With this information, the police began to suspect that they were dealing with a dangerous killer. The prosecution collected all the items taken from Gregory McKnight's home, specifically a shovel, pruning shears, an axe, and a hunting knife. These items were sent for testing and found to have traces of Gregory Julius's DNA on them. The prosecutor sought the death penalty for Emily's murder. However, the judge ruled that the county, being the poorest and least populous in the state, could not afford a death penalty trial and could not guarantee that Gregory McKnight would receive a fair trial. As a result, the case was moved to another county, causing administrative delays. The trial did not begin until 2002. During the trial, multiple witnesses testified that Gregory McKnight had secret romantic feelings for Emily, suggesting that he may have been obsessed with her, although he appeared to have suppressed those feelings. Gregory McKnight often defended Emily when other boys bothered her. Generally, he seemed to be a friendly person. The restaurant's bartender mentioned that after Emily went missing, Gregory McKnight told him that he felt she was dead. Other co-workers noted that Gregory McKnight was seen leaving with Emily that night. The prosecution argued that Gregory McKnight knew it was Emily's last shift at the restaurant, which prompted his actions. They believed he met her after work and may have given her a ride home. During that ride, he confessed his feelings for Emily, but when she rejected him, he kidnapped her and then murdered her. Unlike the Emily Murray case, there were fewer witnesses in the Gregory Julius case. Evidence was also limited, but new information emerged during the investigation. It was discovered that the car driven by Gregory Julius had been sold shortly after his disappearance. Gregory McKnight's car was identified, and blood found in the back seat matched Gregory Julius's DNA, implicating Gregory McKnight in Gregory Julius's death. However, the motive for killing Gregory Julius remained unclear. With the evidence being so strong, the attorneys did not attempt to argue that Gregory McKnight was innocent and instead chose a different strategy. The defense argued that Gregory McKnight was struggling with mental health issues, claiming that he was unable to control his actions. Additionally, they argued that the victim, Emily, was mentally unstable and was contemplating ending her life, asserting that Gregory McKnight had helped her do so. This notion angered Emily's parents, who were deeply offended by the attorney's argument, as Emily was deeply religious and would never choose to end her life voluntarily. Despite the defense's various tactics, the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution. Gregory McKnight was convicted of first-degree murder for Emily's death, as well as kidnapping and burglary. He faces the death penalty. Emily's family is religious and opposed to the death penalty. However, Gregory McKnight was sentenced to death by lethal injection for the murder of Emily, along with a life sentence for the murder of Gregory Julius, 10 years for kidnapping, and a year and a half for burglary. After his conviction, he filed several appeals, all of which were unsuccessful. More than 20 years have passed, but Gregory McKnight is still alive. He expressed his desire to be executed, stating that he wanted to die for his crimes, but later changed his mind. In 2020, Gregory McKnight began arguing that his sentence was unjust due to racial bias in his trial. He alleged that the all-white jury treated him unfairly and insulted him. Emily's parents remain confused about why Gregory McKnight killed their daughter and do not believe his assertions of his obsession with her. They felt that Gregory McKnight harbored resentment towards the college students he worked with at the restaurant, many of whom came from wealthy families, including Emily, whom he chose to take revenge on. However, because of their religious beliefs, Emily's parents believed that her death was not in vain, as it led to the arrest of Gregory McKnight and held him accountable for all the sins he committed, ultimately saving the lives of others. In honor of Emily, they planted a tree near the university. Every year on November 2 and on her birthday, they release a red balloon into the sky in her memory. The family also plans to scatter the rest of Emily's ashes, which are currently kept in an urn at home. The first half of her ashes was buried in the church cemetery. The case of Sarah Raras. Sarah grew up with her sister Nancy in a military family. Their father was an Air Force officer, so the family moved frequently. When Sarah was 6 years old, they relocated to New Mexico, where she started school. IQ tests revealed that she was exceptionally intelligent, particularly in mathematics and the sciences. She was charming, energetic, smiling, and sociable. In the 1980s, she graduated from high school and went on to attend the University of Mines in New Mexico, where she earned a scholarship. Although Sarah lived away from her family, she maintained a close relationship with Nancy, who lived an hour's drive away. Sarah often visited her relatives on weekends. During her time at university, she met a young man named Paul Cohen. After graduating with a bachelor's degree, Sarah and Paul got married. She then pursued a master's degree and hoped to find her own job. However, everything changed when Paul accepted a job with a government agency in Washington, and they moved there. As a result, Sarah had to drop out of school and now lives a 30-hour drive away from her family. Soon after, Sarah found work as an intern at the National Security Agency, where she worked on decrypting classified information. She was known for being a responsible employee. Meanwhile, she was also writing a book about a murder investigation, as she had a passion for detective stories. At work, she became friends with a colleague named Laura Billiter. They spent a lot of time together, socializing with other colleagues. Laura had a family and children, and Sarah, too, wanted to become a mother. However, after 3 years of marriage, Sarah and her husband Paul began to drift apart. Finally, in 1990, Sarah began studying at Johns Hopkins University, a prestigious research institution. She had to take evening classes while working full-time during the day. During her studies, she met a 25-year-old named Lorenzo Raras. He was intelligent, sociable, and worked at a local telecommunications company. He comes from a Filipino family. They developed a close relationship and decided to get married. On September 7, 1994, Sarah celebrated her 31st birthday and earned her master's degree. She and her husband, Lorenzo, bought a house in a small town in Maryland. At the age of 33, Sarah became pregnant, and in July 1997, they welcomed a son named Will. During this time, the family moved again, which created more distance between Sarah and her own family. As a result, Sarah relied on support from Lorenzo's family, particularly his mother, Emilia Domingo Raras, who worked in a nursing home and often took Will with her. Although Sarah developed a good relationship with her husband's family, she felt that her husband, Lorenzo, did not pay enough attention to Will or to her. Lorenzo, on the other hand, began to feel jealous of Will, thinking that Sarah was focusing too much on their child. He started to believe that Sarah was using him just to have a baby. As they grew apart, Lorenzo stopped taking the antidepressants prescribed by his psychiatrist. With the changes in their relationship, he began exercising more control over Sarah. Sarah then asked her mother-in-law, Emilia, for help, but Emilia refused to intervene in her son's marriage. This left Sarah feeling stuck and without a clear way forward. In June 1998, Sarah filed for divorce from her husband, Lorenzo, and he moved out of the house just a few days later. During this time, she focused on caring for their child while managing her job. A nanny took care of her son while she was at work, and occasionally, she would bring him to visit Lorenzo and Emilia. She also developed an interest in horseback riding, pausing her detective novel after completing 3 chapters. The divorce proceedings dragged on due to disagreements between the two parties. By December 3, 1998, it was crucial to establish who would have custody of their son, as Lorenzo had started fighting for custody. Tragically, Sarah would not live to see the outcome of this decision. On Friday, November 13, 1998, she dropped her son Will off at Lorenzo's. The next day, she spent time shopping with her friend Laura. They planned to call each other on Sunday morning, but Sarah never made the call. Laura tried calling Sarah and found that her friend had left her a message the day before, but she didn't pay attention to it right away. She expected Sarah to explain where Sarah had been. However, instead, she heard a terrifying 40 seconds of audio. Right from the start of the recording, there were loud noises, followed by frantic female screams, a crash as if the phone had fallen, sounds of a struggle, and then a heavy cough and wheezing. Terrified, Laura called Sarah's number, but there was no answer. The line was busy. She spent several hours unsuccessfully trying to reach Sarah. In the evening, Laura called the county police department. She told them that Sarah might be in danger and described what she had heard over the phone, asking them to conduct an investigation. When the police arrived, they immediately noticed a broken window in Sarah's house where she lived with her son. The officers entered the house through the front door and immediately heard the alarm sounding. This seemed odd because a broken window should have set off the alarm. When they checked the living room, they found Sarah Raris, 30 years old, lifeless. She was lying on the floor in an unusual position, amidst a large pool of blood. However, her child was nowhere to be seen. Sarah had been tortured and had numerous abrasions, primarily on her stomach, chest, and neck, which were the areas that received the most severe blows. Forensic experts estimated that Sarah had died approximately 24 hours prior. After the attack, it appeared that someone had searched the house, as several items were missing. However, many valuables were left untouched, leading the police to believe that the crime was staged. Forensic experts later discovered bloody footprints leading from Sarah's body to the broken window. This indicated that the perpetrator had entered and exited through that window. It was also an ideal hiding place, since there was a dense forest behind the house. There was immediate suspicion that the killer knew Sarah. He walked around the house and knew where to go, showing familiarity. The brutality of the act suggested personal motives driven by anger and hatred. The size of the bloody footprints suggested that the shoes were worn by a man, and numerous smudged handprints were found, though no clear fingerprints were recovered, indicating that the attacker likely wore gloves. Forensic experts searched for any additional blood traces left by the killer. Furthermore, during the investigation, they found a large machete with blood on the blade and handle in the yard of the house. That same evening, Laura arrived at Sarah's house and was shocked to see the police cordoning off the area. She became even more panicked when she learned about Sarah's fate. From that moment on, she worried about the well-being of the boy, Will, but the police had no information to share. Later, it was revealed that Will was supposed to be with his father, Lorenzo, at that time. Officers interviewed neighbors in hopes of finding any suspicious activity. Unfortunately, aside from a machete that was sent for analysis, they found no useful evidence. The next day, the entire neighborhood, including Sarah's colleagues, learned about the tragic incident at her house. Sarah's family, living 1,000 kilometers away in Alabama, was also notified. The news hit her sister Nancy the hardest. Experts analyzed a recording of a phone message and confirmed it contained sounds of violence. Detectives reported that the attack occurred shortly after a window was broken. Sarah attempted to call emergency services but accidentally dialed 8 instead of 9. As a result, she ended up leaving a dying message for Laura, whose number was programmed into that speed dial. Laura played a crucial role in the investigation, as she knew Sarah well and provided detectives with detailed information about the circumstances of Sarah's life in the months leading up to the incident. She believed that the only person who could have harmed Sarah was Sarah's ex-husband, Lorenzo. Laura mentioned that Lorenzo was very jealous of their son, Will. He had also stopped taking his depression medication, and his mental health issues had recently worsened. As far as Laura knew, Lorenzo also possessed 2 weapons. Despite this, Sarah tried to maintain a warm relationship with him until the end, and even convinced Lorenzo to sell all the weapons from their home. Ultimately, this led to a divorce. After the divorce, his behavior became completely erratic. Sarah felt the need to go to court to obtain a restraining order for her protection. For instance, on June 27, when Sarah handed Lorenzo the divorce papers, he physically assaulted her, took their child, and left the house, threatening that she would never see the child again. Fearing for her child's safety, Sarah didn't pursue him. That same evening, Lorenzo returned and told Sarah that if she didn't want to lose their son, they needed to be intimate. He was using their child to manipulate her. When he returned home, he refused to leave. The next day, June 28, the threats continued, and he persisted in trying to coerce her into intimate relations. It wasn't until Monday, June 29, that Sarah managed to call the police when Lorenzo was away. When the police arrived, Lorenzo defended himself by claiming that it was his house, his wife, and his son, insisting that nothing illegal had occurred. However, even the officers noted that his behavior was inappropriate. They had to remove Sarah and the child from the home, placing them in a patrol car. On June 29, Sarah filed a lawsuit seeking a restraining order against Lorenzo. This marked the beginning of their battle for custody and child support. Lorenzo moved out, allowing Sarah to return to the house with her 1-year-old son, Will. According to Lorenzo's lawyer, Sarah is responsible for the matter, alleging that she frequently cheated on him. In August, a temporary custody agreement was established, allowing Lorenzo to spend 2 days a week with his son, Will, while Sarah was to care for the child the rest of the time. However, these meetings were tense, as Sarah was often humiliated by Lorenzo. In addition, he continued to threaten and bully her, especially threatening to take the child abroad, such as to the Philippines. Even Lorenzo's lawyer acknowledged that these threats were unreasonable. Nevertheless, he pursued obtaining a passport for the child. Lorenzo did not succeed in his plans. His inappropriate behavior led the police to suspect him of murder, making him the main suspect in Sarah's case. The neighbors lived far from Sarah's home, so no one heard anything during the attack, and there were no witnesses. People did not notice anything unusual, and although there were many alarms, no one had CCTV cameras that could provide evidence. Detectives discovered that on November 13, shortly before Sarah's death, she called her friend Laura. The divorce was nearing its conclusion, and Lorenzo had not gained any advantages in the process. Sarah was genuinely afraid that he might seek revenge for this setback. She asked Laura to protect her son if anything happened to her. She also admitted that she had hidden a frying pan under her bed, which shows the level of fear she lived in during the last months of her life. At the time of Sarah's death, there were only 3 weeks left until the trial's conclusion. It was revealed that her son, Will, was safe and living with the Lorenzo family, which did not align with Sarah's wishes. She strongly objects to Lorenzo and his relatives raising Will if she dies. On November 16, the police went to Lorenzo's family home to inform him of Sarah's death and to monitor his reaction. When he opened the door and heard the news, he fell to his knees and sobbed. However, the police noticed that when he stood up, his face was not wet with tears. He was clearly trying to deceive them. Lorenzo was taken to the police station for questioning. He remained calm but displayed a sense of arrogance, consistently denying any involvement in the murder. Lorenzo told detectives that he picked up Will on Friday and spent all day Saturday with the child. He claimed that during the evening of the attack, he was at home with his family. However, since the witnesses were his relatives, his testimony was considered unreliable. Lorenzo also said that Sarah's killer could have been Don Lewis, her former boss, with whom he claimed she had an affair. Lorenzo suspected that Don might want to kill Sarah to cover up the affair, as this could threaten his high position. However, the case clearly shows the perpetrator's hatred for Sarah and his personal motives. Therefore, detectives still considered Lorenzo the prime suspect. However, at that time there was not enough evidence to charge him, so after interrogation, he was released. A warrant was then issued to collect DNA samples and search the Lorenzo family home. However, the process was difficult and dragged on for months. Meanwhile, blood analysis from the crime scene continued. Detectives maintained communication with the Lorenzo family, but they quickly contradicted his statements. Some family members claimed he was with them that evening, while others insisted he worked until 10 p.m. A search of his home and car did not turn up any items related to the murder weapon. They also did not find shoes with footprints similar to those found at the scene. Detectives decided to re-interview Lorenzo, but he had hired a lawyer and refused to cooperate with the investigation. He is intelligent and has 2 master's degrees, which complicates matters. Then, officers from the NSA came to the aid of the police and decided to conduct their own investigation into the death of Sarah, their employee, using advanced technology and top experts. By this time, most tests and checks had been completed. The forensic expert determined that Sarah died from a deep neck wound that caused her to lose 8% of her blood. She suffered multiple deep wounds and significant blood loss from cuts on her wrists. Her lungs and liver were punctured, and she also sustained a serious brain injury that had initially been overlooked. The most severe injury was a nearly fatal blow to her neck. Meanwhile, NSA agents reviewed the recordings that Sarah had sent to Laura. They discovered that she had mentioned the name of her killer, Mike, as brother Lorenzo's. So, they decided to interview Mike, but he appeared very nervous and did not provide any useful information. Later, Mike's ex-wife, Becky, agreed to assist the police by using wiretaps. She called Mike, and they spoke for an extended period, attempting to extract information through leading questions, but to no avail. Eventually, the NSA completed its investigation and concluded that Sarah's murder had a personal motive. A month later, the DNA analysis results from the traces found on the machete were received. The analysis revealed Sarah's blood, along with traces of a male, likely her killer. To the surprise of law enforcement, the male DNA did not match any samples collected from the suspects in the case. The Lorenzo family and Don Lewis remained silent for a month, during which no useful information was obtained. Detectives even contacted the FBI, but no new leads emerged. However, the agents were able to disprove the theory that Sarah mentioned her killer's name in the recording. Instead, the sounds heard were her death rattles. A breakthrough finally occurred when the station received a significant phone call from a detective with the Baltimore County Police. He revealed that an 18-year-old named Ardale Tickles had confessed to the murder. Ardale was in jail for attacking his former boss at McDonald's. While awaiting trial, he told a cellmate that he had killed a woman, and the details matched Sarah's case. In exchange for a lighter sentence, the cellmate agreed to record Ardale's confession with a hidden microphone. Ardale provided a detailed account of the murder that took place on November 13. He admitted he didn't even know the victim's name. He broke into her house through a window, used foul language, and attacked her for an extended period. After the assault, he stood on her head and tried to crush it, but was unsuccessful. He confessed that a former colleague had encouraged him to commit the crime for $5,000. Despite doubts about the reliability of his testimony, he provided important unpublished details about the attack, suggesting he was indeed involved in the murder. Ardale had already confessed, and the police wanted to hear his account directly to identify the person who had hired him. Ardale mentioned that a woman had approached him and labeled Sarah as a bad person. Ardale is black, while Sarah is said to have been racist. Furthermore, he feels hatred towards her because she is accused of being involved in the miscarriage of his best friend. He then decided to kill her. He told the police that he did not know the motives of the person who hired him to kill Sarah, and that he had been manipulated into carrying out the murder. Although he was expected to receive $5,000 for the job, he actually received only $3,000. However, he did not consider this a serious matter. He viewed the murder as a matter of honor. Ardale was shown photos of the main suspects in the case but did not recognize anyone. It was strange that he didn't even know the name of the person who had hired him. Ardale had a troubled childhood. His mother had schizophrenia, and he spent a significant amount of time in a boarding school where he was seriously injured in a fight with other students. This experience left a lasting impact on his life. Although he had no prior criminal record, he was very aggressive and easily influenced. When the police showed Ardale a photo of Lorenzo's mother, Emilia, he recognized her as the one who had hired him. He was shocked to realize how cruelly he had been deceived. Sarah was not a racist. She was simply interfering in the family of her ex-husband, Lorenzo. Words alone are not enough to constitute solid evidence and bring charges. However, it was clear that Ardale and Emilia were in cahoots. DNA evidence from the machete handle confirmed Ardale's involvement, and Emilia's guilt was established through her financial transactions when she paid for the murder. Consequently, Emilia was charged with conspiracy to commit murder. One of Lorenzo's sisters revealed the nature of the relationship between Emilia and Sarah. Emilia had interfered too much in her son Lorenzo's marriage to Sarah. She was upset that Sarah did not listen to him. As Sarah and Lorenzo's relationship deteriorated, Emilia developed intense hatred towards Sarah. In her conversation with the police, Emilia acknowledged having conflicts with Sarah. She felt that Sarah's actions were a personal affront, largely due to the culture in the Philippines, where she grew up. There, children are expected to obey their mothers unconditionally. Emilia pointed out this cultural difference and considered Sarah's disobedient and disrespectful behavior towards her to be equivalent to a serious crime. Therefore, she believed that attacking Sarah was completely justified and felt no remorse for her actions. In January 2000, it was unusual that no members of Emilia's family were present in the courtroom, except for Emilia herself. She received no support from her family. Prosecutors argued that the motive for the attack was fear of losing custody of his nephew, Will. To carry out the murder, Emilia convinced Ardale to do it for her. She even expressed frustration that he was unable to kill Sarah as planned. After the hearings, Emilia was convicted of first-degree murder, but the charge of conspiracy to commit murder could not be established. At this point, Emilia changed her testimony, claiming that she only intended to scare Sarah into giving up custody of Will, not kill Sarah. Emilia stated that she showed Sarah's house to Ardale, along with some stones. However, the detectives did not believe her. Ardale knew the layout of the house and could get there without setting off the alarm. This clearly indicated that she had provided him with information, suggesting that their intention was more than just intimidation. Furthermore, no one would pay $3,000 just to have rocks thrown at a house. The verdict was announced on April 18, 2000. Emilia cried in court, claiming that she never meant for this to happen, but no one believed her. Emilia Domingo Raras was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Emilia stated that her son, Lorenzo, was not involved in her plan and was unaware of it. Their prison phone calls were recorded, and no evidence proved his guilt. Nevertheless, Sarah's family believes that Lorenzo persuaded his mother to commit the crime. Later, Lorenzo reached a plea deal with the prosecution, admitted his guilt, and expressed remorse, stating that he prays daily for Sarah and her family. Lorenzo Raras was sentenced to life in prison after confessing, but he became eligible for parole in 2009. In 2009, Emilia appealed her sentence, asking for a review because she claimed she had changed, becoming kinder and more religious, but her request was rejected. On February 8, 2023, Lorenzo passed away on his birthday at the age of 57. Amelia, now 88 years old, remains in prison. In 2024, Ardale became eligible for parole and submitted a petition asserting that he has changed and wishes to turn his life around. A decision regarding his parole is still pending. The case of Angie Dodge. Angie Dodge, who worked as a sales clerk at a cosmetics store in the summer of 1996, had just bought her first apartment in Idaho Falls and moved out of her mother Carol's house. In her neighborhood, everyone knew each other, and doors were rarely locked. The area was quiet and prosperous. However, Angie had only lived in her new apartment for 3 weeks, and she could not have foreseen what was about to happen. Angie and her mother had a strained relationship, often arguing. Carol believed that her daughter had grown up and wanted to be independent, and that she did not need to control Angie. On Thursday, June 13, 1996, Angie was supposed to go to work at the cosmetics store, but she never showed up. Worried, a friend went to check on her at her apartment. When he arrived around 11 a.m., he found the door unlocked. When he entered, he discovered Angie lying on the floor with multiple injuries and immediately called 911 for help. Police quickly arrived at the crime scene and found no signs of forced entry into the apartment. They also discovered that Angie had fought for her life. She had been abused and stabbed multiple times. Her mother, Carol, was devastated by the tragedy that had befallen her family. Police were able to collect a semen sample from the attacker, providing DNA evidence. They then began collecting DNA samples from local men and interviewed Angie's friends and acquaintances, including 20-year-old Chris Tapp. Chris initially denied any involvement, but under pressure from the police, he admitted that he, Angie, and 2 other friends had been in her apartment on the night of the incident. A fight broke out, and one of the men attacked Angie with a knife. During this time, Chris held her down to prevent her from escaping. Chris Tapp was arrested, but throughout the trial, he maintained his innocence. He alleged that another man named Mike was responsible for Angie's death. Chris's DNA did not match that of the real attacker. However, on May 28, 1998, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Although Chris Tapp was in custody, Angie Dodge's case remained unsolved because the DNA found at the crime scene did not match Chris Tapp. Police spent time trying to identify the source of the DNA, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The case died down. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, was determined to find justice for her daughter. She believed that the real culprit was still at large. In 2009, DNA evidence collected from Angie's apartment was sent to the National Crime Database, but no matches were found. Carol then consulted a DNA expert who advised her on a new technique called familial DNA searching. This method allows police to search databases of convicted criminals to identify relatives who may have similar DNA. Carol went to the Idaho Falls Police Department and the district attorney's office, reporting her plan and asking for police help. The police were interested in Carol's suggestion. In the summer of 2014, police officer Patrick McKenna searched a public DNA database from a major genealogy company called Genealogy. He discovered that a DNA sample in the database matched 97% of the DNA found at the crime scene. Patrick believed he had identified a relative of the suspect. The police then obtained a search warrant to discover the identity of this relative, later identifying him as Michael Usry Jr. In December 2014, more than 18 years after Angie Dodge's death, police went to Michael's home in New Orleans. They asked him if he had ever been to Idaho Falls. Michael replied that when he was 19, he had gone to Idaho Falls to visit friends. The police then obtained a warrant and collected a DNA sample from Michael. He felt uncomfortable with the situation and asked for a lawyer. Michael searched online for information about the Angie Dodge case, and what he found scared him. He became concerned about what the police might do next and began staying home instead of going out. He believed that his phone calls and online activities were being monitored. Although he knew he was innocent and had nothing to do with the case, he began to suspect that his father might be the one who committed the crime. Michael participated in a genealogy project at their local church, and his DNA appeared in a public database. A genealogy company called Genealogy later purchased the database, leading to the police finding a match. On January 13, 2015, Michael Usry Jr. received an email with the results of his DNA test, confirming that his DNA did not match that of the criminal, clearing him of all suspicion. The genealogy company, which had lost the trust of its customers due to security issues, then made its database private, which was no longer available to the public. Michael later created a documentary about his experience. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, then contacted Michael to discuss an important matter. When they met, Carol asked Michael to write down the names of all of his relatives on his father's side. Carol and Michael grew closer when he decided to help her find the criminal who had caused her grief. He created a family tree on a piece of paper, revealing that Michael's grandfather had 6 brothers. However, it was also possible that some of the relatives were illegitimate. By this time, Chris Tapp had been in prison for nearly 20 years when the Angie Dodge case again attracted media attention. Reporters contacted him, and upon viewing a 20-year-old interrogation video, Chris claimed that his confession was false, stating that the police had forced him to confess on camera. Carol, Angie's mother, does not believe that Chris Tapp was responsible for her daughter's death. More than 20 years later, Carol is still working to find the real killer. Mike Heavey, a retired Supreme Court judge, believed that Chris was innocent and spent 4 years trying to prove it. After watching the interrogation videos, he realized that Chris seemed to be unaware of important details. Mike Heavey concluded that Chris was forced to change his story 6 times during 9 interrogations. Although the police recorded all 7 polygraph tests, no one took the time to review the recordings. Mike Heavey, along with a polygraph expert, believes that the polygraph tests were used to coerce Chris into lying. The police broke protocol during the polygraph test by threatening Chris with a gas chamber, believing it would not be detected. Mike Heavey reviewed the evidence and determined that Chris had been manipulated and coerced into confessing to a crime he did not commit. Mike Heavey hoped that the polygraph recordings he found would be enough to grant Chris Tapp a new trial. In March 2017, Chris Tapp was one hearing away from a decision that his attorney believed could lead to his release. However, the sheriff argued that Chris's testimony, coupled with the absence of his DNA at the crime scene, did not prove his innocence. The district attorney's office proposed a plea deal. Chris would maintain the charges related to Angie's death, but the conviction for Angie's abuse would be dismissed. His sentence would be reduced by 10 years, allowing him to be released immediately, since he had already served 20 years and could be eligible for parole. Chris Tapp accepted the deal and was released in 2017 after serving 2 decades in prison. After his release, Chris Tapp found a job, got married, and began living a normal life. Meanwhile, Carol continued to search for the real criminal. She believed that modern technology would help her solve Angie's case. On May 16, 2019, the sheriff announced that they had arrested a man whose DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene. Genetic genealogist Cece Moore and her lab have made significant progress in solving cases through genealogy and public databases. Angie's case was the 56th they solved, and they successfully traced a family tree that identified the real criminal, who was connected to the Usry family. The police secretly collected DNA from the men by following them for days and searching for discarded items such as cigarette butts, soda cans, or plastic straws. They took DNA samples from all 6 men, but the results were surprising. None of the samples matched the DNA from the crime scene. Police began investigating the family's children, who were not listed in the family tree. They later identified a man named Brian Drips. The police discovered that they had interviewed Brian at the beginning of the investigation into the Angie Dodge case. He lived just across the street from Angie's house. When Carol Dodge heard this, she exclaimed that it took her 23 years to find him, and he lived right across the street. The first 25 pages of the investigation detail the interrogation process, but the criminal report indicates that on the day of the tragedy, a young officer conducted a brief interview with Brian. He claimed he knew nothing about the incident and did not hear anything from his neighbor. The police did not ask him to undergo a DNA test. About 7 weeks after the tragedy, Brian moved from Idaho Falls to a new apartment. Later, the police located him and discreetly collected a cigarette filter that he discarded near his residence. His DNA matched the DNA found at the scene of the tragedy with 100% accuracy. Brian was brought in for questioning and appeared very nervous, with shaking hands. For hours, he denied any involvement in Angie's death. However, when the police informed him that his DNA was found at the crime scene, his demeanor changed significantly. Ultimately, Brian admitted that he was involved in the case and acted alone, which meant that Chris Tapp could not have been present. 2 months after Brian's arrest, Chris faced a retrial and was completely exonerated. In October 2020, Chris Tapp filed a lawsuit against the city of Idaho Falls and the Idaho Falls Police Department. The city agreed to pay Chris $12 million in compensation for the 20 years he spent in prison before being exonerated. Chris acknowledged that no amount of money could compensate for the more than 20 years he spent in prison for a crime he did not commit. But life goes on, and he continues to move forward. In 2021, during the trial, 56-year-old Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the abuse and murder of Angie Dodge. He confessed that he was drunk and using illegal drugs that night. Brian Drips was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years, meaning he could be released at the age of 76. The case of Ursula and Sabina Eriksson. The story begins on the morning of May 17, 2008. Inspectors from the Birmingham Road Service, monitoring video footage from road cameras in London, spotted 2 women walking on the median strip of the busy M6 motorway. The police were called to deal with the unusual situation, and a film crew from a morning news program also attended the scene. They thought the women might be eccentric, drunk, or under the influence of drugs. As the patrol car carrying police and journalists arrived at the scene, a radio message reported that one of the women had left the median strip and walked into the road, where she was hit by a car. At the time, no one knew how serious her injuries were, but those present began to realize that the story was becoming increasingly complicated. When the reporters arrived, they saw other patrol officers, who had arrived a little earlier, talking to the strange women on the side of the road. Neither of the women appeared to be injured. Only later did it become clear that one of the women had actually been hit by a car on the road. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. The twins looked quite normal. They were not shaking or screaming, and they were listening and occasionally looking around. The reporters began filming the police explaining the incident on camera, when suddenly something happened that even eyewitnesses could hardly believe. One of the sisters, Ursula, suddenly threw her bag onto the asphalt and ran into the street just as a large truck had passed. The patrol officer tried to stop her by grabbing her coat sleeve, but his efforts were in vain. In a state of obvious distress, she ran forward and took off her coat, which the police were holding. The truck was approaching, and she ducked down and crawled under its wheels. Although the truck driver reacted quickly, he could not stop in time. The truck rolled over Ursula's leg, breaking it. She screamed, then fell silent, and lay motionless on the road. Overwhelmed by the scene, all the passers-by rushed to her aid. At that moment, Sabina Eriksson, who was standing on the side of the road, seized the opportunity when the police were distracted. She rushed into the road after her sister and was hit head-on by a Volkswagen, which threw her a considerable distance. It was hard to comprehend this surreal situation. The two women looked so much alike and seemed to be facing death at such a young age, lying on the road just 3 meters apart. Despite their serious injuries, both were still alive. Ursula had a broken pelvis and both legs. Sabina and Ursula said nothing, only groaning softly in pain. When they regained their composure, they both tried to stand up despite their injuries, ignoring everyone's pleas for them to stay still until the ambulance arrived. At this point, they began to swear. The sisters then fought back against the patrol officers as if police were their worst enemies. Traffic on the freeway was stopped, and an ambulance helicopter was called to pick up the injured. Witnesses believed that Ursula and Sabina were under the influence of heavy drugs, which seemed to be the only explanation for their strange behavior. Both appeared to feel no pain and were very aggressive towards the police. The sisters appeared confused about their surroundings and what had happened. Sabina suddenly stood up. Despite having been hit by a car, she appeared unharmed. Instead, she exhibited a strong urge to escape. She seemed completely oblivious to her injuries, demonstrating incredible stamina as she tried to move away. A policewoman tried to calm Sabina by holding her hand, but Sabina responded by turning around and pushing the officer away. Sabina then attempted to evade the police's grasp. After taking off her coat, she assumed a fighting stance, ready for confrontation. At this point, the police had to step in to assist. A driver who was watching the scene saw Sabina being restrained and forced into the police car. During the struggle, she screamed angrily and fought back violently, as if she were fighting for her life. Ursula repeatedly called the police, insisting, "Police, I recognize you. You are not real police officers." Although some police officers showed her their badges, Ursula remained aggressive and tried to fight the ambulance staff. She bit their hands and attempted to resist. After being injected with a strong sedative, she calmed down, allowing them to take her to the helicopter. At this point, everyone concluded that Ursula and Sabina Eriksson had used a hallucinogen. Both women were airlifted to the nearest hospital. Ursula underwent surgery to remove her ruptured spleen and suffered multiple fractures to her spine, pelvis, and both legs. Doctors, on the other hand, found no serious injuries on Sabina. By this time, about 5 hours had passed since the accident. Sabina had calmed down considerably and appeared happier, with no signs of aggression as before. She answered some questions but remained silent on others and made no attempt to fight back or escape. Overall, she behaved normally and appropriately. The officers who came to arrest her were surprised by what they encountered. Sabina's demeanor was now completely different. Before them stood a gentle, quiet blonde woman in a hospital gown, who followed them to the police car without resistance. After placing her in the back seat, they chose not to handcuff Sabina. When she arrived at the station, she chatted about the weather, laughed, joked, and even flirted with the officers. She allowed them to search her without protest. This behavior seemed unbelievable because just hours earlier, she had appeared ready to unleash her fury on anyone who came near her. Because her communication style had changed so dramatically, the officers did not attempt to calm her down and began to treat her normally. The police tried to talk to Sabina to find out more details, but strangely, she seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened. She showed no interest in younger sister Ursula and did not ask about her. Instead, Sabina frequently looked at her reflection, was preoccupied with her appearance, and searched for her clothes and jewelry. When asked about her behavior, she would either remain silent or tell the police that she did not remember. Sabina insisted that she had never intended to harm herself or anyone else. Ultimately, the interrogation yielded no results. Later, tests confirmed that neither Ursula nor Sabina Eriksson had any traces of drugs or alcohol in their systems. There was nothing suspicious about Sabina's home, and the police found no evidence that either sister had ever used or purchased hard drugs. Sabina faced charges of assaulting a police officer and causing a public nuisance, while Ursula appeared to have avoided any legal consequences. However, the police were surprised by a call from Sabina's husband, who had no idea where his wife was or what had happened. The police who took up the sisters' case were left stunned by the twins' unpredictable behavior. After speaking to Sabina on the day of the incident, police and psychiatrists concluded that, despite her previous condition on the M6, she was now mentally stable. She was aware of her surroundings, understood who was with her, and accurately assessed herself, the time, and her environment. Most importantly, she was stable and posed no danger to herself or others. Incredibly, her previous bouts of insanity on the highway were temporary, and there was no longer any reason to diagnose or commit Sabina to a psychiatric facility. Sabina was detained before her trial. On 19 May 2008, her trial took place. Sabina Eriksson was found sane and admitted to assaulting a police officer and causing a dangerous situation on the road. The court fined her and sentenced her to 1 day in jail, which she served in pre-trial detention. Sabina and Ursula were then released, although just days earlier, Sabina had deliberately thrown herself in front of a car and violently attacked a police officer. No one could explain her sudden bout of insanity, but everyone believed that it had been completely normal. This meant that she was free to go wherever she wanted. During this time, police began to piece together the events leading up to the M6 motorway incident. The twin sisters, Sabina and Ursula, were born on 3 November 1967 in the Swedish city of Sunne. They were not the only children. They had an older sister and an older brother. Ursula and Sabina, along with their relatives, remained in contact with each other. However, Ursula and Sabina Eriksson had not seen each other for 8 years until the day before the traffic accident on 16 May 2008. On that day, Ursula flew from the United States to visit Sabina, who lived in Mallow, County Cork, Ireland, with her husband and 2 children. Ursula then stayed at her house. The next day, at 2 a.m., the sisters secretly boarded a ferry to Liverpool, England, with their own motives. Upon arrival, they deliberately went to the police station. In subsequent interviews, the sisters did not explain why they had left Ireland for England. According to police reports, at around 8:30 a.m. on 16 May 2008, they went to Liverpool police station and claimed that Sabina's children, who lived in Mallow, were in danger. The sisters' story was so chaotic and disorganized that the police could not understand it at first. After hearing their agitated account, the officers became suspicious and attempted to verify their claims. They contacted the Dublin police, who were responsible for maintaining order in Mallow. They discovered that the previous night, neighbors had called the police to Sabina Eriksson's home due to loud shouting and arguments within the family. It was revealed that the couple had not only argued, but had also been seriously fighting. The police tried to calm Sabina Eriksson and her husband by warning them about the potential consequences of their argument. The tension seemed to ease, and the officers decided to leave. However, no one knew what happened next in the house. After discussing the situation with colleagues in Dublin, the Liverpool police realized they were dealing with a distressed woman facing marital problems. Due to the expense and complexity of intervening in personal matters, the police advised Sabina to calm down and return to her children. Despite this advice, Ursula and Sabina Eriksson did not return to their home in Mallow. Instead, at 11:30, they unexpectedly boarded a National Express bus to London. Both sisters were carrying large bags that were difficult to manage. The bus driver informed all passengers that such bags should be stored in the luggage compartment, but the sisters anxiously held on to their bags, refusing to put them away. The driver grew increasingly anxious and began observing them in his rearview mirror. He noticed Ursula and Sabina Eriksson's tense demeanor. They kept looking around and seemed to be planning something. Most notably, they clutched their bags tightly, as if they were their only hope of survival. After safely arriving at the nearest intercity bus station, the driver dropped Ursula and Sabina Eriksson off and reported the incident to the station manager. The manager, following protocol, immediately contacted the police, informing them that there were 2 women at her station who might have bombs in their bags. When the police arrived and searched the sisters, they found nothing suspicious and considered the call a false alarm. Perhaps if the police had paid more attention to Ursula and Sabina Eriksson's mental state, they might have been able to prevent a series of tragic events. However, their main goal was to prevent a potential terrorist attack, not to assess the women's behavior. So the sisters were allowed to leave. For some reason, they were determined to get to London, but they were short on money. It is unclear what they were thinking, but it seems that the only option they considered to reach the British capital was to walk along the median strip of the M6 motorway. They were discovered by a road inspector at 15:20 that day. The story is not over yet. There is still much to explore. Let's take another look at Sabina. After her release, psychiatrists, police, and judges assessed her and determined that she was no longer a danger to society. When she left court, she was instructed to return home to her husband and children. However, instead of going home, she began wandering around the city, lost in thought. Interestingly, she was wearing her sister's green cardigan, which Ursula had discarded before she was hit by the truck. With the belongings the police had given her in a bag, she wandered into the park where she met 2 local men, Glenn Hollinshead and his friend Peter. They had just enjoyed a few beers at a nearby bar. Feeling lonely and missing her twin younger sister Ursula, she felt the need to talk to someone. She approached Glenn Hollinshead's dog, stroked its fur and talked to it. She then turned to the men nearby and began to share her story. She told them that her twin sister had been in a serious car accident and was currently in the hospital. Sabina said that she was alone and without any support. Now she really wanted to find and visit younger sister Ursula. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Glenn Hollinshead and Peter, moved by her story, expressed their desire to help her. Glenn, a former military doctor known for his kindness and openness, invited Sabina to stay with him for a few days. He promised to help her find her twin sister. Unfortunately, this decision sealed Glenn's fate. The next day, Sabina, whom he had helped, attacked Glenn and tragically killed him in his own home. Around 8 p.m., Glenn's friends came to his house. At first, they chatted normally and drank a few beers together. However, Sabina appeared distressed and anxious, focused on thoughts of Ursula. She was sitting on a chair when she suddenly stood up, looking out into the dark night. Then she hurriedly pulled the curtain shut, seemingly frightened but unable to explain her strange behavior. Over time, Sabina's actions began to seem paranoid. She refused food and drink. Later, Sabina offered cigarettes to Glenn and his friends, but then abruptly snatched them away, insisting that the cigarettes might be poisoned. Just before midnight, Peter decided to leave. What happened between Glenn and Sabina afterwards is known only to Sabina. Around noon the next day, Glenn contacted his brother, who worked at the University Hospital of North Staffordshire. Glenn asked his brother to help him find Ursula Eriksson, Sabina's sister. Glenn recounts Sabina's story to his brother, but they realize that finding Ursula is a big challenge. After that, there was a gap in the story, and no one knew what happened. At 7:40 p.m. on May 20, while dinner was being prepared, Glenn left the house to ask a neighbor, Frank Booth, for tea bags, then went back inside. A minute later, he staggered outside bleeding and told Frank Booth that Sabina had stabbed him. Glenn then quickly collapsed and died from his injuries. Before he died, Glenn asked Frank Booth to look after his dog. Frank Booth quickly called the police to report the situation. According to the police report, an ambulance arrived at approximately 8 p.m. On the way to Glenn's home, paramedics found a woman standing in the street, holding a hammer and occasionally hitting herself in the head with it. The woman was later identified as Sabina Erickson. Minutes earlier, she had attacked Glenn, causing his death. Several paramedics rushed to check on him, while 2 other paramedics rushed to assist Sabina. At that time, a motorist named Joshua Gradage attempted to wrest the hammer from her hand. While struggling with him, Sabina screamed, took a brick out of her pocket, and hit him in the back of the head, causing him to become dizzy and fall. Paramedics witnessed this strange and frightening development. They quickly understood that they were dealing with a very dangerous person who needed to be restrained and controlled. Although pursuing aggressive individuals was not usually part of their duties, the ambulance crew pursued Sabina in an attempt to subdue her. She moved at incredible speed, evading them and running down the highway. The chase lasted several minutes, and it was soon discovered that she was heading toward a 12-meter-high bridge. With a single leap, she reached the railing of the bridge and without hesitation, jumped, ending one of the strangest and most confusing street chases in British history. Sabina Erickson survived her ordeal. Surprisingly, most people who jump from a bridge die. However, Sabina only suffered 2 broken ankles and a head injury. When she arrived at the hospital, she appeared completely normal, showing no signs of aggression, delirium, or paranoia. It is unclear whether she truly remembered nothing or was just hiding her past. Either way, she remained silent. On June 6, 2008, she appeared in court for her first trial, sitting in a wheelchair. The prosecution presented a long list of charges against her, but provided no details about her motives. Sabina's lawyer was equally confused, unable to explain her actions. As a result, both sides quickly reached a settlement, although psychiatrists declared her sane at the time of the murder. Neither Ursula nor Sabina Erickson had a clear motive. How can we explain their actions in just a few days? The lead psychiatrist at the trial told the prosecution that Sabina Erickson was suffering from a delusional disorder caused by excitement at the time of the murder, which may have occurred during a mass psychosis. He confirmed that she is now fully sane during the hearings. Psychiatrists have stated that Sabina suffered from acute polymorphic psychosis during her moments of madness, which was also caused by mass psychosis. In the fall of 2009, a British court convicted Sabina Erickson of several crimes, including the manslaughter of Glenn Hollinshead. Although she admitted her guilt, she claimed that she had no memory of the events, had no malicious intent, and did all this in a state of clouded mind. The judge considered Sabina Erickson's case to be the most difficult he had ever faced. He believed that her guilt in the case was minimal because she was not aware of her actions at the time. He acknowledged that Glenn Hollinshead's family might not be happy with his verdict. However, he based his decision on the understanding that the murder was caused by temporary mental incapacity and that Sabina's level of guilt was low. Therefore, this verdict was not intended to punish Sabina. The actions of the twin sisters, Sabina and Ursula Erickson, were attributed to a phenomenon known as collective schizophrenia, which has different names in many languages. As a result, Sabina Erickson was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Both Ursula and Sabina were affected by their own insanity. This mental state caused Sabina to hear imaginary voices that led her to act strangely. She held false beliefs that she thought were true. In September 2009, Sabina was sent to a regular women's prison. During her time there, she experienced a brief period of erratic behavior, but afterward, she seemed to have no memory of it. Sabina served 2.5 years of her 5-year sentence. She was released early due to an amnesty. Younger sister Ursula returned to live and work in the United States. After completing her sentence, Sabina returned to live with her husband and children in Ireland. Sabina never revealed why she and younger sister Ursula were in England, what happened that day on the M6, or what happened to Glenn Hollingshead. Some believe that the criminal justice system failed in the case of Ursula and Sabina Eriksson because it did not answer many questions or hold those responsible accountable. Glenn's brother has expressed his disappointment that Sabina Eriksson was allowed to go free after committing a serious crime. He believes that Sabina's mental condition should be recognized and treated by professionals. However, psychiatrists seem to dismiss his concerns, stating that there is no reliable diagnostic system for identifying such conditions based on observation alone. Interestingly, the twins' brother disagrees with the court's decision, although his reasons differ from those of Glenn's brother. The twins' brother believes that Ursula and Sabina were not temporarily insane in May 2008. Instead, he argues that they were fleeing a real threat, a man who was chasing and threatening them. The case of Benny Lynn Burke. In February 2021, a mysterious disappearance occurred in Dundee on the 25th birthday of single mother Benny Lynn Burke and her 2-year-old daughter Jellica. What really happened to them? Let's explore this case and learn about one of the most disturbing events in Scottish history. Dundee is a vibrant city, home to around 45,000 people. Benny Lynn fell in love with the UK, where her child, Jellica, was born. She was born in November 1995 in the Philippines and had an older brother and sister. Growing up, Benny Lynn was an ambitious person. She worked and studied hard, focusing on getting her dream degree while contemplating her future. In 2015, her life took an unexpected turn when she met Lexington Burke online, a wealthy landlord from the UK who was almost 40 years her senior. Despite the significant age gap, they fell in love and decided to have a child. A month after their wedding on the island of Samar in the Philippines, their daughter Jellica was born. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long. In 2019, after moving to the UK, their marriage began to fall apart and eventually ended in divorce. Benny Lynn became a single mother living 3 miles from Bristol in Kingswood. She found a place to live, and her family began a new chapter. For the first time, Benny Lynn felt a sense of freedom. She joined a Facebook group for mothers and began to connect with them. One member, Vicky Whip, offered support and complimented Benny Lynn, calling her a very kind and pleasant person. Her daughter Jellica developed normally, curious and confident in exploring her surroundings. For several months, Benny Lynn worked at a nursing home while also selling car vacuum cleaners online, sending part of her income to her family in the Philippines. Life was stable and peaceful, with no signs of impending problems. In 2021, Benny Lynn and her daughter were living abroad, and she missed her parents terribly, calling and texting them every day. Feeling lonely, Benny Lynn frequently visited the dating site Filipino Cupid. One day, she started chatting with Andrew Innes, a 52-year-old man. They quickly connected and decided to meet in person. Benny Lynn accepted his invitation to his home in Dundee, as she was curious to learn more about Scotland. Andrew wanted to help Benny Lynn find a job as a public relations manager that paid $1,000 a month, but Benny Lynn preferred her current job. Andrew was a kind and caring person, which made him the type of person Benny Lynn wanted to connect with to find happiness again. Her sister, Sheila Aquino, supported her decision. On February 17, 2021, Benny Lynn picked up Jellica and drove to Scotland for a weekend with Andrew. During the trip, she video chatted with her sister. Jellica packed very little because she planned to return home soon. Curious about the man who had captured her younger sister's heart, Sheila asked for an introduction. Without hesitation, Benny Lynn introduced them, and Sheila observed Andrew's tall figure and bald head with interest. On February 18, Benny Lynn spent the day exploring the city of Dundee. She visited impressive museums, enjoyed local parks, and toured popular tourist attractions. While sightseeing, she called her sister Sheila To share these experiences, Benny Lynn showed Sheila Andrews' house, and they admired the white structure. Little did they know this would be their last conversation. The next morning, Sheila texted Benny Lynn but received no reply. 2 days later, she still hadn't heard back. Finally, on February 21, Andrew contacted Sheila and informed her that Benny Lynn and her daughter had gone to Glasgow with a man she had met online. This news did little to ease Sheila's anxiety. She was doing her best to understand the situation. Was Benny Lynn really safe? Why hadn't Benny Lynn contacted her? Andrew reassured Sheila that Benny Lynn would get in touch later, but it was unusual for Benny Lynn to remain silent for so long. This worried Sheila. All she wanted to know was whether Benny Lynn was alive. Andrew insisted that Benny Lynn was fine and claimed she had met a good man. Sheila felt confused after her conversation with Andrew. It seemed he wanted to hastily end the discussion. He mentioned wanting to terminate his relationship with Benny Lynn and asserted that he would delete all records of their contact, claiming it was essential for their safety. On March 1, Benny Lynn was scheduled to take her daughter Jellica to a routine pediatrician's appointment, but the appointment never took place. Concern turned to panic when they learned that Benny Lynn and Jellica had last been seen on February 18. The family urgently reported their disappearance to the police, who were extremely worried. Benny Lynn's brother even dreamed of blurry images of his sister and her daughter, heightening the family's fears. Meanwhile, the police received information that Benny Lynn had been in Dundee the previous week. After conducting an investigation, they identified a man named Andrew Innes. When the police knocked on Andrew's door and asked about the whereabouts of Benny Lynn and her daughter Jellica, Andrew replied that they were in Glasgow. What surprised the police was his refusal to let them in, citing that his daughter had just finished bathing. The officers caught a glimpse of the neatly dressed girl inside and insisted on entering the house. What they discovered was chaos. The kitchen was a mess, with pots and pans strewn across the stairs. The officers inquired again about Benny Lynn's whereabouts, and in a shocking revelation, Andrew admitted that he had killed her and hidden her under the floorboards. Let's take a closer look at Andrew's life. He was born in June 1970 and initially attended Alva Academy. He later moved to the University of Aberdeen and pursued a career in the video game industry. Andrew married a Japanese woman, and they had children together. The family eventually moved to Japan, but their marriage ended in 2019. After the divorce, Andrew was deported back to the UK, which profoundly affected him. He stopped meeting women in person and instead created several profiles on dating sites to search for potential partners. Police discovered his profiles on only 4 dating sites, including Filipino Cupid. It was on this site that he began communicating with Benny Lynn and quickly became the prime suspect in the murders of her and her daughter. Andrew's dark secrets were uncovered when police examined his laptop and found a well-organized spreadsheet of documents and data that he had collected from dating sites. The spreadsheet provided insight into his thought processes and included details about the women he interacted with online. Each entry was rated based on criteria such as age, height, weight, and whether they had children. He was particularly fond of women in their 20s and 30s with young children. Andrew told police that his argument with Benny Lynn turned violent, leading to her death. He initially denied any involvement in her death, but later confessed. Police quickly arrested Andrew. On March 5, 2021, he was taken to the police station, where he claimed that he had buried Benny Lynn and her daughter in the kitchen under a thick layer of concrete. Andrew's house was then searched. Under the kitchen floor, they found a large black garbage bag, just the right size to conceal an adult body. Nearby, there was a smaller bag. The findings shocked everyone in the house. Andrew had not only killed Benny Lynn and her child, but also hidden their bodies beneath his kitchen floor. The events that unfolded shocked the community, leaving many confused and asking the same questions. Forensic experts stated that Benny Lynn's DNA was found on a sledgehammer left at the scene, confirming it as the murder weapon. An autopsy revealed that Benny Lynn suffered chest injuries and severe head injuries. Jellica's autopsy determined that she had been suffocated and had significant pressure marks on her neck and around her mouth. Sheila had received a missed call from her sister's ex-husband, Lexington Burke, who informed her of the deaths of Benny Lynn and her daughter. Sheila was shocked to hear this information. When she regained her composure, she broke the heartbreaking news to her parents, who lived far away and were unaware of the situation. Benny Lynn's family had hoped that her move abroad would bring happiness and the fulfillment of her dreams. Unfortunately, for Benny Lynn and her daughter, their experience in a foreign country turned into a terrible nightmare. Her father wondered why his kind-hearted daughter had met such a tragic fate. In the weeks following the death of her loved ones, Sheila struggled to come to terms with the loss. She often had trouble sleeping, and even reached out to Benny Lynn via text message, hoping to get a response. She expressed that joy had left their family after the deaths of Benny Lynn and Jellica, and insisted that Andrew be held accountable for his actions. Soon after the tragedy, Benny Lynn's family faced another hardship. On June 7, 2021, a fire destroyed their home in the Philippines, leaving them homeless. This tragedy occurred just days before Benny Lynn and Jellica's ashes were to be returned to them. The family has struggled to cope with their loss, and Father Benny Lynn mentioned that they are currently relying on the kindness of local residents. When police reviewed the initial online conversations between Andrew and Benny Lynn, they discovered that he had asked her for private photos, but she had refused. Despite this, their relationship continued, and they made plans to meet. When police examined Andrew's search history, they found that 3 days before meeting Benny Lynn, he had searched for information about the use and storage of weapons. Andrew then invited Benny Lynn to his home. During questioning, Andrew recounted the events that occurred between February 20 and March 5th. He mentioned that he had purchased a hammer when he stopped to get gas. On that fateful morning, when he returned home, Andrew found Benny Lynn in the kitchen where she was preparing dinner. He explained that Benny Lynn resembled his ex-wife, who was now living in Japan. This resemblance triggered memories of how his wife had treated him unfairly, causing his anger to rise. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Andrew resorted to violence. He first picked up a hammer to attack Benny Lynn, but quickly realized that it was ineffective. Remembering a samurai sword he had always admired, he decided to use it instead. During questioning, he claimed that Benny Lynn had taken his hammer and chased him for a while. Their struggle moved from the kitchen to the living room, where Benny Lynn was eventually attacked with both a sword and a knife. During questioning, Andrew explained that after several days without Benny Lynn, Jellica began crying for her mother. He was unable to calm the crying child and did not want to care for her, which led him to kill her and hide her body alongside Benny Lynn's. To conceal the crime, he placed the bodies in plastic bin bags, wrapped their heads in blankets and tarpaulins, and buried them under the kitchen floor. On February 2, 2023, 2 years after the murder, Andrew Innes was remanded in custody as the trial began at a high court in Edinburgh. Benny Lynn's family had traveled from the Philippines to attend. Andrew Innes admitted to causing the deaths of Benny Lynn Burke and her daughter Jellica at his home in Dundee, but denied intentionally killing them. The chief inspector described Andrew as cold and callous, stressing that he showed no remorse for his actions. After being questioned by the inspector, Andrew appeared very distressed and began to cry. He claimed that a fight had broken out that day and that he had acted in self-defense, leading to Benny Lynn's death. He insisted that he had not started the fight and that during the struggle, Benny Lynn had picked up a sushi knife and attacked him. He claimed that if he had planned the act in advance, he would have done it more tactfully and discreetly. On the third day of the trial, Andrew took the stand but gave inconsistent testimony. During cross-examination by the defense attorney, he was asked why he killed Benny Lynn. He claimed that he was insane due to steroid use. As the trial progressed, more shocking details came to light. The courtroom eagerly awaited the forensic expert's testimony, hoping for new revelations. It was revealed that DNA belonging to Benny Lynn was found on Andrew's clothing, and a condom containing DNA from both Andrew and Benny Lynn was found in the trash. A girl then testified about her daily experiences in Andrew's home, describing the use of handcuffs. She alleged that Andrew even paid her after committing his despicable act. Unfortunately, her identity and how she arrived at Andrew's home remain unclear. On February 6, 2023, the judge sought evidence from the defense regarding the psychosis Andrew claimed to have, but found none. The jury quickly returned a verdict. Andrew Innes was convicted of double murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 36 years. Although justice had been served, the horrific nature of the crime would haunt people's memories for a long time. The case of Misty Morse. On July 23, 2000, a former judge was walking on Merritt Island, Florida, checking on his boat at the dock. While admiring his boat, he noticed something suspicious in the water. When he bent down to investigate, he smelled a very unpleasant odor. This was not the first time he had encountered dead sea creatures, so he assumed it might be an animal carcass. He contacted a special service to remove the object from the water. However, when experts arrived, they quickly realized the situation was much more serious. It was the body of a girl. The police were called to the scene. Since the body was in the water, it was important to recover it promptly and carefully to avoid losing evidence. The longer the body remained submerged, the more evidence would be washed away. To assist in this, a dive team was deployed. They entered the water with a special bag designed to retrieve the body. This device removes water and wraps tightly around the body, ensuring that as much evidence as possible is preserved. The police observed that the victim was not in the final stages of decomposition. The unidentified girl had been in the river for several days and was found in a state of her hands and feet were tied with rope, and her entire body, especially her head, was covered with several layers of tape. It appeared that the perpetrator had tried to silence the girl, as her face was tightly wrapped, covering her mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. This suggested a deliberate attempt to prevent her from surviving the attack. Identifying the victim was difficult because there were no personal belongings or identification on the body. The police quickly began a murder investigation. It was clear that she had likely been tortured for a long time and possibly abused. To fully understand the circumstances surrounding the victim's death, a thorough analysis was required. This process began with collecting the victim's fingerprints, which were taken by a specialist who accompanied the police to the crime scene. This information was expected to aid in identifying the body. The police faced a major challenge because water can easily wash away evidence, such as DNA and fingerprints. After several days in the river, there might not be any useful evidence left for investigation. Additionally, the heat significantly accelerated the decomposition process, so the body was quickly taken to the laboratory for further examination. Forensic scientists began examining the physical evidence found at the crime scene, focusing on a rope and a black rubber band used to secure garbage bags around the victim's legs. The bags were severely damaged, and forensic experts believe they were originally used to weigh down the body and prevent it from floating. It is possible that rocks or other heavy objects were placed inside the bags to keep the victim submerged. However, the current caused the bags to tear open due to a sharp rock, spilling their contents. The body eventually floated to the surface. The police particularly focused on several pieces of duct tape that were also found at the scene. The sticky side of the tape could contain evidence, as attackers often leave fingerprints and skin particles on it, especially at the ends where the tape is torn from the roll. This evidence could potentially lead to a suspect. However, the police were unable to find enough material on the pieces of duct tape. After careful analysis, they determined that some of the black hairs that had been glued together did not belong to the victim, who had chestnut hair. This suggested that the hairs belonged to someone else. The police sent the hairs for further analysis, but unfortunately, they did not provide any useful information. With the technology available in 2000, all hope now rested on an autopsy. Unfortunately, the water had washed away most of the evidence, and the autopsy revealed that the body was too decomposed to determine the cause of death. Although no traces of male bodily fluids were found on the body, this did not rule out the possibility that the victim had been abused. After analyzing all the gathered information, the police came to a conclusion. The body showed no signs of serious injury. It is believed that the victim may have died from asphyxiation due to the tape covering her mouth and nose, or from strangulation before being dumped in the river. Although there was water in her lungs and stomach, this did not mean that she had drowned. Instead, the prolonged time in the river had naturally filled her body with water. The forensic expert identified the victim through her fingerprints. She was Misty Morse, 22 years old. Her relatives described her as cheerful, friendly, and sociable. Misty enjoyed spending time with friends and attending parties, which was normal for her age. However, she stayed away from bad influences and had no connections to the criminal world or illegal drugs. Instead, she focused on her future. When she was not with her friends, she dedicated her time to preparing for college. Misty was very serious about her studies. On July 24, 2000, police arrived at Misty's family home in Indian Harbor Beach, Florida. They were greeted by her mother, Linda Morse, who was in shock at the heartbreaking news of her daughter Misty's death. Stunned, Linda turned to her husband, the girl's biological father. She desperately wanted to know who might have harmed her daughter, but the police had no leads to share. Instead, they explained that they had come not only to inform her of the death, but also to look for any information that might help identify a potential suspect. In her state of shock, Linda found it difficult to concentrate. However, the police asked her for any information about Misty's last known whereabouts. Linda recalled that 4 days earlier, on July 20, 2000, Misty had returned home in a state of great excitement. After showering, drying her hair, and getting dressed, she was ready to go. As she walked out, she and Linda ran into each other and shared a few jokes. Suddenly, Misty's cell phone rang. She initially ignored the call, but when it rang again, she felt compelled to answer. It seemed that Misty was hiding something. She stepped out of the room to talk briefly with the caller. When she returned, she seemed more serious and said she had to go. Normally, she was very sociable, but that night, she acted secretive, which aroused some suspicion. Misty promised to come back the next day, and she did not send any messages. On July 21, Linda went to work and spent the whole day there. In the evening, Misty still did not return home. Linda didn't think much of it, as Misty often slept over at friends' houses and would be gone for days. However, it was unusual for her not to have made a phone call or sent a text message. By the next morning, Linda was very worried. Misty would normally be gone for a while, but she always let her mother know where she was and never missed her scheduled time to return. Neither her father nor her friends could reach Misty. On July 24, Linda planned to go to the police station that evening to report Misty missing. However, before she could do so, her worst fears came true when the police came to her home to inform her that Misty's body had been found in a nearby river. Linda gave the police permission to search her daughter's room. Everything seemed normal, except for one strange detail. Misty's handbag was on the table. It appeared untouched, containing all of Misty's daily necessities except for her cell phone and driver's license. It was clear that Misty had not intended to be gone for long and planned to return soon. It was also clear that the last person Misty had communicated with was someone she knew well, as they had spoken on the phone shortly before she left. After discussing the situation in detail, Linda and the police decided to check Misty's call logs. Linda's claims were verified through Misty's cell phone logs. She had received 2 calls from an unknown number. Unfortunately, the police were unable to identify the owner of the unknown number, which put them at a standstill. They decided to focus on the limited clues found on Misty's body. The most intriguing clue was a rope with a distinctive red and white pattern, along with duct tape found on Misty's body. After an investigation, it was discovered that this duct tape was part of a specialized set used in sailing. Initially mistaken for ordinary repair tape, this type of tape is actually a special device used to temporarily repair sails while at sea. It is known for its high strength and adhesion and can withstand heavy loads. This information may indicate that the police are looking for someone with sports skills, or perhaps someone who has served in the Navy or worked on ships. The police decided to re-interview Misty's family, suspecting that people who knew Misty might be involved in the case. Misty's mother, Linda, informed the police about her daughter's past relationships, leading them to focus on 2 young men, Teddy Underwood and Bobby Cooper. Both were ex-boyfriends whose relationships with Misty had ended shortly before the tragedy. The investigation revealed that the motive for the murders was likely jealousy. Teddy was particularly notable for his lengthy criminal record, which included multiple cases of abuse and theft, despite his young age. The police then brought Teddy in for questioning. They were surprised to find him to be a friendly, cooperative young man who provided all the necessary information. He also agreed to a DNA test. Teddy explained that he had only met Misty once on the day of her disappearance. He claimed that he did not want to pursue the relationship and that they had broken up amicably. They had met online and communicated for a while before deciding to meet in person to get to know each other better. Despite Teddy's friendly demeanor, the police remained suspicious, believing that he might be trying to deceive them and divert attention from himself. Teddy agreed to let the police search his home, but they found no evidence linking him to the crime. He had no military experience and no interest in the sea. He provided a solid alibi for the entire evening and night of the murder, and he was therefore ruled out as a suspect. The police then began investigating Bobby, the next suspect, because he owned a boat. He appeared to be knowledgeable about emergency sail repair tape and a specially woven rope. Bobby had openly expressed his romantic feelings for Misty, which raised suspicions since he had tried to pursue her before the murder. He was devastated when he learned of Misty's death. The young man cooperated with the police, allowing them to search his home and passing all required tests. He had no criminal record, no history of drug use, and no addiction problems. Overall, Bobby seemed like a nice guy. During questioning, he showed strong emotions and appeared genuinely nervous, which made the police more inclined to believe him. However, things changed when the police discovered Misty's driver's license in Bobby's house. Bobby later added to his story, claiming that he had been in contact with Misty for a long time. He said that she had visited him several times and had left her license during one of her visits. Despite this, he remained a suspect. Surprisingly, at the end of the interview, Bobby recalled Misty's ex-boyfriend. Before the murder, Misty had mentioned a man who surprised Bobby because she described this man as a Special Forces soldier from the Navy. Bobby did not remember his name, but this detail piqued the police's interest, prompting them to investigate further. Linda recalled that one of her daughter's ex-boyfriends was a man named Brent Huck, a former military man. Brent and Misty had been together for a long time. Linda did not approve of their relationship, as she found Brent to be too rude. Her daughter often complained about him, saying that he was aggressive and sometimes violent in his attempts to assert control. Eventually, they broke up. Linda did not initially mention Brent because it had been over a year since they broke up. She believed that they had not seen each other or communicated since then, but she was wrong. The police ran Brent Huck through the database and found some disturbing details. First, his background as a ship captain at the time of Misty's murder raised suspicion. He lived on the island near where Misty's body was discovered. He apparently had access to special marine equipment and the skills needed to operate it, making him a potential suspect. Brent was subsequently arrested and taken in for questioning. During the interrogation, he seemed willing to cooperate, but he was clearly nervous and stressed. He was also very wary of the police. Additionally, Brent showed an unusual lack of emotion when informed of Misty's death. He seemed completely unaffected by her passing. The police discovered that the couple continued to see each other as friends, even though those around them thought they had broken up. In fact, they had been seeing each other regularly, up until the day Misty died. During the police interview, Brent's behavior was unusual compared to previous suspects. As the interview progressed, he became increasingly critical of his ex-girlfriend Misty, describing her as immoral and speaking ill of her character. Near the end of the interview, Brent revealed that he had called Misty several times on the night of her disappearance and admitted that they were still in a relationship. The police continued to work with Brent, trying to gather useful information. He seemed to know a lot about Misty's social life, including who she spent time with and what she did with other people. The police were particularly interested in the timing of his phone calls on the night of the murder. Brent claimed that a friend had told him that Misty had spread rumors about being pregnant and that he was the father. He called her to ask her to stop spreading the rumors, expressing concern that it might jeopardize his current relationship. Brent claimed that he did not see Misty in person that night. He only spoke to her on the phone. During the first long call, they talked about many topics, while in the second short call, he confirmed that everything was clear and that Misty understood him. The police doubted his testimony because the autopsy showed no evidence of pregnancy. However, they acknowledged their ongoing intimate relationship, which created a strong motive. Brent denied any involvement in the case and maintained his innocence. During questioning, he had noticeable scratches on his hands, possibly from a struggle with Misty. When questioned by the police, Brent explained that his dog had pulled him while he was skateboarding, causing him to fall and sustain scratches. The police obtained a search warrant for Brent's home. They discovered significant evidence there, including garbage bags identical to those found at the scene with Misty. In the garage, they found black rubber bands that matched the type of straps used to secure the bags on Misty's feet, along with duct tape and a rope with a specific weave that matched the material used to bind Misty. This evidence linked Brent to the case, and they then contacted the prosecutor's office. The district attorney deemed the evidence insufficient to prosecute, stating that they needed more information and confirmation of Brent's guilt beyond circumstantial evidence. Unfortunately, no new leads emerged for a long time. The police felt helpless as the murder suspect continued to live freely. Misty's family was devastated, convinced of Brent's guilt. Although he was under investigation, progress had stalled for weeks. After Misty's death, details of the case were leaked to the media, and her family hoped that public interest would reignite the investigation. Despite the media attention, there was still no progress. A year had passed since the case, but nothing had changed. During this time, Misty's parents pressured the police to seek justice. Meanwhile, the police continued to pursue every small clue, even when the case seemed to have reached a dead end. However, they were determined not to give up. In the fall of 2002, surprising information emerged from a genetics lab in Davis, California. However, it was not what the police expected. They discovered that the black hairs found on the tape from Misty's body were not human. They belonged to a dog. This reminded the police of a black dog at Brent's house. The police began to wonder if it was possible to identify animals by their fur, which had been done in a previous case. Further analysis revealed that Brent's dog had the same type of fur as the one found on the tape. The dog was a unique cross between a Rottweiler and a German Shepherd. This finding was more than just a coincidence. It represented a major breakthrough. The police now felt they had enough evidence to file charges. On October 23, 2002, Brent was arrested for the murder of Misty Morse. He maintained his innocence, claiming that he could not have committed such a heinous act. The prosecution argued that Brent's motive was his fear that Misty might become pregnant, which he believed could jeopardize his relationship with another girlfriend he loved dearly. They presented extensive circumstantial evidence, including dog hair analysis, that implicated Brent related. Brent's attorney argued that the case against him was a complete fabrication, asserting that there was no credible evidence pointing to him as the perpetrator. The defense attempted to discredit Misty by highlighting her past, which angered her family, who believed she was a good person and did not deserve this tragedy. Brent's defense team also claimed that the medical examiner was unable to conclusively determine Misty's cause of death. Additionally, there was no weapon or witness to link Brent to the crime, but despite their efforts, the defense was unsuccessful in proving his innocence. In May 2003, a jury convicted Brent Huck of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and all of his appeals were denied. Brent is currently serving his sentence in a correctional facility in Florida. Although there is a clear connection between him and the crime, the motive remains unclear. Brent has never admitted guilt or shown remorse, and maintains that he had nothing to do with the murder. The case of Ryan Waller. Heather Kwan plans to celebrate her 21st birthday with her boyfriend, Ryan Waller, and then visit his parents. Ryan is a charming young man who plays the guitar very well. Although he has moved out of his parents' house, he still maintains a good relationship with his family. Heather recently moved into Ryan's apartment in his neighborhood in Phoenix, Arizona. She is very excited to be living with her boyfriend. The couple has a strong relationship, and although they seem to have different views on life, Heather has graduated from high school and enrolled in college to study law. According to friends and family, she is a kind and compassionate person who always tries to help and support those around her. In contrast, Ryan has a more serious attitude and is focused on his future. He also attends the same college as Heather. Despite their differences, they seem to complement each other very well, and their opposing views do not lead to conflict. The couple's life together is going well. They had been living together for a month and a half. On December 25, 2006, everything was prepared at Ryan's family home for dinner. However, Heather and Ryan were missing. They did not arrive on time, which worried Ryan's family because it was unusual for them to be late. Initially, the family waited for a while before starting the festive dinner without the couple. They assumed that Heather and Ryan were just enjoying their time together and had lost track of time. As time passed and the couple still had not arrived, Ryan's family started calling his cell phone, but he did not answer. This day was very important to them. They knew that Ryan and his girlfriend would never miss the festive dinner, not only for Heather's birthday, but also for Christmas. Although Ryan's parents had already started eating, they decided to postpone the meal because they were worried. Ryan's sister said she went to younger brother's apartment earlier in the day, but no one answered the door. At the time, she thought it was normal and assumed the couple had just gone out. However, she now felt suspicious. The family had not seen the couple for 2 days. Concerned, Ryan's mother went to the police station to request a welfare check on Ryan and Heather. However, the police were busy that evening due to an increase in calls, which often happens around the holidays. Since the initial concern seemed minor, The officers did not consider the request urgent, and the family had to wait. The police finally arrived at the couple's apartment a few hours later. By then, Ryan's parents were extremely worried. His father had been waiting for the police near the apartment complex and became even more concerned when his son did not answer the phone or respond to knocks on the door. Heather did not answer either. After several unsuccessful knocks, the officers had no choice but to break down the door. Once inside, they found Ryan in the living room, suffering from severe facial injuries. Fortunately, he was still alive. He appeared to be in shock, unable to move much or answer the officers' questions clearly. When asked about the girl, Ryan said she was sleeping in another room. However, when the officers checked, they found her dead on the couch. She had injuries similar to Ryan's, indicating that she had been beaten. Most of the blows were directed at her face, causing abrasions, bleeding, and open wounds. Her cause of death was determined to be due to gunfire. Police quickly suspected Ryan's involvement in the incident for several reasons. First, he was the only person found alive in the apartment. Second, he appeared to have escaped serious injury, unlike his girlfriend. Additionally, there were no signs of forced entry. Ryan was speaking strangely, which made the officers suspicious of him. They decided that he did not require medical attention and placed him in a patrol car while they continued to investigate the crime scene. Ryan was the prime suspect from the start. Tragically, Heather was dead. She had been dead for about a day. He had apparently spent several hours in the house next to Heather's body. Ryan claimed that he did not remember anything. The police thought that Ryan might have tried to cover up the crime. Initially, Ryan was put in a patrol car, where he sat for about 4 to 5 hours. Later that morning, he was taken to the police station and questioned. At the station, all of Ryan's clothes were taken for laboratory analysis, and he was given a thin cotton suit. He was officially informed that he was a suspect in the murder. From the beginning, Ryan spoke to police officer Paul Dalton, who dismissed the possibility that Ryan might have been seriously injured. Ryan was never examined by a doctor. Instead, he was taken to an interrogation room and left alone. Ryan seemed confused about the situation. For the first few minutes, he mumbled incomprehensibly to himself, as recorded by the camera, but his words were inaudible. After about half an agonizing hour, the police finally entered the room to begin questioning. Ryan was informed of his rights and asked if he understood why he was there. He replied that he knew nothing, that he wanted to sleep, and that he had a bad headache. Paul immediately began pressuring Ryan. He insisted that he did not know what had happened in his apartment. The recording shows that he sounded tired and unwell, struggling to form coherent sentences. In order to defend himself psychologically, he had previously curled up in a corner, hugging his knees to his chest like a frightened child. He repeatedly expressed his desire to go home. However, Paul had other intentions. He wanted to extract a confession regarding the murder. As the interrogation continued, Ryan's behavior became increasingly erratic. He even forgot his girlfriend's name and could not answer the question, no matter how hard he tried. He had difficulty pronouncing her name correctly, and at one point confused it with a nickname. He also misremembered her age, insisting she was 16 or 17, even though she was actually 21. When Officer Paul asked Ryan about the black eye, he spent a long time thinking, but could not remember what had happened. He eventually suggested that he had gotten into a fight with his girlfriend and that she had hit him. This explanation could have been influenced by Ryan's injuries or condition. However, Officer Paul found this story unconvincing and suspected that Ryan was trying to deceive him. Ryan then forgot his girlfriend's name again. He began telling the police that either Christina or Alicia had attacked him. Given his strange reactions, it was clear that something was wrong. Ryan struggled to form sentences and had significant gaps in his memory. However, Officer Paul dismissed these issues, believing that Ryan had only been hit in the face and had not suffered any serious injuries. Paul disregarded Ryan's behavior during the interrogation and suspected that he was trying to mislead the investigation. Meanwhile, the recording shows Ryan repeatedly saying that he wanted to go home, that he was tired, and that he needed to sleep. It seemed that he did not fully understand the situation, but he was not allowed to lie down and rest. No one would let him leave. Eventually, Ryan began to recall events differently. He started recounting the robbery, stating that his girlfriend had died and mentioning a young man named Richie Carver and his father, Larry Carver, who had lived there before Heather moved in. According to Ryan, a group of criminals had started attacking after breaking into the house. Ryan's story changed dramatically when he insisted that Richie had attacked him. Although Ryan was confused about the situation, he remembered that Richie had come to the house to take some belongings. Initially, Ryan did not remember what weapons the intruders had used, but he later stated that they had 2 handguns. In a surprising turn of events, Ryan gave the police an unexpected statement. He claimed that they had attacked both Heather and him, explaining that the bruises on his face were caused by the handguns. Ryan's behavior in the interrogation room may have been due to the severity of the injuries he had sustained, which could have put him in a dangerous situation. Ryan's memory gaps and constant urge to lie down or leave were understandable given his condition. If Ryan had been telling the truth, the bullet would still be lodged in his head, and he would have suffered internal bleeding and possibly died. However, Officer Paul found this explanation unconvincing. Paul chose to focus on the fact that Ryan had changed his story several times. To Paul, this indicated that Ryan was lying, which only added to his suspicions. As a result, the interrogation continued. Despite Ryan's condition and behavior, Paul did not believe anything he said. Paul thought that if Ryan had really been shot in the eye, he would not be alive to talk to him. He would be dead, like Heather. It was clear that Ryan was exhibiting a range of symptoms. The police should have recognized this, as all police officers are trained to identify such problems. Recognizing a traumatic brain injury is not difficult, especially when the signs are so obvious. However, Paul refused to acknowledge the situation. He believed that Ryan was trying to trick him and insisted that Ryan continue to answer his questions, stating that Ryan would not be allowed to go home or sleep. Paul tried to piece together what had happened, clarifying the details and identifying any inconsistencies that might support his suspicions. He kept asking Ryan questions. Ryan tried to explain who the attackers shot first, whether he had called the emergency services, why he had not been able to contact rescuers, and why he had not answered his parents' calls or opened the door for his father. However, Ryan was struggling with a brain hemorrhage that was worsening his condition. Despite not being able to remember even what he had eaten for breakfast, the interrogation continued. Ryan realized what was happening and understood that he was in a dangerous situation. He tried to convince the police officer, Paul, that he was telling the truth. In a last desperate attempt, Ryan approached the police officer and looked him straight in the eye. At that moment, Paul noticed that Ryan was injured by a gunshot. However, Paul did not take the situation seriously and did not assist Ryan go out. Ryan continued to walk to the exit by himself, leaning against the wall despite having a bullet in his head. Eventually, paramedics arrived and loaded him onto a stretcher to take him to the hospital. When they arrived, the doctors quickly assessed Ryan's condition and realized that it had worsened significantly due to the delay caused by the police. Ryan should have received medical attention as soon as he was found in the apartment, which had been at least 7-8 hours prior. The doctors discovered a bullet lodged in his head, and he was bleeding profusely, but Ryan could no longer undergo surgery due to a brain infection. The bullet could only be removed from Ryan's skull after 3 days because it was not safe to operate earlier. During this time, Ryan experienced pain and cognitive problems. He finally had surgery on December 28, but his recovery took more than a month, during which he was hospitalized. Unfortunately, the bullet and the police's mistakes caused severe and irreversible brain damage, especially in the infected area. As a result, Ryan's left eye stopped functioning and could not be saved. The most concerning issue was the seizures that neurosurgeons discovered during his recovery, which will affect him for the rest of his life. Neurosurgeons believe that if the police had taken him to the hospital immediately, the severity of the injury could have been significantly reduced, and some of the problems could have been avoided altogether. Now, he must live with the consequences of this tragedy. Doctors discovered that Ryan had a broken jaw, which the medical team attributed to the police. This injury may have worsened Ryan's already serious condition due to the bullet in his head. The medical team that operated on Ryan and monitored his recovery noted that the police's actions had significantly contributed to his injuries. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation. Paul Dalton recognized his previous mistakes and was committed to uncovering the truth about the crime. He tried to shed light on the case involving Heather and Ryan. The police investigated the events that led to the tragic incident. On that day, Ryan and Heather had spent the day at home, ordering pizza, and everything seemed normal, like any other day. Neighbors reported that after the pizza was delivered, Richie, who had previously lived with Ryan, arrived. An argument ensued between Richie and Ryan, after which Richie left. According to Ryan's neighbors, the couple were good-natured individuals with no criminal records, mental health issues, or harmful addictions, and they lived a quiet and stable life. Richie, on the other hand, had a reputation in the criminal world and had faced numerous prosecutions for various crimes, although he had not been involved in violent crimes. Police suspected Richie was responsible for the attack. Ryan mentioned Richie's name during questioning, suggesting that the attack may have been motivated by revenge. Although Ryan's memories remained unclear, they provided valuable information that helped the police piece together the events leading up to Heather's death. Ryan Waller was no longer considered a suspect. Instead, he was recognized as a witness and victim of a crime that he had survived. The location of the house at the end of a cul-de-sac made it isolated. Ryan struggled to remember the entire sequence of events due to his memory problems. He mentioned Richie, but the suspect denied any wrongdoing. The police stated that no evidence linking Richie to the incident was found at the scene. The motive behind the crime remains unclear. Ryan and Heather did not possess any valuables that could attract a robber to target them. It will take time to piece together what happened. Neurosurgeons believe that Ryan is still in rehabilitation even after being discharged from the hospital a month ago. Therefore, it is hoped that he can contribute to the investigation by remembering some details. After some time, when Ryan's condition improved slightly, he recalled that on December 24, he and Heather woke up in their apartment in the morning. It was a normal day for them before the Christmas holidays, and everyone was happy. Additionally, the couple had planned to visit Ryan's relatives to celebrate Heather's birthday and Christmas. Ryan remembered that in the morning, he and his girlfriend Heather were in the kitchen when they heard a knock on the door. Ryan went to the door to check who it was. When he opened the door, he saw Richie Carver and Richie's father, Larry, both armed. Ryan tried to close the door quickly, but they attacked him before he could react, knocking him unconscious. Richie and Larry then moved into the next room, where Heather was sitting on the couch. They attacked her, killed her, and stole several valuables and a computer from the apartment. Ryan recalled that Richie had always been very jealous of him, and they often argued. Eventually, Ryan suggested that Richie move out to get away from his annoying neighbor and strengthen his relationship with Heather. This angered Richie, leading to a conflict between him and Ryan. The police were unable to determine the exact motive behind the attack, but Ryan's account of the incident seemed credible. Only the perpetrators could confirm the details. The official explanation was that it was a robbery, as several items, including a computer, were stolen from the house. Surprisingly, it was revealed that Larry, the attacker's biological father, was also involved as an accomplice. Although they were apparently committing a robbery, the main motive seemed to be revenge, as several witnesses reported that Richie frequently visited his old home. It was concluded that Heather died instantly during the attack. It is likely that the criminals killed her because she was an unwanted witness. Ryan, on the other hand, was luckier. The bullet did not penetrate deeply into his brain, so he was only unconscious. The criminals probably believed he was dead and left the scene without attempting to finish him off. They quickly took whatever valuables they could find, and the entire ordeal lasted only a few minutes. Ryan was unconscious for several hours, and when he finally woke up, his brain was damaged, leaving him unaware of his surroundings. He mistakenly thought that Heather was just sleeping on the couch and didn't want to disturb her. So he went to bed and spent most of the time sleeping, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred. After the incident, Richie and Larry suspected that Ryan had survived the attack, but the police kept this information secret to protect him. Richie and Larry were eventually arrested and found to be in possession of several items stolen from Ryan's apartment, as well as 2 murder weapons. Experts later determined that the shots that wounded Ryan and Heather had been fired by Richie. Richie Carver faced charges including murder, burglary, and unlawful use of a weapon, which resulted in a sentence of life in prison without parole. His father was also convicted. Initially, Larry's wife claimed that he had confessed to her, but she later decided not to testify for the prosecution out of fear. Fortunately, Larry's mother bravely testified against him. The prosecutor's office presented a substantial amount of evidence, leading to a jury convicting Larry Carver of first-degree murder and robbery, resulting in a sentence of life in prison without parole. Years after the murderers were convicted, Ryan's father sued the Phoenix Police Department. He had watched his only son suffer from years of pain after the attack and felt frustrated with the way the police handled the case. Ryan experienced seizures, cognitive impairment, and constant headaches. Ryan's father accused police officer Paul Dalton of falsifying evidence and distorting details of the case, which Paul attempted to refute. As it turned out, Paul had a history of controversy and often failed to follow proper procedures. Ryan died 10 years later from a seizure that caused him to fall and sustain a fatal head injury. The tragic event attracted significant media attention. However, Ryan's parents chose to stay away from reporters. His father gave only one interview, in which he shared his efforts to seek justice for his son. case of Ronald Jansen. In 2007, a terrible tragedy occurred that still haunts the local community. Fortunately, the perpetrator was caught and is now serving time for his crime. However, the length of the sentence has sparked much debate and raised several questions. Annick van Uytsel, a kind and humble girl, enjoyed spending time with her friends. She excelled in school and had big dreams for her future. On the evening of Friday, April 27, 2007, Annick chose to celebrate the end of the school week with her friends. She attended a Catholic gathering held at a small house in the countryside. Unlike the usual parties that can involve alcohol, drugs, and unhealthy activities, this event focused on providing safe and spiritual education for young people. The attendees ranged in age from 6 years old to teenagers and even adults up to 35 years old, all gathered to sing, play games, chat, and share their thoughts. That night, the atmosphere was filled with joy, laughter, and friendly conversations. Annick, who had been dancing with her friends, forgot about everything else. The party continued until 4 a.m. Afterward, Annick chose to cycle home with her friends. At a crossroads in the woods, they parted ways. In the morning, Annick's parents grew worried when she did not return home or even call. They began searching for their daughter, who was not answering their phone calls. Annick's parents learned that she had left the party at 4 a.m. and had not been seen since. She had not contacted anyone, which was unusual for her. Her family and friends joined in the search for Annick. Desperate to find their daughter, her parents contacted the police. They quickly took over the case and began searching for her. An official investigation was launched to understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. The idea that Annick had run away was quickly dismissed. All of her belongings were still at home, and she had not mentioned any plans to leave her parents. Annick had no boyfriend or savings to go out with. She was not depressed, had no conflicts, and had no enemies, so there was no reason for her to end her life. The police questioned her parents, friends, and everyone who attended the Catholic gathering, but no one seemed suspicious, and no one witnessed anything unusual. The police mapped out the route Annick took home that night. They meticulously checked the road, the corners, and all the surveillance camera footage from cameras along her usual route. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in the woods where she disappeared, leaving the investigation without any significant evidence. The police even explored other possible paths in the woods. There was speculation that Annick may have changed her route due to a fallen tree, or that she may have had an accident while cycling and was waiting for help. However, neither she nor her bike was found, as if they had disappeared completely. The police concluded that Annick was likely the victim of a crime, possibly a kidnapping, but no ransom demand was made, which was concerning. Despite this, people still hoped to find her alive, and the investigation remained active. The search was one of the largest in the country's history. In addition to the police, hundreds of volunteers were involved, including mounted officers, dogs, and helicopters. Police interviewed all local residents near the club and the area where Annick went missing, but no one had seen her. All efforts seemed to be in vain. Her parents distributed flyers with their daughter's photo and put up posters of Annick everywhere. They spoke to the media, begging for their daughter to come home and for any witnesses to come forward. The lack of leads made Annick's disappearance even more puzzling. Police found no signs of a struggle, no belongings belonging to Annick, and no other clues. They tried to track her missing cell phone, discovering that it had been turned on and off several times that night and the next morning, connecting to cell towers. Police and search teams scoured the areas where Annick's phone signal was detected but found nothing. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a passerby walking along the canal saw a large package floating in the water. Concerned, he called the police. At the time, the whole country was on high alert for Annick's disappearance, and the man feared that the package might contain her body. When divers arrived, they struggled to retrieve the package because it was unusually heavy. Upon examination, they discovered human remains inside, carefully packed with 2 bricks to weigh it down and prevent it from floating. The killer may have underestimated the strong currents of the canal and the effects of decomposition. Identifying the victim proved difficult due to the state of decomposition and water damage. A forensic expert was only able to confirm that the remains belonged to a girl. Police suspected that it could be Anik, who had recently gone missing, and her dental records eventually confirmed this. An autopsy revealed that Anik had died from blunt force trauma to the head, with a fractured skull and signs of assault. The news devastated Anik's family, who had hoped for her safe return. The brutal nature of the murder raised concerns in the community, highlighting that the perpetrator was dangerous and posed a threat to society. The investigation faced significant challenges. Although the area where the body was discovered was thoroughly searched, no evidence was found that could help solve the case. The only potential clue was Anik's missing bicycle, which may have had the attacker's fingerprints on it. More than a year later, on August 26, 2008, Anik's bicycle was found 50 kilometers away in Leuven. It was discovered in a suspicious location, suggesting that the perpetrator had deliberately hidden it. Additionally, the bicycle had been repainted. Unfortunately, the perpetrator had been very careful to remove any traces, and no fingerprints or other evidence were recovered from the bicycle. On January 3, 2010, almost 3 years after Anik's disappearance, emergency services responded to a report of a fire. Firefighters discovered an Opel Corsa burning on the road. When they arrived, they found 2 bodies inside the car. The car belonged to Kevin Paulus. Dental records identified the deceased as Shauna Appletans, 18, and Kevin Paulus, 22, the car's owners. However, autopsy results showed that their deaths were not caused by fire. Both had been shot before the car caught fire. Authorities believe the couple was murdered, and that the car was deliberately set on fire to destroy vital evidence. The shocking murder in this quiet community has had a profound effect on both locals and the police. Fear has spread throughout the area, with many people reluctant to leave their homes and their teenage children being prevented from going out. The public is calling on the police to quickly identify the perpetrator and restore safety to the community. When the police investigated Kevin's background, they discovered that he had a history of violence. Kevin was Shauna's boyfriend, and it is believed that he even knew Anik. The police found Anik's bicycle in Leuven, where Shauna lived. This suggested a potential connection between the 2 murders. As the investigation progressed, Kevin was named as a possible suspect. Police believe he may have killed Anik first, then his girlfriend Shauna, before setting fire to her bike to destroy the evidence and taking his own life. However, this theory requires further investigation to be proven. The police are focused on gathering evidence of his guilt, but their efforts are hampered by a lack of witnesses and direct evidence linking Kevin to the crimes. Soon after, a new suspect emerged, Ronald Jansen, Shauna and Kevin's strange neighbor, identified by other residents. People around said that Ronald often argued with Shauna and even fought with her. Kevin stood up for her. It seems that there was considerable tension between the neighbors, raising the question of whether this conflict could escalate into murder. Ronald is a teacher known to be responsible and serious, a model teacher respected by both his colleagues and students. At first glance, he seems unlikely to be involved in any criminal activity. However, he has been summoned for questioning in connection with the cases of Anik, Shauna, and Kevin. Ronald maintained his innocence, claiming that he had spent the day at home watching TV and had not gone out. Since he lived alone, no one could verify his alibi. Ronald stated that the conflicts between him and the young couple, Kevin and Shauna, were due to their constant insults and rude behavior, which led to arguments. He denied ever fighting with them, describing himself as a polite person. However, the police found his statements concerning because they were not convincing. They obtained a search warrant for his home, and during the search, they discovered a gun hidden in a bag of cat food. Ronald could not explain why he had the gun and quickly became agitated. Eventually, Ronald admitted to killing Shauna and Kevin. He explained that on the evening of January 2, he could not sleep and went outside. While he was out, his noisy neighbors, Shauna and Kevin, arrived and immediately began taunting and insulting him, as they often did. In a fit of rage, he lost control and ran home to get a gun and 3 gas cans. Upon returning outside, he found that Shauna and Kevin had already left. He knocked on their door, and when Shauna answered, he threatened her with the weapon. He forced them both into his car and drove away from the city. Kevin was driving. Ronald was in the front passenger seat, holding a weapon and pointing it at Kevin, while Shauna was in the back seat, unable to escape. She cried and begged Ronald to let them go. They drove for about 30 minutes until Ronald found a suitable deserted area. He ordered them to stop and shot Kevin twice in the temple, killing him instantly. Frightened, Shauna began to cry even louder and begged for her life. Ronald demanded that she be intimate with him, promising to release her afterward. Reluctantly, she agreed. However, after they were intimate, he realized that he could not spare her life because she might call the police. Coldly, he killed her as well. Ronald then moved Kevin's body into the trunk of his car, drove to a location closer to his home, and burned the car to destroy all evidence. He walked home through the fields and arrived at 4 a.m. Once home, he showered, burned his clothes, and threw the murder weapon into a ditch. Despite a thorough search, the weapon was never found. Ronald knew how to evade justice, so he carefully washed the blood and gunpowder residue off his hands. Eventually, Ronald Jansen was arrested, and the police began collecting evidence to prosecute him. Ronald was born on February 6, 1971, in Borsum, Limburg Province, Belgium. He was the third of 4 children in his family. His father worked as a miner, and his mother was a cleaner. Despite being a diligent student, Ronald faced bullying from his classmates due to his speech difficulties. Frustrated, he attacked his bullies with a baseball bat, which resulted in his suspension. After this incident, his mother enrolled him in another school, but the challenges continued. At home, Ronald suffered physical and mental abuse from his father. The fear of returning home and the constant violence caused him to have trouble sleeping. At one point, Ronald considered taking his own life or harming his father. Ultimately, he chose the latter. Ronald's father was diabetic and required insulin injections. Ronald switched the insulin with a dangerous substance, which his father accidentally injected. Although his father survived, he realized what Ronald had done. Instead of reporting Ronald to the police, he chose to abuse him even more. As a result, Ronald ran away from home and moved to a distant place. Using his skills, he enrolled in a university and eventually moved to Leuven. To support himself during his studies, Ronald worked part-time. Although he earned little money, he managed to save. In 1993, he graduated and began his career as a teacher. During his final year of study, Ronald met a girl named Natalie. She was from the Netherlands, 3 years older than him, and both attractive and kind. The young couple developed a strong relationship and began dating. After 2 years, they got married. For a while, they moved frequently because of Natalie's job. However, Ronald easily found teaching positions and quickly became a respected educator at every institution he joined. Eventually, they settled in Loxbergen, where Ronald began teaching not only computer science, but also mathematics and economics at the university. Intelligent, well-educated, and approachable, Ronald became popular among his colleagues and students. He enjoyed hiking outdoors, which helped him manage his insomnia. Ronald and Natalie dreamed of having a large family. Their first daughter was born in 1998, followed by their second daughter 3 years later. Unfortunately, having children began to put a strain on their marriage. Misunderstandings and conflicts arose between them. Ronald, who had long struggled with sleep problems, found it even harder to rest due to the constant crying of his newborn. His persistent insomnia made him irritable and aggressive, which frightened Natalie. Natalie went to the police and accused Ronald of abuse. She claimed that Ronald had given her sleeping pills and abused her while she was unconscious. Ronald denied the accusations, stating that he had given her the pills to calm her down and that everything between them had been consensual. The police doubted Natalie's testimony, and the case was eventually closed. Following this, Natalie filed for divorce, took the children, and left Ronald, who stayed behind and lived alone. He did not make an effort to maintain contact with his children. Neighbors often saw him wandering around at night, seemingly due to insomnia. Although they found his behavior strange, they were not particularly concerned. Had the police taken Natalie's accusations seriously, some of the subsequent tragedies might have been prevented. From the information available to them, it was evident that Ronald was a cunning man. His intelligence allowed him to destroy evidence and evade responsibility. Criminals like Ronald are among the most difficult to catch, and holding them accountable for their actions is an extremely challenging task. Surprisingly, Ronald admitted to killing Anik in 2007 and confessed to 3 other instances of abuse committed in a dormitory in Leuven during his university years. He claimed that he did not know the victims' names, could not remember the dates of the attacks, and could not describe the victims because it was too dark to see their faces. Ronald insisted that Anik's murder was accidental. According to Ronald, he could not sleep, so he drove to another city, where he encountered Anik cycling through the neighborhood. He blocked her path with his car, frightening her. Anik abandoned her bike and tried to run away, but Ronald caught her, tied her hands, and forced her into his car. He brought her to his home. Ronald claimed he had no intention of abusing or killing her, stating that he only wanted her to sleep in bed with him overnight and planned to release her the next morning. However, the next morning, Ronald got into an argument with his neighbors, Shauna and Kevin, who insulted him. Fearing that Anik might remember his identity and report him to the police, Ronald decided to kill her. At the same time, he also decided to abuse her. Ronald hit Anik in the head with a hammer in the bathroom and wiped the area with cleaning products to eliminate evidence. However, the police did not believe his explanation. They suspected the murder had a much deeper motive, and it appeared that Ronald had planned to kill her. The public was shocked when the truth was revealed. No one could believe that Ronald, a seemingly respectable man, could have committed such horrific crimes. Ronald's attorney sought to highlight his mental abnormalities and requested a psychiatric evaluation. Experts concluded that, although Ronald displayed certain psychological deviations, he was competent to stand trial. Psychiatrists described him as a latent psychopath and a serial killer who acted with intelligence and precision. His crimes followed a calculated pattern, beginning with abuse, breaking into dormitories to attack girls, and culminating in murder. Ronald has shown no remorse for his crimes. His humble and unassuming appearance helped him avoid suspicion. Ronald Jansen's trial began in late September 2011. The jury convicted Ronald Jansen of murder and abuse. Given his high risk of reoffending, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In Belgium, a life sentence does not necessarily mean that the convicted individual will spend the remainder of their life in prison. Typically, those serving such sentences are imprisoned for between 15 and 23 years. After serving 15 years, Ronald will be eligible to apply for parole, which could potentially allow him to be released early. The families of the victims and others were outraged by the lenient sentence given to Ronald, who was responsible for taking at least 3 lives and abusing several young girls. The case of Megan Hargan. In 1983, Steve and Pamela Hargan welcomed their first daughter Megan, and 2 years later, their second daughter Ashley was born. Almost 8 years later, in 1993, they had another daughter, Helen. However, tensions within the family began to rise. Steve and Pamela started to argue, which ultimately led to their divorce while the girls were still young. Pamela received custody of the daughters, and soon after, she and the girls relocated to Potomac, Maryland. Pamela loves and cares for her daughters as well as for her work. She worked for a decade as a human resources manager before advancing to vice president at a large company. Neighbors noted that her daughters got along well and often played in their backyard with their pets. Due to her job requiring travel both domestically and internationally, eldest daughter Megan helped her mother raise her youngest sister Helen. Pamela's career peaked when her company merged with an international scientific applications corporation, resulting in a significant increase in her income. Despite this, she remained very diligent in her charity work and regularly donated part of her income to help people in difficult circumstances. She also provided generously for her family, ensuring her daughters had everything they wanted. Thanks to her professional success, Pamela was able to purchase a stunning property worth millions in a trendy area of Fairfax County, Virginia. The family's lifestyle was enviable, and Pamela took pride in her daughters, serving as a role model for others. However, they also faced envy from some. Beneath their seemingly perfect life, the family encountered common issues. As the girls grew older, a rivalry developed between them. Pamela noticed that Megan was facing the most difficulties due to her parents' divorce. This led her to develop feelings of jealousy and resentment towards her younger sister, Helen. She expressed her frustration by accusing their mother, Pamela, of favoring Helen. Her resentment deepened after Helen graduated high school and, like their mother, enrolled at the University of Dallas in 2014. At university, Helen became friends with a young woman named Erin. Initially, Erin viewed Helen as a modest and shy girl who rarely smiled. However, as they got to know each other better, they formed a close friendship. Erin discovered that Helen was actually a kind and sincere person dedicated to her studies. Despite her family's wealth and good standing, Helen took a part-time job as a waitress at a restaurant near the university. It was there that she met Carlos Gutierrez, a 30 years old from Texas. They quickly started dating, becoming nearly inseparable. In 2017, Helen's middle sister, Ashley, got married at the age of 32 and moved out of the family home. Megan, the eldest sister, also married at 34 to Frank, a man from West Virginia, and they had a daughter named Molly. When Frank went to serve in the military, Pamela welcomed Megan and Molly into her home, allowing them to stay as long as needed. That same year, Helen graduated from university. Although she had intended to move in with Carlos, she returned to Pamela's home in Virginia, where her older sister Megan and 6-year-old niece Molly were living. At that point, Pamela was pleased with her accomplishments and, at 63, intended to retire. She decided to renovate a house she planned to buy for her youngest daughter, Helen, in Northern Virginia. This decision upset Megan, who had always felt that her mother favored her younger sister. Over time, the relationship between the sisters, Megan and Helen, became very strained. Tamara North, the sister of Pamela and the girl's aunt, later confirmed this. She noted that Megan harbored feelings of resentment towards Helen. Having cared for Helen since she was a child, Tamara observed that Megan was unwilling to acknowledge her younger sister. Unlike Ashley, Megan refused to help care for Helen from the moment she was born and would not play with her. Although the rivalry was clear, no one could have predicted that this mix of jealousy, envy, and later greed would lead to a tragic outcome. On the evening of July 14, 2017, the neighbors of Pamela quickly realized something was wrong when they saw the Fairfax County Police arriving at the estate. The emergency call had come from Carlos, Helen's boyfriend, who was in Dallas, Texas, and far from the scene. He expressed concern for Helen's well-being after she had called him with a strange story about a shooting. When the police arrived at the building, it was already too late. Upon inspecting the premises, they discovered the body of Pamela lying face down in the bathroom, covered with a blanket. It was evident that she had suffered a fatal head injury. Moving to the second floor of the spacious house, they found Helen in her bathroom. She was sitting on the toilet with a weapon between her legs and pointed upwards. It appeared that after killing her mother, Helen had ended her life by using her socked toe to pull the trigger after removing her shoe. As the investigation progressed, detectives realized that their initial hypothesis might not be correct. A family secret began to come to light. Officers secured the area around the house and interviewed neighbors. Detective Brian Byerson, who was leading the case, reached out to Steve, Pamela's ex-husband, to inform him of the tragic events. Overwhelmed with grief, Steve immediately called his other two daughters, Ashley and Megan. Megan, the oldest sister, said she was driving her daughter to West Virginia, but immediately turned around to go to her family's house. When Ashley and Megan arrived, both sisters were in shock and crying while speaking with the police. They both believed that Helen had ended her life, especially Megan. She recalled that when she left the house at 1:30 p.m., with her daughter Pamela and Helen were angry. She noted that both Pamela and Helen were very upset. Helen was particularly distressed because their mother had stopped helping her buy a house. Pamela, their mother, disapproved of Helen's relationship with Carlos and did not want Helen to move in with him. Besides, Megan said that Helen had been feeling angry and depressed for the past few months. During questioning, Ashley confirmed that Helen had previously faced emotional issues and had once talked about self-harm. Ashley also mentioned that their mother, Pamela, suspected Helen of using banned substances and wanted to seek help for her. A weapon found next to Helen confirmed that it belonged to Megan's husband, Frank. He had brought the weapon to Pamela's house because he had seen two suspicious men nearby a few days before the tragedy occurred. He requested that the police examine Megan for gunpowder residue on her hands. This was particularly important because Carlos's earlier statement had led the police in a different direction in their investigation. To uncover the truth, they needed to gather all available evidence, regardless of how confusing or insignificant it might seem, until the full story emerged. After a thorough investigation that lasted over a year, the lab confirmed the presence of gunpowder residue on Megan's hands, indicating that she had recently used a weapon. An autopsy revealed that Pamela had been shot twice, while Helen had only suffered one bullet wound. However, it was determined that the path of this bullet to Helen's neck was at an angle inconsistent with a self-inflicted gunshot. During the investigation at the scene, detectives noticed several unusual details. Pamela's phone was found on top of the blanket covering her, which seemed unnatural. Furthermore, no fingerprints were found on Helen's phone, despite the fact that she had called and texted Carlos before her death. There was also a small amount of blood on the weapon, raising suspicion since she should have had more blood if she had ended her life. This suggests that someone else pulled the trigger. Additionally, Megan's DNA was found in the bag with the weapon, which could be explained by her having brought the weapon into the house and handled it. Investigators discovered documents detailing Pamela's bank accounts and passwords, but these could not be used as evidence because they were not included in the search warrant. The day after the incident, Megan was allowed access to the property and belongings. When police conducted another search later, they included the albums and documents in their report, but they could not find them, indicating that someone had removed them. The strongest evidence against Megan, apart from Carlos's testimony and the police's suspicions, came from her own actions. Detectives found that just days before her mother and younger sister were killed, she was trying to buy a house for herself. She claimed she had her mother's financial help to close the deal, but in reality, she frequently changed jobs and had only $30 in her bank account. On the day of the murders, Megan needed to deposit over $400,000 to secure the purchase of her dream home. Court documents revealed that Megan was struggling financially and had tried to illegally transfer $420,000 from her mother's bank account, Pamela. Her plan was thwarted when Pamela's bank alerted her about the attempted transfer, prompting her to freeze the funds. This information was reported to the detectives by the finance department of the company, which became suspicious of the transaction and later learned about Pamela's death 5 days afterward. After the murder, Megan was called in for questioning again and was informed about the results of a fraudulent money withdrawal. Initially, she said that Pamela had wanted to transfer the funds. However, her story changed when investigators presented a recording of her conversation, and she admitted to calling the bank. Despite this, she continued to deny any involvement in her mother and younger sister's deaths. Investigators uncovered further evidence that Megan was responsible for the deaths of her mother and sister, and that she staged the incident to make it appear that Helen had killed their mother before ending her life. According to the investigators, Megan's motivation was jealousy. She felt that her mother favored her younger sister, which had troubled her throughout her life. When their wealthy and successful mother offered to buy Helen her own house, but refused to do the same for Megan, this left Megan feeling depressed and hopeless. Consumed by envy, resentment, and a desire for money, she was driven to commit these acts. The police believe that Megan had premeditated a double murder. 2 days before the incident, she spoke about suspicious men in their neighborhood, seemingly to explain the presence of the weapon in her home. Megan contacted the police to report the presence of strangers in the area. She also said that many other neighbors had similar concerns. On November 9, 2018, nearly a year and a half after Pamela and Helen's deaths, Megan was arrested at her new home in West Virginia, which she had purchased following the incident. The police held a morning press conference to announce her arrest. Detectives from the Serious Crimes Unit stated that Megan faced 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of using a weapon during the commission of the murders. Detective Brian Byerson reported that during a search of Megan's apartment, investigators uncovered crucial evidence, including a spreadsheet containing bank details and account passwords. These details were originally found in Pamela's house, but later vanished under mysterious circumstances. Megan has now appeared in court to face charges for the murders of her younger sister and mother. The final hearings in this controversial case occurred in March 2022. Alongside a significant amount of circumstantial evidence gathered by the prosecutors, one key factor in securing a conviction was the compelling testimony of Carlos Gutierrez. Carlos struggled to control his emotions as he continued his testimony. He explained that he asked Helen to leave the house, but she expressed concern for her niece Molly, who was also inside. Carlos could hear the fear in her voice over the phone, realizing how terrified she was in that moment. During subsequent calls, Helen mentioned that she could hear her mother, Pamela, dying. It seemed that Helen was following Carlos's advice to hide in a safe place, but when Carlos tried to reach her an hour later, she did not answer. Worried, he called 911 to report the situation. However, since he was in Texas, the operator informed him that they needed to contact local authorities first. After multiple calls to different numbers, Carlos finally managed to report that someone had died at the specified address and that he feared for Helen's safety. The prosecutor's office reported that Megan attacked Helen at 1 p.m. Around 1:15 p.m., Megan took Helen's phone and pretended to be her to reassure Carlos, claiming that she was fine. Ashley, the middle sister who was pregnant, also testified. She expressed regret that her son would grow up without knowing his grandmother and aunt, and that she could never have imagined that a killer was in their home. Megan's defense maintained that Helen was the one who killed Pamela and then ended her life, insisting that Megan was innocent. They argued that the police initially accepted this version, stating that Helen attacked their mother in the head after becoming upset when her mother changed her mind about buying her a house. After 13 days of trial, on March 28, 2022, Megan Hargan, who was 39 years old, was found guilty of murdering her mother, Pamela Hargan, and her younger sister, Helen Hargan, on July 14, 2017. The jury recommended a sentence of 20 years to life in prison for each murder. During the sentencing hearing in October, the judge sentenced Megan to 2 life terms in prison, following the jury's recommendations. However, on November 9, 2022, a judge overturned her double murder conviction due to juror misconduct. This decision was made after it was discovered that one juror attempted to recreate how Helen might have ended her life. The prosecutor announced plans to retry Megan for the crimes, and she remains in custody awaiting the new trial. In September 2023, Megan Hargan was tried and convicted a second time for the murder of her mother and younger sister. She was sentenced to life in prison in January 2024. After the verdict was announced, a trembling Megan leaned on her lawyer for support, while her younger sister Ashley burst into tears. Other family members of the Hargan family, present in the courtroom, embraced each other and wept after the trial. Ashley chose not to comment and preferred to keep her future plans private. Megan and her husband have divorced, and their daughter is now living with her father in West Virginia. This case highlights how jealousy and conflict among siblings can escalate if not addressed early. Such tensions can arise from minor issues and may grow into deep-seated animosity, threatening the bonds between children and parents. The case of Noreen Boyle. John Boyle Jr. is a chiropractor in Mansfield, Ohio. He has a successful practice, which is considered one of the best in the state. John and his wife, Noreen Boyle, have been married for over 20 years and have 2 children. In 1989, their eldest son, Collier, turned 11. They also adopted a 3-year-old daughter from Taiwan named Elizabeth. Noreen was born into a working-class family in Philadelphia and worked as a dental hygienist. She supported John through his schooling in the early years of their marriage, but after Collier was born, she became a stay-at-home mom. Thanks to John's successful career, the family enjoys a comfortable life. Their children attend private schools, travel, shop, and experience the World Cup without financial worries. Although the couple appears to be a model family from the outside, John has a disturbing personality. He was often abusive to his wife and displayed controlling behavior. Furthermore, he was unfaithful. John frequently pursued relationships with other women, a fact known to his friends, family, and Noreen. For years, she tolerated his behavior in an attempt to preserve the marriage for the sake of their children, despite being aware of his infidelity and his constant pursuit of younger women. Whenever she confronted him about his affairs, he reacted violently. In general, John could not tolerate any criticism of himself. Noreen's son, Collier, also felt the effects of his father's behavior from a young age. However, this situation could not last forever. In December 1989, Noreen filed for divorce. John did not want to end their marriage because he was happy with his family life and relationships. In an attempt to save their marriage, he planned to move his family and private practice to Erie, Pennsylvania, nearly 2 hours away from their old home. Their situation was not as promising as he had hoped. John persuaded Noreen to stay for New Year's and to continue working on their problems afterward. The family celebrated the holidays at their old home, with John's mother in attendance. He asked his mother to babysit the children because he planned to leave again after midnight when everyone was in bed. Later, Noreen and John argued on New Year's Eve. Elizabeth, the youngest daughter in the family, was confused by the situation, and Collier was worried. John's mother put Collier to bed, and just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard Noreen's loud scream, followed by 2 thuds, as if something had hit the wall, and then silence. Afterward, someone walked around the house for a long time, even opening the door and standing in the doorway for a while. Collier was so frightened that he pretended to be asleep and stayed that way until morning. Despite his fear, 11-year-old Collier got out of bed early on January 1. When everything was quiet, he explored the house. His mother was missing, but John seemed to be either awake or not yet asleep. Collier asked his father where his mother was. John replied that she had left after their argument. He assured Collier that she would be back soon, and John's mother agreed with him. The boy waited for Noreen to return, but days passed without her. Shelley Bowden, Noreen's best friend, had been in close contact with her, especially during her divorce. Shelley was quick to criticize John's claims about Noreen's disappearance. She had planned to meet Noreen for lunch just after New Year's to discuss important matters, but Noreen never showed up and ignored her calls. This behavior was completely out of character for the Noreen she knew, and Shelley worried that something was wrong. Shelley repeatedly stressed that Noreen would never abandon her child under any circumstances. Out of concern, Shelley reported Noreen missing to the police. However, the police dismissed her concerns and reminded her that adults have the right to go wherever they want, without informing anyone. Shelley argued that Noreen was a responsible woman who would never leave her child, especially a 3-year-old who needed her. Collier picked up the phone book, found the police station number, and reported that something was wrong with his mother. The police responded quickly and went to Noreen's house. When they arrived, they immediately noticed that the boy looked scared and desperate for help. Unfortunately, they were unable to communicate effectively, but the police could see the fear in Collier's eyes, especially when he glanced at his father. When John asked the police who had contacted them, they did not reveal the truth, lying that one of Noreen's relatives had called. However, the police accepted John's explanation that she had simply left after an argument, and everyone believed it. Noreen was reported missing, and weeks passed without anyone questioning John's claim that she had left. However, Collier could not believe that his mother would abandon him. After hearing Noreen's relative's story, the police returned to Noreen's house. They searched every room thoroughly, but found no alarming evidence. Forensic experts examined the house and found no signs of foul play. Despite this, the police were able to speak to Collier, who recounted what he had heard on New Year's Eve, including Noreen's suspicious screams and banging on the walls. There was strong suspicion that John was involved in his wife's disappearance. Collier's sister, Elizabeth, who was 3 years old at the time, may have witnessed the incident. She told the police that she saw her father hit her mother on the head, then put her on the floor and wrapped her up like a snowman. However, due to her age, her testimony was not considered in the investigation. Soon after, a pregnant young woman named Sherry Lee Campbell moved into their home, replacing his wife. John claimed that Sherry was not pregnant with his child, and that they had only met after his wife had gone missing. He said that he had taken pity on Sherry and offered to let her stay. He also mentioned serious problems in his marriage and stated that Sherry would leave when his wife returned. While investigating the missing persons case, the police discovered revealing information about John's personal life. It turned out that his relationship with Sherry had been going on for much longer than he had admitted. There was a strong possibility that she was pregnant with his child, casting doubt on his story. Despite alarming details that raised suspicions, no concrete evidence was ever found, and Noreen remains missing. Furthermore, the theory that she ran away seems implausible. She had not made any purchases, used any credit cards, or contacted her children or relatives for weeks, which was highly suspicious. While examining the house and piecing together the events of Noreen's final days before her disappearance, the police learned that Noreen had been suffering from John's betrayal and infidelity for years. Sherry was the one having an affair with John, which drove Noreen away from her family. Sherry claimed that she only started dating John after his wife went missing, which was clearly untrue. Collier sought help because he was afraid of staying with his father, whom he believed was a murderer. While searching John's car, Collier discovered a photo of Sherry taken before New Year's. He considered showing it to the police. The photo was taken in front of a new house, so they decided to visit that location. Unfortunately, John refused to let them in, and they needed evidence to obtain a search warrant. More than 2 weeks after Noreen went missing, the police began to take the case more seriously, as her prolonged silence raised suspicions. Police discovered John's banking activities. They discovered that during the time Noreen was reported missing, John had made suspicious transactions. John rented a drill and purchased cleaning supplies from a hardware store, as well as quick-dry cement. He also frequently filled up gas in Erie, possibly during his visits to the new home. The investigation has now shifted its focus to the new house, as no evidence of a crime was found at the John family's old home. Collier said he noticed a ring on Sherry's finger that belonged to the boy's mother. He told his father this directly. The situation became more concerning when John told Collier that they were going to a neighboring state for fun the next day. He suggested a trip to a forest in the Highlands, which sounded very ominous and raised fears for the boy's safety. When the police arrived at the newly renovated house in Erie, it was clear that John had put a lot of effort into both the interior and exterior. However, the investigation focused on finding clues related to Noreen's disappearance and rescuing a boy from his father. The police searched the house meticulously, as such environments could hide bodies or evidence of a crime. The most intriguing discovery was in the basement. In a nearly empty room that was being renovated, they found a new carpet. When the rug was pulled back, they discovered a rectangle of freshly poured concrete. This anomaly caught the attention of the police, prompting them to investigate further by removing the concrete. While removing the concrete, they detected the smell of a decomposing human body. After completely removing the floor, they found a makeshift grave containing the body of a woman. Everyone immediately believed that this was Noreen's body. In the 3 weeks since her disappearance, the body had decomposed significantly. The condition of the body was so poor that dental records were needed for identification. Collier did not have to go with his father into the woods, where the boy could have been in danger. The police found the necessary evidence, ensuring that the boy was taken to Child Protective Services, where he would be safe. However, Noreen's tragic death was a huge shock to Collier. The boy had a deep bond with his mother. Noreen was not only his mother, but also his best friend. After discovering Noreen's body in her new home in Erie, the police found an expensive watch on her, which also served as a means of identification. Noreen's relatives noticed that her wedding ring was missing. According to a forensic expert, Noreen died between the night of December 31 and January 1. The police interviewed potential witnesses, especially neighbors who may have seen something unusual. A key witness was a man who lived next door and was awake from midnight to 4 a.m. on the night of the murder. He reported observing suspicious activity at John's house. Around 3 a.m., he saw John arrive with large bags. In the days that followed, John returned to the house frequently, working for hours and picking up heavy bags, which he then loaded into his car. The police suspected that the bags contained soil and construction debris, possibly related to the creation of a grave in the concrete floor. Interestingly, Sherry was wearing a ring that was identical to Noreen's missing ring. Collier could easily recall the ring his mother had worn, especially since there was a memorable story associated with the gift his mother had shared with him. This made him instantly recognize the ring on Sherry's hand. The police later learned that John had taken the ring from Noreen to give to his new partner, Sherry. Upon learning of this, Sherry was furious and immediately ended her relationship with John. The police then questioned John's mother, who had been with the children on the night of the incident. She claimed that she had not heard anything suspicious and vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Collier recalled an argument between his parents that he had heard before falling asleep. He was suddenly awakened by a terrifying scream and a loud bang on the wall, followed by silence. The police determined that John had inflicted a serious head injury on his wife. He then wrapped her head in a plastic bag, presumably to conceal any blood at the crime scene. John then went to check on his son, Collier. Collier vividly remembered his father standing in the doorway, staring at him. During this time, the boy pretended to be asleep, instinctively sensing danger. Collier now looks back on that moment with horror, wondering what his father might have done if he had realized that the boy was awake and had heard everything. Despite John's meticulous planning, he failed to create a credible story to explain his wife's disappearance. John cleaned the house thoroughly, leaving no forensic evidence of the crime. No traces of Noreen's DNA were found in the vehicle used to transport the body. Clearly, John was meticulous in his actions. When John struck his wife on the head, he avoided breaking the skin, resulting in no blood. He quickly covered her head with a bag, indicating intentionality. The pickup truck left no evidence, and not even the plastic bag covering her head left any fingerprints. Killers often leave traces on objects they forget to clean, but John was meticulous. He ensured that the entire crime scene was cleaned up after Noreen went missing. The police discovered circumstantial evidence. 2 days before his wife's death, John rented a drill, indicating that he was planning the murder. During the same period, he purchased cleaning supplies and quick-drying cement. John loaded his pickup truck with construction debris, waste, and soil, and drove to a location where he could dispose of it without restrictions. This decision turned out to be a serious mistake. When the police investigated and analyzed the debris, they confirmed that the concrete came from the basement of John's house. He had a motive to get rid of his troubled wife, Noreen, without going through a costly divorce. The investigation uncovered strong evidence against John, and Collier, who was only 12 years old, became a key witness. He understood that he would have to testify against his own father in court, which would greatly strengthen the prosecution's case. The prosecutor's office indicated that John could potentially face a prison sentence. For Collier, meanwhile, the situation posed difficult challenges. He struggled with the stigma of being known as the son of a murderer. Collier harbors resentment towards his father for taking away his mother through his terrible actions. John's defense team developed strategies to challenge the prosecution's case. They focused on undermining the prosecution's methods, arguing that many rules were ignored when interacting with child witnesses. Notably, no adults were present during many of the interviews, which the defense claimed was illegal. Furthermore, the defense believed that the police may have influenced the child to provide information that would incriminate his father in his mother's death, thus violating due process. John attempted to create a strong alibi to prove his innocence. He even convinced his brother to lie to the police, claiming that Noreen had called him. This made the investigation even more difficult for the police. The lie was exposed when it became clear that Noreen had died before that date. Despite this false testimony, John's brother did not face any charges. John's reputation as a successful chiropractor helped him maintain a positive image in the community. He was seen as a family man and a good father. He and Noreen had adopted a baby girl, and John was ready to have more children. At the time of the murder, Sherry Lee Campbell was pregnant and was able to prove that John was the father. Throughout the investigation, many questions arose about Sherry. Did she know about John's plan to kill his wife, or was she involved in the crime? These suspicions were fueled by her previous involvement in a real estate scam. A real estate broker reported seeing a young woman who looked like Sherry with Dr. John. However, the police found no evidence linking her to the crime or indicating that she knew about John's murderous intentions. She testified against him in court and cut off all contact with him afterward. Nevertheless, some people still believe that she may have had a role in the events that occurred. John's legal team presented their own arguments against the case. They identified errors in the autopsy report and even tried to argue that the body found in the basement was not Noreen's, but that of someone else who had been buried there earlier. However, the results of subsequent examinations confirmed that it was indeed Noreen's body, reinforcing the police's belief in John's guilt. As the jury deliberated, the atmosphere became tense. John Boyle Jr. was convicted of the premeditated murder of Noreen Boyle, and due to aggravating circumstances, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His lawyers subsequently appealed several times. In 2010, John requested a review of his sentence and sought clemency. Initially, the request was denied, but it was later granted, allowing him the opportunity for early release after 20 years. John's defense team continued to fight for him even after his 2020 parole hearing. For nearly 30 years he had denied killing his wife, but he eventually changed his story. John admitted to Noreen's death, but it was clear that he had been dishonest. His real intention was to have his sentence reduced and go free. He showed little remorse, claiming that he had pushed his wife in a fit of rage, causing her to accidentally fall and hit her head, resulting in her death. He refused to discuss other actions that suggested he had planned the crime. As a result, his request for parole was denied, and he remained in prison. John's family shunned Collier, and Noreen's relatives were unable to adopt the boy because they were too old. He was adopted by a caring family in Canada. As he grew older, Collier changed his last name. He initially worked as a magazine model before becoming a successful cameraman in Los Angeles. He eventually teamed up with a renowned director and produced a documentary in 2018 that recounted the story of his mother, Noreen Boyle's death, as well as his fight for freedom and the horror of his father's crimes. While making the film, Collier visited his father in prison nearly 30 years after John was convicted of murder. During their meeting, John claimed that he had accidentally killed his wife during an argument when she lunged at him with a knife, and he instinctively pushed her away. Collier did not believe his father's story, but chose to forgive him. Despite this, John still harbored resentment toward Collier and did not consider him part of his family. The case of Jody Herring. In the small town of Berlin, Vermont, there lived a young woman named Jody Herring. Born in 1975, she came from a large family. In her early years, Jody was known to be a happy child, close to her father, and naturally bright and energetic. However, as she grew older, Jody faced several tragic incidents. The first and most traumatic occurred when she was about 5 years old. Her father was found dead on the lawn of their family home. It was believed he ended his life, as a weapon with his fingerprints was found near his hand. Jody was home at the time, and her father's death came as a shock to her. She gradually became deeply saddened by the loss, but she and her family were convinced that her father had not intended to harm himself. Shortly before his death, Jody's father revealed that he always kept a weapon nearby, even hiding a weapon under his pillow at night. This weapon was found at the scene of his death, and witnesses reported that it was placed in his hand. Ultimately, it was concluded that he ended his life. Following this tragedy, Jody began experiencing frequent seizures, but her family did not seek help from a psychiatrist. The family's neglect towards Jody was evident in many ways, affecting her emotions and behavior as she grew up. Family members and others observed her sitting for hours, staring blankly into space, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. One aunt described Jody as being completely detached from the world, while another noted that Jody always had a lifeless expression during her youth. Jody faced abuse from her mother and some relatives. The neglect escalated to the point where, at just 11 years old, Jody and her 14-year-old brother were kicked out of their home by their mother. After that, Jody often slept in the back seat of a car, and during particularly difficult times, she stayed with her grandparents. As a result, Jody grew up in a troubling and challenging environment. At 17, She was abused, which led to her first pregnancy and the birth of her child. A few years later, she had 2 more children out of wedlock. As she entered adulthood, Jody faced uncertainty and distress. Her daily life revolved around drinking and using banned substances, and her mental health continued to decline without proper care. Despite being a mother of 3, Jody was homeless. She did not have stable housing and often moved in with relatives to avoid living on the streets. Jody had multiple encounters with law enforcement and was known to the authorities for various offenses. Her legal troubles began in November 1998, when, at 23 years old, she was arrested for driving under the influence. This incident resulted in several months in jail. In June 2001, Jody faced charges of selling counterfeit goods, and just 5 months later, she was convicted again of drunk driving. In May 2003, Jody was charged and convicted for possessing a banned substance. By November 2015, it became evident that she had repeatedly broken the terms of her probation. Concerned about her lifestyle, social services began to investigate how her children were being cared for. Unfortunately for Jody, but possibly better for her children, the Department of Children and Family Affairs took them away one by one. Ultimately, only 1 child remained in Jody's custody, while her other children were placed with foster parents. Jody tried her best to keep her youngest child close. However, when she and her youngest daughter became homeless, the school principal discovered this. He offered to help them, but during their conversations, he realized that Jody was very inconsistent in her reasoning, and her actions lacked logic. It was unclear whether this was due to her frequent use of banned substances or a decline in her mental health. Despite the offer of assistance, Jody firmly rejected help from the school. This made people who genuinely wanted to help her feel that she had no desire to change her bad habits for the sake of her youngest child. Therefore, the school principal decided that Jody was unable to care for her youngest daughter in her current mental state, prompting a call to the Department of Family and Children's Affairs once again. At this point, Jody was feeling increasingly anxious and fearful about the possibility of losing her last child. Sadly, her addiction overshadowed her anxiety. Even though she was homeless, Jody continued to drink and use banned substances, which further worsened her mental health. Her apathy and refusal to change eventually led to her youngest daughter being taken away for the child's safety. When Jody discovered that the school principal had reported her to the Department of Family and Children's Affairs, she became extremely angry. Witnesses said that Jody lost control and was unable to think clearly. She expressed a desire to harm everyone involved in taking her children. She was consumed by her anger and sought revenge, blaming those around her. She showed her partner, Henry Premont, a handwritten list of people she wanted to kill, starting with her 2 cousins, Rhonda and Regina. It was clear that Jody was having dangerous thoughts. She attempted to buy a weapon twice but was denied both times after background checks. In May 2015, Jody's emotional and mental state began to deteriorate when she called Rhonda and Regina and threatened them. They found the call very disturbing, so they called emergency services to check on Jody. When the ambulance arrived, they found Jody lying on her bed in a semi-conscious state, surrounded by empty pill bottles and photos of her children, indicating a possible attempt to end her life. Following this incident, Jody was mandated to undergo mental health treatment at a nearby facility for 90 days. This treatment was intended to help Jody recover and get the support she needed. However, Jody was disruptive and did not want to continue treatment. Instead, she asked to be released. Consequently, just a month later, she was released, despite the doctor's recommendation to continue. The doctor had highlighted her instability, but his advice was not binding, and the facility decided to let her go. Unfortunately, she returned to her old environment, making the decision of the medical facility a mistake for which they had to suffer the consequences. On August 7, 2015, in the small town of Berlin, Vermont, Tiffany, Rhonda's daughter and Jody's niece, was preparing to visit a friend. Before leaving, she stopped to listen to a message on the answering machine. In the message, she heard Jody's angry voice, warning that Rhonda and Regina should stop calling the department, or she would kill them. Tiffany wasn't worried because such outbursts were typical of Jody's behavior, so she ignored the message and continued to meet her friend. Just 2 hours later, Jody's brother Dwayne received 2 voice messages from her. He was busy and couldn't answer the phone in time, but in the messages, Jody urged him to contact her immediately, saying he might regret not contacting her sooner. Jody leaves her temporary home and goes to the place she hates the most, the Department of Children and Families. When she arrived, she turned off the car and sat inside, seemingly waiting for something. Passers-by saw her screaming in the car, but it appeared she was only talking to herself. Despite her distress, no one stopped to check on her. They were all too busy with their own lives. It was unclear why Jody was outside the Department of Children and Family Affairs. Perhaps she was waiting for someone, but her children were in the care of others and could not be there. Shortly after 5 p.m., a woman named Laura Sobel emerged from the building. Laura, 48 years old, is a social worker with the Vermont Department of Children and Families. She was recognized for her intelligence. She attended the University of Vermont, earning a bachelor's degree in political science in 1989, followed by a master's degree in social work. Since 2002, she had dedicated herself to the Department of Children and Family Affairs, where she found her passion for helping those in need. At the beginning of her career, Laura met Timothy Farini. They fell in love, moved in together, and had 2 beautiful daughters, Julia and Ilona. Laura had a kind heart and was committed to supporting families who were less fortunate than her own. Laura was assigned to handle Jody's case, a decision made without any specific reasoning. This assignment could have easily gone to another available social worker. However, Jody perceived the situation differently. She blamed Laura for her daughter's removal, which is why she was waiting in the parking lot. On August 7, 2015, Laura finished her work as usual. After a long and tiring day, she felt relieved to leave and spend time with her family. As Laura exited the building, Jody stepped out of her car. Before closing the door, Jody retrieved a large object from inside. It was a weapon. Jody approached Laura, and she didn't have time to escape. Jody suddenly raised the weapon and attacked Laura in the face. After Laura collapsed, Jody attacked her again at close range, killing her instantly. Jody began jumping around the parking lot, brandishing the weapon and shouting that they deserved it for taking her 9-year-old daughter away. It was evident that Jody was aware of her actions. After she placed the weapon on the sidewalk, 2 bystanders quickly knocked her to the ground. Jody did not struggle. Instead, she calmly waited for the police to arrive. She had accomplished her goal, and nothing else mattered to her. When the police showed up, they noticed that Jody appeared calm and even laughed. As an officer helped her up, he spotted a red stain on her boot and asked her about it. Jody smirked, brushed it off with her boot, and described it as a trifling matter. In reality, it was Laura's blood. Jody was promptly taken into custody. Following her arrest, a more tragic story began to emerge. On the morning of Jody's arrest, her niece Tiffany, unaware of the situation, decided to visit her mother Rhonda, Aunt Regina, and grandmother Julianne Falzerano. Tiffany hadn't heard from them in almost a day, which was unusual since they typically called daily. By 8 a.m., Tiffany was driving to their house on Airport Road in Berlin. When she and her friend arrived, they noticed the front door was wide open. As they entered, Tiffany was met with a horrifying sight. She found her mother and grandmother lying on the floor, both dead. They had been attacked in the head. Tiffany hurried upstairs, anxious to find Regina alive, but sadly, her aunt had also been killed. It appeared that Regina had fought back before she died, and the police were called. After a thorough investigation, detectives discovered that the bullets came from the weapon that Jody had used. Devastated and searching for answers, Tiffany could only think of one person who could have harmed her family, Jody Herring. As a result, the charges against Jody changed from one murder to multiple counts of murder, leaving the community in shock. The trial received significant media attention, particularly concerning Jody's mental health. Psychiatrists conducted a comprehensive evaluation and diagnosed her with severe anxiety disorder. This condition likely contributed to her inability to trust others and her repeated refusal of available help. Nevertheless, this mental health issue did not exempt her from facing legal consequences. Jody was declared sane and competent to stand trial. During the trial, Jody appeared emotionally detached, often staring blankly. However, she expressed her true feelings when talking to Rhonda and Regina's family. She said that she had never been a bad person in her life and wished she could go back to that day, although she also admitted that it was impossible. The jury learned that the weapon used in the killings belonged to her partner, Henry Premont, with whom she had been living, and that she had taken the weapon without his knowledge. After the trial, Jody Herring was found guilty of second-degree murder for the deaths of her cousins, Rhonda and Regina, as well as her aunt, Julianne Falzerano. She received a 20-year sentence for each life lost. Additionally, she was convicted of first-degree murder for the murder of Lara Sobel, resulting in a life sentence without the chance of parole. Later, she attempted to appeal her sentence, but the court denied her request due to concerns that she would remain a danger to herself and society. In conclusion, Jody will spend the rest of her life in prison. Some may feel sympathy for her because she lost her children, but her cruel actions mean she will never see them again. This case has raised many questions about the role of social workers and how to prevent crimes linked to mental health. For instance, why was Jody allowed to leave the psychiatric ward so soon despite her emotional instability? Would staying in treatment have made a difference? How did Jody gain access to weapons? And are social workers being adequately protected from dangerous individuals? Jody's actions have caused immense suffering, affecting both the Herring family and Lara's family, as well as her own. Lara's children will grow up without a mother, and Tiffany will suffer the effects of losing her family. After Lara's death, the University of Vermont, where she earned her degrees, offered full scholarships for her children to honor her. While improvements are slow, there is an ongoing effort to enhance the safety of social workers. The case of Ted Shaughnessy. Ted Shaughnessy, born on February 7, 1963, is the youngest of 3 children. His family lived near Phoenix, Arizona. From a young age, all the siblings in the family developed a love for fast cars. Ted dreamed of owning sports cars and was passionate about everything related to them. Relatives and friends described Ted as a kind and fun-loving person. In the early 1980s, he met a woman named Corey at a hair salon in Phoenix. They began dating, and in the late 1980s they got married. The couple later moved to Austin, Texas, where they started a jewelry business together. Corey had a deep passion for gems and fine arts and worked as an appraiser in their family business. In contrast, Ted was friendly and approachable, easily building relationships with customers and partners, which helped secure profitable deals while keeping everyone happy. Their family business continued to grow, and they bought a new house near their store. By 2000, the couple still had no children. In the spring of 2000, they traveled to Ukraine and adopted a 1.5-year-old boy, whom they named Nick. This moment marked the long-awaited beginning of parenthood for the family. Over the years, Nick grew up and developed a love for fast cars, just like his father. To share these experiences, Nick and Ted often went go-karting together, and Ted also took his son for rides in a sports car. Over time, Nick began to show an aptitude for business. He started selling chocolate bars from his school locker and always had pocket money. While in high school, he developed a hobby of disassembling cars. In 2015, he met a girl named Jackie Edison. who had recently moved to Texas from New York. The two were immediately attracted to each other, but Nick's parents, Ted and Corey, disapproved of Jackie, feeling that she was not the right person for him. However, they chose not to interfere in the relationship in order to maintain a good relationship with Nick. After high school, the couple moved into a house near a university. Jackie planned to study engineering, while Nick pursued a business degree. During this time, Nick also became interested in trading. Despite living far from home, he still made the 2-hour trip to Austin every weekend to visit his parents. Life seemed to be on track, and there was no sign of trouble ahead. Early in the morning of March 2, 2018, at 4:30 a.m., Ted and Corey were awakened by the sound of their dog barking. This was not unusual, as dogs often react to possums or other small animals that sometimes wander onto the family property. Corey believed there was no reason to worry. Ted decided to go check out the disturbance. Since the couple lived in Texas, he brought his .45 caliber pistol for protection. According to Corey, she quickly fell asleep after Ted left to investigate. However, just a few minutes later, she was awakened by a loud bang coming from the kitchen, followed by several more. Panicking, Corey grabbed the gun she had left by the bed and ran to help her husband. As she stepped out of the bedroom, she noticed their dog. Suddenly, she was shot while standing in the doorway, and a dark figure appeared, looking menacing. In a panic, Corey fired all 6 bullets from her pistol toward the door, unsure of who or what was there. After firing, she ran into the closet to hide, fearing for her life and expecting the intruder to find her and shoot her. While in the closet, she grabbed her phone and called 911. She reported that someone had broken into the house and that she had shot one of the attackers. During the call, Corey heard faint moaning coming from somewhere in the house. She couldn't identify who was making the sound. Worried that her husband might have been injured in the gunfight, she felt an overwhelming urge to go help him. However, the police insisted that she stay in the closet, warning her that it might be too dangerous to leave. 15 minutes later, Corey was notified that the police had arrived at her house. By then, the moaning had stopped, and an eerie silence had fallen over the house. Cautiously, Corey walked out of the closet and toward the front door. As she passed through the kitchen, she saw her husband, Ted, lying motionless on the floor, surrounded by bullet casings. Overwhelmed with shock, Corey tried to open the front door, but found no one there. It turned out that the police had gone to the wrong house. At the time, they were at a neighbor's house, trying to determine where the gunshots had come from. They eventually realized their mistake and rushed to Corey's house, where they found her trembling on the doorstep. The officers quickly got back into their car and drove to Corey's home, arriving around 8 a.m. There, they met Corey, who was deeply distressed and struggling to process the events that had unfolded. Although still in shock and uncertain about the details, she knew her husband had died. Over the next 3 months, Corey's son Nick and his girlfriend Jackie moved in with her to provide support. Friends and acquaintances of the family were horrified by the tragedy. Ted was described as a kind and hard-working man who had built his life with integrity and deserved to spend his later years in peace. No one believed he had any enemies capable of such a violent act. Speculation soon arose that the motive for the attack might have been linked to the family's wealth, as their home contained many valuable items. Police examined the crime scene and found 2 different types of ammunition, suggesting there were 2 attackers, each using a different handgun. There were no signs of forced entry, but police discovered an open window in a distant bedroom, where a surveillance camera had been removed. It appeared the attackers had entered the house through this window. A forensic scientist discovered fingerprints at the scene, which were immediately sent to a lab for analysis. In the room where Nick had been staying, police found a chest of drawers that had previously held a .40 caliber handgun. However, the gun was missing and turned out to be the only item stolen from the house. Since the caliber matched one of the guns used in the shooting, police suspected it was the murder weapon. After interviewing the Corey family and their neighbors, police learned that the family owned a high-value jewelry store, which was well known in the area. Corey, her son Nick, and Jackie surrendered their cell phones to assist in the investigation. Nick, who had an alibi because he was 2 hours away from his parents' home at the time of the attack, supported his story with phone records and the security system he had installed at his parents' house. However, the security system had been turned off on the night of the shooting, which immediately raised suspicions. Nick explained that this was not unusual, as his parents sometimes left the system off when they were both at home. Nevertheless, even when the system was in sleep mode, it still recorded some activity. Police discovered that the criminals likely broke into the house at 4:27 a.m., which was the exact time the system was disabled. The next signal from the system was recorded at 4:44 a.m., giving the criminals only about 17 minutes to search the house. Rumor had it that the house contained millions of dollars worth of jewelry, gold, safes, and other valuables. However, nothing appeared to have been stolen, making robbery an unlikely motive. Adding to the mystery was the strange behavior of the family dogs. How could they neither hear nor smell the intruders and fail to alert the family for 17 minutes? Dogs would normally bark even if an unfamiliar car stopped in the driveway. Clearly, something was wrong. The first person the police suspected was Corey. Suspicion fell on her because she was the sole beneficiary of Ted's life insurance policy, which was set to pay her $1 million. Shortly after her husband's death, she contacted the insurance company to file a claim. She argued that, after her husband's death, the company he managed began to face serious challenges. Sales dropped significantly, customers left, and delivery problems arose, creating an urgent need for money. However, the insurance company denied her claim because she was already a suspect in her husband's murder. This was how Corey found out she was under investigation, much to her outrage. Nick and his girlfriend Jackie were also considered suspects. When the police searched Nick and Jackie's home, they discovered a marriage certificate. It turned out that the young couple had secretly married 8 months earlier, without informing their parents. Nick's mother only learned about the marriage through the police, which shocked her. Corey gave Jackie a piece of gold jewelry adorned with diamonds as a wedding gift. Shortly after, Nick and his wife took over the family jewelry store. These changes seemed to help Corey cope with the pain of his loss. Meanwhile, the police received the results of the fingerprint analysis from the window of the Corey family home. The fingerprints were found to belong to the installer who had installed the window years ago and had not returned since. This man lived in Minnesota, not Texas, and had a solid alibi. However, the police could not disregard the window, as it appeared to be the most logical point of entry for the perpetrator. During an interrogation, one of the officers noticed that Nick repeatedly mentioned using the window to enter his house when he came home drunk from a party, or when he did not want to wake his sleeping parents. Interestingly, the police had not told him that this could have been how the intruder entered the house. In another interview, Nick mentioned his best friend, Spencer Patterson. The two had been close for years, and Spencer frequently visited Nick's family home. Spencer, who came from a poor background and disliked his job, may have secretly envied Nick, who was wealthier and more fortunate. Nick had told Spencer that a particular window in the house was often left unlocked, which the police believed could have been the intruder's entry point. Spencer was also familiar with the layout of the house, including the location of the family safe and gun boxes. During one of the interviews, Nick revealed that he had previously given Spencer a .380 caliber pistol. This detail raised suspicion because cartridges of the same caliber were found at the scene of the massacre, linking it to one of the murder weapons. The police decided to question Spencer, who admitted that he was familiar with the window in question and had visited Nick's house several times. Spencer also handed over the .380 caliber pistol that Nick had given him. However, after conducting a ballistics test, it was confirmed that the gun was not used in the murder, proving that Spencer was not involved in the case. Spencer, however, pointed the police toward another, more likely suspect, Nick. The police could not ignore the fact that Nick was eager to propose numerous theories about the case, none of which proved useful. This raised suspicions about whether he was involved in Ted's death. Throughout the investigation, Nick's behavior drew attention. The day after the murder, he independently questioned the neighbors as if he were taking over the investigation. When the police conducted fingerprint and DNA tests on everyone present in the house, Nick's behavior was notably strange. It was discovered that Nick was experiencing significant financial difficulties. His business ventures were unprofitable, and he had spent all the money his parents had given him. Nick's independent projects had stalled, and he showed no intention of finding a job. For a long time, his parents had supported him, covering all his expenses, but they had hoped he would eventually become self-sufficient. Just before the tragedy, Nick's parents had loaned him $30,000 with the intention of funding his future college education. However, instead of pursuing his studies, he spent the money on trading, as he had always done. Disappointed, his parents decided to stop supporting him financially, hoping this would motivate him to take responsibility and start building his own career and life. To reinforce this, they asked Nick and Jackie to live separately. His parents believed that living apart from his girlfriend might encourage him to consider college, much like Jackie. Instead, Nick borrowed another $5,000 from a family friend and continued gambling it all on trading. He ultimately failed and never repaid the loan. Police suspect that these financial troubles may have been the motive for the attack. However, Nick had an alibi. It seemed likely that he did not personally shoot his father, so the police needed to determine who had committed the crime. The police returned to Nick and Jackie's home. This time, they found several bullet boxes, with the brand and caliber of the bullets matching those found at the crime scene. The investigation also uncovered another lie. Nick had previously claimed that he had not visited his parents' home for a long time, but the police discovered that he had been there just a few days before the tragedy. Although Nick denied this, the police obtained irrefutable evidence proving he had lied. Another suspicious detail emerged. 2 days before the attack on Ted, there was an unusual gap in the communication records between Nick and Jackie. The two had been in regular contact via phone and text, but during this particular period, they had stopped communicating entirely. When their cell phones were examined, it became clear that the devices had been deliberately wiped clean shortly before the investigation began. Many messages had been edited or deleted, and the phones had been factory reset. However, they had overlooked the fact that all the data had been backed up on a computer. The reason behind their hasty attempt to clean the phones soon became clear. Turns out the couple was facing much more serious financial troubles than Nick had disclosed to his parents. The police decided to question Spencer again, suspecting that he was withholding information. Spencer eventually confessed that, shortly before Ted was murdered, Nick had approached him with an offer to pay him to carry out a murder. The plan was to kill both of Nick's parents. If the plan succeeded, Nick would inherit about $8 million, including business assets. Spencer revealed that he had been promised a share of the money. However, Spencer refused to commit the crime, prompting Nick to threaten to kill him if he revealed anything about the plan. Corey, shocked and refusing to believe the accusations, hired Austin's best lawyer to defend Nick. She believed that Nick had been victimized by the same arbitrary police actions she had experienced during the initial investigation. On May 29, 2018, Nick and Jackie were arrested for solicitation of murder, a crime punishable by death under state law. 2 months later, Jackie was released on bail. Corey had hoped that Nick would soon be cleared and released, but the situation took a drastic turn when the investigation exposed the real culprits. Police reviewed surveillance footage from the house, dated February 28, which showed 2 unidentified men. One of them was later identified as Cameron Vosmek, an employee of a window company whose fingerprints had been found early in the investigation. Upon contacting the window company, authorities confirmed Cameron's identity. When police visited his home again, Cameron was absent. Instead, they spoke to his wife, who immediately admitted she knew the reason for their visit. She revealed that her husband had denied any involvement in the crime, but implicated his co-worker, 25-year-old Johnny Leon. When police located Johnny, he initially denied any wrongdoing, but eventually confessed. Johnny revealed that Nick had offered him $100,000 to kill someone close to him. Johnny admitted to being an accomplice, overwhelmed with guilt to the point of requesting the death penalty for himself. He confessed to using a .40 caliber gun provided by Nick, a weapon that had previously been reported missing from Ted's home. Police further discovered that Nick had disabled the security system on the property. This revelation horrified Corey, who now faced the devastating reality of her son's true nature. She realized that for 3 months after Ted's death, she had unknowingly lived under the same roof as the person who had plotted to kill her. Nick attempted to justify his actions, claiming that his father had been suffering from chronic depression and that he was merely aiding his father by ending his life. Corey staunchly refuted Nick's claim, asserting that Ted had no history of mental health issues. Meanwhile, Nick's wife, Jackie, denied any involvement in the crime, claiming ignorance of her husband's plans. Jackie initially refused to cooperate with the police and sought to avoid responsibility. However, it later emerged that she had been aware of Nick's intentions. Jackie claimed she had tried to dissuade Nick from proceeding with the crime, but her statement was met with skepticism. Although she could have warned the police, Jackie chose not to. Jackie eventually agreed to cooperate with the investigation, which earned her release on bail. She testified against Nick, resumed her college education, and returned to her daily life. Meanwhile, authorities identified the second accomplice in Ted's murder as Ariane Smith. Despite the severity of their crimes, Nick Shaughnessy, Johnny Leon, and Ariane Smith avoided the death penalty by striking plea deals with the prosecution. In April 2021, they each pleaded guilty to lesser charges and were sentenced to 35 years in prison, with the possibility of parole. As of June 2023, all three remain incarcerated. Jackie received a much lighter sentence for her cooperation. She served 4 months in prison and was placed on 10 years of probation. The case of Lori Bray. Lori Bray lives in the small town of Laurel, in Yellowstone County, Montana. Lori, who is 57 years old, is known for being friendly and welcoming. She lives in a quiet area with her 2 dogs. Her friends and neighbors consider her to be one of the nicest people around. Every day, she calls her children and grandchildren. Lori maintains close relationships with her family and neighbors. Lori works at a casino, and on September 30, 2019, she finished her shift and went home around midnight. She was supposed to report to work at 8:30 a.m. on October 1, but she did not show up. This was unusual because Lori is very responsible in her job. When the manager tried to call Lori but was unsuccessful, she decided to check on Lori herself to find out what was going on. The manager started driving around her workplace, hoping to see Lori. On a deserted road, she spotted a car that looked similar to Lori's. From a distance, it seemed like something was off about the location of the car and the surrounding area, as it was parked in a place surrounded by fields. She decided not to approach the car because she wasn't sure if it was indeed Lori's. Instead, she parked at a safe distance and called Lori's son to express her concern about Lori's disappearance. Lori's son mentioned that he hadn't received his mother's usual morning call, which was unusual and made him worried. He had also tried calling her earlier, but her phone did not respond to either calls or texts. Lori's son returned home to find his mother's car missing from its usual spot. No one answered the door when he knocked. He looked through the window, but saw no one inside. The dogs were there, appearing restless, which worried him because Lori always took care of her pets and never let them go hungry. It seemed that his mother might not have come home from work. He looked around the house but did not notice anything unusual. Using his key to enter, he saw that the bed was made, but none of his mother's belongings were there. The kettle was cold, indicating that she had not cooked breakfast or spent the night there. Concerned, he called his mother's manager to inform her that Lori was not home. He suspected that his mother had not returned from work and mentioned that the car the manager had seen was likely Lori's, suggesting that they check on it. The manager agreed to check on the car and waited for him to arrive. As he drove up, they approached a 2003 Lexus, which was unlocked and clearly Lori's car. They opened the door and looked inside, finding Lori's purse and her cell phone, which was still on. The phone had several missed calls. They decided not to continue searching the car to avoid losing any evidence and quickly called the police. When the police arrived and opened the car, they immediately noticed some alarming signs: blood stains on the driver's seat, a boot print, and Lori's dirty shoes. Lori's torn clothes were found, indicating that a struggle had taken place. This evidence suggested that something terrible had happened. As a result, the police began searching for her, fearing that she might have been attacked and possibly killed. The community around Lori's home reacted strongly to her disappearance. Many people shared information about her on social media, distributed flyers, and actively participated in the search efforts. The area was very quiet, with almost no incidents. Attacks were rare and caused a strong reaction from the local people. The media covered the case, hoping to draw attention and find anyone who might know something about the events of that tragic night, but no one came forward. The case left the community extremely uneasy, as residents feared that a dangerous killer was still on the loose. Concerned locals knew that Lori had set up a fund to support her family and care for the dogs she had left behind. Lori's car was found in a large area filled with fields, dirt, and grass, making it difficult for the police to find clues. Many people joined the search the next morning. Meanwhile, police discovered that around 1 a.m., the local sheriff had come across Lori's car but had not conducted a thorough search. Surveillance footage from the casino showed no suspicious activity. Lori was performing her routine duties, cleaning up after her shift, and then went home without incident. Police sought witnesses who had been at the casino that day to see if anyone had noticed anything unusual. They interviewed several visitors, but did not receive any useful information. The surveillance footage showed that there were only a few customers in the casino that day. In the hours before she left, Lori had only a few brief interactions with customers, including 2 women at the bar and a man who arrived at the casino around 11 p.m. Lori served him a drink and checked his ID, which was part of her standard procedure to confirm he was of legal age. The young man remained at the casino until late at night. Nothing unusual happened inside the casino after that. The young man calmly left, followed by Lori. Meanwhile, the police began reviewing the security footage from outside the casino. Lori left the casino with her belongings, locked the doors, and got into her car just after midnight. Before leaving, she had a brief conversation with the same young man who had left before her. After their conversation, he got into the passenger seat of her car, and they drove away together. The casino was deserted at this point, leading to suspicions that this man was the last person to see Lori before she disappeared. The police needed to identify this man. They showed the surveillance footage to casino employees and customers, who recognized him as 24-year-old Diego Hernandez. The police decided to speak to him immediately and went to his registered address. Diego confirmed that he was the person in the video. He explained that he had asked Lori for a ride because he had been at the casino too long and had no way to get home. Lori agreed to drive him, and after dropping him off, she left. Diego then went to another party to continue his night, claiming that he never saw Lori again. Although Diego's explanation seemed plausible, The police remained suspicious of the fresh scratches on his hands and face. They asked him about the source of the scratches. Diego claimed that he had gotten into an argument with a friend before going to the casino, and that a ring with a sharp edge had caused the injuries. He spoke calmly and confidently, answering the police's questions without hesitation, which made him seem trustworthy. The police found no inconsistencies in his story, and they therefore left. Diego's alibi needed to be verified, as there were no other leads to pursue. The police spoke to the friend who had allegedly argued with Diego shortly before Lori's disappearance. The friend confirmed that they had met a few days earlier, but insisted that there had been no fight. The police reviewed the casino security footage again to see if there were any scratches on Diego's face, but the video quality was poor. They then discovered that he had been to a bar before going to the casino and requested the bar's surveillance camera footage. This footage confirmed that there were no visible scratches on his face. While they continued to gather information, a man reported to the police at 7:30 p.m. that he had seen the body of a woman while driving an ATV in the woods. The police quickly arrived at the scene and located the woman's body, lying in a ditch and covered in mud. They believe the body found is Lori, who is missing. The body had multiple severe injuries, indicating that the attacker may have kicked or hit her several times. Lori's body was found 3 kilometers from her car, and there were multiple scratches on her body, especially on her face, which was severely injured. Forensic experts later determined that she had 2 broken ribs and signs of strangulation. Lori was not killed at the scene where her body was found. It had been brought there later. There was evidence of dragging on her back. It is possible that she was killed in the car where bloodstains were found or nearby. During the investigation, the police found a clear shoe print at the scene that matched the shoe print inside Lori's car. This shoe print could be important evidence and should be compared with the shoes of Diego, who is a suspect. The autopsy results showed that Lori died from strangulation. Experts found evidence that she had been abused, as some of the wounds on her body contained male DNA. The police continued to investigate the information provided by Diego. They checked the data related to the location of Lori's phone and found that she had never been to Diego's house, contrary to his claims. This further cast doubt on his credibility. Furthermore, in interviews with employees from another bar that Diego had previously visited, the police learned that he had harassed the staff there. He acted aggressively and rudely, insisting that they give him a ride home, but all the employees refused. The police gathered enough evidence to obtain a search warrant for Diego's home. They discovered a pair of Nike sneakers, which were subsequently sent to a lab for analysis. It was found that the sneakers had recently been washed. The results indicated that the sneakers matched the shoe prints found in Lori's car. The police also found the clothes that Diego had been wearing at the bar and casino on the day Lori went missing. However, these items had been thoroughly washed with bleach. The clothes were sent for testing to check for blood or DNA evidence, but unfortunately, no traces were found after the washing. The police examined Diego's phone and found suspicious search queries, such as how long does an investigation last, and when do FBI agents get involved in an investigation. Diego was therefore brought in for further questioning, and a DNA sample was taken from him to compare with the sample found on Lori's body. During re-interrogation, Diego became nervous and changed his story. He said that he and Lori had known each other for a long time. Diego claimed that they had stopped in a secluded area to talk and smoke. Afterwards, they got intimate in Lori's car, and after a short conversation, he left without knowing what would happen next. The police conducting the interrogation were skeptical of his story because it was completely out of character for Lori. Those who knew Lori found it hard to believe that a woman who spent all her free time with her children and grandchildren could be involved with someone so much younger. Furthermore, Lori had previously escaped a toxic relationship and had sworn off her private life, promising never to date again. Even if there was some connection between her and Diego, it was hard to believe that he would leave immediately after their meeting, leaving her alone in the car in the middle of a field. The police believed that Diego's story was a lie and that he was responsible for the crime, so they continued to gather more evidence. Feeling pressured, Diego changed his story again, claiming that he had been secretly dating Lori for over a year. However, a thorough examination of their phone records revealed that this was false. They had not communicated with each other and had not called or texted, making it difficult to believe that their relationship was serious and long-lasting. In fact, it seemed that they had never even met before that tragic night. If they had really been together for a year, why had Lori not introduced him to her friends or family? And why had she asked for his ID if they already knew each other? These inconsistencies made his story seem completely unbelievable. On October 8, 2019, Diego Hernandez was arrested for first-degree murder. The news shocked the local community, as they knew Diego to be a calm and polite person who had never shown cruelty or violence. The prosecution said Diego asked Lori for a ride, and she, trusting him, agreed without questioning his true intentions. During the ride, Diego made inappropriate advances toward Lori, who refused him. In response, he attacked her, overpowering her in a secluded area where he abused and strangled her. Tests confirmed the presence of Diego's DNA under Lori's fingernails, indicating that she had fought for her life and attempted to scratch his face in self-defense. The trial of Diego Hernandez began in March 2021. Despite overwhelming evidence against him, Diego maintained his innocence, claiming he had a romantic relationship with Lori, a claim that was refuted by her children, friends, and co-workers who knew her well. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Diego Hernandez guilty of first-degree murder, citing clear evidence that the crime was premeditated. Diego then astonished everyone by admitting his guilt. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving only 35 years. He has since been incarcerated in Montana. The case of Fernando Pastorizo. A young couple in love found themselves in a toxic relationship that ended in tragedy. The investigation revealed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, with disturbing secrets emerging. Nahir Galarza was born on September 11, 1998, in Gualeguaychú, Argentina, a city of about 100,000 residents known for its vibrant carnivals and its proximity to Uruguay. From a young age, Nahir was sociable and cheerful. She had a younger brother who was 3 years her junior. Unlike Nahir, her younger brother faced developmental challenges and struggled with learning, eventually receiving a diagnosis of a disability. Nahir excelled in school and found learning languages easy. Their family was considered exemplary and happy, maintaining a well-organized home life. Their mother emphasized cleanliness, and Nahir developed a strong obsession with order, tidiness, and the habit of washing hands regularly. Her father was a police officer, and while the parents were strict, they indulged their children. Nahir aspired to become a lawyer, and after finishing high school, enrolled in the law program at Concepción del Uruguay University. She was also passionate about sports, play field hockey, engaging in daily training and massages to stay fit, and she enjoyed a vibrant social life filled with friends and parties. In 2012, when she was 14, Nahir met 15-year-old Fernando Gabriel Pastorizo at a bowling alley. Fernando, born on January 3, 1997, in Gualeguaychú, Argentina, was a cheerful and active young man from a respectable family who loved animals. This caught Nahir's attention, and they began dating. However, their relationship was tumultuous, characterized by frequent arguments and breakups that would be resolved just a few days later. Both were jealous and suspicious, which fueled their conflicts. In 2016, they went on a family trip to Brazil, during which they managed to enjoy their time together with hardly any disputes. It seemed like their relationship was improving, but issues continued to arise, and they still had cycles of arguing, breaking up, and reconciling. On Christmas Eve 2017, both Nahir and Fernando attended a party, but they arrived separately with their friends after having fought earlier. During the party, a brawl broke out between Fernando and another guy. The exact reason for the fight remains unclear, as Nahir, Fernando, and their friends provided conflicting explanations. Fernando claimed he was severely beaten, while Nahir stated that Fernando became jealous of her and started the altercation with the guy. On December 28, 2017, Nahir went for a massage. After her session, she discovered that her phone was dead. Remembering that she had left her charger at Fernando's home, she decided to go there and stayed the night. The next morning, Fernando drove her home on his motorcycle. Unfortunately, at dawn, a taxi driver discovered Fernando bleeding and called the police and an ambulance. By the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. Fernando had died. The police discovered that he had been attacked twice near his motorcycle. News of the incident spread quickly, and at 7 a.m., Nahir, just waking up, learned about it. She posted a picture of them together on her social media, writing, "5 years together, quarrels and breakups, reconciliations, but always with love. I love you forever, my angel." Fernando's mother called Nahir to ask what had happened, but Nahir was unsure. Meanwhile, the police began gathering evidence at the crime scene and launched a murder investigation. Initially, they thought it might be a robbery, but this theory was ruled out since Fernando's money had not been taken. The area was typically calm and safe, with a low crime rate, raising questions about who could have killed Fernando and why. Investigators discovered that Fernando had been attacked with a 9mm pistol, a type of weapon usually used by police. This raised suspicions that a police officer might be involved. It was established that Fernando was first shot from behind at close range, likely by someone who approached him unnoticed. The assailant then moved in closer and shot him in the heart. Could the attacker have been someone he knew? This possibility was reinforced by the discovery of a second helmet at the scene. The police began reviewing surveillance footage from the area and saw a girl leaving the scene at 5:22 a.m., but her face was not visible. Nahir soon became a suspect and was summoned to the police station for questioning. During the interview, she confidently claimed that Fernando had driven her home that night. She stated that she showered, went to bed, and later woke up to the news of the tragedy. She expressed her sorrow for Fernando in a social media post. Nahir appeared very distressed and was crying, leading the investigators to have no further questions for her. The police decided to interrogate Nahir's father, Marcelo Galarza, who is a police officer. He initially claimed he didn't know anyone named Fernando, but this was later proven false when photos from their trip to Brazil surfaced, showing them together. It became clear that Nahir's father was well acquainted with Fernando, leading to questions about why he lied. The police began to suspect that he might be involved in the crime, prompting his denial of knowing Fernando. They developed a theory that pointed to Marcelo's involvement, especially after discovering evidence related to a weapon. Forensic tests confirmed that this weapon belonging to Nahir's father was the weapon used to kill Fernando, making him the main suspect. Investigators considered possible motives, suspecting that he may have disliked Fernando because of his daughter's relationship with Fernando, which might have led to a confrontation that ended fatally. Then came a surprising twist. Nahir confessed to killing Fernando to protect her father, who was on the verge of being arrested. She claimed that Fernando had subjected her to physical violence, alleging that on the night of the incident, he had grabbed her hair and dragged her home, prompting her to attack him. However, questions arose about how she obtained a weapon for this act. It became evident that this was a premeditated action, as she had brought a weapon with her. Nahir had stolen her father's service pistol, which he kept in the fridge, and returned it after the murder, leaving her parents completely unaware. She was recorded on surveillance footage. When the police questioned her about why she fled and attempted to hide evidence, not contacting the police or an ambulance if she was innocent, Nahir explained that she was confused. At that moment, she didn't believe Fernando would die and didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. Upon realizing that she had killed him, she became very distressed. Her friends and Fernando's friends provided conflicting accounts. Nahir's friends blamed Fernando, citing her frequent complaints about him, while his friends accused Nahir. Some even noted that their relationship was difficult to define, as they spent more time apart than together. Nahir had 5 other boyfriends, and Fernando likely had other girlfriends as well. Their messages were examined, revealing that Fernando appeared to be more of a victim in their relationship. Nahir was aggressive and threatened him, while the kind-hearted Fernando confided in friends about being physically abused when he tried to break up with her. He was exhausted from the relationship and sought a peaceful life without her. This may have motivated Nahir to kill him, driven by a desire for revenge over his wish to end their relationship. Later, Nahir claimed that she accidentally attacked Fernando while she was holding the weapon. She stated that they both fell off the motorcycle, and that was when the gun fired for the first time. After this, she picked up the weapon and accidentally shot him again. This explanation seemed highly unlikely. A ballistic expert stated that it was impossible for there to be 2 accidental shots. Even if the first shot was an accident, the second shot was definitely intentional. Surveillance footage showed her walking home at a normal pace, covering more than 20 blocks, which contradicted her claim of being in shock and confusion after the accidental attacking. A handwriting expert analyzed Nahir's writing and found that she displayed significant emotional instability, along with self-centered and manipulative traits. Her handwriting indicated egocentrism, a craving for attention, mood swings, impulsiveness, aggressiveness, a tendency to lie, and a desire for dominance and manipulation. Her handwriting also revealed that she was experiencing considerable emotional turmoil. Nahir was more complicated than she initially appeared. She had a contradictory, complex, pushy, and aggressive personality. It was discovered that at the age of 16, she had pulled a prank on her parents by faking her own kidnapping, leaving them terrified and shocked when they realized it was a joke. Before the trial, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The psychiatrist reported that she exhibited complete narcissism, was quick to anger, aggressive, and showed no remorse for her actions. Besides, she was diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder, which was linked to her desire for control. During the trial, Nahir displayed defiant behavior. She arrived in shorts, looked down on others with arrogance, frequently adjusted her hair, and flirted with those around her. Although she maintained that her actions were in self-defense, nobody found her story credible. Her father initially supported her, but later distanced himself from her. There was no evidence indicating that Nahir had experienced physical abuse from Fernando. The prosecution outlined the following events. Around 2 a.m., Fernando was driving Nahir home. Upon arriving, they entered an apartment and argued for about 2 hours. Fernando wanted to end their relationship, but Nahir disagreed. During this time, she secretly took her father's weapon, and they left for another location. While traveling down a dark, deserted street, Nahir asked Fernando to stop. She got off the motorcycle, attacked him in the back, and when he fell, she attacked him again. Afterward, she returned home. Once there, she took a shower to clean off the blood and gun residue from her hands, returned her father's gun to the fridge, changed her clothes, and went to sleep. On July 3, 2018, Nahir Galarza was found guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 35 years. This means she could be released when she is 54 years old. At 19, Nahir has become the youngest person in Argentina to receive a life sentence. She has filed 3 appeals against her conviction, but all have been denied, leaving the sentence unchanged. At this time, Nahir changed her statement. She claims that she is not guilty at all, and her father is the real killer, as he attacked Fernando. One interesting thing is that there is surveillance footage showing Nahir at home during the time of the murder, raising questions about her alibi. Her mother, Yamina Crow, who divorced Nahir's father, supports her daughter and believes in her innocence. Nahir has stated that she was afraid of her father and her uncle, who abused her, which led her to take the blame for the crime. She expresses concern for her mother and brother's safety. Nahir has also filed a lawsuit against her uncle. The case has attracted significant public attention, with mixed reactions from the community. Some people are indifferent, while others support Nahir and believe she is innocent. Conversely, some argue that she not only killed Fernando, but also ruined her own life. The case of Krista Waninger. On May 2, 1963, a tragic event occurred on Via Emilia in Rome when police were called to an apartment building after witnesses reported finding an injured girl. 2 police officers arrived at the apartment building and went up to the 4th floor. In the hallway between apartments 14 and 15, they discovered a blonde woman in a blue coat lying unconscious in a large pool of blood, her eyes wide with horror. Several people had gathered around her, including a shocked janitor and a young neighbor who worked at a medical center. The neighbor checked the victim's pulse, performed CPR, and did everything she could to keep the girl alive until an ambulance arrived. One of the neighbors called an ambulance, but by the time it arrived, it was too late. The girl was dead. The victim was identified as Krista Waninger, 23. She had come to Rome in search of success and fame, but tragically, she had been fatally stabbed 7 times. The police immediately began questioning neighbors and witnesses to piece together what had happened. However, no one had witnessed the attack, not even the residents of apartments 14 and 15. The police knocked on the doors of both apartments, and Gerda Hodaut came out. When asked by the police about Krista, she stated that they were friends. They had planned to meet, but Krista was attacked and stabbed just steps away from Gerda's apartment. The attack occurred at 2:50 p.m., and Gerda claimed that she had been taking a nap and had not heard anything unusual. While Krista was brutally murdered behind closed doors, it caused quite a commotion on their floor. Her explanation seemed implausible. The doorman informed the police that Krista did not live in the building. They knew each other because the victim frequently visited Gerda's apartment. The murder had occurred nearby. After investigating a few blocks away, the police went to Krista's house, which appeared to be quite empty. Meanwhile, Gerda was taken to the police station for questioning while the authorities carefully examined the crime scene. Under the doorknob of Gerda's apartment, the police discovered a bloody handprint, indicating that Krista had tried to call for help. The building's doorman recalled that when he heard a woman scream, he quickly ran up the stairs. On his way, he encountered a strange man coming down who seemed startled to see him. At first, the doorman did not pay much attention to the strange man. However, he later suspected that there was a connection between this man and the case. When the doorman arrived at the scene, several residents from nearby apartments had gathered. They found Krista lying in a large pool of blood, her breathing irregular and her condition deteriorating. The witnesses were all in a state of panic and did not know how to help. Gerda, who was present at the police station, was willing to share any information she had about her friend Krista. She seemed genuinely concerned about the attack and did not understand why anyone would want to harm Krista. They had been friends for a long time, supporting each other in their modeling and acting careers. Gerda said that Krista was supposed to arrive at around 3 p.m., but she had been feeling unwell that day and had taken sleeping pills, which caused her to miss the attack. Although Gerda spoke about her sleep problems, she could not remember the name of the pills she had taken or explain why she had not canceled her meeting with Krista despite having gone to bed. The police found Gerda's story suspicious. Krista had suffered serious injuries, including 7 stab wounds, 3 of which were in the chest. The attacker had used a large knife to assault Krista, leaving her unable to be saved. In addition, Krista had several defensive wounds on her arms. The forensic expert observed that all of the wounds appeared to have been inflicted from above, indicating that the attacker was tall. In interviews with witnesses, it was confirmed that a man, described as unknown, had fled the scene shortly before the police arrived. Several people, including the concierge, reported seeing a tall man in a blue jacket leaving the building shortly after the attack. Using the descriptions of the witnesses, a composite sketch was created and subsequently published in newspapers and broadcast on television. The police reconstructed the timeline of events, determining that Krista left her apartment at approximately 2 p.m. and planned to return at 5 p.m. Before the appointment, she had visited a friend. About 30 minutes later, she arrived at Gerda's house, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and was attacked on the stairs. It is believed that the attacker knew Krista and was waiting for her. Police initially suspected her friend Gerda because of her strange behavior during the attack. A neighbor reported that she had called Gerda's apartment and heard someone moving around behind the door, but no one answered, perhaps out of fear. The police suspected that Gerda was withholding information. Gerda insisted that no one rang the doorbell until the police arrived and claimed that she had heard nothing until the police knocked. Krista's murder in broad daylight in central Rome caused a media frenzy. The police hoped to gather useful information from the public, but the widespread attention also led to rumors spreading rapidly. The police received dozens of statements, most of which were complex, while others simply restated what was already known. They investigated all known criminals with a history of knife attacks, focusing not only on those who might be hiding in Rome, but also checking neighboring cities, although this effort was fruitless. In the midst of these events, a wave of panic spread throughout the community. People became increasingly afraid to go out, and the police station was flooded with angry calls from locals urging them to arrest the person responsible for Krista's attack. Some callers even made threats to the police, demanding action to ensure the safety of the streets. Meanwhile, Gerda maintained her innocence, calling the police's suspicion of her an insult. The police began to explore other leads, focusing especially on those close to Krista. There were many indications that the perpetrator was connected to Krista, leading the police to believe that the attack may have been motivated by jealousy or personal animosity. Therefore, they looked into the relationships Krista had formed since moving to another country. One notable individual was Krista's boyfriend. He was very jealous and possessive, with evidence suggesting that he had abused Krista on several occasions. Their relationship was tumultuous, often triggered by his unfounded suspicions that Krista was cheating on him with other men. This jealousy may have stemmed from several factors, including Krista's notebook filled with the phone numbers of men in the modeling and acting industries. Her profession required her to socialize and network with many people, and Krista frequently attended social events to promote herself and build valuable relationships, which made her boyfriend feel uncomfortable. He became jealous of every random person she interacted with, and his insecurities led him to become increasingly controlling. Every phone call from a man was viewed as a betrayal, which angered her boyfriend. This pressure caused Krista to decline movie offers and made her financially dependent on him. The police identified 2 suspects: Krista's boyfriend, who had both a motive and a violent streak, and her friend Gerda Hodap, who was near the scene of the murder but claimed not to have seen or heard anything. It is possible that Gerda had a motive for the murder, perhaps wanting to eliminate an attractive rival. However, there is no evidence to support this theory. Journalists constantly intervened, probing for information and asking difficult questions. The police were puzzled by the presence of a strange man in a blue jacket. Although this man appeared at the crime scene and quickly left, he coldly mentioned that there was a woman screaming on the 4th floor, without offering any help. Other witnesses grew suspicious and tried to explain the presence of this stranger. The police concluded that the case might have been carefully planned, with the man in the blue jacket acting as a distraction. However, if that were the case, the criminal would have likely stayed at the crime scene, which raised suspicions about Gerda. Meanwhile, Gerda faced constant interrogations and became a media phenomenon. Journalists pursued her, spreading rumors and portraying her as a monster. The police believed that if Gerda was not involved in the murder, she may have acted as an informant or concealed information. However, to date, there has been no concrete evidence linking her to the case. The police continue to investigate the possibility of a random attack. However, they face a shortage of resources. A search of Krista's inner circle yielded no leads. Her address book contained many phone numbers related to men and various clubs in Rome, as well as organizations connected to modeling and acting. Hundreds of contacts had accumulated over the years. Despite a thorough police investigation, each contact led to a dead end. Gerda remained under close police surveillance. They even took her to the morgue to view Krista's body and observe her reaction. The police noted her emotionless response to their questions. The interrogations were repeated several times. Gerda changed her story, claiming that the doorbell rang when Krista visited. However, the screams that followed frightened her, so she did not open the door. Gerda explained her dishonesty by saying that she felt ashamed for not helping her friend. The police believed that she was a potential accomplice to the crime, suggesting that Krista had been lured there so that her attacker could kill her. Ultimately, the police were unable to obtain a confession that would identify Gerda as the killer, and at most, she could be considered an accomplice. By reconstructing the timeline of events, the police discovered why the janitor had not noticed a strange man entering the building. He had visited the utility room several times during the day. It was a complete coincidence that he had entered just before Krista arrived at the apartment complex. This raised suspicions that the attacker knew exactly when and where Krista would arrive. Several witnesses reported seeing Krista enter the apartment complex alone, unescorted, and without anyone else accompanying her. This led the police to believe that the perpetrator had entered the apartment complex before Krista, just before she arrived. It was suspected that the perpetrator knew which floor she would go to and where to wait for her. After a while, the Krista Waninger murder case yielded no more clues. Public interest in the case also waned, as no similar attacks occurred afterward. People began to calm down, and Krista's case gradually faded into oblivion, largely because her family lived far away in another country. Despite efforts to understand the situation, it was difficult to generate significant interest in the case. Krista's mother and sister actively distributed flyers with her picture in the hope of attracting potential witnesses, but their efforts did not advance the investigation. The investigation into Krista's murder had stalled for 10 months until an anonymous witness contacted a local newspaper. Using a false name, he asked to speak to the editor. The man claimed to be the brother of Krista's killer and offered to sell information to the newspaper for a large sum of money. The journalist who took the call felt that the man's story was more than just a scam to capitalize on the tragedy. Believing that the witness might have accurate information, he decided to contact the police. The journalist carefully communicated with the man, promising to collect the necessary funds to pay him in advance by the evening. They agreed to contact him later to discuss the details. After the call, the journalist went to the police station to report the unusual conversation. The police showed interest in the case, and the journalist agreed to work with them, using special equipment to monitor the incoming call. The anonymous caller contacted the journalist at 19:05. During this call, two police officers listened in and recorded the conversation. They were able to locate the source of the call. Several police officers then went to the address provided, where they found a 32-year-old man using the phone booth. His name was Guido Pieri. When they saw him, the police immediately recognized that he matched the police sketch of the suspect. He was arrested and searched, and their suspicions were confirmed when they found a 30-centimeter long knife in his jacket pocket. Similar to the weapon used in the attack on Krista, the police believed they had the right suspect. Unfortunately, further examination revealed that Krista was not killed with this knife. Guido Pieri insisted from the beginning that he was only trying to profit from the story, but he was unable to provide any clear information. When the police searched his home, they found another knife, but no blood, and it could not be linked to Krista's wounds. Disturbing notes were found in Guido's home, including 5 notebooks detailing gruesome murders of women. The most alarming was the final story, which was very similar to the case of Krista Waninger. The story included specific details that had not been made public and were known only to the perpetrator, raising suspicions against Guido. Guido Pieri grew up in a family with 4 brothers and 3 sisters. From an early age, he had a strong passion for adventure painting. However, while in vocational school, he decided to drop out and start working, especially after struggling to finish 8th grade 3 times. Although he was not unintelligent, he had obvious problems with self-control. By the age of 18, he was employed as a mechanic in a construction company, maintaining a fleet of equipment. After 10 years, Guido married a much older woman. During this time, he pursued his passion for painting, dreaming of becoming an artist. In February, Guido moved to Paris to pursue this dream, but unfortunately, his efforts ended in disappointment. In his diary, he explained his feelings in detail. It was clear that Guido was a deeply creative individual with a unique perspective on life, but he struggled to manage the challenges he faced and find his own path. He lacked the courage and motivation needed to overcome these obstacles. As a result, Guido moved back to Rome, ended his marriage, and took a job as a secretary at the Institute, where he worked until he was 63. His diaries reveal a disillusioned man full of ambitions and ideas that he was unable to turn into reality. When the police questioned him about the notes they discovered during the search, Guido explained that they were ideas for a future novel, as he longed to write a book. When reviewing the notes, the police noticed many similarities to the real-life case of Krista Waninger. Details of the crime scene and descriptions of the people involved closely resembled the apartment building and surrounding area where Krista was murdered. This raised questions about whether these accounts referred to her murder, which aroused suspicions among the police. Guido led a seemingly normal life, frequenting upscale restaurants and bars. However, he remained on the police radar, having been spotted at several other violent crime scenes unrelated to Krista. Unfortunately, he did not confess or provide any evidence of his innocence. At that time, witnesses who had seen a suspicious man in a blue jacket leaving the apartment building after hearing Krista scream had not yet testified. 3 of the 4 witnesses identified him as Guido. Despite ongoing questioning and suspicion, no physical evidence was found linking him to the crime. The police decided to return all the confiscated diaries belonging to Guido, and he was released. During this time, Krista's sister pushed for the investigation to be reopened. The police reviewed all relevant information, but this lead did not yield any results. Guido remained the prime suspect, but he did not confess. Despite having no evidence to present, the police continued to investigate and put pressure on him. Surprisingly, Guido Pieri went to the police station and confessed to killing Krista Waninger. He was arrested, and it took a year before the trial began. Despite his confession, He was acquitted due to a lack of sufficient evidence. His lawyer argued that Guido had mental health problems and pointed out that he refused to confess again. By this time, he had been officially diagnosed with schizophrenia, which led the police to consider his confession unreliable. There were 2 more hearings. In both trials, Guido Pieri was found guilty, but he was released on bail due to his mental condition. Guido later changed his story, claiming that he had been at the scene of the murder by accident and denied any guilt. In addition, Guido destroyed his own notebooks, containing disturbing notes that could have been used against him. During the psychiatric evaluation, he was found to be insane. Therefore, the court could only order Guido to undergo treatment for schizophrenia. Despite his crime, he was allowed to go free without any apparent motive. For a long time, he was considered a threat to society, but there was not enough evidence to prove it. He was eventually released and deemed harmless, much to the shock of Krista's family. Sadly, Krista's relatives were never able to obtain justice or see Guido incarcerated.
The case of Licia Mitchell Jackson. In 1979, the Jackson family lived in Conroe. They chose to build their lives there and were respected by the community as a hard-working and loving couple. Over time, they had 3 children, with Licia Mitchell Jackson being the youngest. Despite the high crime rate in the area, the Jackson family felt safe and content with their peaceful life. Licia was intelligent and well-read, spending her time with books. She did well in school, prioritizing her studies as she wanted to go to college, obtain a solid education, and build a career. Licia spent most of her time with her 2 older brothers, and despite the age gap, they had a close relationship and enjoyed spending time together. When her brothers turned 16 and 18, Licia was only 12, which made her feel safe around them. On September 7, 1979, the weather was warm, perfect for a day at the lake. The brothers had not originally planned to take Licia with them, but she asked to come along at the last minute. Their cousin, who was 20 at the time, also joined them. The parents allowed the 4 of them to go to the lake, a popular activity in the area where locals often fish or gather by the water. They prepared and headed to the lake in the afternoon, arriving around 4 p.m. They spent some time relaxing, swimming, and sunbathing, planning to leave at 7 p.m. to prepare for the next day. Since it was Licia's first time there, she wanted to explore the area more. She decided not to swim and just wanted to walk. However, none of the brothers wanted to go with her, so they let her go by herself. Most of the way to the parking lot, where Licia's brothers were waiting, was visible. When Licia was out of sight, the others continued to prepare to leave, unaware that she had disappeared. These were usually peaceful areas where attacks and murders were rare, so the 12-year-old girl did not feel afraid. After about half an hour, when Licia still had not appeared, her brothers began to worry. They rushed to find her, first using their phones to call their sister, other family members, and the police. The older brother went to a nearby gas station, which had the only phone in the area, to report Licia's disappearance to their parents. Meanwhile, the rest of the group intensified their search. Their concern attracted the attention of other vacationers, and some local boys and girls joined in to help. They searched the area, calling for Licia, but found nothing. Some even began diving into the shallow part of the lake, thinking she might have swum alone and drowned. On the other side of the lake, where Licia had gone, was a steep cliff. Some people speculated that she might have tried to dive in but failed. However, Licia was not the adventurous type and would not have made such a choice. In addition, without her brother following her, the underwater search would have been fruitless. After a while, Licia's parents arrived at the scene with the police. Some volunteers also came to help search the lake area, and a few policemen spoke to her brother, who had lost track of her. The police's initial hypothesis was that she had accidentally drowned, and they based this on the presence of the cliff. They first focused their search on the lakeshore and the quieter areas of the lake, thinking that she might have decided to swim while walking and had come to a part of the lake where swimming was not allowed. There were dangerous undercurrents that could have caused her legs to cramp, leading to drowning. Searching the area yielded no results. The police believed that the unpredictable undercurrent could have pulled an inexperienced swimmer under. They hypothesized that Licia might have fallen victim to such a current, which could have caused her body to sink and not resurface. Licia's brother insisted that she had been wearing casual clothes, not a swimsuit, and that she was a good girl who would never have gone underwater dressed like that. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one listened to him, as the focus remained on the accidental drowning theory. After hours of fruitless searching, the group considered calling in divers to examine the water further. Suddenly, one of the searchers discovered small, broken glasses that clearly belonged to a child. When shown to other children, they confirmed that Licia had been wearing the same type of glasses. The most alarming detail was the faint bloodstains on the glasses. It was suspected that these glasses had been found on a road leading away from the lake, especially since no trace of Licia was found in the water. This led the police to shift their focus from drowning to kidnapping, increasing their attention to the land around the lake. Near where the glasses were found, the police also discovered an earring that belonged to Licia. Her parents confirmed that it was hers. Another witness informed the police that he had seen a brown Chevrolet Monte Carlo driven by a reckless driver who was behaving erratically. The driver suddenly changed lanes and skidded on the road, appearing to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs. This behavior raised suspicion, prompting the police to investigate young people driving similar vehicles that matched the witness's description. However, there were many such cars in the area, as this model was quite common. In addition, no one could clearly remember the driver's face or license plate number, leaving the police without any solid clues. They checked the road service reports in the hope that the reckless driver had been involved in an accident, but found nothing. Licia's brothers felt guilty for not looking after their sister, and all the family members wanted to know what had happened to Licia. Licia's parents hoped that they would receive a call from the kidnapper demanding a ransom. However, the phone remained silent, and no letters arrived in the first 24 hours after she went missing. Initially, Licia's family hoped that she would return home safely, but as time went on, that chance began to diminish rapidly. The situation worsened on September 13, 6 days after Licia's disappearance. Early that morning, a worker was preparing to go to the oil facility where he had worked for many years when his supervisor received a call. He was directed to a remote area to inspect and repair a pipeline, which happened to be near the lake where the Jackson family had vacationed a week earlier. Upon arriving and inspecting the pipeline, the worker immediately smelled a very strong and unpleasant odor. Although the smell was not unusual for him, as the facility was located in a wilderness area where animals sometimes got into the pipeline and died, he was accustomed to dealing with such situations. Cleaning up dead animals was part of his daily routine. After completing the repair, he decided to investigate the source of the stench. A few meters from the pipeline, he discovered the body of a small child. He quickly notified his superiors, who called the police. When they reported the discovery of a child's body, the police immediately thought of the missing girl, Licia, for whom they had been actively searching in the area. The state of the body made immediate identification impossible. It was so decomposed that even determining the gender was difficult. They would need to conduct an examination and check dental records to confirm that the body was indeed Licia, marking the end of the search for the girl. This also began the hunt for the person responsible for the crime. During the investigation at the site where the body was discovered, the police found Licia's clothes. They concluded that the girl's body had been brought to the location after the crime had occurred, and that the attack had not taken place there. The perpetrator appeared to have been careless with the evidence, leaving it behind. It is likely that the suspect was a local resident familiar with the area. The condition of the body complicated the investigation. Experts determined that the girl had been abused and then strangled, but the exact circumstances of the crime could not be established. During an examination of her clothing, small biological traces were found on her shorts, which could potentially identify the perpetrator. Unfortunately, in 1979, forensic technology was not advanced enough to analyze these traces, but the police wisely chose to preserve them for future analysis. Licia's death caused panic and tension in the community. The city, known for its low crime rate, had not experienced a murder in many years. The brutal murder of a 12-year-old girl in broad daylight, especially in a relatively densely populated area, left the community in a state of shock. People no longer felt safe, and the police station was overwhelmed with calls from locals asking for increased security and a swift arrest of the perpetrator. Unfortunately, this was not an easy task. The police followed many leads regarding the suspect, but all of them came to a dead end. Additionally, almost everyone who was present at the lake on that tragic day was investigated. Special focus was placed on the owners of brown cars. These checks lasted for months, but yielded no results. The police also investigated known abusers who were in the area at the time, but these efforts also proved fruitless. Years passed, but Licia's family still could not learn the truth about what happened to her. As the 1990s and 2000s progressed, Licia's relatives came to terms with their situation, losing hope of discovering what had happened to Licia. They admitted that they even forgave the person responsible. However, in 2020, new forensic techniques began to emerge from advances in the United States. Beginning in 2005, investigations into long unsolved crimes were launched. Police formed teams to re-examine old evidence with fresh perspectives. This renewed effort brought hope for answers to questions that had haunted the community for decades. Police recovered Licia's clothing, which contained small traces that could potentially be linked to a suspect. A thorough analysis was conducted, but unfortunately, the technology of the time was not sufficient to extract meaningful data from those small traces. This left Licia's family feeling hopeless once again. Licia's family and friends, who have long sought answers about her fate, are facing another wave of painful disappointment. However, in 2021, a significant technological advance emerged. New methods and equipment were developed that can collect and analyze microscopic traces. A key feature of this technology is the ability to completely recreate DNA samples from even the smallest remnants found on the victim's belongings and clothing. This advance has the potential to transform the investigation, as evidence collected in the 1970s could finally become significant. A team of experts was formed to re-examine the evidence using these advanced techniques. Concerns arose again about the number of traces available. If they were too few, they would have to wait for further technological advances. Fortunately, the new method successfully extracted DNA from Licia's clothing for the first time. However, reconstructing her genetic profile required a significant amount of time and analysis. The investigation began in April 2021 and continued until October 2022, when the police finally had a complete profile of the criminal. By that time, 43 years had passed since Licia's tragic death. The next step was to find the killer and ensure he was punished for his crimes. The police decided to cross-reference the profile with several databases, including KOS and those used by the FBI. This approach had been tried before, but the incomplete genetic profile made it difficult to narrow down potential suspects and find a reliable match. In April 2022, the police reassessed the information. After 43 years of investigation, they identified the killer as Gerald Dwight Casey. Police tracked down his last known address, hoping to confront this dangerous criminal. Unfortunately, they discovered that Gerald had died at the age of 47, 20 years before this investigation began. The police decided to take a closer look at his background. They discovered that Gerald's activities did not end with the murder of Licia. He committed another brutal crime in 1989, exactly 10 years later. After killing Licia, he moved to a nearby town, about a half-hour's drive from the lake, hoping to remain under the radar until the situation calmed down. Starting on November 20th, Gerald moved to another city with his girlfriend. Gerald had a troubled past, faced serious legal problems, and struggled with drug and alcohol addiction. Those who knew him considered him dangerous and unpredictable. He was a robber and had committed a series of petty thefts. At that time, Gerald was engaged to Carla Smith, 36, who also had a history of theft, legal trouble, and substance abuse. She had developed a reputation for reckless behavior. On one occasion, she was arrested for drunk driving, causing several accidents in which no one was injured. This incident led to a police chase, but she ultimately chose to stop. The young couple was planning to move to New York to start a new life and hoped to become wealthy. However, they did not have the resources necessary for such a dramatic change. With their experience in robbery, Gerald and Carla knew how to handle their situation. In the city, there was a couple named Sonia Lynn Howell and Daryl Pennington, who were known for their business success and financial stability. They knew about Daryl and Sonia, a wealthy couple, and decided to visit their house to assess the possibility of a robbery. After observing the house for a while, they noticed that Daryl and Sonia often went away together, probably for work, which would give them more opportunities to carry out their plan. After reviewing the information, the robbers planned and chose the time to break into the house. Their goal was to sell the stolen items at a pawn shop to raise money for their trip to New York. Unfortunately, their plan began to fall apart immediately. Once inside, Gerald and Carla found Sonia at home. Realizing the danger, she tried to call the police, but Carla stopped her by pointing a gun at her head and shooting her while she was dialing. Gerald then pulled out a gun and fired 9 shots at Sonia, leaving her with no chance of survival. The loud gunshots attracted the attention of the neighbors, who quickly reported the incident to the police. In their haste, the robbers took everything of value they found in the house, including money, jewelry, a Rolex watch, guns, and other equipment, before fleeing the scene. Carla searched Sonia and took valuables from her pockets. During this time, they discovered 2 strangers inside the victim's house. When the police arrived, the couple had already escaped. Unfortunately, no one was able to identify the car or the faces of the criminals because they were wearing masks. The police began to search for them, but the experienced robbers had carefully planned their escape route and fled by car without being detected. Later, an abandoned car matching the description given by witnesses was found on the outskirts of the city. It seemed like a perfect case again, but this time, greed got the better of them. They were too impatient and rushed to New York, which led to a number of mistakes. The biggest mistake they made was to immediately go to a pawn shop and sell all the stolen goods there. The pawnbroker did not display the goods and instead contacted the police. The pawnbroker remembered the thieves, returned the stolen goods, and provided footage from his surveillance camera. The police recognized several familiar faces and later located and arrested Gerald and Carla on the highway. The couple was headed to New York, but their trip was abruptly stopped at a checkpoint. They did not resist arrest, although the police were prepared to use force if necessary. While they denied killing Sonia, the evidence at the crime scene was clear bloody fingerprints and their hair were found. Carla accepted a plea deal with the prosecution in exchange for a lighter sentence. Her lawyer considered this a favorable deal because the couple faced the possibility of the death penalty. As a result, she testified against her boyfriend Gerald, leading to his conviction for Sonia's murder and several other crimes. Gerald was sentenced to death, while Carla received a reduced sentence of 10 years in prison for her involvement in the incident. After serving 10 years, Carla was released, and has not had any legal problems since. Gerald, on the other hand, remained incarcerated while awaiting execution. After several appeals, he was finally given a lethal injection on April 18, 2002, at the age of 47. Gerald's attorney made significant efforts to have his sentence commuted to life in prison to save his life, but all efforts were unsuccessful. Throughout his life, up until his execution, Gerald never admitted to killing Sonia and did not mention the murder of Lesia Mitchell Jackson. The evidence against him for Lesia's murder was clear and convincing. It is suspected that Gerald may have been involved in more murders in Texas in the 1970s and 1980s. However, thorough investigations using various databases have found no genetic matches between him and evidence from other unsolved cases. This does not mean that he limited himself to just 2 violent incidents. At a time when forensic science was just beginning to advance and the understanding of genetics was limited, it is likely that some of his other victims have not yet been discovered. There may still be unsolved cases in the archives. Lesia's family was relieved to know that her killer had been brought to justice, but this did not bring them much comfort. Lesia's mother struggled for a long time to come to terms with her daughter's murder. She made it clear that she did not blame her sons for not keeping an eye on their sister, although the brothers still carry a sense of guilt. A few years after the tragedy, the Lesia family moved away from Texas in search of a place where they would not be reminded of their past.
The case of Ida Burley Lozano. Ida Burley Lozano was the son of Tatiana Ferreira Lozano Pereira. After divorcing Ida Burley's father, Tatiana got married to Alex Pereira. Together, Tatiana and Alex had another child. People who knew the family described them as quiet and unproblematic. Tatiana worked as a manager at a local supermarket, and her eldest son, Ita Burley, lived with her. He was considered a polite and well-behaved boy who enjoyed spending his free time listening to music with his friends. The situation worsened when, at the age of 14, Ita Burley confided to his mother that he was different from other boys and was not attracted to girls. From that moment on, his mother often ridiculed him, and their arguments became increasingly frequent. By the end of 2016, their relationship had deteriorated significantly, and Tatiana began physically abusing her son. The day after Christmas, Ita Burley shared several posts on Facebook describing his difficult home life. He included a photo of himself with his mother, stepfather, and younger brother. In the post, he wrote mainly about his family. He also shared other photos showing bloody cuts and scrapes on his face, back, chest, and arms. In the comments, Ita Burley revealed that his mother had beaten him and kicked him out of the house because he was different from other children. In the post, Ita Burley mentioned that he was staying with a friend because his mother had ordered the children in their neighborhood to attack him. A few days later, he returned to his mother's house, but the arguments continued. One day, his mother beat him again, forcing him to run away. This time, he went to his grandmother's house, where he finally found safety. His paternal family welcomed and accepted him. His mother, Tatiana, called him several times, urging him to return home before December 29, claiming that she wanted to make up with him before New Year's Eve. However, his uncle, Dario Rosa, and other family members did not agree to let Ita Burley return to his mother. They doubted Tatiana's sincerity and suspected that she might endanger the boy. Despite their warnings, Ita Burley was happy that his mother seemed willing to mend their relationship. Hoping to improve things with her, he left his grandmother's house, unaware that a trap awaited him. Tatiana had devised a cruel plan to teach her son a lesson. She hired 2 young men, Victor Roberto da Silva and Miller da Silva Barisa, to attack him. When Ita Burley arrived home, Victor and Miller entered the room while Tatiana was present and attacked him. Ita Burley screamed for help, pleading with his mother, but she stood by, unmoved, until he collapsed. Tatiana's plan did not end there. When she found her son unconscious, she instructed the young men to kill him. but they refused. Determined to resolve what she saw as her son's unconventional tendencies, Tatiana went into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and attacked him. Victor and Miller, horrified by what they witnessed, fled the house. Tatiana then went into the bedroom, where her husband was sleeping, and woke him up to help her dispose of the body. Together, they wrapped the body in a blanket, put it in the car, and drove to a remote, sparsely populated area with thick reeds along the road. There, they abandoned the body and returned home to clean up the scene. The next day, the couple returned to the location, doused the body with gasoline, and burned it to prevent identification. From that day on, Itaberli's paternal relatives could no longer contact him. As time passed, his grandmother became increasingly worried. He did not call to update her on his reconciliation with his mother. She had expected him to join her for the New Year celebrations, as they had planned to celebrate together. With no news from Itaberli, she asked his uncle to take her to Tatiana's house to inquire about Itaberli. When they arrived at Tatiana's house, they found her calm. She explained that her son was not home because he had gone to a friend's house, and she had no further information about him. His grandmother was unsure whether to believe Tatiana or call the police. However, after several hours of being unable to contact her grandson, she decided to get the police involved. Itaberli's grandmother believed that her grandson would not disappear without informing her, especially since they had planned to spend the holidays together. She was convinced that something serious had happened and felt an investigation was necessary. She shared all her suspicions with the police. Itaberli's uncle Dario mentioned the strained relationship between Tatiana and her son. Furthermore, when questioned, Tatiana appeared surprisingly calm about the situation. Her lack of concern and failure to report her son missing raised suspicions. The police began an investigation, focusing primarily on Tatiana. A few days later, on January 7, 2017, a patrol discovered the burned body of a young man wrapped up and left in a rural area of São Paulo. The body had deep stab wounds, and an intact bracelet was found nearby. Police suspected the body was that of Itaberli, who had recently been reported missing. They notified the boy's grandmother, who identified the bracelet as her grandson's. However, this alone was not sufficient to confirm the identity of the body. Investigators requested the Institute of Forensic Medicine to conduct a DNA test using genetic material from the boy's mother. Forensic experts determined that the victim had died approximately 10 days earlier. Police also concluded that the location where the body was discovered was not the crime scene, as no evidence was found there. On January 11, police searched Tatiana's home and discovered bloodstains on the sofa, bed, and walls. They also found 2 kitchen knives with bloodstains, suspected to be the murder weapons. Tatiana and her husband Alex were arrested. Confronted with the evidence and unable to deny it, Tatiana confessed to killing her eldest son, but provided a completely different version of events. She claimed that on the day she intended to reconcile with Itaberli, he came home drunk and aggressive. According to Tatiana, he attacked her, her husband, and their 4-year-old son. Tatiana alleged that she and her husband acted in self-defense, killing their son because they believed he was a threat to their family. Out of fear, they disposed of the boy's body. However, the police did not believe this testimony. Contradictions in Tatiana's and Alex's accounts revealed that both were lying. Statements from relatives about Itaberli starkly contrasted with those of his mother. Tatiana described her son as problematic, accusing him of using illegal drugs, drinking excessively, avoiding work, and being disliked by the community. However, neighbors and acquaintances who knew Itaberli and his paternal family described him as responsible, kind, considerate, polite, and well-liked. He also maintained a close circle of friends and avoided alcohol or drugs. The police gathered additional evidence linking Tatiana and Alex to Itaberli's murder. A key piece of evidence was an attempt to delete a Facebook post written by Itaberli, in which he mentioned being attacked. Fortunately, some of his friends had saved the post and turned it over to the police. Suddenly, Tatiana changed her story, adding 3 more people to the case: Victor, Miller, and a girl who acted as an intermediary for their communication. In this new version, Tatiana claimed that she had asked the young men to teach her son a lesson because he had threatened and attacked her. However, she alleged that the young men had killed her son without her consent while she was outside the house. She said she heard her son screaming for help, but when she returned, she discovered that the killers had fled. She then woke her husband, and together they disposed of the body. The defense argued that Tatiana had acted out of anger and self-defense, claiming that Italy had been aggressive and had previously attacked his mother. However, significant inconsistencies in Tatiana's story cast doubt on her claims. On January 13, the police arrested Victor, Miller, and the girl who had acted as an intermediary between Tatiana and the 2 men. The girl was also a witness to the crime. The testimonies of these young people differed significantly from Tatiana's version of events. According to the girl, Tatiana had confided in her several times that she was extremely angry with her son, whom she described as different from other boys. Tatiana expressed a desire to find someone to beat her son. The girl suggested her boyfriend and his friend, who were willing to do the job for a fee. Tatiana immediately hired them. The girl stated that after Victor and Miller left the house, Tatiana killed Itaberli. She claimed to have witnessed this with her own eyes, seeing Tatiana take a knife and stab her son to death. Victor and Miller shared their version of events. Their testimonies were consistent and the police believed them. They stated that they did not receive any money from Tatiana and confirmed that they were not present at the murder, as they had already left the house by that time. After gathering all the evidence, on February 9, 2017, the prosecutor's office transferred the case to court on charges of murder. Tatiana and Alex were also charged with concealing a corpse. The couple's lawyer argued that Tatiana had acted in self-defense and that Alex had been asleep during the incident. However, the prosecutor contended that the crime was motivated by Tatiana's inability to accept her son's non-traditional tendencies. The court decided to detain Tatiana, Alex, Miller, and Victor. During the criminal proceedings, Tatiana remained in custody, while Alex and the 2 young men were transferred to the Santa Rosa jail. Following the court's decision to impose detention orders on all the defendants, Tatiana's defense lawyer resigned. A new attorney was appointed to represent her. The new attorney argued that Itaberli had been a problematic child who had previously threatened to harm other family members. The attorney also claimed that Itaberli's aunt had filed 2 complaints against him. However, the county police reported that no such complaints had been filed. The murder, as reported by the media, deeply shocked the community. Itaberli's Facebook page quickly turned into a memorial site, filled with messages of grief and demands for justice. A few days later, the police conducted a reenactment of the crime, during which only Tatiana was present. During the reenactment, Tatiana was temporarily taken back to her home. She recounted the events of that day in detail, explaining how she had taken her son's life and identifying the location where she and her husband had dumped and burned the body. People gathered at the crime scene. Some accused Tatiana of being a heartless and cruel mother, while others came to her defense. Among those defending Tatiana was her mother, Itaberli's grandmother. She asserting that Tatiana had acted in self-defense against her son, whom she described as disobedient and difficult to manage. The police no longer believed these claims, and the number of those opposing Tatiana grew significantly. 7 months after the murder, Itaberli's body was finally returned to the family for a Christian burial during a 2-hour funeral service. Friends of Itaberli gathered at the city cemetery to bid him farewell. Throughout the months of investigation, the police collected numerous statements from the family's neighbors. They confirmed that there were issues within the family, which escalated after Itaberli revealed to his mother that he was different from other boys and that he did not like girls. Many neighbors reported frequent quarrels and incidents of domestic violence. They also claimed that Tatiana often bullied her son, even after he returned home bruised from being beaten by other children. On November 27, 2019, a jury convicted Tatiana Ferreira Lozano Pereira of murder, sentencing her to 25 years and 9 months in prison. Victor Roberto da Silva and Miller da Silva Barisa were each sentenced to 21 years and 8 months in prison for their involvement in the brutal beating and indirect role in causing the death of Itaberli. As for Tatiana's husband, Alex, his trial was postponed. Relatives of Itaberli expressed relief, believing that justice had been served. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another horrible case. The case of Mariana Jocelyn Baltira. Mariana Jocelyn Baltira was born on October 24, 2000, in Morelos, a city in the state of Mexico. She was the eldest of two children. Her mother, Syra, had a difficult time giving birth to she, as she was born much earlier than expected. At birth, she has very low weight, causing doctors to be concerned about her chances of survival, and they expressed this to her parents. Mariana spent her first 2 months in a hospital's special ward for premature infants. Her mother prayed constantly for her recovery, and prayers were answered. Her condition improved rapidly, she gained weight, and by New Year's 2001, she was discharged home. So, the girl's parents celebrated the holiday with their daughter. While she grew up slim and beautiful, her health remained fragile from an early age. When Mariana was 4 years old, her family welcomed a second child, a baby boy named Bernardo. She adored her younger brother and helped her parents care for him from an early age. The two sisters were extremely close and almost inseparable. At the age of 6, Mariana was diagnosed with epilepsy, which required her to take regular medication to reduce the chances of seizures. Thanks to effective treatment and regular supervision from experts, her condition was well managed, allowing her to live a relatively normal life, much like other children her age. She pays great attention to health care, always follows a routine and takes medicine on time. Mariana draws very well and loved music. She was kind, sincere, and open-hearted. Everyone who knew her spoke highly of her. Despite this, she was very modest and shy, especially during her teenage years. She had only a few close friends, rarely went on dates, avoided parties, and hardly interacted with boys. She preferred spending time at home with her family. Petite and delicate, she looks much younger than her actual age. Although she is 16, she is often mistaken for being 13. Her care and love for animals is demonstrated by her regular care of homeless animals, feeding them, treating them, and finding them a safe home. While in high school, she dreamed of becoming a veterinarian to provide professional care to animals in need. Mariana's parents often described her as too naive and trusting. This made them worry that someone would take advantage of her innocence and harm her. The neighborhood where her family lived was generally peaceful, and most of the residents know each other. However, their street was lined with many shops employing migrant workers, often unofficially. Some of these workers even lived inside the shops because they lacked housing. Of course, among these workers there are those with criminal records. However, the shop owner sees no problem with these workers, as long as they perform their duties responsibly. About 50 meters from Mariana's house is a butcher shop where her parents often go to buy meat. The shop owner employed 4 workers, 2 locals who managed the sales and 2 outsiders who handled unloading, preparing the meat, and cleaning the shop. The outsiders lived in an attic on the shop's 2nd floor. As Mariana grew up, her parents occasionally asked her to do errands, such as buying meat at this butcher shop. There, she repeatedly encountered Juan Cruz Quintero Martinez, a handyman who lived on the 2nd floor. Just his appearance was enough to make her extremely scared. She often told her parents about this, describing his sinister gaze that made her blood run cold. However, he never approached or interacted with her, he only looked at her. Since there was no specific reason to accuse him, her parents decided it was best to not let her go to that store anymore. Instead, they began doing the shopping themselves. Then, one committed a minor theft, leading the store owner to fire him. From then on, no one heard from him for about a year. However, at the start of summer 2017, he showed up at the store again, asking his former employer for his job back. Surprisingly, he was rehired and moved back into the 2nd floor of the store. One day, Cyrus' niece was visiting their family. At that time, Mariana and her younger brother, Bernardo, were also at home because they have summer vacation. That morning, only Orlando, her father, had left the house around 9 a.m. Syra asked Mariana to go to the local supermarket to buy groceries for breakfast. Normally, she didn't let Mariana go out alone, but she thought her daughter was old enough to handle the task quickly and safely. It was bright outside, the streets were busy, and she believed nothing bad could possibly happen. Syra gave Mariana some money and asked her to buy milk, eggs, and vegetables. When little girl left the house, she wore an old t-shirt and pajama pants. The store was less than a few hundred meters away, so the trip to buy the groceries and return home in no more than 30 minutes. However, when an hour passed and little girl still hadn't returned, Syra became worried. She had left her phone at home, so Syra, holding her little niece in her arms, went out to search for her daughter. Syra walked to the store and asked the cashiers if they had seen Mariana, a young girl wearing glasses. They told Cyrus that the girl had been there, bought the groceries a couple of hours ago, and left. At that moment, Syra began to realize that something terrible had happened to her daughter. She hurried back home, asked Bernardo to watch over her niece, and went out again to continue the search. Syra began asking neighbors, street vendors, and passers-by if they had seen Mariana. However, the little girl seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Immediately after that, Syra immediately contacted the police and called her husband, Orlando. He took a break from work and rushed home to help search for Mariana. By the time the police arrived, dozens of neighbors, along with relatives and friends of the Baltira family, joined the search for Mariana. They distributed flyers with her picture. Initially, police asked the parents if their daughter might have gone on a date, met a friend, or visited someone. Her parents firmly denied these theories, insisting that she would never leave without informing them, especially since she had gone to the store in home clothes and carry a grocery bag. The area where Mariana disappeared had surveillance cameras, but almost none of them were functioning. Despite searching all day, no clues or traces of little girl were found. As night fell, the initial anxiety and panic turned into despair. The parents began to fear the worst, that their daughter would no longer live. On July 28th, around 8 a.m., Mariana's parents received a call from a relative who lived nearby. The relative informed them that several police cars had arrived at the butcher's shop. Then, they quickly got ready and went to the scene. However, the police did not allow them inside, claiming that the situation had nothing to do with their daughter. Despite this, they were still resolutely not to leave. A few minutes later, after inspecting the premises, police officers approached Mariana's father, Orlando, and informed him that the body of a young girl, matching the description of Mariana, had been found on the second floor of the building. The body was lifeless and severely mutilated. Orlando was asked to come inside for identification, but the officers strongly advised against it, warning that the scene was extremely gruesome. When Orlando entered and saw the body of his beloved daughter lying in a pool of blood, he felt like the whole world had collapsed. He was at a loss as to how to break the sad news to his wife, who was waiting outside. The cause of death was determined to be massive blood loss from a deep wound to the stomach. It was later discovered that the criminal had cut out the girl's stomach while she was still alive and left her to bleed to death. Experts concluded that Mariana died in the early hours of July 28th, just hours before her body was discovered. This meant she had been alive for nearly 24 hours after her disappearance. During that time, the murderer continuously tortured the girl. Then he caused the wound that caused her death. The murder weapon was identified as a butcher knife, which was found on the floor near her body. The store owner discovered the horrific incident when he came to work in the morning. According to the butcher shop owner, every last Thursday of the month, the shop closes for cleaning. On this day, the owner focused on organizational tasks, held meetings with suppliers, and submitted reports to the tax inspectorate. Meanwhile, the employees disinfected and cleaned the premises. On Thursday morning, July 27, 2017, when the owner arrived at the store, he immediately noticed bloodstains on the floor. At first, he thought one of his employees who lived on the second floor might have been injured. However, upon going upstairs, he was stunned to see his employee's belongings covered in blood, as well as a knife and the body of a young girl in a pool of blood. Additionally, a significant amount of money was missing from the cash register, which the criminal had likely taken in fleeing the scene. 2 employees who lived and worked at the store immediately became suspects. However, an hour later, one of them arrived at the store, just as shocked as everyone by what had happened. He said that the day before, he was busy so he had to go back to his hometown, and the other employee agreed to cover his shift. The police determined his account to be truthful, as there was no evidence placing him at the crime scene. As a result, he was removed from the list of suspects. By that time, investigators had obtained CCTV footage from the supermarket where Mariana was shopping on the last day of her life. The footage showed little girl entering the store, followed a few minutes later by Juan Martinez, the butcher. His behavior was unsettling. He appeared to stalk her, like a predator tracking its prey. Without purchasing anything, he left the supermarket shortly after she. After that, both of them vanished. Although there were street cameras in the area, they were not functioning. Additionally, none of the many passers-by or street vendors reported seeing anything unusual. Mariana's parents were adamant that their daughter would never willingly leave with Juan, regardless of what he might have said or done to persuade her. They believe he must have forced the girl into the butcher shop. However, this raised a question: why hadn't little girl screamed or called for help? Once again, no witnesses noticed anything out of the ordinary. In 2015, Juan came under police scrutiny for harassment and causing serious bodily harm. He had started working as an assistant in a butcher shop earlier that year. According to the shop owner, he was diligent and raised no concerns for a long time. However, in mid-2016, he was caught stealing money and was fired. After losing his job, he moved back to the suburbs to live with his parents. There, he lived with his old and weak mother and his sister, who was her primary caregiver. Juan took advantage of his family, stealing money and belongings from the house. He abusing alcohol and illegal drugs. He frequently physically assaulted his mother and sister. Eventually, his sister, fed up with his abusive behavior, threatened to report him to the police. Because he was afraid of being arrested by the police, he decided to leave home. He went to his old employer, the owner of a butcher shop, and asked to be rehired. The owner agreed, giving him both a job and allowed him to live on the second floor of the store. This happened in mid-June, about a month before a tragic incident unfolded. At first, Juan performed his work diligently. However, about a week later, he meets Mariana, who has changed and matured over the past year. While little girl avoided any interaction with him and never shopped at the butcher shop, he began stalking her, following her through the streets and observing her daily routes. Another butcher, the who lives with Juan on the second floor, noticed his obsession with Mariana. Little did he know that Juan would soon commit a horrific crime. After Juan was identified as the sole suspect in the rape and murder of Mariana, all available resources were mobilized to find him. The police initially focused on his home, suspecting that his relatives might help him evade capture. However, his sister insisted that he was not welcome there and explained that he knew his family would immediately turn him in to the authorities. She showed no surprise over the horrific crime he had committed. In fact, she revealed that he had previously raped their elderly mother and even attacked her with a knife, threatening to cut her open like a pig if she didn't give him money for drugs. Finding Juan was a top priority for the police, because he was highly aggressive, cruel, and a serious threat to others. The money he stole from the cash register could have lasted him a long time, but no one knew what he might do next. Will he reoffend after killing Mariana? For an entire month, the police searched the Morelos area and nearby suburbs, believing he couldn't have gone far. However, over time, they still could not find he. Information about Mariana's murder quickly spread nationwide through the media, causing police forces across the country to simultaneously hunt for the cruel murderer. Juan's photograph was broadcast daily on television, printed on the front pages of newspapers, and plastered on streets nationwide with the label "Ruthless Killer" at large. A substantial bounty was offered for any information about his location or help in capturing him, and the reward amount kept increasing. Yet, despite these efforts, the case made no progress. The search for Juan was very difficult. He had no contact with his family, no friends, no social media accounts, no mobile phone, and he didn't use credit cards. After 6 months of trying to locate him without any success, the reward for information about him was raised to about $250,000. Even so, there were no leads. Juan was finally captured in August 2019, 2 years after Mariana's murder. He was found nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the crime scene. In another state, thanks to an elderly woman who recognized him on the street. She noticed his suspicious behavior, as he constantly hid his face with a hood and sunglasses, and reported him to the police. She unaware that he was one of the most wanted criminals in Mexico. Juan was arrested right on the street, and to the surprise of the authorities, he did not resist. He calmly extended his hands, allowing officers to put handcuffs on him. The next day, after confirming his identity, the authorities transported him to Morelos, where the crime took place. He was placed in custody in a local prison while awaiting trial. In May 2022, 5 years after the tragic incident, the court sentenced Juan Cruz Quintero Martinez, who committed the murder and rape, to life in prison without parole. He must also pay approximately $49,000 in compensation for the damages he caused to Mariana's family. Mariana's parents and younger brother expressed that the arrest of her killer brought them great relief, as it ensured he could no longer harm other girls. However, they also acknowledged that no punishment, not even life imprisonment or restitution, could ease the pain in their hearts. Their beloved daughter and older sister was gone, and they would have to carry this sorrow for the rest of their lives. The case of Laura Conley. Laura Conley was born on March 15, 1978, in the United States as the third child of Carlene and James Conley. She grew up happily with her sisters, enjoying a loving and caring family environment. However, everything changed when Carlene and James divorced. At that time, Laura was a teenager and deeply affected by her parents' separation. Struggling with her emotions, she turned to alcohol for comfort, which eventually led to an addiction to psychotropic substances. Her mother believes Lara's addiction stems from the failure of their marriage. Carlene was born on June 13, 1945, in Virginia. Her 3 daughters were her top priority. Carlene blamed herself for the impact the divorce had on her youngest daughter, Laura. Carlene was always understanding and helpful to Laura, especially during difficult times. Family members and close friends often noted Lara's irritable behavior, while Carlene's other daughters married and became independent. Laura continued to live in the family home in Kentucky. She was unemployed and required constant care. Laura believed she was mentally ill and frequently sought medical help for her medications. However, there came a point when her healthcare providers stopped prescribing her these medications. Desperate to get her medications, Laura began breaking into neighbors' homes to steal any pills she could find. Laura often took advantage of her mother's kindness, constantly calling her at work and causing disruptions that forced Carlene to quit her job. In 2008, Laura was convicted of petty theft, but she was quickly released because her mother posted bail. Unfortunately, the situation got worse. Laura not only verbally abused her mother, but also physically abused her. Although Laura physically harmed Carlene on several occasions, Carlene still did not report her daughter or ask her to leave the house. When an incident occurred, Laura needed a mental health evaluation, but Carlene still welcomed her daughter back home, feeling obligated to take care of Laura. It is common for parents who have experienced violence from their children to hesitate in reporting the incidents. They often fear that doing so may harm their relationship with their child. However, this reluctance can endanger their own safety. Laura's violent behavior was not only directed at her mother, it also extended to her boyfriend, Chris Lewin. Laura faced legal consequences for her actions against him on 2 separate occasions. One notable incident occurred in late October 2014. Laura woke Chris while he was asleep and accused him of cheating, leading to an argument that turned physical. During the confrontation, Laura not only bit Chris but also used a kitchen knife to lightly cut his hand. As a result of the incident, Laura was given a light sentence in order to attend anger management therapy. However, court records indicate that there is no evidence that she continued to participate in the program. At age 35, Laura continued her behavior. On January 7, 2015, she was arrested again for biting her boyfriend's finger when he intervened to stop her from attacking Carlene. He could not understand why Laura was so deeply hostile towards her mother. Carlene had always been a caring, devoted mother to her 3 daughters and proud of her 5 grandchildren. She worked hard to support Laura and give her the help she needed to overcome her difficulties. Unfortunately, despite Carlene's unconditional love and good intentions, Laura began to abuse her mother over time. 5. Laura called 911 to report an incident at her home. She informed police that a home invasion had occurred, resulting in her mother being shot to death. Officers from the Independence, Taylor Mill, and Covington police departments quickly arrived at the scene. They witnessed a horrific scene, Laura covered in blood, and her mother, 69-year-old Carlene Conley, lying on the kitchen counter with multiple stab wounds and in critical condition. When police asked Laura what had happened, she claimed she did not remember because she had been unconscious. She mentioned that about 2 hours before the incident, several people had knocked on her door asking for candy, which was common on Halloween, even though the holiday was still far away. She provided police with a description of the suspect, which led to a search of the area. However, police were unable to find anyone matching Laura's description. To continue the investigation, police took Laura to the police station for questioning. After arriving at the police station, Laura provided additional details. She mentioned that she was being pursued for money owed to drug dealers. Additionally, Laura gave police inconsistent accounts of how she found her mother's body. Initially, she said that she found Carlene dead when she returned home. However, in the same conversation, she later said that after waking up in the basement, she went upstairs and found her mother dead on the kitchen floor. However, police Mike Richmond and Jim Moore quickly connected Laura to the crime within hours of starting their investigation. It became clear that she had lied to the police about what happened. The evidence showed that there had been no break-in, no fingerprints were found on the doors or windows to suggest that anyone else had been there. This led to the conclusion that Laura was the only person in the house when Carlene was murdered. Therefore, in the early morning of Sunday, March 15th, while Laura was celebrating her 37th birthday, the police arrested her for Carlene's murder. The next day, Monday, March 16th, Laura appeared before the judge via video link and stated that she pleaded not guilty. Police later booked her into the county jail without bail on charges of murder and domestic violence. She was also ordered not to contact her boyfriend. Prosecutor Rob Sanders said Carlene's murder would have a significant impact on the community, which is typically quiet and has a low crime rate. The medical examiner's report found that the attack on Carlene was severe, with an autopsy showing she had been stabbed 77 times, with 27 stab wounds and 2 bite wounds. On March 24th, Lara appeared in court and told the judge that she had no money, assets, or property, so she could not afford an attorney. The judge appointed a public defender for her and the hearing began. During the court proceedings, Officer Michael confirmed that Lara had opened the door to the police and that she was the only person in the house other than Carlene. He described finding Carlene on the kitchen floor, surrounded by several knives. He also noted that Lara was covered in blood, with her shirt, arms, legs, face, lips, and nose all covered in blood. After hearing the police testimony, the judge sent the case to the jury, who convicted Lara Conley of murder on April 16, 2015. Lara's trial began on January 3, 2017, nearly a year and 9 months after the crime. The jury heard testimony from about 30 witnesses. The prosecution presented evidence from police officers involved in the investigation and from Carlene's family. In contrast, the defense argued that Lara acted in self-defense due to severe emotional distress. The defense claimed that the knife attack was in response to an attack by her mother. When Lara took the stand, she explained to the jury that she and her mother had argued about her birthday celebration. During the argument, her mother hit her on the head with a heavy object. Lara testified that she could not remember anything that happened after that, including how she got injured or her 911 call. The jury learned that a physical examination of Lara after the crime revealed she had cuts on her head and back, bruises on her body, and a hematoma under her eye. On March 23, 2017, the parties presented their closing arguments. Assistant District Attorney Lawrence summarized the evidence and highlighted the many conflicting and unconfirmed accounts that Lara presented. Later that day, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Lara Conley guilty of first-degree murder and recommended a 27-year prison sentence. Lara's legal team filed for a retrial, claiming that her sentence was unfair. The lawyers argued that Lara was dealing with mental health issues, including bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. In their appeal, the defense emphasized that Lara had consumed large amounts of alcohol and a drug intended to cause drowsiness shortly before the incident. However, the judge rejected the appeal and ordered a psychological evaluation by court-appointed experts. The defense argued for the cancellation of the preliminary trial and requested a new trial, claiming that the initial trial was flawed, leading to Lara's guilty verdict. The prosecutor was allowed to use evidence from a prior assault committed by Lara. In June 2019, the Kent Supreme Court ruled that the trial court had made a mistake, which led to the overturning of Lara's 27-year prison sentence for her mother's murder and ordered a new trial. However, instead of going through a retrial, Lara opted to accept a plea agreement, which reduced her sentence to 20 years. As a result, she will be eligible for parole in 2032. Currently, Lara is incarcerated at the Women's Correctional Facility in Kent, where she is serving her sentence. Lara killed her own mother and displayed no remorse, leaving unresolved questions about her motives. Additionally, in just 10 years, Lara could be released. The case of Molly Tibbetts. Molly Tibbetts was a vibrant young woman born in San Francisco on May 8, 1998, to Rob and Laura Tibbetts. She had 2 brothers, Jake and Scott. Molly was fortunate to grow up with loving parents and began to excel in school shortly after starting 2nd grade. Life presented Molly with an unexpected challenge. Things were going well for her and her parents until they decided to divorce. In 2007, Molly moved to Brooklyn, Iowa, with her mother and brother. Brooklyn was her mother's hometown, and Molly now had the opportunity to experience her teenage years in this quiet town. The move was difficult for Scott, Jake, and Molly, but their caring parents provided essential support. Their father, Rob, maintained a close relationship with his children. Although he couldn't be there all the time, he was determined to do everything he could to help them. Brooklyn is a small town with a population of only 1,400. Life there is calm, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of San Francisco. Molly and her two brothers have adapted perfectly to their new home. Molly plans to continue her studies at Brooklyn College. She is a sociable person who makes many friends. Molly is smart, energetic, positive, and cheerful. In 2015, Molly met a senior named Dalton Jack at her Brooklyn school, and she instantly liked him. This encounter took place on a chilly October evening while Dalton and his friend were sitting in a pickup truck after playing football. A few younger students approached them, including Molly. Dalton was immediately taken with her. She made him laugh and he found her beautiful. They exchanged phone numbers and soon began having lunch together and going to the movies. From that point on, they fell in love and Dalton considering her his everything. Molly and Dalton's love for each other deepened over time. 2 years later, when Molly moved from Brooklyn to study psychology at the University of Iowa, she maintained her relationship with Dalton. While she was in Iowa, Dalton stayed in Brooklyn to pursue a career in construction, but this did not affect his feelings for her. They managed to see each other almost every weekend and even on some weekdays. Her freshman year at university passed quickly. By the end of May 2018, she returned to Brooklyn for the summer. During her break at home, Molly kept herself busy throughout the day. She worked at a local children's day camp at Green Regional Medical Center, and in the evenings, she participated in activities to prepare for her sophomore year. Molly also made time to go jogging almost every evening. She split her time between her mother's house and her boyfriend Dalton's house on the western edge of Brooklyn. Unlike university students, Dalton didn't have a summer vacation and worked most weekdays. His construction work is sometimes local and sometimes he works across the state. On July 18, 2018, Molly visited Dalton's house. Dalton lived there with his brother and their dogs. But both of them worked away from home. Dalton was working on a project on Highway 61 near Oak. Molly agreed to take care of the dogs and stay at Dalton's house to work and study. It was a hot day, so Molly stayed inside with her dogs and her laptop, hoping for a cooler temperature. The day seemed normal. She spent her free time chatting with her boyfriend on the phone, looking for something to eat, or engaging in conversations on Twitter. As the sun set, the weather cooled down. This is a good time for Molly to go for a run. Around 7:30 p.m., she left her laptop open, sent Dalton a selfie, put on her workout clothes, and headed to the cornfield for her workout. However, Molly never returned. She was missing that night. Dalton, who had not heard from her that night, assumed she was just busy and had gone to bed. But the next morning, when Molly's messages remained unanswered, he began to worry. He contacted friends to ask if they had heard from Molly, but they had no idea where she was. All of her social media accounts are inactive. The panic really began when her boss called Dalton to find out why she had missed work. Molly was always on time for her job and had never missed a day before, so her absence was unusual. Dalton was worried and wondered what could have happened to her. Her silence made Dalton, her family, and friends feel uneasy. By the end of the day, the police and the local community were mobilized to search for Molly. Missing posters were quickly plastered around the city and surrounding areas. Shortly after, Molly's father Rob flew from California to join the search efforts. In mid-July, Iowa was experiencing hot summer days, and the surrounding cornfields made visibility difficult. Police announced on television that the search for Molly is ongoing. While there are no new updates, the search continues. Molly, a 20-year-old University of Iowa student, went missing last Wednesday in Brooklyn. She was last seen by her neighbor jogging with her dogs, wearing shorts, a sports bra, and sneakers. At the time, Molly's whereabouts were unknown. The only confirmed sighting was when a neighbor saw her running east of town that evening. Police had no further leads. As the weeks passed, the reward for information about Molly had increased significantly to nearly $400,000. They even created a website to encourage the public to share any information about Molly. Police also analyzed data from Molly's fitness tracker to determine her running route. Despite all the efforts, the investigation remained unsolved until mid-August. A person in northeast Brooklyn was reviewing surveillance footage when she noticed something unusual. Concerned, she reported her findings to the police, leading to a crucial discovery. The footage showed a 1951 Chevrolet with chrome side mirrors and handles. Initially, nothing unusual appeared, but the car returned and appeared on surveillance cameras multiple times. Then, at 8:07 p.m., the same Chevrolet was recorded again, this time speeding away. Based on the footage, the car, which was behaving erratically at the same time and place that Molly went missing, caught the attention of the police. They began searching for the car in the small town. They quickly located it. A day after reviewing the video of the black Chevrolet, deputy sheriffs spotted the vehicle on the road. Instead of stopping immediately, he followed the car until the driver stopped. The deputy sheriff approached the driver's window and identified him as John Bath. When asked about Molly's disappearance, John claimed he had no knowledge of her and was not involved. He was allowed to leave, but his freedom was short-lived. Just 2 days later, police officers visited John's workplace at a dairy farm and noticed he was now driving a different car, which belonged to his girlfriend. At this point, the police began to take notice of John, but they had no evidence that he was involved in Molly's disappearance. The police took John to the local police station for further questioning. Although John was not required to answer their questions, he chose to cooperate. The interrogation lasted several hours, and ultimately, John confessed. However, his real name was Christian Bahina Rivera, and he lived and worked in rural Polk County near Brooklyn. Originally from Mexico, he had entered the United States illegally at the age of 17. Because he could not work legally, he was not registered in any official system, including at his job on a farm near Brooklyn. During questioning, police asked Christian if he knew where Molly was, and he admitted that he had seen her the night she disappeared. He explained that he had noticed her before deciding to approach her. When he ran over to strike up a conversation, Molly did not respond. When he persisted, she took out her phone and warned him to leave or she would call the police. The next day, August 21st, after more than 10 hours of questioning, Christian agreed to lead the police to a remote area outside of Brooklyn. When the police arrived and got out of their car, they found Molly's body. She was lying under some corn stalks, wearing only a sports bra and socks. Christian confessed that when he confronted Molly and she threatened to call the police, he acted out of anger and ended up killing her, then hiding her body in a cornfield. Molly suffered between 7 and 12 stab wounds to the chest, ribs, neck, and skull, ultimately leading to her death. This tragic news has left Molly's family, friends, and acquaintances heartbroken. As they learned more about the circumstances of Molly's death, their grief turned to anger. On August 22nd, Christian was charged with first-degree murder. Concerns that he might flee led to his bail being raised from $1 million to $5 million. As the investigation into Molly's disappearance turns into a murder case, developments related to her case continue to surface both in public and in the media. The following month, Christian denied any involvement in the case, despite initially confessing to Molly's murder. He later recanted his confession. Police made significant progress in the case. They searched Christian's black Chevrolet and discovered blood in both the trunk and on the rims. Testing revealed that the blood belonged to Molly, indicating that she had been in Christian's trunk that night. A series of bureaucratic delays postponed the court case. The public trial of Christian was delayed for several months and moved to another county for safety reasons. In August 2019, Christian's defense team submitted a 20-page motion arguing that his confession should not be used as evidence. They claimed he was not properly informed of his Miranda rights because of his foreign nationality. This means that although he admitted to killing Molly, he did not receive a warning that anything he said could be used against him in court. Therefore, his confession could not be used as evidence. In addition, the judge postponed Christian's trial until 2020 to allow more time to review the case. In 2020, the trial was postponed again. On May 17, 2021, Christian Bahena Rivera's trial finally began. His defense team argued that the police had violated his rights before charging him with murder. They claimed that the police had used illegal interrogation methods to force Christian to confess. When this approach failed, the defense attempted to blame Molly's boyfriend, Dalton, claiming that he had cheated on her 3 years earlier and then killed her. However, Dalton had a solid alibi for the time of Molly's disappearance. Although he was absent from work for nearly 2 hours, several co-workers were able to confirm his whereabouts during that time, and it was clear that he loved Molly very much. Christian eventually testified, but he changed his story. He claimed that 2 armed men came to his house, forced him to drive them until they found Molly, then killed her and forced him to drive to a cornfield, threatening his son's life if he revealed what had happened. Christian's confession, the surveillance footage, Molly's blood found in the trunk of his car, and his own incredible story all pointed clearly to his guilt. On Friday, May 28, Christian Bahena Rivera was convicted of murdering Molly Tibbetts. After just 7 hours of jury deliberation, Christian was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. After the verdict, Christian's girlfriend, who had been raising their son Will, disappeared from Brooklyn, leaving his son on the farm without a family. With nowhere else to go, Will was eventually adopted by Molly's mother, Laura. This adoption allowed Will to continue his education and move toward a brighter future. Her parents consistently chose love over hate, which helps explain Molly's positive character. The support didn't end there. Hundreds of people came together at the University of Iowa to celebrate Molly's memory. The case of Michaela Costanzo. Michaela Constance was born on May 3, 1994, in the small town of West Endeavor, Elko County, Nevada, USA. She was the youngest daughter of Celia and Theodore. She has 2 sisters named Christina and Delicia. She is famous for her cheerful personality, and she also easily spreading joy to her family and friends. She has a unique perspective on life. She uses her sensitivity to see the good in people and situations. Michaela was very close to her sisters, and they looked so alike that it was sometimes hard to tell them apart. In high school, Michaela became well known and popular. Initially, she stood out for her excellent grades, and later for her impressive performances on the track and field team, which she practiced diligently. Her peers saw her as a star. She also loved writing poetry, with a passion for literature and a dream of becoming a writer. When given the opportunity to demonstrate her storytelling skills, she eagerly took on the job of editing the school newspaper. Christina, her sister, witnessed her success firsthand as they went to school together every day. Michaela and her mother, Celia, have a strong relationship, largely due to their frequent and open communication. Celia worked the night shift at a local casino, and little girl kept her informed of all her activities through messages. This thing allowed Celia to feel at ease, help her know where Michaela is and who she is with. This time, Michaela was going to meet Cody Patton, an acquaintance from childhood. Although they had grown apart over the years, they were reconnecting. 19 years old, Cody was also in high school and was popular, mainly because he was an outstanding football player on the school's team. His 2-meter height intimidated his peers, and his personality drew mixed reactions. At times, Cody could be extremely nice, but he also had a quick temper and could become easily irritated. Mickey's mother, Celia, recognized this about him. She acknowledged that Cody was an interesting young man who be incredibly sweet and charming. However, he was also emotionally unstable, making it difficult for both his classmates and parents to accept him. This may be why he aimed to join the Marine Corps after high school. He hopes it will help him find direction and purpose in life. Toni Fratto, Cody's girlfriend, was a strong supporter of his future plans. At 19, she was a former high school beauty queen and was deeply religious. Tony's parents still approve of Toni and Cody's relationship, even though Cody is not religious. Over time, Cody and Toni grew closer, and she became fully devoted to him. They got engaged and held an official ceremony at church. However, Cody's impulsive and hot-tempered nature remained an issue. After a heated argument with his father, Cody asked Toni if he could stay with her family. Her parents, Casey and Claude, hesitated when Toni suggested this idea, creating family tension. Toni's love for Cody, a young man with problems, was already a concern. Toni's parents feared that refusing Cody's request might lead their daughter to run away with him. So, they agreed to let Cody move in. They hope this will help them take care of their daughter, while also helping Cody succeed in the future. Over time, Toni's relationship with Cody's parents improved, and they acknowledged that Cody was not a stranger to their family. However, Toni remained uneasy. Even though Cody has proven to her that he wants to be with her, but she felt uncertain about their relationship, especially during his interactions with Michaela. Toni kept a diary to express her fears. She fears that Cody will fall in love with Michaela, and that he might leave her for Michaela. This tormented Toni, and her suspicions were not unfounded. Cody was secretly seeing someone else, but it wasn't Michaela, it was an older woman from out of town. Instead of reassuring Toni, he took advantage of her jealousy for his own amusement. He provoking her by interacting with Michaela in the school hallways and sending explicit texts. Toni responded to these provocations by publicly insulting Michaela. Michaela started a relationship with Javier, a young man from school. She wasn't interested in Cody, neither romantically nor as a friend. Therefore, it was unpleasant for her to encounter Toni, who was jealous and often insulted her. The situation worsened as Toni's attacks became more frequent, and arguments between Toni and Cody increased. They discussed their issues in front of classmates. On Thursday, March 3, 2011, Michaela went to school as usual. Christina informed Michaela that she couldn't pick Michaela's up after her running practice because she had a race out of town. Meanwhile, Cody had borrowed a van from a woman he was seeing and exchanged several text messages with Michaela throughout the day. After track practice, around 5 p.m., Michaela decided to walk home since it was only 2 kilometers away. As Michaela was leaving through the back door of the school, she encountered Cody. He attacked her, tied her hands, and forced her into a van. He then picked up Toni. They drove to the outskirts of town, to a vast desert area known as the Gravel Pits, about 8 kilometers west of the Nevada-Utah border. Once there, Cody and Toni pulled the girl out of the van, began beating her, and insulted her with horrible words. After hitting her several times with a shovel, they inflicted knife wounds on her and watched her die. They then removed Michaela's clothes and burned them along with her other belongings. Using the same shovel, Cody dug a shallow grave, placed the body inside, covered it with soil, camouflaged it with vegetation, and then fled the scene with Tony. When Michaela didn't show up and didn't answer calls or texts, her mother, Celia, became worried. As it was getting dark, she decided to leave work early. Celia returns home to find that her two older daughters, Christina and Delicia, have been asking around to see if they know where Michaela is. However, no one knows where Michaela is. So, she went to the police to report her youngest daughter, Michaela, missing. The West Wendy police immediately launched an investigation, led by experienced detective Donald Beckham. When they asked Celia if she had been in contact with Michaela in the past few hours, she replied no. The next morning, the police interviewed Michaela's classmates and friends, including Cody. Cody declared that the last time he saw her was with her boyfriend in front of the school gate. However, this contradicted the accounts of other witnesses. They said they saw Michaela at the back of the building after school. Meanwhile, at home, Celia is extremely scared and uncertainty. Delicia called and texted Michaela several times, hoping for a response. When they discovered Michaela hadn't come home the night before, Christina had dismissed it as teenage rebellion, but now she has changed her mind. Meanwhile, search parties scoured the desert around the city, while the police focused on questioning people close to Michaela, including her boyfriend Javier. He mentioned that Michaela was not someone who would hide things or act strangely. After 2 days of searching, investigators found several unusual things in the desert. They found fresh tire tracks, leading to a spot with fresh blood stains. There was also a suspicious-looking mound of dirt, covered in bushes. Detectives alerted forensic experts, and they quickly arrived at the scene. Upon excavation, they found Michaela's body, showing signs of beatings on her face and neck. A tie was also found in her hand. The police then reviewed the school CCTV footage for more evidence. As soon as Michaela's family was informed that her body had been found, Delicia broke down completely. Delicia felt as if a part of her had been taken away. She couldn't work or focus on anything, because she kept thinking about her younger sister's image, Michaela. Investigators have begun looking into Michaela's phone activity and her social connections. They discovered that at the time Michaela went missing, she had been calling and texting Cody, making him a suspect in the case. Further evidence came from school surveillance footage, which showed she and Cody together in the hallway leading to the exit. A few minutes later, she was gone. On the evening of March 6th, Cody arrived at the police station for questioning, accompanied by his father, Keith. During the interrogation, officers showed him video footage from the school's surveillance cameras, but he insisted he was not involved in the incident. Meanwhile, lawyers and investigators gave Cody time to review the case materials and allowed him to speak privately with Keith. Worried, Keith urged his son to tell the detectives everything. Keith begs him to understand the severity of his actions. Now, he must make amends by answering to Michaela's family. He accepted the possible consequences and expressed his readiness to face them. He also told his story of the incidents that took place that day. Cody recounted that after school, he and Michaela went for a walk to the gravel quarry. While there, she asked him to break off his engagement to Tommy and start dating her instead. When he refused, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Michaela hit him in the chest, and in self-defense, he pushed her away. Unfortunately, she hit her head on the car's rear bumper and began to convulse due to the strong impact. Panicking, he tried to knock her out by hitting her head with a shovel, but she stayed conscious. He then cut her throat. Once he realized Michaela was dead, he buried her. When questioned by the police, he said he thought about taking her body to a dump, but couldn't bring himself to do it. When asked about the zip ties on her wrists, he explained they were part of a plan to dispose of the body. After burying her, he sat there crying for several hours before going to find Tony. Despite his detailed account, Cody was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, possibly facing a death sentence. In this situation, Cody's family hired John Hudson, a well-known defense attorney. He specializes in helping murderers not receive the death penalty. Michaela's family didn't just feel the pain of losing their daughter, but were also in disbelief that Cody had so brutally killed his childhood friend. Christina was especially shocked and believed that if he was truly guilty, someone must have forced him to do it. On the other hand, from the start, Celia never believed his confession. She doesn't believe that Michaela considers Cody a friend, let alone ask him to be with Michaela's. Additionally, as a mother, she knew very well that Michaela hated scandals. When Cody was arrested, Toni wrote numerous letters to he, called him, and visited him whenever she could. She said she missed him so much and she would always support him. Meanwhile, the police tried to investigate further, hoping to find useful clues in their conversation. Toni's parents, Claude and Casey, were shocked by the incident and even asked Cody why he committed the crime. Cody simply replied that he didn't know why he did it. The lawyer pointed out that Cody's confession didn't explain all of Michaela's injuries, he suggesting that it was not an accident as Cody claimed. The injuries suggested they weren't caused solely by a shovel, implying that someone acted out of anger. To understand the situation better, the lawyer decided to question Toni. As the interrogation progressed, Toni appeared cold and indifferent. Her emotionless attitude is completely inappropriate, since she is Cody's wife, the man facing the death penalty in this case. In April 2011, just weeks after Michaela's death, Toni's parents left town, leaving her alone at home. That morning, Keith, Cody's father, arrived at her house and took her for a drive. During their conversation, he persuaded her to visit Cody's defense attorney and tell what happened. At the attorney's office, Toni agreed to let lawyer John document her account, which turned out to be completely different from what she had previously stated. Toni claims that after school, she received a text message from Cody, saying that he had kidnapped Michaela. The three of them then headed to the gravel pits. When Michaela and Cody got out of the car, they started arguing, but Toni said she couldn't see what happened. She only heard a noise that alarmed her, and she got out of the car to see what was going on. She saw Michaela lying on the ground and Cody digging what appeared to be a grave. When he stopped, Michaela was already unconscious. Then, they hit her several times with a shovel, and when she showed no signs of life, they took turns stabbing her. Toni also admitted to sitting on Michaela's feet to restrain her during her convulsions. The lawyer John, representing Cody and not Toni, quickly revealed Toni's confession to the police. Consequently, Toni, who was not initially a suspect, was arrested and charged with murder without bail. Forensic experts collected samples from Toni's home, car, and clothing to look for evidence that she was present at the murder scene. In mid-June 2011, the court decided that Toni should also stand trial for murder and kidnapping. The preliminary hearing was set for August 2nd, but in January 2012, Toni accepted a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In his testimony, Toni said that Cody was angry with Michael from the beginning. When she entered the van, she noticed that Michaela was very scared. Michaela sat in the back with her hands raised to her face. As they drove into the desert, Cody asked her to help him kill Michaela. Then, Cody asks Toni to watch Michaela while he digs a hole. Once he was done, he forced she to hit Michaela. She refused, so Cody began to beat Michaela. The next, he made she strike Michaela with a shovel. The blow hit Michaela in the shoulder. She then sat on the ground, holding Michaela's legs, and he attempted to slit Michaela's throat with a knife. 3 months later, the district judge sentenced Toni Fratto to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 18 years. The judge described it as the most brutal murder he had witnessed in his 20-year career. The motive for Michaela's murder remained unclear. On Wednesday, May 9, 2012, Cody appeared in court, pleading guilty to first-degree murder, also to avoid the death penalty. On Friday, August 24th, in Elko Court, Cody Patton was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He was imprisoned in Nevada State Prison. Later, in an interview with a well-known television company, Toni shared a more dramatic version of the tragic story. She revealed that Cody had been abusive and controlling of her throughout their time together. She admitted that because of the abuse, she was unable to fight back against him. Looking back, she believed she could have been his next victim. She also accused he of forcing her to participate in Michaela's murder. She said after witnessing him brutally beating Michaela, she feared for her life, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Michaela's mother, Celia, was unable to work for a long time and avoided going to restaurants where she had previously visited with Michaela. She feels sad about her increasingly distant relationship with her other daughter, Delisha. She explains that the tragedy of Michaela's murder changed Delisha so much that Delisha dropped out of school and left the city, estranged from her family. Everything at home reminded her of Michaela, which was overwhelming. The tragedy devastated 3 families: her family, Toni's family, and Cody's family. It will take Michaela's family and friends a long time to get over this loss. Cody will never see his family outside of prison again. Although Toni may be released from prison in the future, her father sadly says that when that happens, he may not be alive. The case of Amanda Colley. James and Amanda had been married for 8 years, and they had 2 children. Then, they divorcing in August 2015. Following the divorce, he moved in with his sister, Rhonda, whose house was just 20 meters from Amanda's. James begins dating a co-worker named Emmy and plans a future with her. Meanwhile, Amanda also begins a relationship with Lamar Dubber, someone she meets at work. However, James did not accept that the relationship between him and Amanda was over. He frequently asked Amanda if she was seeing anyone, though she never confirmed it. Despite this, James found other ways to gather information about her personal life. A week before the murder, Mike Deakins, a former neighbor and close friend, gave James a photo. The photo showed a shirtless man mowing the lawn at Amanda's previous house. This man was Lamar. On August 27th, James went to Amanda's house early in the morning to see things for himself. While the cameras did not capture James breaking into the house, he entered through the backyard. He entered Amanda's house and discovered that she wasn't there. She had apparently spent the night elsewhere. Enraged, he vandalized the home, throwing items around and damaged the TV. By 4:40 a.m., cameras recorded James arriving at Mike's house, loudly banging on the door. He wanted to show Mike what he had found in Amanda's house, recently purchased adult toys. By entering Amanda's home, James violated a restraining order she had filed against him, which prohibited him from coming near her or her property. Mike tried to calm him down, giving him a few cans of beer and advising him to go home, but he refused. At approximately 9:30 a.m. on August 27, 2015, Amanda drove back home, in the town of St. Augustine. She had spent the night at her new boyfriend's house, Lamar. When she entered her house, she was met with a shocking scene. Someone broke into and destroyed the whole house. Garbage was scattered across the floor. Clothes were strewn everywhere, and several items, including the TV, were damaged. Broken glass was scattered throughout the house. While Amanda was upset, but she wasn't surprised. That day, from 5 a.m., her ex-husband, James, kept texting and calling her, but she did not respond to any of his calls or messages. So she believed he was the one responsible for breaking into her house. About 30 minutes after Amanda returned home, her new boyfriend, Lamar Dubber, came to her house. He drove to her house, then turned left, so the car was not captured on camera. Not long after, a police car arrived, and officers questioned Amanda about what had happened. They inspected the house and spoke with her. They completed his duties and left at 10:29 a.m. Amanda's friends quickly came to support her. The first to arrive was Lindy Dobbins, a 39 years old, who had taken time off work to be there, as she was always willing to drop everything for her friends. Shortly after, another friend of hers, Rachel Hendricks, also came. The group gathered in the living room, trying to comfort she, when the sound of gunshots suddenly broke through the air. The shots shattered the glass doors leading to the backyard. Minutes after, surveillance footage captured Lamar running out of the home. He ran several blocks, then stopping to ask someone for help. Then, he called the police, reporting that shots had been fired at the house. When the operator asked if Lamar knew the shooter, he admitted he did, but claimed he didn't know what happened next because he had fled. He also said the shots did not hit anyone and he was certain he was the shooter's target. Then, Rachel ran out of the house and sought refuge at the neighbors. There, she called the police and reported that James had destroyed the house and that he had shot at everyone inside. Rachel also revealed that she had been hit by a bullet while escaping. Emergency services then received a call from Amanda and Lindy, but all they heard was screams and gunshots. When police arrived, they found Amanda's body inside the house. She had multiple gunshot wounds, and injuries to her hands and feet suggested she had tried to shield herself from the bullets. Lindy's body was discovered in a walk-in closet. She had been shot 3 times. Both Amanda and Lindy were dead. Rachel told the police that she saw the shooter in the backyard, near a pathway, and that he fired from there. Bullets found on the ground and holes in the glass supported her account. Lamar later returned to the crime scene and told investigators he had heard gunshots. Then, Lamar heard the shooter yell, "Where is he?" Lamar thinks he is the target. He ordered everyone to run. He escaped through the garage, while Lindy, Rachel, and Amanda fled toward the bedroom and bathroom. Rachel explained that she and Lindy hid in the bathroom, while Amanda stayed on the other side of the door. Rachel said the shooter entered the house, yelling, "Where is he?" Amanda tried to explain that only her friends were inside. But the shooter ignored her. Lindy spoke up, and the shooter fired at the bathroom door. A bullet hit Rachel's hand, causing her to release the door handle she had been holding. There was a bullet that hit Lindy in the leg, injuring her, but not killing her. The shooter then forced the door open, approached Lindy, and shot her. During this chaos, Rachel managed to run out of the house. Rachel saw the shooter's face and immediately recognized him as Amanda's ex-husband, James Terry Colley Jr. She had seen him before, when he came to pick up his children. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they followed James's trail and came to the street next door. There, they found his phone, without a SIM card, but his car was missing. Despite searching the area extensively, including using helicopters, they couldn't locate him. The county sheriff has issued a manhunt for James because they believed he was still carrying a weapon and dangerous, especially after murdering Amanda and Lindy in broad daylight. A few hours later, police in Northern Virginia apprehended James. He was driving his sister's car and was carrying several weapons, including the .45 caliber pistol used in the shootings. He was arrested in Virginia and charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, burglary, and stalking. However, he pleaded not guilty to the charges. Detectives reconstructed the incident by analyzing James' actions from 4:45 a.m., which was crucial to understanding his motives. The prosecutor argued that the motive for the murder stemmed from a photo of Lamar and an adult toy he found at Amanda's house. After leaving Mike's house, he began texting and calling Amanda. During this time, he contacted her 22 times. He threatened her, telling her not to do anything, otherwise he would reveal damaging information about her in court and to their children. He begged her to talk to him, saying she could tell him the whole truth and threatening to come and get her. The last call occurred at 10:22 a.m., just minutes before the shooting began. Amanda answered only 3 of James's calls. The first 2 were brief, but the last one lasted about 15 minutes. Prosecutors say this final call led to James' subsequent actions. James's defense attorneys argued that he was not guilty because he was under the influence of a medicine. 2 days before the incident occurred, James began taking of anxiety medication and painkillers. On August 26th, he consumed several cans of beer and continued drinking the next day. After breaking into Amanda's house and visiting Mike, he returned to his sister's home, took sleeping pills, and went to bed. A few hours later, he woke up, still impaired by the medication. When James arrived at Amanda's house, he had appeared in court for violating a restraining order that prohibited him from approaching Amanda or her home. He calmly underwent the pre-hearing examination and appeared calm. During the hearing, he answered all the questions and claimed he had not used any substances. He admitted to violating the restraining order without dispute. However, after leaving the courtroom, James resumed contacting Amanda through calls and messages. On his way home, he stopped at a gas station. Later, at his sister's house, police uncovered evidence suggesting he had prepared for murder. In his bedroom, they found an empty pistol holster, a shotgun case in the closet, a gym bag containing .45 caliber bullets, the same type used to kill Amanda, and a case for a .9 pistol under the bed. His nightstand contained his medications, along with adult toys he had taken from Amanda's home. James' defense team began looking for reasons to explain his behavior. They consulted a pharmacologist and a psychologist to determine if the medications James was taking could have caused mental impairment. Terry Shoemaker, his defense attorney, noted that James seemed unusually strange when he appeared in court that morning. While there was no doubt he committed the shooting, the primary question was what led him to do it. Terry could not understand why James, a man who was always devoted to his family, could do such a cruel thing as to make his children become motherless. During the interrogation, James appeared nervous, sweating and trembling. The defense wants to determine whether the drugs James was taking could have caused his memory loss or sleepwalking episodes. At the same time, Terry believes he was not fully aware of his actions. Rachel Hendricks testified in court, identifying James as the shooter. She recounted hearing the sound of breaking glass and seeing James standing in the backyard at the time of the incident. Mike testified, describing the clues that the jury believed led James to commit the murder. Specifically, a photo of Lamar and an adult toy that James found in Amanda's home. Mike agreed with James that these items suggested Amanda was cheating on him, but advised him to let it go and go home. Mike noted that he appeared deeply upset and even cried. The court also examined text messages from James, which showed he was increasingly frustrated with Amanda, as well as with her 2 friends, Lindy and Rachel. He blamed Lindy for making Amanda turn against him. In messages sent in July, he expressed anger, claiming that after Amanda became close to Lindy, she no longer had feelings for him. The court also listened to a voicemail James left for Amanda on the day of the murder. In that voice message, other voices can be heard. It is believed that at the time, James was at his sister's house preparing and collecting weapons. James also called his father, who yelled at him and called him an idiot. It seems he was planning to visit Amanda's house. Then, a dog walker nearby overheard their argument. She heard James's father telling him to come home and to stop whatever he was planning. The argument became more heated, with both yelling, and James saying he couldn't take it anymore. After evaluating the evidence, the defense decided to shift their strategy. Video footage from a gas station, along with messages and calls, confirmed that James was clear-headed and not under the influence of medicine, contrary to their initial assumption. Because this approach was unsuccessful, the defense called James' sister, Rhonda, as a witness. Rhonda was not present at the time of the murder, as she was on vacation in Italy. She stated that James did not plan the murder in advance. She told detectives that she had kept .45 and .380 caliber pistols in the car, but later mentioned they might have been either .40 or .45 caliber. It was only in court that she confirmed the weapon stored in her car was used to kill Amanda. When asked by the lawyer why she couldn't specify the caliber, she explained that she had been taking medication at the time and couldn't remember the details clearly. However, after undergoing therapy, her memory of the incident improved. She also clarified that she did not store extra bullets in the car because the gun was already loaded. This crime was classified as second-degree murder because there was not enough evidence to prove it was premeditated. The jury deliberated for hours before confirming the verdict of second-degree murder. James's mother expressed unconditional love for her son, regardless of the situation. A week later, the jury met again to determine whether James's actions warranted the death penalty. In response, the defense presented testimony from witnesses, arguing that James was under the influence of medicine at the time of the crime. Psychiatrist Mark Mills testified that he was not in his right mind due to side effects from the pills, explaining that he was experiencing parasomnia, a condition in which the patient cannot recall his or her actions. A pharmacologist provided similar testimony to support this claim. Ultimately, the jury decided that James should receive the death penalty. A final hearing was held, giving James's lawyer one opportunity to present mitigating evidence to avoid the death sentence. During this hearing, James spoke briefly, describing the murder as a terrible accident. He apologized and expressed regret, wishing things had turned out differently. Despite his statement, James was unable to have his sentence commuted, and the Florida Supreme Court upheld all charges. Amanda's families and Linda's families remained devastated by the tragedy. Amanda's mother stated that, while James received the death penalty, but nothing could bring her daughter and Lindy back to life. It was a heartbreaking incident. The case of Anna Kriegel. Geraldine and Patrick Kriegel lived in Ireland. In 2006, they celebrated their 20th wedding anniversary. The couple had a strong relationship and dreamed of having a child. They understood that adopting a child from an orphanage required significant time and effort, as well as meeting strict requirements, but they remained hopeful. Both had successful careers and were financially stable while waiting for their adoption documents to be processed. Eventually, they received news that a 2-year-old girl from Russia was available for adoption. Her name was Anastasia, born on February 18, 2004, in Novokuznetsk. After her birth, she was placed in an orphanage because her biological mother could not provide her with a good life. On August 10, 2006, the family brought the little girl home, marking the day as their family holiday. They decided to keep her name and called her Anna for short. The happy moment when they heard Anna's laughter filled the house. Anna was loved by her parents. They made efforts to make their family happier. They went ice skating and planned summer tourism trips. The family often went on vacation to Patrick's hometown of Annecy, France, where they owned the house. Anna made several friends there, and she looked forward to this trip every year, as she loved France and was even learning French.
Beneath the ones.
However, Anna struggled with learning English, and Patrick supported her in this so she could communicate better with her peers. Anna also found it difficult to form close relationships and express her emotions. Her time in the orphanage, where Anna lacked care, made her uncomfortable with being touched. Nevertheless, Geraldine and Patrick helped fill this emotional gap by loving and supporting Anna unconditionally. Their nurturing environment, along with educational activities, healthy meals, and sports, provided a strong foundation for Anna's future. During a routine checkup, doctors discovered a tumor in Anna's right ear, which resulted in significant hearing loss in her right ear and partial blindness in her right eye. Despite these challenges, Anna remained an active and cheerful girl. However, her hearing and vision problems affected her ability to learn, causing her to struggle to retain information and resulting in poor grades in elementary school. To keep up with her classmates, Anna sought professional help until the end of 3rd grade. One day, while walking home and enjoying her favorite music through her headphones, Anna suddenly encountered 4 boys blocking her way. They mocked her and even pinched her, causing her to run home in tears and tell her mother everything. Worried, Geraldine and Patrick decided to take action and file a complaint against the boys. To keep Anna safe, her parents decide to take her to school and pick her up every day, but this makes her an easier target for teasing, much to the distress of Geraldine, who feels heartbroken over her daughter's misfortune. As time passed, Anna began to harm herself to cope with her emotional struggles. Her parents became increasingly alarmed, worried that she might take more drastic actions. Geraldine's only wish was for her daughter to find happiness. After a while, Anna started to improve. She made new friends, people she enjoyed sleeping over, going for walks, watching movies, and chatting with. As Anna's high school years were coming to an end, Geraldine wanted to help her prepare for her upcoming test on May 13, 2018. They usually spent the weekends doing homework together, and even though Geraldine was very busy, he always made time to study with Anna. However, this weekend, they decided to take a break. They turned on the TV, made popcorn, and cuddled up while watching a movie. Anna's cousins joined them, and Geraldine ordered pizza. The kids played games while the adults relaxed with wine and snacks. The house was filled with laughter and fun, and no one could have predicted what would happen next. On May 14, 2018, the day started like any other.
Chumli,
Geraldine took the train to Dublin, while Anna went to school. After lunch, Anna had an appointment with a psychologist. Meanwhile, Patrick, who was already retired, decided to sleep in. Classes ended at 4 p.m., and Anna tried to call her mother, but Geraldine was in an important meeting and couldn't answer. She sent Anna a message saying she would call back later. When Anna gets home, she finds her father Patrick relaxing in the garden. Patrick is surprised to see Anna, coming home with a boy he has never seen before. Anna is clearly excited. She whispers something to the boy, grabs her favorite sweater, and tells her father she will be home soon. Patrick reminds her that she needs to study, which she has forgotten. Patrick watches as they leave for the park, and that is the last time he sees his daughter. At first, her father wasn't concerned because the park was only a 20-minute walk away. At 5:10 p.m., Geraldine returned home and attempted to call Anna, but she didn't pick up. After some time, she gave up on calling, assuming Anna would return soon. When Anna still hadn't come home, Patrick told his wife that Anna had gone to the park with a guy. This was unusual. Geraldine quickly sent Anna a text asking her to come home, but got no reply. This silence worried her parents. Geraldine felt anxious due to past experiences where her daughter faced ridicule for her illnesses. Worried, Geraldine went to the park but couldn't find Anna. The parents began driving around the neighborhood searching for her. Their anxiety grew when they realized they knew nothing about the guy Anna had been with. By 9 p.m., they reported Anna missing to the police, stressing that she hadn't answered any calls or messages, which was very unlike her. They also informed the police about the unknown guy. The police quickly located a young man named Boy B, who appeared surprised by their inquiry. When they asked him where Anna was, he explained that they had walked together until 5:40 p.m. and then parted ways. Following this, the police initiated a search for Anna, scouring the area and examining surveillance footage. Patrick and Geraldine, Anna's parents, provided photos, including one of her wearing the black sweatshirt she had on when she left that evening. While the police analyzed video footage that showed Boy B and Anna in the park around 5 p.m., they noticed that at 5:14 p.m., the two left the park through a different exit, and after that, Anna seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The investigation was accelerated when a witness reported seeing the couple in the park. The video showed Boy B walking alone in the park at 5:49 p.m. When pressed by police, Boy B revealed that he had been with a friend named Boy A, who had feelings for Anna, and that he had facilitated their meeting. With this new lead, police stepped up their search efforts, sharing information about Anna's disappearance on social media and in local newspapers. At the same time, the search for Boy A started. His backpack was discovered, and security cameras captured him going in and out of the park, but there was a long period where he wasn't seen. Some people thought Anna might have run away, but that idea was quickly rejected. To solve the mystery of her disappearance, police carefully examined what happened in the park that day, looking closely at the actions of Boy B and Boy A with their parents present. The boys' interactions raised suspicions among the police, resulting in them being questioned separately. Boy B's testimony remained consistent, but Boy A's story differed. He was surprised when Boy B asked him to go with him, knowing that Anna had feelings for him. During their conversation, Boy A described a frightening incident in which two unknown men attacked them, leading to a struggle in which he injured one of the attackers. He showed police his injuries, including scratches and cuts to his face, suggesting that the unknown men might be involved in Anna's disappearance. As a result, the police asked for descriptions of the attackers and collected the boys' belongings for DNA testing. As the investigation continued, specialized search teams, including divers and rescue teams, were sent to examine local waters. A total of 60 people, including volunteers and Anna's family, assisted in the search for her. Her disappearance attracted significant media attention. Near the park, there was an old, abandoned farmhouse called Glenwood. An eyewitness saw some young people going inside, which led the police to investigate. The farmhouse was 2 stories high and covered 42 hectares of land, but it was in a state of disrepair, with many collapsed roofs and walls. It was puzzling why the police hadn't examined the place sooner. They began their search in the park and then moved towards the farmhouse, thoroughly checking both the house and the surrounding fields. Inside, the house was dark and empty. One of the officers was struck by a strong, foul odor that filled the room. The officers then discovered the body of a woman, surrounded by clothes and a broken phone. There were also traces of blood nearby, along with a brick and a large tree branch. Based on the clothing, it was determined that it was Anna's body. She had multiple wounds, and her neck was wrapped in duct tape. Her body lay among broken bottles and debris. The incident profoundly affected Geraldine and Patrick, as the loss of their beloved daughter was an unimaginable sorrow. The whole city was informed of the events, leaving many residents in shock. The farmhouse, which was once a safe place for children to play, had turned into the site of a terrible crime. On May 18, 2018, hundreds attended Anna Kriegel's funeral, wearing red and white armbands in her memory. The Eiffel Tower represented her love for her hometown, while her father honored her birthplace by wearing the Russian flag and carrying a doll. An autopsy revealed that Anna had suffered about a dozen injuries to her body, with numerous bruises and cuts concentrated on her head, face, and neck. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head, and asphyxiation suggested she had been raped. Evidence of semen was found at the scene. Her death occurred between 5:25 and 5:54 p.m., shortly after she left the park. At the entrance to the building, she was beaten with a heavy stick and then hit with a brick, leaving blood splattered on the wall. On May 24th, police gathered all the evidence and arrested 2 teenagers, Boy B and Boy A, who were last seen with Anna. The townspeople were shocked, as both were suspected of killing her. In Boy A's backpack, they found a zombie mask with traces of Anna's blood, along with gloves and knee pads. Semen found at the crime scene matched Boy A's DNA, and Anna's blood was also found on his shoes and clothes. Despite the evidence against Boy A, no DNA was linked to Boy B. During questioning, Boy B admitted that he saw Anna enter an abandoned house with Boy A, but claimed that he did not know what Boy A was up to. Boy B wanted to enter the house, but was frightened when he heard screaming coming from the entrance. He then sees Boy A tearing Anna's clothes, realizing the danger, but Boy B does not speak up, even though Anna's fate depends on his actions. Both boys were released on bail while awaiting their trial, which caused frustration among local residents. People became increasingly concerned for their safety, especially since the identities of the boys had not been made public. Both boys came from well-respected and successful families, and they had no previous criminal records or mental health issues, which surprised the community. Their case hearing took place on April 30th, 2019. It was a closed hearing, with only the parents of the two teenagers in attendance. The prosecutor explained that Boy B deceived Anna into leaving her home by claiming she would meet Boy A, someone she was interested in. Instead, Boy B took her to an abandoned house where she was raped. The jury trial took place on June 12, 2019, and 5 days later, Boy A received a life sentence, with the option for a review after 12 years. Boy B was also convicted for Anna's death, despite insufficient physical evidence, and was sentenced to 15 years, eligible for review after 8 years. By law, their identities must remain confidential, and if released, they will be provided with new identities. However, Anna's parents endured the heaviest loss. Geraldine expressed that life without Anna lost its meaning. Patrick passed away on June 19, 2022, burdened with the guilt of allowing his daughter to go off with a stranger that day. The case of Jeffrey Hazelwood. Natalie Henderson, Carter Davis, and Jeffrey Hazelwood are 3 residents of Roswell. Natalie and Carter are friendly, intelligent, and optimistic. Natalie is actively involved in school activities, often representing the school at social events, while Carter balances academics and sports. Jeffrey, on the other hand, struggles with his studies, with his grades and academic performance significantly lower than his peers. As a teenager, Jeffrey was sent to a military-style school, and after graduating, he remained unemployed for several years. He later found a job in government, which allowed him to support himself. Jeffrey had a challenging childhood. He was born on July 10, 1996, into difficult circumstances. His mother, Sherry, was only 19 years old when he was born, and Sherry's partner abandoned her before Jeffrey was born. During her pregnancy, Sherry struggled with drug use. Those around her realized that she was incapable of caring for a child. As a result, when Jeffrey was 6 months old, he moved in with his grandparents. Although Jeffrey's grandparents loved him, his troubled relationship with his mother leading to him being labeled a difficult child. Throughout his teenage years, there were many incidents reported in Jeffrey's family. Jeffrey frequently engaged in dangerous activities. On one occasion, he wrote a note saying he was going to spend a few days in the wilderness testing his survival skills. In another disturbing incident, he took his grandfather's gun, prompting neighbors to call the police. His actions increasingly worried his grandparents, who attempted to hide the weapons. Despite their efforts, Jeffrey, who was smart and determined, successfully broke into a safe and took the knives and swords he loved. By 2013, when Jeffrey turned 16, his grandmother felt the need to report his troubling behavior to the police, likely out of concern for her safety and that of others. Just weeks earlier, he had warned her that his patience would eventually wear thin, and he might hurt someone, although he didn't specify who or when. As a result, Jeffrey was sent to a military school. After returning, he entered a relationship that he cherished deeply. His social media accounts were filled with expressions of love for his girlfriend, mixed with images of wolves, dark quotes, and posts about anger and mortality. No one seemed to notice or help Jeffrey. Eventually, the city of Roswell had a serious problem. On August 1st, 2016, a Monday morning, a driver was making a delivery at the local grocery store. At 6 a.m., just as he approached the store, his peaceful morning turned into a nightmare. As he turned the corner toward the delivery area, he was shocked to see two bodies lying side by side in a parking lot, both dead and covered in blood. Panicked, he called the police to report what he had seen. Police quickly arrived at the scene and discovered the bodies of two young people. A man and a woman, both dead. Police spotted two cars parked nearby, and when they ran the license plates, they discovered they belonged to Carter Davis and Natalie Henderson. The young couple came from middle-class families, and neither had a criminal record or any violations. The investigation began with a search of the vehicle and a review of surveillance camera footage from the supermarket. The video showed Carter and Natalie driving through the parking lot at approximately 3 a.m. before disappearing behind the building. Additionally, just minutes before they arrived, a silver Honda had parked in front of the store. After Carter and Natalie passed the Honda, a tall man with long, unkempt hair got out of the Honda and followed them on foot, but then disappeared from view of the surveillance camera. His facial features were unclear, and the video did not capture his license plate number. All police could determine was that the car was silver, a 1990 or 1998 model, and had mismatched wheels. Police contacted the Bureau of Investigation for assistance in finding a suspect. The task was difficult because they needed to compile a list of all Honda owners in the city. After sifting through the data, they narrowed the list down to about 650 vehicles and their owners. This process of elimination was long and difficult, requiring patience and effort on the part of the police. However, their persistence paid off. On August 3, 2016, just 2 days after the discovery of Carter and Natalie's bodies, police located a driver's license that belonged to a Honda owner. This owner, Jeffrey Hazelwood, 20, lived in Roswell and was known to police because of his long black hair. His grandparents were shocked when some police officers knocked on their front door. Their surprise quickly turned to concern when the officers asked about their grandson Jeffrey. They informed the police that they did not know where he was. Jeffrey's grandparents said that they had kicked him out of the house 2 days ago. The police then investigated and found that Jeffrey was staying at his girlfriend's house. They knew the address and set up a perimeter around the house. After finding the boy's car parked in the driveway, the police waited nearby, patiently waiting for Jeffrey to show up. Hours later, Jeffrey finally came out of the house, got into his car and drove away. Undercover police observed Jeffrey as he arrived at a gas station, walked around, and changed his clothes. At that point, officers surrounded him and arrested him on suspicion of the murders of Natalie Henderson and Carter Davis before he could react. Initially, Jeffrey denied killing anyone, but after being held for several days, he was questioned by Officer Jennifer Bennett, who was assigned to Jeffrey's case. During this interrogation, several strange details came to light. When arrested, Jeffrey insisted that he was an innocent bystander and that he had not killed anyone. However, during questioning, he claimed that another man had pressured him into committing the crime. As the interrogation continued, he stopped mentioning his accomplice. Additionally, Jeffrey claimed that a voice in his head had told him to kill Natalie and Carter. Despite Jeffrey's numerous lies and confusing statements, Police Officer Bennett was able to piece together what happened on the night of August 1st. Jeffrey said his troubles began when his grandparents kicked him out of the house. To clear his head, he went to a local Waffle House, but since he had nowhere to stay for the night, he decided to park at the local grocery store. He arrived around 3 a.m. and sat in his car. While he was sitting there, 2 cars pulled into the parking lot, drove past him, circled the building. Feeling bored and lonely, Jeffrey decided to follow them on foot. After the two cars parked side by side, Carter Davis got out of the car and got into the back seat of Natalie's car. Natalie then joined him in the back seat, saying they wanted some private time together. Unbeknownst to them, Jeffrey was hiding behind a nearby electrical panel, observing their interaction. However, Jeffrey climbed up a nearby service ladder to get a better view from the roof of the car. Jeffrey later claimed that he did not watch for long. Sadly, Jeffrey obtained his grandfather's gun after breaking into a safe just before being kicked out of his house. What he did next was horrific. He climbed down from the roof, approached Natalie's car, and demanded that Carter exit the vehicle. He struck Carter with the gun. In that moment of panic, Jeffrey realized Carter was taller and stronger, putting him at a disadvantage in a physical struggle. In a shocking act, he raised the gun and shot Carter in the head at close range, then ordered Natalie to get out of the car. Without detailing what he did to her, Jeffrey later shot Natalie in the back of the head after she turned away. After both victims were dead, he ransacked Natalie's car, took her wallet, and drove away. However, Jeffrey's criminal activities did not stop there. That night, he was found at a gas station using Natalie's credit card to fill up his car. Surveillance cameras even recorded Jeffrey wearing a mask to hide his identity. During questioning, he stated that despite having the mask and gun, he did not take any further action. Jeffrey stated that he needed the mask to hide his identity from the person who ordered him to kill Natalie and Carter. After stopping at the gas station, he returned to the bodies. He placed the bodies on the asphalt as they had been found that morning. He then called his girlfriend and asked if he could stay with her until he could sort out his family issues. She had no idea that he had just killed someone, and she welcomed him into her home. Eventually, the police tracked him down and arrested him. During the trial, his behavior was highly erratic. He talked to himself, claimed to hear voices, and even spoke with a British accent. At one point sat shaking, made erratic head movements, and talked to himself. He was also observed conversing with an imaginary dog and pretending to hit it on the head. At a later hearing, Officer Bennett shared Jeffrey's confession, revealing the disturbing details he described about that night. He said he pulled Natalie out of the car, forced her onto the hood, and then shot her in the head. The defense argued that Jeffrey exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Asperger's syndrome, and dissociative identity disorder. While each of these conditions can be controlled individually, the combination of all four conditions makes him an extremely unstable person. However, none of these conditions had been formally diagnosed. As such, he was deemed competent to stand trial and, with appropriate treatment, could become stable enough to understand the proceedings. Given the overwhelming amount of evidence, including forensic material from surveillance camera footage and seized items, the proof against him was strong. The prosecution quickly built a strong case against Jeffrey. The initial trial was scheduled for September 9, 2016, but it was postponed multiple times because he needed treatment. He was moved to a secure psychiatric hospital to continue his care until a new trial date was established. A hearing was conducted to evaluate Jeffrey's competence, particularly his ability to understand the legal proceedings. While he occasionally rocked in his chair, psychologists could not pinpoint his specific mental disorders. However, they diagnosed him with psychosis, which is a disorder that causes a disconnection from reality rather than a mental illness itself. Finally, on May 17, 2017, Jeffrey appeared in court as he was nearing recovery. He was not allowed to speak during treatment, so his attorney spoke on his behalf. The judge offered him a plea deal regarding the murders of Carter and Natalie, which Jeffrey accepted. He was then sentenced to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring that Jeffrey would spend the rest of his life in prison or a mental hospital. The case of Marbella Valdez. Juan was born in Tijuana, Mexico's second-largest city, located in the state of Baja California. In 2020, when this case was being developed, Juan was 40 years old and owned a cleaning company. Although this was his main job, he seemed to have a true passion for the security sector. On one occasion, he interned at the forensic office of the state prosecutor's office. He is still passionate about being a law enforcement officer. Occasionally, he would even go out on the streets dressed in a police uniform. In August 2019, Juan met a 20-year-old girl named Marbella Valdez. She has a sweet and cheerful personality. She is often called Bella by her family and friends. As a child, she experienced many hardships. At the age of 5, she was sent to an orphanage. She continued to spend the following years in such facilities. According to local pastor David Lopez, who was present when the girl was admitted to the orphanage, she quickly demonstrated her kind nature and goodwill. This helped her win love and respect from the other children, as well as from the staff there. Although facing many difficulties, Marbella still feels optimistic and loves life. At the orphanage, she made friends like Brenda Valdez and Jairo Solana. Brenda became very close to her. Pastor David observed that they were often playing together and always by each other's side during various activities. They always love, help, and protect each other. Brenda took on the role of an older sister who was always there for her. Over time, Marbella started dreaming of a better future and successfully completed both primary and secondary school. She was considered a good student and actively participated in youth religious groups. She realized that progress comes from studying and working hard, so she started selling sweets to her schoolmates at the age of 16 and did extra work as a house cleaner. Fortunately, on her journey to success, Marbella had support. William Messick, an American IT executive, had been helping her and Brenda for some time. In 2014, he started a program to aid orphans from Tijuana, Mexico. His idea is to help children during the most difficult and vulnerable stages of their lives, until they are mature enough to face life on their own. Having been an orphan himself, William understood their struggles. His project included a scholarship program. After meeting Brenda, they formed a close bond, like father and daughter. Brenda told him about her friend, Marbella, from the orphanage, and soon he included Marbella in his program. In 2018, Marbella graduated from high school. She then enrolled at the Autonomous University of Baja California to pursue her dream of becoming a lawyer, with a focus on protecting children's rights. As she entered adulthood, William helped both Marbella and Brenda rent an apartment. Later, when she expressed her desire to live independently, and William once again supported her, acknowledging her maturity and sense of responsibility. During this time, she started university and also looked for a job to support herself. With William's help, she even purchased a car to commute easily between work, university, and home. Marbella started working at a gas station owned by Randy Chicas, a Mexican company that supports women. Her shift began at 5:30 a.m. and ended at noon. After lunch, she would head to the university to study law. Despite her packed schedule, but she made time for church services. It was at the gas station that she met Juan, who owned a cleaning company. One day, he stopped by to fill up the company car. He was immediately attracted by the friendliness and charm of Marbella. From then on, he made it a point to visit the station almost daily, filling up his cars and trying to strike up a conversation with Marbella. She treated him with the same courtesy and smile she gave to all her other customers. Soon, Juan started giving Marbella gifts such as sweets, toys, and chocolate. He even brought breakfast for her and other female employees. She told William, who she thought of as her father, about Juan's actions. William warned Marbella to be careful since Juan was much older. However, she said she wasn't interested in Juan. For she, a 20 years old girl, the attention of an older person like Juan seemed funny and even ridiculous. Her colleagues also found the situation funny. Everyone considered Juan to be a friendly and respectable person, not a threat to young girls. Marbella made it clear she wasn't interested in Juan and often turned down his invitations to meet. Juan didn't take these rejections well, and his behavior started to change. Marbella noticed that Juan would often follow her after her shift at the gas station. He seemed to always know her whereabouts and would appear, asking her to go with him. There were times when she suspected he of following her home. She mentioned this strange behavior to her colleagues. On Wednesday, February 5, 2020, Marbella failed to show up for work at the gas station and did not contact anyone to explain her absence. Marbella and her friend Brenda, although not living together, would meet up several times a week. Brenda had a young son whom Marbella adored and visited often. They would talk on the phone daily. Brenda, who worked the night shift, would usually call Marbella every morning after returning home. That Wednesday, Brenda and Marbella didn't talk as usual. Brenda woke up around 9 a.m. to find a message from Marbella saying she had a stomach ache and wouldn't be going to work. Instead, she planned to see a doctor. This message worried Brenda for two reasons: her health and the unusual manner in which the message was written. It was also strange that she didn't call. Brenda tried to reach Marbella but couldn't, so she contacted their mutual friends. However, none of them had any information about Marbella's whereabouts. The group of friends began searching for Marbella in local hospitals and medical centers, but they couldn't find her anywhere. Brenda and one of her friends decided to visit Marbella's house. They knocked on the door and rang the bell, but there was no answer. Normally, Marbella would leave a window slightly open for her friends to come and go. This time, the window was wide open. Brenda climbed in through the window and found the interior of the house looking as if Marbella had just come home from university. Her belongings, including books, clothes, bag, and car keys, were all in their usual places. However, Marbella is missing. Throughout the day, they searched various locations but found nothing. According to Brenda, they went to the police to report Marbella missing. However, because Marbella was an adult, police regulations required waiting 3 days before launching an official search. Despite this, an investigation began right away. Brenda and her friends started making flyers with Marbella's photo. Marbella was described as a young girl with brown eyes, long straight chestnut red hair, dark skin, a slim build, a height of 1.50 meters, and a weight of 45 kilograms. They posted and distributed these flyers throughout the city. At the same time, William used his network of contacts to launch a search campaign for Marbella. Along with Brenda, they even attempted to hack into Marbella's phone to determine her location, but this was unsuccessful. In the later interview, Brenda mentioned that even Juan's behavior became more suspicious. 3 days after Marbella's disappearance, on February 8th, the police received a call from a man who reported finding a woman's body in a dump in the Colonia Te Collet area. This location was over 26 miles from Marbella's house in southern Tijuana and was so remote. It took the police a long time to locate this site, but they eventually arrived. Among a pile of garbage, they discovered a large black bag containing the body of a young woman. She was dressed in blue pajamas with images of black puppies and animal print slippers. The body was almost face down, with the legs tied with a yellow cord and the hands tied behind the back with a pink scarf wrapped. The body was taken to the morgue for examination, while investigators collected evidence at the scene. After finding the body, police informed Brenda that the body's characteristics matched the description of Marbella. Brenda and William immediately went to the morgue, but were told they had to wait until the next day to examine the body. Juan unexpectedly appeared and helped them gain access to the morgue. Unfortunately, they determined that the body was that of Marbella. At that time, Juan did not know that Brenda and Marbella's friends had reported him to the police, as they suspected him of stalking Marbella. The police requested permission from Marbella's family to carry out a forensic examination and conduct other investigations to collect evidence. The examination of Marbella's remains took about 5 days. Mourning began on February 13, 2020, and continued until February 14th. Juan attended the wake and funeral, he wearing a T-shirt with her image. This made her friends extremely angry. Despite their anger, they remained silent, follow the instructions of the authorities so that he does not become suspicious, as they feared he might escape before sufficient evidence was collected for his arrest. At Marbella's funeral, Jose Ruiz, a close friend of hers, spotted an individual with scratches on his neck. This man behaved strangely, repeatedly approaching the coffin, threatening people with a knife, and offered to carry flowers to the cemetery in his car. Meanwhile, police are still trying their best to investigate Marbella's death. Forensic results revealed that she died from asphyxia due to severe compression of her neck, which blocked her air supply. She also suffered serious blows to the abdomen, causing damage to her internal organs. In front of the University of Baja California, Marbella's classmates held a memorial in her memory. They emphasized that she was a victim of violence by men, a serious problem taking place across Mexico. The investigation into Marbella's killing included interviews with people who knew her. Through the interviews, it was learned that a few days before she was killed, she had spoken to Juan. He said that he was a federal police officer in Baja California and worked as a specialist at the Attorney General's office. However, it was discovered that he had only interned at the Attorney General's office. Additionally, some media outlets reported that he had a criminal record and was imprisoned for offenses related to illegal substances in the state of Sonora. The results of a search of Marbella's car were even more troubling, as experts found a hidden geolocation device. Later, a search of Juan's house uncovered several similar devices and satellite detection receivers. This explains why he always knows where she is. However, the most compelling evidence came from a forensic examination of the body, which revealed fingerprints and semen. DNA analysis confirmed that these matched the genetic sample taken from Juan when he was brought in for questioning. An analysis of Marbella's mobile phone showed that her phone and Juan's were always in the same locations during her disappearance. This shows that he used her phone to send messages to her friends. A few days after the funeral, Juan was charged with the murder of Marbella, and on February 22, 2020, he appeared in court for the first time. During this hearing, it was revealed that after her disappearance, he contacted the state attorney general's office several times to ask about the investigation's progress. He also expressed his wish that the person responsible for Marbella's death would not be punished. The authorities stated that Juan had always been the main suspect in the case, due to previous reported incidents of harassment. It was said that he was obsessed with Marbella, even though he had known her for only 5 months. Since then, he had been under police surveillance. According to the investigation, he allegedly entered her house and kidnapped her. The incident occurred between February 5th and 8th in the Sai Kotlef Aliman neighborhood, where Juan lived. There he kept she, exerting physical and sexual violence, which caused injuries to her face, stomach, and genitals, ultimately leading to her death. The conclusion in the case was that Marbella died of lack of oxygen, caused by compression of the neck, which blocked the airway and blood vessels. She also sustained severe bruising to her abdomen, causing damage to internal organs. Juan's DNA matched semen found in Marbella's body, and a considerable amount of tissue was found under her fingernails, indicating a struggle. During the hearing, mobile phone tracking data revealed that Juan and Marbella's phones were together starting from the morning of February 5th. The body was discovered at Marbella's home. Another important clue is that their phones were also together on February 2nd. This was also the day Marbella reported her house and car keys missing. On February 27th, at a hearing in the Superior Court of Tijuana, Judge Daniel Aguilar Patina concluded there is enough evidence to accuse Juan of killing Marbella. The judge highlighted that Juan deliberately misled everyone about Marbella's whereabouts, pretending to be worried in front of her family and at the gas station while he actually knew what was going on. He was temporarily detained in MIAs, but maintained his innocence regarding. His trial occurred from September 14th to 29th, 2022. Over 2 years after the incident, forensic evidence and testimony from people close to Marbella were presented. It was discovered that on the morning Marbella went missing, a colleague had called her, noting that she had not been to the gas station. She only managed to say she was unwell before the connection was broken. Her friends described her as a wonderful person and identified Juan as a harasser. She never believed she was in danger, so she didn't file an official complaint against Juan. She thinking he would lose interest after her repeated rejections. Other witnesses mentioned that he often pretended to be a law enforcement officer, but he was just an intern at the University of Justice. After reviewing all the evidence and listening to the testimonies, Judge Marta Elvia Luna Vargas declared that Juan committed the horrendous crime, he that took Marbella's life. She then sentenced Juan to 42 years and 6 months in prison for the murder of Marbella Valdez. The case of Ellen Greenberg. Ellen Greenberg was born in New York on June 23, 1993, as the only child of Joshua and Sandy Greenberg. At the time of the events, she was 27 years old and living in Philadelphia. Ellen grew up in a family filled with love and was a cheerful, outgoing girl. In high school, she played softball and golf, excelling as a competitive athlete. She was well liked and had many friends. Her mother said that she was a special person, able to connect people with each other. After graduating from college, Ellen earned a degree in communications from the University of Pennsylvania. Even so, she felt this was not her true passion. As a result, she took evening classes at the university and eventually earned a teaching degree. After completing her studies, she quickly found a job as a first-grade teacher in Philadelphia. In 2008, Ellen met Samuel Goldberg, the son of a famous family in the area. They started dating soon after. Deeply in love, they soon decided to live together. By 2011, they were engaged and planning to marry in August. Ellen was thrilled and joyfully prepared for the wedding, trying on her dress and sending out invitations. She had no idea that incident would soon take a strange and unexpected turn. On January 26, 2011, while Ellen was at work, Philadelphia had a major snowstorm, prompting the school to close early. Ellen returned to the apartment she shared with her fiancé, Samuel. At around 5 p.m., Samuel went to the gym, he unaware it would be the last time he saw Ellen alive. When he returned at 5:45 p.m., he found the apartment door locked from the inside. He knocked repeatedly, called Ellen's name, phoned her multiple times, and sent 9 text messages, but received no response. Then, he asked the security guard for help to break down the door, but the guard refused, citing rules against leaving post. Determined, he broke down the door himself. Inside, he discovered a horrific scene. Ellen was sitting on the kitchen floor, leaning against the cabinets, with multiple wounds. He immediately called 911. The operator instructed him to check if Ellen was breathing and to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. However, he noticed a knife stuck in her chest, preventing him from starting resuscitation. Tragically, Ellen had already passed away. When the police arrived to inspect the scene, they found that the apartment's entrance had not been forced, and inside, everything appeared to be in order, with no signs of a struggle. The door was locked from the inside, and the latch was secured in the usual way until Samuel broke it down, making it unlikely that an intruder had entered. The police also observed that Ellen's hands had no defensive wounds. Despite her multiple injuries, it seemed improbable that she had inflicted them on herself. Nevertheless, waiting for the forensic examination results, the police concluded that Ellen had ended her life, even though there was no note explaining her actions. Additionally, there were fruits on the kitchen table, indicating that Ellen might have been planning to make a fruit salad when she supposedly decided to end her life. The police took Samuel to the station to provide testimony. By this time, Ellen's parents had received the sad news over the phone. They lived in Harrisburg, a 2-hour drive away. When they learned that their only daughter had passed away, they completely collapsed. The very next day, information about Ellen's death has changed. The autopsy revealed she had 20 wounds, 10 on the front and 10 on the neck from the back. Medical examiners emphasized that these injuries showed that this was a murder. She also had bruises on various parts of her body, both recent and older, making it hard to believe she could inflict neck and head wounds on herself from behind. Especially because at least 2 of these wounds were almost fatal and left her unconscious. Additionally, it takes a great deal of force to cause these injuries, especially head injuries. She was found with a knife stuck in her chest after already sustaining 19 injuries. Could she have done all of this by herself? Despite the evidence that has been found, the police disagreed with autopsy officers' conclusion. Authorities announced that Ellen ended her life. They came to this conclusion because they found no signs of anyone else being there. The door was locked from the inside and the neighbors heard no strange sounds, only Samuel's screams. Additionally, DNA analysis of the knife revealed only Ellen's fingerprints. The bruises on her were explained by the police as injuries from playing sports, even though she had not participated in any sports for several years. Doctors also checked Ellen's mental health and learned from her parents that recently, she has been dealing with anxiety. She had been prescribed 2 medications, both known to have side effects that may cause negative thoughts or behaviors. However, her psychiatrist, Len, stated that she showed no signs of end-her-life thoughts. 2 weeks before the incident, when they met, she seemed fine. In addition, the psychiatrist said had never heard Ellen say that anyone had treated her cruelly. Her family also confirmed this. They described Ellen as a good-natured and cheerful. Her loved ones couldn't believe she would harm herself, as she was happy, preparing for her upcoming wedding, and had even tried on her dress and sent out invitations just days before the incident. Ellen's mother and friends admit that she has been feeling anxious and stressed due to work and wedding preparations. However, they consider this to be normal. The thought that she would harm herself just before her wedding was completely out of character. There was a conflict between the forensic medical examination, which ruled it as murder, and the police, who believed Ellen harmed herself. To resolve this, the doctor decided to send a sample from Ellen's spine to a neurologist at the Forensic Medical Examination Bureau. This was to verify the cause of death. Because if one of her severe neck wounds had penetrated deep enough to reach the spinal cord, causing paralysis, she wouldn't have been able to inflict further wounds. This indicated that someone else was responsible for Ellen's death. 3 months after the incident, the medical examiner retracted his murder hypothesis, suggesting instead that Ellen's neck wounds were not severe enough to cause paralysis and that she could have inflicted them on herself. Ellen's parents were not given a clear explanation for this change in the investigation's direction. They described Ellen as squeamish, noting that she avoided even piercing her ears a second time due to her low pain tolerance, making it hard for them to believe she could harm herself. Despite this, the authorities closed the case. Refusing to accept this decision, Ellen's family decided to pursue their own investigation. They hired top experts, including forensic specialists Kirill Klin and Henry Lee, to consider the evidence and the autopsy report. These experts cast doubt on the police investigation report that Ellen did this to herself. In 2012, Henry noted that the likelihood of murder Ellen is significant. Forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht pointed out that statistically, women rarely use sharp objects to end her life and seldom harm themselves through clothing. On the other hand, Bren, a seasoned detective, investigated Ellen's death. After reviewing the footage, Bren claimed to notice that the bloodstains did not match the position in which Ellen was found, as she was sitting and leaning against the kitchen cabinets. However, there was a trail of blood running horizontally from her nose to her ear, and the blood splatter on her shoes indicated that she was standing when she suffered the injuries. All of this led he to assume that the scene of the incident and the position of the body had been altered. Although Ellen's parents tried